Welcome, challengers, to the global floating island survival game. You will be randomly dropped onto countless different floating islands, and those islands will be your final harbors. Feel free to explore your islands, but be mindful of the dangers hidden within. The gifts of the sky do not come without a price. Every floating island requires a continuous supply of energy to remain alive. Remember this: above all, strive to make your floating island rise higher, for the death fungus is spreading upward into the sky. Be careful not to fall. The current spread rate of the death fungus is 30 meters per hour. The cold voice faded from his mind. Oh. A gurgling sound burst from his throat. The braised pork rice that had almost reached his mouth vanished without a trace, and the world spun violently around him. When Shuren opened his eyes and tried to speak, a string of bubbles poured out from between his lips. He seemed to have appeared in a vast sea. Dark water lifted and lowered him, and a large school of fish streaked past his side, vanishing into the shadow. There was no time to think. His survival instinct drove him to thrust his arms and swim hard toward the sunlight above his head. With a sharp splash, Shuren burst through the surface. He wiped the seawater from his face and spat hard several times, yet the nauseating salty taste in his mouth refused to fade. He had never seen the ocean before, and he had not expected that his first glimpse of it would be inside a survival game. He glanced around. Everywhere he looked there was only water. Fortunately, the weather was mild, and the sea still held some warmth. Otherwise, hypothermia would have been his first concern. Thinking back to the voice in his mind, Shuren suddenly felt completely at a loss. Weren't they supposed to be on floating islands? Where had this ocean? I can't have fallen off my island the moment the game began, right? That shouldn't be possible. Yet no matter how he scanned the horizon, he could not see so much as a scrap of land. Shuren decided to search anyway, and with renewed effort he began to swim forward. After more than 10 minutes, there was still nothing but water on all sides. He had not even seen a single blade of grass. Where's my island? My island is huge. Where did it go? Shuren looked up at the thin veil of cloud overhead, then down at the rolling sea beneath him. He was stunned. This was not what had been promised at all. System, my island is gone. A shrill series of beeps suddenly sounded from his left wrist. Only then did Shuren notice that the place where his quartz watch had once been was now occupied by a silver-white electronic watch. The electronic watch was glowing, its insistent beeping urging its owner to respond. 5 icons were displayed on the screen: status, island, weather, and communication, alongside 2 gray question mark icons. The communication icon was flashing repeatedly, a red badge with a 980 Neneplus pressing at its corner. Shuren did not open communication at once. Instead, he fixed his gaze on island. Of course there had to be an island. He had to be mistaken somehow. Buoyed by this thought, he tapped the icon with renewed confidence. The page unfolded before him. Abyssal Sea Island, remaining energy 4999 out of 5000. Floating island level 1. Movement speed 60 meters per hour. Current floating island altitude 3000 meters. Floating island area 100,000 square meters. Abyssal trait. Corrosion. The ancient abyssal seawater will constantly erode all life within it, and its owner is no exception. Gorgons curse the gaze of 3 sisters. They will forever watch over this sea. Luck minus 80%. Island trait disappeared. Introduction. There was once a prosperous island here, crowned with a temple, but it has been completely erased by the abyss's corrosion. Now it is nothing more than a floating sea. Land. It really was gone. Shuren's expression darkened at once. Did this mean he would have to drift in the sea forever? If he just kept floating like this with no fresh water to drink, then once his thirst drove him to the limit, he would be forced to drink seawater. Even someone unlucky enough to land on a barren island could at least struggle on for 3 days without food or water. But him, if he fainted from thirst and resorted to seawater, he could die of dehydration in little more than a day. The sun above was gentle, its warm light filtering through the clouds. Shuren gauged his own thirst. He could endure a while longer yet. Leaving island, he opened status. Challenger Shuren. Status: slow hypothermia indicated by a blue figure. Strength 5 out of 10. Some training. Constitution 6 out of 10. Intelligence 6 out of 10. Spirit 3 out of 10. Low spirit, prone to thoughts unlike ordinary people. Low spirit has already reduced the upper limit of rationality. Sanity 70 out of 70. Stamina 90 out of 100 plus 10. Health 100 out of 100. Luck 1.6. Initial luck 8 reduced by 80%. 10 marks the limit of human physical ability. When strength, constitution, or intelligence exceed 10, the body will undergo changes while spirit is calculated. Talent. Crafting hands. No matter when or where, you can use your own 2 hands to create what you desire, so long as you have a few suitable materials. Crafting speed plus 50%, crafting success rate plus 20%, and stamina cap plus 10. A true artisan never gives up. Indeed, Shuren was an avid craftsman, deeply passionate about handmade work. In his spare time, he would record short videos and occasionally sell his handmade creations, and the income from them already surpassed that of his primary job. But a hobby was still a hobby. To keep from losing his love for it, he refused to let it become his job. On this point Shirin was firmly convinced. And this talent felt as if it had been made for him. As long as he could make things with his hands, he feared nothing. After reading these 2 sections, Shirin finally opened the long beeping communication interface. The first thing he did upon opening it was go into settings and toggle on Do Not Disturb, allowing only important notifications. The beeping had simply been too loud. If he ran into danger, that shrill beeping could be a death knell. Regional chat and private messages were quiet. Only the World Channel was flashing without pause. Though it was called the World Channel, all the messages seemed to be from people of Xia Nation. Apparently, there was some kind of regional division. Where is this place? Is anyone there? Help. I'm stuck in a tree. This survival something or other. I'm an old man, I don't understand. Can some young fellow help me out? I've just bought a villa. And what about my dog? Bad news, your villa is gone. Good news, your dog has moved in. It hurts. I twisted my ankle. This isn't really a dream, is it? Ha ha ha. Destiny favors me. Messages flew past the channel like a storm of comments on a popular live stream. His eyes could hardly keep up with the barrage. Shirin tried to type a few words, but a message popped up on the screen. World messages are limited to 5 per day. I'll upgrade your island to unlock more. The restriction stayed his hand. He would have to conserve his messages if he needed to share information or call for help later, and found himself unable to speak. It would be disaster. Oh, a monkey stole my clothes. The fruit here is so sweet, though the color's a little strange. I feel kind of sleepy after eating it. Are you sure it only makes you sleep? Heavens! I met another person on my island, and just now a gigantic coconut fell and killed him. What do I do? At that message the flow of text immediately slowed. Yet barely a second passed before another appeared. I found something at the center of my island. Look. A picture followed. Opening it revealed a notebook spread on a wooden post, its pages stained with mottled black-brown marks. Beneath the stains a few lines of writing could be made out. The sky is black again. This is my 3rd day trapped on this island. They're coming again. I don't know how much longer I can live, or how many of them will come this time. If anyone finds this log, get off this island at once. If you can get away. What were they? A chill rose in Shirin's chest. Whatever they were, the notebook's owner clearly had not survived them. That's really creepy. What is this? Some kind of relic from the island. It probably just means there's danger on his island, right? It's not like everyone will run into something at night, will they? Don't jinx it. Stop talking like that. It clearly says someone died up there, can't you see? And you're still chatting away. There are wild beasts on my island. Can any expert teach me how to make a fire? The chat channel gradually descended into chaos again. Most people were talking to themselves, using the stream of words to ease their own fear. Shirin quickly scrolled through the messages and saw that someone had shared another item, the same person who had mentioned wild beasts on his island earlier. Everyone in the channel was anonymous, though only he had his name displayed. Kukulu Dao Level 1. I just opened the island tab and realized him in King Kong's hometown. I'm so doomed. Beneath it was a line of island information. Kukulu Dao remaining energy 9998100000. Floating island level 1. Movement speed 10 meters per hour. Current floating island altitude 3,000 meters. Floating island area 1 square kilometer equal to 100 square meters. Island traits. King Kong's protection. King Kong shelters you. You receive 50 less damage and your damage against skull lizards is increased by 90. Dead end of civilizational evolution. Prehistoric civilization came to a halt here. Ancient technology can be discovered. Introduction. Home of a top-tier giant beast, King Kong. This is only a fragment. If upgraded, you may acquire the complete Kukulu Dao, and King Kong may return to the world. King Kong, you're done for. If a skull lizard just licks you, you'll have to start over. You don't even need a skull lizard. At that speed, in a few days, you'll be caught by that deadly fungus. It's just that the island is too big, right? Mine is pretty small. Its speed is 10 times yours, brother. Shut up. A man can't call himself small. Kukulu Dao still seemed better than drifting alone at sea. At least they had an island. Shirin gazed at it with envy before reluctantly switching off the screen. He could not keep watching. The more he looked, the more it hurt, making him wish he could move there at once. In reality, he had no home at all. Even a drifter has a scrap of cloth to sleep on, while he did not even have a place to stand. As he drifted for a while, he suddenly saw something far away being carried toward him by the current. It was white. At first glance, he thought it was a large clump of plastic. Only when it drifted nearer did he realize it was the carcass of an animal. Carcass of a giant-mouthed sea cow. Corrosion level 5. Type biological. Introduction. The albino giant-mouthed sea cow has rich fat and a smooth, tender texture. Even in death, it is said to be delicious. This thing is actually edible. Pinching his nose, Shirin could already catch a faint stench on the wind. The carcass slowly drifted to a stop right in front of him. The giant-mouthed sea cow's head had already been bitten off, so he could not see how huge its mouth had been, but the broken body was undeniably large. An ordinary sea cow would be about 3 meters long. This headless body was at least 5. There were bite marks on its body, but they were not severe, as if whatever hunted it had only been interested in the head. Pinching his nose, Sherwin glanced at the jagged wound at its neck. The exposed flesh was purple. Is this thing poisonous? Or was it poisoned? The purple-colored flesh looked like a mutation. He could not help wondering if it had been polluted by some industrial waste twisted into something unnatural. On closer inspection, he found that vein-like structures within this flesh were still faintly pulsing. Despite the smell, the carcass was fairly fresh. It might simply be that this sea cow had a naturally strong. The system had marked its corrosion level as 5. Perhaps the change in color was the result of corrosion. He remembered that the system had warned the seawater would erode everything. If he stayed in it too long, it might be dangerous for him. He did not want his own body turning purple. He joked to himself that he might become a walking purple root. The current began to push the sea cow carcass away. Having finally seen something on the ocean surface, he was not about to let it drift off. He grabbed one of the sea cow's forelimbs and tried to climb up. The wrinkled skin offered some purchase, and after several attempts he finally managed to haul himself onto its upturned belly. There was a gash on the sea cow's belly, the inside of its body plainly visible. Oddly, the internal organs had not been eaten. That surprised Sherwin. The predator of these waters seemed to have it seemed to ignore the organs and focus only on the head. He forced himself not to dwell on it. The more he thought about it, the more unnerving it felt. Sitting atop the carcass, he let the current carry them along. It was far more comfortable than drifting in the water, though his clothes now clung uncomfortably to his skin. His watch had a side button for taking photos, so Sherwin snapped a picture of the carcass beneath him, carefully avoiding the seawater and open wounds, and sent it to the World Channel. Is a sea cow carcass edible? With so many people in the World Channel, he figured some professional would eventually respond. No way, man, sea cows are protected animals. Protected animals. Someone should come protect me first. I just got chased by a rabbit. You believe that? It had 2 big fangs. Friend, I suggest you don't eat it. Marine animals carry many pathogens, and without medical care, here it's too risky to touch. In the 18th century, the Steller's sea cow was hunted to extinction for its tender meat and rich fat. Then our friend here must have been quite fragrant while alive. If you can roast it, if not, hang it up to dry and keep it as a food reserve so you don't starve. Unfortunately, Sherwin had no way to roast it, nor even to hang it up to dry. The system claimed this thing was edible. Should he try it? Right now it was still relatively fresh. If he waited until he was truly starving, he might be forced to gnaw on rotten flesh. Sherwin leaned in close and took a cautious sniff of the sea cow's belly. The smell nearly made him gag. After steeling himself, he drew in a breath and forced his mouth open. His mouth looked wide open, but in truth, he only brought his upper and lower front teeth lightly against the sea cow's flesh. To his surprise, the taste was. The meat was soft and springy, smooth and tender, the fat rich and mellow like biting into a piece of cream, fragrant and sweet. The disparity between smell and taste was jarring. It truly was the embodiment of smell's foul taste, delicious. By eating raw sea cow flesh, your spirit decreases by 1, sanity decreases by 3. You gain a bonus maximum HP 10 for 1 minute. You have received corrosion from the abyss. Corrosion 1. That single bite had granted him an extra minute of maximum HP. Sherwin was delighted. This sea cow was astonishingly useful. 1 minute might not seem long, but at a critical moment, it could save his life. He barely spared a thought for the drop in spirit and sanity. What truly caught his attention was the corrosion. He opened his status panel. Challenger Sherwin, corrosion, level 1. Status cold, light blue little figure icon. Strength, 510, slightly trained. Constitution, 610. Intelligence, 610. Spirit, 210, very low spirit, prone to unusual thoughts. Oh, low spirit has already affected the upper limit of sanity. Sanity, 6,265. Stamina, 90,110. HP 100,10010, 1 minute. 10 is the upper limit for ordinary human physical stats. When strength, constitution, or intelligence break through 10A, the body will undergo changes. Spirit is calculated separately. 1% corrosion. Sherwin stared at the sea cow carcass, torn. Eat or not? If every bite increased it by 1, a few more mouthfuls might truly turn him purple. Yet to let it rot untouched felt like a terrible waste. In a survival game like this, wasting resources was the same as wasting life. His gaze dropped to the talent listed at the bottom of his panel. Talent. Craftsman's hands. No matter when, you can use your own hands to create whatever you desire as long as you have a few suitable materials. Crafting speed 50, crafting success rate 20, stamina cap 10. A true maker never gives up. Could this sea cow carcass be turned into something else? The lungs of the manatee are flat and elongated, covering about 40 of its body length. If artificial lungs can supply oxygen, why can't real lungs be used to create an oxygen supply device? Inside a complete manatee carcass, there are enormous lungs, bronchial arteries, and various components supporting the respiratory system. The core principle of the oxygen bottle is to store gaseous or liquid oxygen under high pressure in a pressure-resistant container. A pressure relief valve controls the release pressure, allowing oxygen to be safely inhaled by the human body. But this was too technical for Shirin to understand. He merely felt that it was worth attempting to create a similar oxygen supply device using the respiratory system of another animal. What he didn't notice was that the indicators for mental and rationality on his panel were flickering slightly. His mental state was barely stabilized, but his rationality couldn't hold on. You have developed a strange idea, and your rationality has decreased by 5. This prompt went unnoticed by Shirin. He focused intently on digging into the large wound on the manatee's belly. The manatee's layer of fat was thick, making it not easy to break through with brute force. Shirin bit and dug to finally manage to create a hole. He spat out the flesh that had gotten into his mouth, fearing that the system would give him another erosion 1 prompt. After digging for half a day, the light above had quietly shifted from the east to directly overhead. His wet clothes had dried, becoming stiff and covered in a layer of white salt. Finally, the manatee's lungs were fully exposed. Shirin attempted to clear away the surrounding bronchial arteries. This feeling was quite magical. He actually did not understand such organ tissues, and his inexplicable proficiency in handling them was likely due to the system's innate skills. Under the deft manipulation, the materials inside the manatee's body were gradually deconstructed and extracted. The enormous manatee lungs served as the primary source of oxygen supply. The trachea was extracted to serve as the oxygen pipe. The supportive cartilaginous rings could be fashioned into valves. It worked. Shirin wiped the sweat from his forehead and absent-mindedly wiped his blood-stained hands on his pants. A massive, bizarre mass of flesh was spread out on the manatee's belly. If the manatee could speak, it would surely greet Shirin in a friendly, familial manner. Your manufacturing system is assessing. Assessment successful. You have created the manatee oxygen set. Successfully completed the first manufacturing, and you have been rewarded with 500 island coins. It actually worked. The bizarre mass of flesh was enveloped in a white light, and when the light dissipated, the disordered tissue had transformed into a compact oxygen set made of purple organs. Shirin quickly checked the item information. Manatee oxygen set type, tool quality, white crossed out, blue eroded, item description, and oxygen set made from the carcass of a manatee, the first creation of the creator Shirin. Total oxygen storage of approximately 100 liters. Usage time varies with flow rate. During charging, the manatee lungs can be placed against the wind to automatically replenish oxygen. It has been eroded by the abyss, and continuous use has a probability of increasing pollution levels. It changed from white quality to blue. Shirin did not appear particularly happy. In fact, he looked somewhat dejected. The possibility of increasing pollution level was quite bothersome to him. But having made it to say it was unnecessary would be even more wasteful. Time is money. You can waste my life, but you cannot waste my money. He could only hope that the probability of this pollution triggering would not be high. At least this thing was still very useful. The system also rewarded 500 island coins. This island coin should be the currency, but he still did not know where it could be used. Alright. Shirin suddenly slapped his forehead. There seems to be a trading function in the communication. He opened the interface, listed the manatee oxygen set for trade, and does anyone need this? Usable in low oxygen environments. Attached with the photo. To his surprise, this message caused a stir. What? No. Dude, what did you send? Why is it all pixelated? I can't see anything. How did you send a pixelated image? I want to learn this. It seems he posted something in the trading bar, but it's all pixelated too. It's the god of pixelation. It's the god of holy light. What the hell, you show me this after taking off your pants? Get that pixelated thing above out of here. Can't you see it? Then this thing really can only stay on hand. Shirin was still unconvinced and hung a piece of manatee meat on the trading bar. This time it finally displayed. A piece of raw, white, giant mouth manatee meat, eroded type, biological food quality, white description. A piece of manatee meat with rich fat and a tender texture. Consumption will result in slight pollution. My apologies, so it turns out the manatee bro is the pixelated bro. Slight pollution from consumption. Isn't that inedible? So what was that pixelated mass? Was that the beep of the manatee? So you can't take pictures of beep, then the ladies can't send photos either. I was wondering why no one was trading original flavor underwear. It turns out the system restricts it. The conversation became increasingly inappropriate, filled with blocked words. It was all nonsensical chatter, and Shirin felt somewhat disappointed, raising his hand to prepare to close the interface. Dude, save that meat for me. A sudden comment popped up. Brave one. Do you dare to eat that? I am a model for our generation, a living Hua Tua. The person hurriedly explained, hey, not that brave. My island is called Holy Teaching Island. Oh, everyone, there is vegetarian. Forget about meat. Ew, I can't even dig up a worm. I've been watching the channel for a while. None of you have hunted any meat. This manatee, although dead, is still relatively fresh. This level of pollution is nothing as long as the meat is good. My island's characteristics are not afraid of pollution. He shared the information. Holy Teaching Island, remaining energy 79008000 Floating island level 1 movement speed, 40 meters hour current floating island height, 3086 meters floating island area, square meters island characteristics. The light of the master's blessing can resist a certain level of pollution. Slight pollution can be eliminated. Holy prayer sincere prayers can bring the master's light. Daily prayers can grant any blessing slightly increasing luck. Description: an island once ruled by saints blessed by the master's light until the last believer died. Today's blessing is that the water from the container I've drunk from will turn into holy water, which can resist pollution. He didn't waste time and directly tossed the item into Sher-Rin's trading bar. Sher-Rin opened it to see a beautifully crafted silver cup reminiscent of Western Victorian-era products. A cup of holy water type, sacred object quality green description, holy water that the Saint Zhang Biao he has drunk carrying a certain blessing from the master can resist slight pollution. This thing is probably only available today, and I don't know what the blessing will be tomorrow. I don't have much drinkable water either, I can only give you this cup. Zhang Biao explained, and his anonymity changed to Holy Teaching Island Level 1. It seems that once you share your island information, the anonymity is lifted. Sher-Rin chose to trade. A white light flashed, and the meat listed in the trading bar disappeared, suddenly replaced by a silver cup filled with water in his temporary. The cup was filled with clear water, faintly emitting a layer of hazy light. What a good item. Sher-Rin took the manatee oxygen set out of the trading bar and added Zhang Biao as a friend. Thanks, brother. I'll look for you if I have good stuff. He expressed his gratitude. Hey, no need to be polite. Just don't dislike it. I only took a sip of that water. Remember to save me some good meat. The cooperation on both sides was pleasant, and naturally there would be future trades. With this cup of holy water, Sher-Rin felt much less anxious. After 2 hours of extracting the manatee's lungs, nothing else had floated by on the sea. To acquire resources, he could only venture into the water. He donned the manatee oxygen set, which had shrunk considerably after system assessment, fitting perfectly on his back. However, the stubborn stench of the manatee lingered. Sher-Rin held the oxygen tube in his mouth, and his nose felt almost pickled by the smell. He had no idea what the situation was like underwater. In a survival game, there would surely be no merry diving, and it would be more likely for a great white shark to take a... Sher-Rin let out a bitter laugh. Then he took a deep breath and leaped into the water. Today's weather: fog. Time noon, 6 hours until sunset. Air temperature 1220 C. Surface temperature of the abyssal sea 1722. 5 C. The weather is pleasant, suitable for fishing. Please pay attention to sun protection. The resistance of the seawater is greater than he imagined. The location he was teleported to was shallow before, so he didn't feel it. Now as he dives slightly deeper, the sensation becomes very noticeable. The faint light from above barely allows him to see. After feeling the degree of resistance, he continued downward while holding the oxygen tube. A gray-green flatfish slowly swam near him. Its eyes were very large, almost taking up half of its body, resembling a matcha cake with comical eye stickers. The matcha cake with its big eyes stared at him, seemingly unafraid. Bijid flatfish, erosion level 5. Type creature. Description: a bony fish with a delicate and smooth texture, very fast. Its huge eyes can see the movements of predators from various angles, very cunning. The system kindly provided its information. Sher-Rin suddenly reached out. The slippery matcha cake flicked its tail, easily slipping away before he could grasp it, then appeared on the other side of his body. The big eye still fixed on him, as if mocking him. Just wait, I'll have you for dinner. Sher-Rin was not angry. He never expected to catch it with his hands. After stirring the seawater with his arms to drive the matcha cake away, he continued to descend. His primary goal was to find materials to make tools such as sharp stones or seabed minerals. Actually, bones would be good too, but single cow bones might be too brittle, and such tools wouldn't last long. Soon he saw a large area of floating seaweed. Spiny seaweed, erosion level 6. Type plant. Description: seaweed covered with terrifying spikes that entangle nearby creatures, known as the Iron Maiden of the sea. The seaweed closer to Sher-Rin had already sensed his presence and floated over, stretching its body. Sher-Rin stepped back a bit, looking at its roots from a distance, where scattered fish bones, turtle shells, and fragments of unknown origin lay. If even the seaweed is this dangerous, it seems there's no easy prey apart from him. Just as he was preparing to swim further away and dive again, he suddenly saw a glimmer of light among the white bones. It seemed to be sunlight reflecting off something, and at a certain angle, it was quite dazzling. What could it be? Sher-Rin became intrigued. They say curiosity killed the cat, but fortune favors the bold. A chance encounter won't come to you on a plate. Determined, Sher-Rin took a deep breath of oxygen and quickly swam toward the bottom of the seaweed. The seaweed immediately became agitated. The breath of life lured them to chase. They extended their tips downwards, following Sher-Rin, and the spikes on them became even longer. Countless spiky tentacles surged forth, forming a terrifying tail behind Sher-Rin. Seeing his rear in danger, Sher-Rin made an all-out effort to... He desperately buried his head and thrust downward, but did not notice the large mass of seaweed suddenly stiffening behind him. The seaweed trembled and suddenly began to attack each other. Spikes intertwined, and the leaves frantically slaughtered each other. Just moments ago, they were partners chasing prey, but in an instant they turned against each other. I'll kill you. You're the one who should die. Last time you stole my prey. That was mine. Mine. The seaweed turned bloodthirsty and large fragments of seaweed fell like a black rain. A silent mockery echoed from below. As Shirin approached the point of white light, a pale, eerie, smiling face emerged looking up at the frenzied seaweed, its hollow eye sockets glowing with red light. The seaweed could never have imagined that such a strange creature was hiding at their roots. It was precisely this creature that was leading them to madness. Ghost-faced sea white jade erosion level 10. Type mineral. Description: a sea bottom white jade stone with a ghostly face possessing the ability to interfere with the mind, cunning and evil, and loves to incite slaughter. Watching its masterpiece with satisfaction, the ghost face silently laughed. But Shirin, who was continuously swimming downward, was a nuisance. It divided a part of its spirit to attack this ignorant bipedal creature. The red light surged. An invisible wave of mental energy spread towards Shirin. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Die. It could hardly wait to see the strange fish slaughtering those seaweeds. As the mental wave washed over Shirin's body, the ghost face's smile widened. So cold. Shirin shivered. A sudden chill surged through him. He shuddered and continued to dive. You have suffered mental interference. Determining. Detected low mental state, mental interference not perceived. Mental interference. Shirin paused in his downward motion. Is there something in this sea that also carries a mental attack? He quickly looked around and turned to see the mass of seaweed fighting behind him. Not really. He wondered why there was such a large disturbance behind him. Turns out they were fighting amongst themselves. Taking advantage of the scattered seaweed fragments drifting over, Shirin grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his pocket. This is a good thing after all. Seaweed is rich in unsaturated fatty acids and dietary fiber, which can enhance the flavor when eaten with the sea cow. However, he had no idea where the sea cow had floated off to. But who cares? He'll look for it after he surfaces. For now, he'll keep the seaweed. Shirin happily grabbed several large handfuls of seaweed, his pockets stuffed to the brim, the zippers nearly bursting. Looking at the remaining seaweed, he felt a bit greedy, but that damned system didn't even provide him with any storage space. He had no place to put them. The survival system is truly negligent. After cursing the system, Shirin dived again. After all, this mental interference couldn't affect him, so what did it matter who was attacking? He accelerated and had already spotted the white jade hidden in the pile of bones. Looking at its lustrous sheen, if this isn't a good thing, Shirin would feed himself to the sea. Quickly kicking away the obstructive fish bones, he dug out the white jade. It was then that Shirin saw the system prompt. Is this thing causing the mental attack? He flipped the small jade over and over, but didn't see any so-called ghost face. Where's the ghost face? Is it also hidden from view? So because of low mental state, I can't even see ghosts. Ghost face. Hee. Shirin patted his pocket, which held a piece of cow bone. Now that he had acquired the mineral, he could also utilize the spiny seaweed. By polishing the bone and the jade together and binding them, he could make a dagger. Without hesitation, Shirin held the ghost-faced sea white jade and approached a deep black sea stone. He was very experienced at polishing, but it was indeed a bit difficult to exert force at the seabed. He polished back and forth for a long time, and during breaks he floated up to nibble a piece of seaweed to replenish his strength. During this time, the system prompted him several times. You have suffered mental interference. Determining. Detected low mental state, mental interference not perceived. You have suffered mental interference. Determining. Detected low mental state, mental interference not perceived. Ghost face dagger. Type weapon. Quality white crossed out, blue corrosive. Description: the first weapon created by the maker. A sharp dagger made from ghost face, sea white jade. The handle feels bone-chillingly cold and possesses certain mental interference abilities. Its attack power slightly increases underwater. The originally rough blade became sharp and pointed through the system's optimization, and the smooth and lustrous white bone handle is quite comfortable to hold. At this moment he held the dagger and put the remaining sea white jade into his pocket. With a weapon in hand, he wouldn't be completely blind in this sea, though if not for fishing at least he could dig for clams right. He felt around the nearby stones, but came up. No way. In those videos of diving, there were clearly many good things near the stones. What's worse, the water's light began to dim. He spent quite a bit of time grinding the stones earlier, and glancing at his watch he saw there were still 2 hours until sunset. He had been underwater for 4 hours, and although he had rested on the surface, his stamina was nearing its limit. The oxygen tank still had 2400 L left, enough for about 1 more hour. He checked his status. Challenger, Shirin corrosion level 2. Status: cold light blue little person symbol. Strength 510, some exercise. Mental 210, extremely low mental state, has abnormal thoughts, low mental level, affects rational limit. Constitution 610. Rationality 5765. Energy 401,0010. HP 100,100. Energy is a bit low. Most importantly, the corrosion level has increased. Shuren suppressed the urge to drink the holy water. There was only 1 cup left, so he had to conserve it. At present, anything below 5 must be slightly contaminated. 5 of sea cows have purple blood, 10 of sea white jade bears ghostly faces. Every 5 is roughly a watershed. It would be best to drink at 4. Having avoided the stinging kelp, Shuren sensed the direction of the current and decided to follow it to see what lay ahead. Suddenly it felt like something tugged at his left foot. Looking down, there was nothing on his foot. Shuren kicked his foot, but found no issue. Is this a ghost? No, with his mental state, he couldn't see ghosts. He swam a couple more strokes when his right foot was suddenly yanked hard. This time it wasn't being pulled down, his right foot was lifted. The yank almost made him bite through the oxygen tube in his mouth. What was that? Shuren struggled for a moment before breaking free, catching a glimpse of a purple thread quickly disappearing out of the corner of his eye. The speed was too fast. That brief contact didn't even trigger a system alert. Just as the air he had just inhaled was still in his lungs, he noticed other anomalies. The light had vanished. A massive shadow was moving above him. The surrounding fish had quietly left at some point. Their sensitivity to predators was far greater than Shuren's as an outsider. The shadow was drawing closer. Shuren stayed still. He only had an oxygen setup on him. Who could he outswim in this sea? It was better to remain unchanging amidst change. The smell of the seawater turned foul. An acrid odor wafted from above along with rapidly swirling. Now's the time. Shuren raised the dagger and thrust upward with all his might. The dagger pierced the upper jaw of a massive mouth. The giant creature roared in pain, violently shaking its head and sending Shuren flying. On the edge of the dagger, invisible to Shuren, a ghostly face floated, emitting an inaudible shriek. Mental interference. The giant fish's movement slowed, tossed its head, and spun in place. Meanwhile, Shuren flipped over several times before barely stabilizing his body. This creature's strength was far beyond his level. Giant spinefish, corrosion level 12. Type creature. Description: a giant fish with protruding spinal spikes, carnivorous and ferocious, barely a local tyrant in this abyssal sea. Protruding spines. Shuren was almost speechless. This broken system really knew how to talk. Can such a thing even be called protruding spines? Those damn spines are sticking out. The giant fish was completely covered in massive, hard, elongated white bones resembling a living biological armor. Fortune favored Shuren. That giant mouth should be the only weak spot that could be harmed. Had he not chosen to attack the mouth, he would have likely ended up in the giant fish's digestive tract by now. Shuren shook the dagger. His hand hurt badly from the force of the giant fish. But what was that silly fish spinning around for? Was it under mental interference? He recalled the dagger's description. Presumably that invisible ghostly face had exerted some force quietly. Yet before he could get closer, that giant fish shook its tail and woke back up. The duration of the mental interference was too short. Whether it was due to the giant fish's higher corrosion level or the dagger's ghostly face weakening by 3 parts, things were getting dire. But at this moment, retreat was not an option. Shuren propelled himself forward with a fierce thrust. As the giant fish lunged at him again, he dodged to the side and grabbed hold of one of its bony spines. The giant fish was both fast and fierce. Shuren almost lost his grip and got flung away. The rapid water currents made it impossible for him to open his eyes. He was struggling, and the giant fish was equally displeased. The prey was hiding on its body. Was that even reasonable? With another powerful lunge, the giant fish charged towards a nearby rock. It aimed to slam Shuren down. Damn! Although Shuren couldn't see with his eyes closed, his sixth sense was racing. He gritted his teeth, wedged his feet into the gaps of the bony spines, then climbed up with both hands, sitting on the back of the giant fish. The giant fish missed its target, almost smashing its head against the rock. It angrily slammed its tail against the rock, shattering it to pieces. That force. Shuren couldn't afford to bet that his body was tougher than the rock. He lay on the back of the giant fish. The gaps around the spines got smaller as he approached its head. After feeling around for a long time, he finally found a small crevice. Shuren immediately raised the dagger and plunged it into the gap at the top of the giant fish's head. A familiar pulling force came, his wrist was yanked aside, and the falling dagger struck a bony spine, not even chipping a piece off. Again that thing. This time, not waiting for it to escape, Shuren directly bit down on that purple line on his wrist. Vine purple line worm, corrosion level 8. Type creature. Description: a symbiotic worm of the giant spinefish, slender in shape, living off microorganisms in the gaps of the spinefish's bone spines, extremely fast, serving as the local tyrant's personal guard. You're already this monstrous, yet you keep a hidden guard. If Shuren wasn't already biting one, he would have almost cursed it out loud. The worm in his mouth twisted around desperately, trying to escape from between his teeth. But Shuren's jaws were clamped tightly, giving it no chance to wriggle free. He raised the dagger again, this time accurately stabbing down into the gap between the spines. With a sound, the giant fish cried out in pain, its body thrashing wildly towards the rock. Shirin held onto the spine with one hand, wedging his feet and trying his best not to get thrown off. With his other hand, he pulled out the dagger and continued to thrust downwards with force. The ghostly face, having taken damage, let out another piercing shriek. The giant fish's violent thrashing suddenly stopped. Its body still trembled slightly, but its eyes were gradually growing vacant. This time the effect of mental interference was even better. Shirin kept puncturing its brain, directly causing it to leak. Strands of purple substance floated from the cavity in its head with the currents, and after a few moments the giant fish's eyes began to slowly turn a dead gray. As the giant fish gradually fell silent, the purple line worm in Shirin's mouth also slowly ceased its struggle. You have killed the giant spinefish. You have killed the divine purple line worm. Congratulations, you have obtained Corruption Core 1A First Stage Strength Enhancement Potion 1. Successfully killed the first island creature. The system's achievement module has been unlocked. The system backpack has been unlocked. Initial backpack 10 slots stackable, can only store inanimate objects, stack limit 999. There is now a system backpack. Shirin's first reaction was to quickly toss the spinefish and purple line worm into his backpack. The corpse of the giant fish and the purple line worm vanished. After doing this, he immediately swam towards the surface of the sea above him. The sun in the white mist had already dropped very low, casting a tangerine glow on the water's surface, where the waves sparkled and undulated. The corpse of the sea cow had drifted who knows where. In any case, it was nowhere to be seen within Shirin's line of sight. He wiped the water from his face, removed the oxygen device, and floated it on the water's surface, positioning the bottle's opening against the wind for oxygen replenishment. Opening his watch, a row of transparent grids appeared under it. The first 2 slots contained the now vanished giant fish's corpse and the worm, while the lower right corner displayed the number 1. In the last 2 slots were a round purplish-black stone and a bottle of bright red potion. Meanwhile, one of the 2 question mark icons above was shining with a dazzling golden light. Shirin tapped on it, and the golden light vanished instantly, while the gray question mark transformed into bestiary and titles. The bestiary was divided into categories: creatures, plants, minerals, substrates, food, tools, weapons, accessories, sacred objects, and creations. The 2 items he crafted appeared under creations, while the majority of the other categories were gray, with the creatures category lighting up the most. The titles section was currently empty. With nothing significant to study, Shirin turned back to the backpack section to look at the 2 reward items. Corruption Core description: produced from the bodies of abyssal sea creatures, it is a condensed form of corruptive power and can be used to upgrade islands. Upgrade. Finally, there was a clue for upgrading the island. Although he didn't have an island, upgrading the seawater would also be fine. Shirin gazed at the vast sea, feeling a wave of tears welling up inside. He quickly checked the next item. Power Enhancement Potion Level First Order description: a potion waste product transformed from pure power essence, capable of slightly enhancing strength. Wait, you can even sell waste products. Shirin was both amused and infuriated by the low standards of this ridiculous system. Islands had to be explored on one's own, while modules were unlocked bit by bit, like extracting food from between teeth, and even the rewards were scavenged from. Is this system even legitimate? It can't be a scam, right? With lingering incredulity towards the system, Shirin decided to take out the potion. The red liquid was thick with a layer of black impurities floating inside, and there was suspicious yellow sediment at the bottom of the bottle. Upon opening the cap, a strong metallic smell hit him, mixed with a foul stench. However, having just been poisoned by sea cow meat, Shirin was unfazed, and he tilted his head back and downed it in one go. The taste, well, it wasn't great, like drinking the water left over from expired duck blood-soaked tofu. Only this stinky tofu water had no tofu, just the stink and water. After finishing the bottle, he immediately checked his status. Challenger Shirin Corruption Level 2, status cold indicated by a light blue figure icon: Strength 8, 10 strong, and powerful, Constitution 6, 10 intelligence, 6, 10 spirit, 2, 10 very low spirit, harboring thoughts unlike those of ordinary people. Low spirit has affected rationality limit, strength increased by 3 points. Before he could celebrate, waves of intense soreness surged through his body. It felt as if 100 strong men were beating and kicking him, then pinning him down in a gym to lift weights furiously. This is the manifestation of strength increase. Shirin initially thought of enduring it, but then he had a change of heart. Why should he endure? There's no one else here. It would be embarrassing to let out a sound. In the ocean, there were only a bunch of silly fish, and the seawater was soundproof. They wouldn't even hear his cries. So Shirin simply shouted up towards the sky. Oh, it hurts so damn much. This kind of pain isn't a sharp cliff-like agony, but an unending sensation of soreness. It doesn't hurt enough to kill you, but it makes you wish. Fortunately, this pain only lasted for a few minutes. After a while, Shirin felt the pain fade away, followed by an overwhelming sensation of strength. This body, which was not considered strong, felt as if it had undergone several years of special forces training, returning from being a youthful boy to a muscular warrior. Of course, the actual changes in his body were not that exaggerated. Shuren could feel the muscles bulging on his body, but they were firm and full, not obvious when clothed. However, inside the changes were monumental. These 3 points of strength were incredibly valuable. Who knows if everyone gets such rewards after killing creatures? With this thought, Shuren put away his excitement and opened the chat channel. The messages in the channel were still numerous, but compared to when he first entered the game, the speed had slowed considerably. He tried searching for potion information in the channel. Sure enough, he found it. Loot. Brothers. The system has kill rewards. Constitution Enhancement Potion Level First Order Description: a potion waste product transformed from pure physical essence, capable of slightly enhancing constitution. Green potion. It looks just like a slime. Holy crap. Big shot. How did you get that potion? I've killed several worms and haven't gotten anything. The person actually gave information. I killed this. I have more strength. You can refer to it. Disguised freshwater crocodile. Small type creature description: a small freshwater crocodile skilled in camouflage, likes to hide under algae for ambush, has a large... Upon seeing this information, the channel fell silent for several seconds. Let's disperse. This is a fierce one who kills crocodiles. Forget about crocodiles. I almost got killed while catching a rabbit just now. Does anyone have fruits on their island? I can trade for protein. I'm so thirsty. Quality protein. You might as well keep that for yourself. You bastard. Currently everyone was still exploring, and there were very few people with good items. Some islands were large and the forests were dense. After several hours they still hadn't gone far. Not many were trading in the channel, as the differences between islands weren't that significant. Everyone had trees, stones, worms, and creatures. It was just a matter of skill. Many islands had multiple people surviving together, and cooperating to obtain resources was faster. Someone like Shuren, who was alone, was already a minority. Not to mention, he didn't even have an island. Shuren looked at what he had. It was all seafood, and not convenient for trading. If I could trade for someone, I could make a raft. Considering his special circumstances, Shuren ultimately gave up on this idea. Well, let it drift for a while. Drifting on this sea for a time wouldn't kill him. The sky quickly darkened. The last rays of sunlight disappeared into the mist. After the sky darkened, the mist gradually dispersed. In the night, the Milky Way shimmered, and the dazzling starry sky was so close it felt within reach, with a huge moon hanging overhead, breathtakingly beautiful. The sky he had seen as a child at his grandmother's house in the countryside could not compare to this moment. He looked up at the sky, sighing with emotion, while stuffing a handful of seaweed into his mouth. This seaweed was indeed wonderful, both crispy and juicy, though it didn't fill him up much. After eating, his energy recovered significantly, currently fluctuating around 70. There was no alternative. Drifting on the sea consumed a lot of energy, and it was fortunate to maintain his energy bar. After dark, the chat became even more active as everyone started to rest and conserve strength. After picking fruits all day, the fruits here are small and sour. My stomach is filled with water after eating for so long. You still have food. My companion and I chopped trees with a stone axe we found all day, and when we got hungry we realized there wasn't even a fruit tree. Trade with me. I don't have enough. What do I have? Food. Did anyone notice a tall black shadow far away? What is that? Black shadow. Shuren looked around and actually saw a black silhouette piercing the sky in the distance. During the day he hadn't noticed it due to the fog, and now that it was dark he was too focused on the starry sky to see the shadow. But it was too far away to see clearly what it was. Could this be the so-called pillar of heaven? As he gazed, Shuren squinted his eyes. Did he just see a flock of birds? The contents of the diary appeared suddenly in his mind. It was the 3rd day of my entrapment on this island. I don't know how much longer I can survive, nor do I know how many will come this time. No, that is definitely not a bird. A mass of darkness was flying towards him from the towering shadow above. Something is coming. Something is flying over from there. I also have something here. It's over. Is it time for nighttime monsters to spawn? Weak people of the Xia Kingdom, this is a test from the gods. Only the great sun warriors can resist. Damn it, get rid of this one upstairs. What creature dares to speak in our territory? Forget him. Anyone on the island with weapons, trade with me. I'm close. I've already seen the one upstairs. Speak. It's over. He has been reincarnated. At this distance the black flying shadows were still quite blurry, but time was running out for him. After all, he only had a small dagger in hand. Good heavens, should he fight with a small stick against planes? It would be better to drown directly in the sea. Despite the urgent situation, he first checked the oxygen device. The current oxygen reserve had reached 5,000 L, meaning he could hide in the sea for at most 2 hours. A whole night would be far too long, but had only been an hour since sunset, and there were still 11 hours until dawn. He had to think of a solution. Is there anything he could craft? In his backpack he had giant rib fish, vine, purple lineworms, kelp, and a few pieces of ghost-faced white. Fish corpses could be dismantled for a lot of materials, but the options were limited. It needed to have long-range attack capabilities, be recoverable, and the materials couldn't make it too complex. Alright, a fishing spear. Not only was it simple in structure, but it was also a deadly weapon in the sea. Without hesitation, he pulled out the ribbed fish corpse, took out his dagger, and began cutting. You have developed a strange idea, and your sanity decreases by 3. This time the decrease in sanity was less as his brain was getting used to creating these flesh constructs. He was currently in a state of mild excitement. The fish bones were directly dismantled to serve as the gun body, and kelp and small pieces of white jade formed the power device. The purple line worms could be directly used as fishing line. He found a piece of white jade with a beveled structure and sharpened one end, then forcefully tied it on. The fishing spear was complete. The broad and rounded part of the fish skull was fashioned into a winding reel for recovering the spear. He did his best to make it resemble a fishing spear, and the rest would depend on the system to perfect it. Fortunately, the system would not disappoint him. You have crafted something. Current success rate 50-20. System judgment in progress. Judgment successful. You have crafted the cunning rib fish spear. Why does it have a prefix? When the white light faded, he grabbed the spear and instantly understood where the cunning part came from. Cunning rib fish spear. Type weapon. Quality white crossed out. Blue corrosive. Description: a fishing spear crafted by the creator Shuren. It is composed of a giant rib fish and its symbiotic organisms, with the purple line worm automatically controlling direction until it inserts the furious spear into the prey's body. Please be careful while recovering. Do not let it be a blank shot, or the purple line worm will stab the spear into your body. Range 50 meters in water, depths below 30 meters, range 35 meters. You really hold a grudge. Shuren scratched his head. Oh well, after all it counts as self-aiming, and he accepts a bit of side effect. After the system improves, the spear's range could reach 50 meters, which is already a considerable distance. At this distance, as long as there isn't an actual aircraft attack, it can still cause some damage. Shuren collected the remaining materials, put the dagger into his backpack, and held onto the spear. As he was doing this, the dark figure in the distance was gradually closing in. Now Shuren could see clearly. It was a group of creatures that looked like gargoyles. They had enormous wings, looking like a swarm of giant bats from afar. Their grotesque, gargoyle-like appearance made them even more terrifying as they opened their mouths filled with sharp teeth, emitting terrifying roars from the sky. You see, a dark creature sanity decreases by 5. Even though Shuren was prepared with a ranged weapon, upon seeing this group of creatures, he was left with only run. This is not something mere mortals can contend with. You can let me fish in the beginner's village. You want me to confront demons? What a joke. In the blink of an eye, Shuren quickly donned the sea cow oxygen device and plunged into the sea. Visibility in the dark sea was poor, and Shuren dared not dive too deep, stopping at a point where he could barely see the surface. He was unsure if this distance was safe, but for now he could only observe. The dark shadow swept overhead. Through the thick seawater, Shuren could still hear the low growl from above the surface. Is it really safe in the sea? He couldn't help but sink a little deeper. At that moment, a massive black shadow dove directly into the water. The enormous black wings folded back as it entered the water, diving like an osprey's. Its sharp claws swiftly caught a monster fish that hadn't managed to escape, and it spun out of the water. The entire process was fast, precise, ruthless, so swift and decisive that Shuren didn't even have a chance to react. It had already completed a hunt. This was the worst case. This creature's power in the water was just as formidable as in the air. At that moment, Shuren dared not harbor any illusions. He tightened his grip on the spear, keeping his eyes fixed on the several monsters circling above him. They clearly noticed this prey in the water and were calculating from which angle to dive in. The risk of shooting directly was too high. The fishing line's maximum distance was only 50 meters, and he had a high probability of firing a blank shot. So he was also waiting for an opportunity. After a few circles, one of the monsters finally decided to dive into the water. The moment the splash broke, Shuren also made. The only opportunity to shoot was now. Bang! The spear shot out. However, the monster reacted quickly, dodging the incoming spear with a side turn in the water, and continued charging towards Shuren. But what it didn't expect was, the spear actually had automatic aiming. The purple line worm was faster than it in the water. The long line twisted in the water and directly pierced into its thigh. The power of the spear was greater than Shuren had imagined, and with one thrust it pierced through the monster's thigh. The creature was startled by this unexpected turn of events, roaring as it veered and charged out of the water. Shuren, still holding onto the spear, was directly yanked away. This monster had too much strength. Even with his current strength of 8, he could only watch helplessly as he was pulled out of the sea. Being pulled out of the sea, Shuren would instantly become a living target. He would be torn apart by other monsters in the air. Shuren could only hastily use the auxiliary wheel to haul the spear. The downward force combined with the auxiliary wheel's pull did indeed catch the monster that was flying up. It flapped its wings vigorously, but the spear piercing its thigh tugged it down, preventing it from flying high. Another monster circling nearby soon noticed its trouble. It flapped its wings and immediately flew towards Shirin at high speed. But the spear was still stuck in the thigh of the upper monster, leaving Shirin unable to ascend or descend, and he certainly couldn't drop the spear. In a critical moment, Shirin didn't care about the integrity of the fishing line. He forcefully yanked the spear, and the auxiliary wheel's pull was fully engaged. With a loud pop, the spear really moved. Accompanying it was the agonized roar of the monster above. A large chunk of flesh fell with the spear, and on the monster's robust thigh, there was now a gaping black hole. Success! The fishing line has been preserved. Before Shirin could rejoice, his body had already slammed hard against the water's surface. Meanwhile, another monster had rushed upon him. Its enormous claws attempted to grasp Shirin's body, but unfortunately, it was a moment too late. The tips of its claws merely grazed his collar before being engulfed by the splashing. When the water settled, the prey had vanished. The monster flew away from the surface of the sea, continuing its search for new prey. The monster with the injured thigh was now utterly enraged. Its throat rapidly swelled as it let out a series of hoarse roars towards the ocean floor. The pain in its thigh continually stimulated its nerves, and unbeknownst to it, a subtle mental disturbance was affecting it. That small piece of ghost-faced sea jade, after piercing it, still managed to exert some effect. The system did not point this out, leaving even Shirin unaware. At this moment, he was darting through the depths of the sea. His oxygen tank had limited capacity, and his time was extremely pressing. In the shallow waters, there weren't many big fish. Those monsters would soon lose other targets and turn their focus on him, let alone the one he had pierced, which was probably up on the surface frantically searching for him. Shirin's harpoon had considerable power, but the only issue was that he lacked a stabilizing point. As long as he continued to shoot the harpoon, he would be dragged back to the surface. He couldn't gamble on the fishing line not breaking every time, could he? The risk was too high. Those monsters needed to hunt, and Shirin also needed a successful catch. Otherwise, when the oxygen ran out, it would be his end. The small fish in the depths had been scared away by those monsters. Shirin swam far, and all he could see were sea stones and patches of thorny seaweed. The movement of the thorny seaweed was still too slow, causing little threat to those monsters. Shirin could only continue forward. Suddenly, a familiar giant shadow darted out from behind the sea stones. It seemed unaware of its predicament. In its eyes, the bipedal monster fish before it was a suitable dinner. It failed to notice the strange smile on the bipedal monster fish's face. "Brother, you arrived just in time." Shirin put away the harpoon and drew out the ghost-faced dagger. The giant shadow before him was indeed a giant spinefish. Unknowingly, he had swum into the territory of another giant spinefish. Previously, Shirin would surely have cursed. But now this spinefish was his savior. As he saw his savior swimming towards him, Shirin seized the opportunity and thrust the dagger fiercely into its thick fish lips. "What a joke, I am now a being of power level 8. Do you think you can bully me?" Mental disturbance activate. The ghost-faced dagger, upon inflicting damage, immediately unleashed a mental disturbance. The movements of the spinefish suddenly became rigid, and Shirin quickly took the chance to grab its bone spines and flip onto its back. The natives were not pleased with this turn of events. The vine-like purple line worm attempted to slip out for a sneak attack, but was swiftly seized by the familiar Shirin. "Just right, I need a rope to bind us together. You seem quite thoughtful." Shirin paid no mind to the purple line worm's struggles and screams, straightening its ends and threading it through the bone spines, securely tying himself and the spinefish together. With that, the spinefish was completely reduced to his mount. The duration of the dagger's mental disturbance was short. Fearing the giant bone fish would misbehave, Shirin pulled it out and gave it another jab. It was unclear whether the effect of the mental disturbance was influenced by his will, but this time the spinefish was no longer rigid. It swam forward, seemingly unaware of the person on its back, moving ahead on its own. Shirin held firmly to its bone spines, tightening his legs to ensure he wouldn't be thrown off. Occasionally, he would give it another jab with the dagger. Man and fish swam in the direction Shirin had come from. As he had anticipated, those monsters could no longer find suitable prey in the shallow sea. They circled low in the air, attempting to seek out a stray fish. One of them, however, moved strangely, repeatedly diving into the depths, and then leaping back up as if searching for something. Shirin certainly knew what it was looking for. It was seeking death. Holding the harpoon, this time Shirin was prepared. He jabbed the dagger into the spinefish again, and then directly inserted the dagger between the bone spines. The spinefish was in excruciating pain, but the mental disturbance dulled its perception of pain. It swished its tail, feeling an unusual agitation. Shirin certainly knew what it was looking for. It was seeking death. Holding the harpoon, this time Shirin was prepared. The movements of the spinefish slowed as its eyes fixated on the surface, its sharp teeth poised to strike. This silent standoff would not last. The attack was launched from above first. It was the legless monster that had been searching for Shirin for half the day. Its target was clear. It was Shirin lying on the back of the spinefish. The two avengers locked gazes. The monster revealed its sharp teeth. Shirin displayed the harpoon. Bang! The speeding harpoon shot towards its target. This time, however, the monster did not evade. It roared angrily and actually reached out to grab. But the purple line worm was no easy foe. It veered off midair and shot straight into the monster's wing. Shirin seized the opportunity and directly pulled the line. At the same time, he jabbed the spinefish again with the dagger. The mental disturbance shifted again with Shirin's intent. The spinefish suddenly felt pain and immediately surged forward. The monster had no time to escape and was pulled right in front of Shirin. But it certainly wasn't a weakling. When forced to confront the enemy, its first reaction was to grab Shirin's shoulder with its claws and open its gaping maw. Yet it had forgotten that a harpoon was embedded in its wing. As it bit down on Shirin's shoulder, Shirin simultaneously yanked the harpoon out from its wing. Die for me. Bang. The harpoon was shot out again. This time it was aimed at its head. Underwater, the head wouldn't explode. Instead, it would spew out brain matter like a soup. The monster's ecstatic expression of tearing into its prey abruptly froze. Its blood-red eyes fixated on Shirin, gradually losing focus, the red light dissipating until it became dull as stone. You have killed the winged night demon. Only then did the system notification finally pop up. The monster's information was also revealed. Winged night demon type creature description: a branch of the night demon, a peculiar creature living within the hollow of the moon tree. With huge wings and hooked claws, they fear light, only appearing at night, and enjoy consuming the blood and flesh of intelligent beings. The moon tree, the winged night demon. Shirin still remembered that distant shadow piercing the clouds. That must be the moon tree. It was also the lair of this group of winged night demons. But the searing pain in his shoulder made it impossible for him to continue thinking. The unfortunate part was that he couldn't stop the bleeding. This was underwater. He could only hope the wound wouldn't fester and get infected. And the immediate crisis had not yet been resolved. Just as Shirin tucked away the corpse of the winged night demon, the sound of something breaking through the water surface echoed again. Shirin hurriedly grabbed the dagger and jabbed it into the spinefish. The spinefish was nearly out of air, and with the mental disturbance activated, it was almost it could only swim instinctively. This time, two winged night demons plunged into the water. After entering, they did not see their companion that had previously dived in to hunt. After a brief moment of confusion, they quickly focused on Shirin. Prey. Fresh blood. The intense stimulation caused their brains to instantly abandon the question of their companion's whereabouts, and only the hunting instinct arose. Little do they know, even the most seasoned hunters can one day become prey. At that moment, Shirin had no time to waste, and as they entered the water, the harpoon was already in hand. On the surface of the sea, you are the king. But in the water, I am in charge now. Bang! The harpoon strikes again. Both the winged night demons dodged simultaneously and charged toward Shirin. The purple line worm is indifferent to your situation. It swiftly turned around and fiercely pierced into the waist of the nearest prey. The winged night demon, in pain, let out a shocked roar. The inverted triangle structure of the harpoon lodged in its flesh, causing it immense agony with every twist of its body. Although the other winged night demon was startled, it prioritized continuing the hunt. However, this time, they did not adopt the hunting method of the fish eagle when entering the water, drastically reducing their speed. By the time it swam in front of Shirin, he was already prepared with a dagger waiting for it. The winged night demon was strong, and Shirin was not prepared for a direct confrontation. He merely waited, and at the moment the winged night demon grasped him, he plunged the dagger fiercely into its skull. Unfortunately, the dagger's power was inferior to that of the harpoon. It only penetrated half an inch. The winged night demon shook its head and let out an enraged roar towards Shirin. But in the next second, its movements froze again. Shirin seized the dagger and forcefully stabbed it into its brain. The sensation was satisfying. You have killed a winged night demon. The remaining winged night demon, pierced in the abdomen by the harpoon, surprisingly did not attempt a sneak attack. It seemed a bit dazed, and by the time it regained its senses, its companion was already dead beyond recovery. It immediately turned to escape. Shirin would not give it that opportunity. He retrieved the corpse and immediately began to reel in the fishing line. The winged night demon, in a panic, tried to swim away, but in the water, its large size and the burden of its wings made it impossible to exert full strength. Yet under the shadow of death, it surprisingly thought of a way out. It raised its hand and fiercely stabbed into its own waist. It pulled out the harpoon along with its own flesh and blood. After doing all this, it did not linger in battle, directly tossing the harpoon aside and swimming towards the surface with all its might. Such decisive and ruthless action startled Shirin. It also made him realize that this was not just a game. They were not mere NPCs that would swarm mindlessly. They were living beings, creatures with intelligence that could also fear death. But he could not let it escape now. This time Shirin was lucky, only two had come down. Moreover, their original purpose for coming down was merely reconnaissance. If both had entered the water to hunt, even with a harpoon, Shirin would have had to accept defeat if he allowed this winged night demon to escape. The next time they entered the water, it might not be just this number. All these thoughts raced through his mind in a flash, and the reality was that Shi Run had already raised the harpoon. With a bang this time the harpoon pierced straight into the brain. You have killed a Winged Knight Demon. You have successfully killed Winged Knight Demons 33. Congratulations on unlocking the rare title Night Hunter. A reward of 5,000 island coins has been issued to you. Shi Run finally breathed a sigh of relief, putting away the harpoon, his grip on the vertebral fish's bone relaxing. But suddenly this old fellow darted forward. The purple line worm binding its abdomen tightened, almost choking Shi Run to death. Infuriated, Shi Run took out the dagger and gave it another stab. Only then did it calm down. Having dealt with the troublesome vertebral fish, Shi Run looked up towards the shadows still circling above the sea. They were still waiting for something. After waiting for half the day, without seeing their companions enter the water, they seemed to finally realize something was amiss. Several Winged Knight Demons let out a series of howls towards the sea, but received no response. They looked at each other. In the end, the remaining ones flapped their wings, taking their prey and choosing to leave. This hunting trip had already incurred losses. They had lost 3 of their comrades, catching only a few fish. Fortunately, they understood the principle of cutting their losses in time. As they vanished into the horizon, Shi Run finally let out a breath of relief. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Shi Run patted this good partner beneath him and compassionately sent it to the afterlife. Then he harvested an erosion core. This was a treasure for upgrading, and Shi Run could not miss any resource. He put away the corpse of the vertebral fish and the purple line worm, but did not put away the last Winged Knight Demon's corpse. Instead, he pushed it to float to the surface. The Winged Knight Demon was quite large, comparable to that of a sea cow's corpse. He climbed onto the belly of the Winged Knight Demon, and with the night wind blowing, he felt cold and damp all over. But even so, it was better than spending the night submerged in the sea. After nibbling on some seaweed to replenish his strength, Shi Run checked his watch for the titles. Rare title Night Hunter unequipped, obtained by killing Winged Knight Demons 33 on the first night. Description: you are a born killer in the darkness. In dark environments, damage to monsters is increased by 30, with an additional 10 damage to night demon-type creatures. Damage bonus. In a dark environment stacking with night demons, the damage bonus to night demon creatures reaches 40. If he had equipped this title earlier, that small dagger could have directly killed a Winged Knight Demon. This would significantly boost his combat power. Shi Run suddenly felt that his waist was no longer sore, his shoulders were no longer aching, and he was invigorated all over. After equipping the title, he prepared to check the channel. Inside, it was silent. The last message was from just before nightfall. It seemed everyone was still in a tough battle. He just didn't know how many people would survive the night. Shi Run sighed and simply laid down on the carcass of the Night Demon. Time to sleep. He had temporarily passed through tonight. Tomorrow he still needed to find a way to survive. Fatigue from battle washed over him, and Shi Run lost consciousness in no time. The surface of the sea stirred, a splash erupted, and something quietly approached. When the first rays of sunlight shone on his face, a system announcement rang in his mind. Congratulations, you have survived the first night. Last night, a total of 123710 challengers died, and islands that lost all challengers have fallen. The remaining challengers must strive to survive. A total of 68115 challengers successfully killed Winged Knight Demons. Rewards have been issued. Please check it. Some challengers successfully killed 3 Winged Knight Demons on the first night, unlocking the Totem Pillar for all challengers. Please head to the Totem Pillar for specific information and timely supply energy to the islands to prevent them from falling. This not only startled Shi Run, but also exploded the entire channel. How did so many people die? What happened last night? How did you get so lucky? Didn't you see that group of monsters? I don't know, I hid before dark. I have a metal cellar here. Reward. Look at the rewards. Someone actually killed 3 of those monsters. What kind of beast is this? Ding ding ding, please contact me immediately if you are the one who killed 3 Winged Knight Demons. I would be willing to be your leg pendant forever. I survived. Ha. Damn Lu Junwei. Just wait, I will deal with you sooner or later. Could this totem pillar have just grown out from the ground beside me? Show me a picture of it. What does it look like? The channel was in chaos. Shi Run frowned. But his focus was not on the channel content, but on what the system had just said. Something was off. 123710 people had died. That number was very strange. How many people are there in the world? Before he entered this game, the record was around 3 billion people facing so many Winged Knight Demons, and only over 1200 died. This was simply absurd. There could only be one possibility. The so-called survival game on floating islands for all was not a game that everyone in the world had crossed over to. This universal aspect was definitely exaggerated. Was the system even playing word games with them? Shi Run did not understand. Putting aside his doubts, Shi Run exited the channel and saw the rewards that belonged to him in his backpack. All attribute enhancement potion. Level 1st tier. Description: a blend of various attribute essences. It should taste better than single attribute material. This is a bottle of gray potion, which looks utterly ordinary just by its color. Let's compare it to the strength potion and the physique potion. Who would believe that this thing is more precious than them? It looks just like muddy water. Shirin, at a loss for words, glanced at another reward placed behind it. Gorgon's treasure chest under disguise. Quality blue. Description: a mysterious treasure chest buried by the three Gorgon sisters. No one knows what lies inside. An old wooden chest wrapped in water plants and barnacles lay quietly in the inventory. Let's not even talk about whether it has any fancy decorations. As a treasure chest, it doesn't even have a lock. A treasure chest without a lock. How can you take this out and tell me it's a treasure chest? Who would keep good things in this broken wooden box? Have the three Gorgon sisters become so poor? Even though the system claims this is a blue chest, Shirin felt no urge. Moreover, there's a label saying under disguise, making it even more suspicious. Besides, he hasn't forgotten what kind of place his island is. Abyssal characteristics. Corrosion: the seawater from the ancient abyss constantly erodes the creatures within, including its master. Gorgon's curse: from the gaze of the three sisters, they will forever watch over this sea area. Luck 80. Currently, luck is only 1. With a luck of 1. 6. Shirin encountered a treasure chest. He figured it would only spawn a treasure chest monster. Shirin pondered that if things didn't work out, he could just trade it. Perhaps he could exchange it for something useful. He took out the all-attribute enhancement potion. The scene of drinking the strength potion was still fresh in his memory, and he wondered if drinking this one would cause him unbearable pain. Unlike the strength potion, there was no strange odor when he opened it. Shirin took a deep breath and tilted his head back to drink it in one go. Numbness, spiciness, bitterness, fishiness. 100 indescribable flavors exploded on his tongue. Damn it, this cursed system. If he believed the description again, he would force himself to drink 100 bottles of this stuff. It's just unbearably disgusting. This bottle almost rendered Shirin's mouth to his stomach useless, but just as he laid down, a wave of bloating pain erupted from his limbs and bones. It felt like another Shirin was trying to drill out of his body. His fingertip pressed against Shirin's fingertip, his skull against Shirin's skull, his joints against Shirin's joints. Every inch, every part was pushed to the limit of swelling. And then came the pain. The pain extracted from the marrow. This time Shirin didn't even have time to moan. His muscles tensed, veins bulged, and even the small blood vessels had burst. Endure. Hold on tight. He slammed his fist into the corpse of the winged night demon, creating a massive dent in its bloated belly. He didn't know how much time passed, but the swelling pain gradually subsided. Yet that gripping, gnawing agony still lingered in his body. Drenched in sweat, Shirin lay there like a lump of mud. After a long time, he managed to lift his hand to check his status. Challenger, Shirin, corrosion level 2. Title: Night Hunter equipped. Status: low temperature, injured, cursed, yellow, little man icon, shoulder appearing gray. Strength 1110, exceeding the limit. Physique 910, hardly gets sick. Intelligence 910, full of wisdom. Spirit 510, spirit is acceptable, low spirit will affect the limit of rationality. Rationality 49100, falling below 50, carries a risk of insanity, lower values increase the probability. Energy 7810010. Health 90,100. Luck 1. 6. Initial luck 8, reduced by 80. 10 is the limit for ordinary humans. When strength, physique, and intelligence exceed 10, physical changes will occur and spirit values are calculated. The first tier strength potion increased strength by 3 points. The first tier all-attribute potion increased each attribute by 3 points, causing strength to overflow. This is probably why he is in so much pain this time. Because this body can no longer bear more strength. Strength, physique, intelligence, and spirit have all increased, while the limit of rationality seems to follow spirit, which can. Energy and health do not receive the all-attribute bonus and remain unchanged. The potion's boost is undoubtedly immense. As for rationality, he feels quite insane right now. Not just insane, he is on the verge of collapse. All due to his condition. Injury is a given considering he has such a large wound on his shoulder. But can you tell me, where did that curse come from? The curse from the Gorgon sisters is already troublesome enough. Now he has to bear with a new one. However, he is not the only unlucky one. The world channel has exploded again. Brothers, I've been cursed and done. It should be related to the injuries among the 8 of us on the island. The 3 who are severely injured all show signs of being cursed, while the others with minor injuries are fine. What's the content of this curse? The system doesn't even write it in detail. Hey, let me handle this. That guy from Sacred Island reappeared. I have information night demon creatures have cursed properties, and being attacked by them has a certain probability of being cursed. The more damage one receives, the higher the probability of being cursed. Indeed, the probability of being cursed with minor injuries is very low. According to the books, it's hard to find even one cursed among 100 minor injuries. Shirin glanced at the bite mark on his shoulder and was speechless. Alright. Truly worthy of 1. 6 luck. Just being injured means being cursed, huh? Why not just feed the curse to me directly? Get to the point. You're making me anxious. I'm still flipping through. Don't rush me. Let me see. Cursed wounds will gradually lose sensation and then harden. Over time, the hardening will gradually infect surrounding healthy tissue until the cursed subject is completely petrified. Oh no. Petrification attack. Dude, does the book mention how to lift it? Save the child. Zhang Biao glanced at his tattered parchment book, and the holes corroded through it stared back at him. He awkwardly replied, "No. This book is too old, it doesn't have any more pages." A wail erupted in the channel. "I remember you have purification capabilities, right? Do something for my brother, and I'll trade something good with you. Do you have any meat?" Anything else? My girlfriend's stockings just ripped. What do you think? Get lost." Zhang Biao immediately blocked him. "It's not that I don't want to help you. I'm here to bless, not to provide holy water, and I have no means. This is truly the end. I'm going to die. I want to live. I want to live. Hey, what are you afraid of? This curse looks like it'll last a while, and maybe you'll die first. You cursed mouth. Come here, and I'll make sure to beat you to death. You can't hit me, hey. You can't hit me." Even Zhang Biao, he couldn't handle it. This curse was indeed troublesome. Shiren knew he was speaking the truth. This guy was quite enthusiastic, and if he could help, he wouldn't lose out in a trade. But perhaps no one expected that the cup of holy water traded back, then it's still not been considered. He retrieved that cup of holy water from the temporary trade section. This item had been stored here for so long that he nearly forgot about it. The wound no longer felt anything. At first Shiren thought it was due to being soaked in seawater, but it turned out to be because of the curse. However, it didn't feel hard yet, so it should be far from turning to stone. His own corrosion level was not high, so drinking the holy water now would still be a bit of a loss. Shiren thought for a moment, and ultimately decided against it. Let's keep it for now and drink it when it becomes absolutely necessary. He wouldn't die right away. He turned over and sat up, checking his inventory. Currently he has Giant Spinefish 2, Vine Purple Worm 2, Corrosion Core 2, Wing Knight Demon 2, Kelp Fragments 15, Ghost-Faced Dagger Sly Spinefish Spear Gorgon's Treasure Chest, and a cup of holy water. That takes up a total of 9 slots. The manatee oxygen device was placed outside to recharge. If he takes out the spear or the dagger, he could save another slot. He still has several pieces of sea white jade fragments in his pants pocket, which he really doesn't need to put in his backpack and take up space. The scattered belongings may not look like much, but they are quite a lot. Shiren moved his shoulder. Thanks to the curse, this injured shoulder would not temporarily affect his movements. The oxygen was fully charged. Just as he submerged his equipment, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Was this Wing Knight Demon originally headless? Today's weather sunny. Time morning 12 hours until sunset. Air temperature 1628 C. Surface temperature of the abyss, C, 1925 C. Creatures are more active on sunny days. Please pay attention to safety. Help. Shiren never expected that something would eat the head of the Winged Knight Demon while he was asleep. This little thief is quite picky, only eating the heads of corpses. The body of the sea cow is undeniable evidence. Although the witness has drifted away with the current, it doesn't matter. If that thief dares to come again, Shiren will definitely make him regret it. Shiren put away the body of the Winged Knight Demon to prevent it from wandering off like the sea cow. He took out a spear gun, bit down on the oxygen tube, and dived into the water. Unlike others, he had no land. The totem pillar, mentioned by the system, should be underwater. The seabed is vast, and without diving gear, he dared not. Shiren did not expect to find the target immediately upon diving. He was well aware of his luck. He would search after all that thing couldn't escape. Under the sunny surface of the sea, visibility is clear, and many small creatures are active. Yesterday he was bullied by small fish. Today Shiren could easily catch several unfortunate ones. The small shrimp, resembling human fingers, struggled desperately in Shiren's hand. This amount was certainly insufficient, so Shiren crushed them all and tossed them into his backpack. The remaining swarm of shrimp fled rapidly. He had no idea how they were running with their tiny fingers. A few large fish chased after them, but soon vanished. Before long, Shiren speared a new prey with his harpoon. Giant squid, erosion level 8. Type creature. Description: a squid with active blood vessels, known for its temper. The meat is most chewy when in a burst blood vessels. Squid, also known as cuttlefish, indeed has a chewier texture than regular squid. This is great, it will change up the flavor. Shiren pulled out the spear gun, stored the squid, and continued forward. After searching for over an hour, Shiren still hadn't seen anything resembling a totem pillar. Isn't that the reward I unlocked for everyone? Why can't I find it? Is it in this river? Below there are only sea stones. He hadn't seen a single piece of coral reef. Going deeper would be too risky. Shiren didn't have the courage to withstand the water pressure with just his body. He returned to the surface to rest. This sea spans 1.0 square meters, so he could swim further to search. After a day and night, the height of the island he was on was 4440 meters, while the dead bacteria, mentioned by the system, should be around 720 meters. At the current speed of the dead bacteria, he would definitely not be caught up to, but he wondered if those larger islands would be caught up in a few days. Islands do not rise in a straight line. They continuously float and move forward. Theoretically, islands can meet each other. Even with this mental expectation, Shuren was still shocked when he saw a distant island approaching. A floating island. It's really a floating island. After accompanying the seawater for more than a day, Shuren looked at that massive floating island, nearly losing control of his emotions. No wonder life longs for land. He finally understood that now. The island's speed wasn't fast. By noon, it had only gotten a bit closer than when Shuren first saw it. Fortunately, the two islands were approaching at the same time. They were just too far apart to meet immediately. In the afternoon, Shuren dove for another round, but still found no trace of the totem pillar. He nibbled on a few shrimp and seaweed to satisfy his hunger. Of course, he had already discarded those little fingers. He wasn't crazy enough to directly munch on fingers. With his spirit raised to 5, Shuren felt invigorated. His mind had never been this clear before. He opened the chat window with Zhang Biaoi and decided to trade something. Do you want squid legs? Fresh. The other side seemed quite idle and quickly replied. What the hell? Squid legs? Where did you get those, bro? Did you go into the sea? Get lost, just tell me if you want them. Yes. What do you want to trade? Just say it. Shuren actually wanted some wooden ropes or something, but this guy seemed to have a place to stay on the island and probably hadn't cut down any trees. After thinking for a while, Shuren still asked him, what's your blessing today? Zhang Biaoi looked at his feet, scratched his head, and seemed a bit embarrassed. What to do? Should I ask for it back? But what he had for breakfast was mixed vegetables. He really couldn't eat anymore. At his age, isn't it normal to eat some meat? Speaking of meat, he recalled the large piece of sea cow meat he traded for yesterday, the taste grilled lightly, with juices flowing. He wiped his drool. Zhang Biaoi's already small brain began to struggle with temptation. There were others who wanted to trade with him, but this one today was indeed a bit hard to bring up. If it weren't Shuren asking, he would have feigned death long ago. After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Biaoi finally typed a line. I'll tell you, but you must not tell anyone. Why so mysterious? Shuren became interested and immediately promised wholeheartedly, even swearing an oath. The other side remained silent for at least 5 minutes before finally You see for yourself. He sent over a description. Today's blessing, traces of divine movement. Description: Holy Lord's holy mark. When applied to believers regardless of the material they walk on, a large number of golden petals will appear beneath their feet, accompanied by a sacred floral fragrance to showcase the petals. Floral fragrance. Even though Shuren had never seen Zhang Biaoi in person, just the thought of his name made him picture a vivid scene. Damn it, how I want to laugh. Shuren pressed down the corners of his mouth with effort. No, he had to respect his partner. This is respect for a brother. It's trust. While twitching his face, he replied him. What use does this petal have? His disguise was too poor. Zhang Biaoi on the other side was clearly on the verge of breaking down. If you want to laugh. Just don't tell anyone. I beg you, bro. Huh. Shuren could no longer hold back. He slapped the water surface, laughing for a full 3 minutes before shaking his hand to reply. All right, buddy, just say it. As long as this petal is useful, you can take the squid legs. It's somewhat useful. Zhang Biaoi was quite straightforward, initiating the trade directly. The trade box was filled with a bunch of golden petals. Divine movement petals. Type: sacred object plant. Description: a manifestation of the Holy Lord's power that can awaken wisdom and has a certain protective effect. Prohibited for insulting use, or violators will face divine judgment. What does protective effect specifically mean? I'm not sure, but from my experiments it can be used to keep warm and also moisturize. Moisturize. He imagined the scene of Zhang Biaoi spreading petals on his face. Damn it, how can a person be this funny? Ahem, then let's trade. I'll take this thing first. Shuren didn't mind and generously gave the other side 4 thick squid legs. The other side directly traded for 999 petals, stacking them up completely. After the trade, Shuren's backpack had no space left. After thinking for a moment, Shuren tossed the purple line worm into the trade box and locked it, then put the petals into his backpack. He had to hold on to his spear gun and then brought out the body of a winged night demon to use as a cushion on the water. The sun gradually tilted to the west, and the island was getting closer. The entire island presented a grayish color, surrounded by many wide-leaved trees resembling bananas. Shuren wasn't knowledgeable about plants, but such strangely colored trees must be unusual. Finally, the system's voice rang out. Detected an island within 300 meters. System determination successful. A temporary passage has been generated. Remaining time for the temporary passage to Fire Soup Island 36000. Warning: during the existence of the temporary passage, the islands will travel parallel at the same speed. Please return to your own island before the passage time expires. Challengers who fail to return on time will bear the consequences. A transparent long bridge materialized before him. The bridge was wide enough for 3 or 4 people to walk side by side, stretching from the surface of the sea all the way to the Fire Soup Island. It somewhat resembled the popular glass walkway from before his journey. At a height of over 3,000 meters, most would be too afraid to cross this walkway. Those with acrophobia might even faint at the sight of it. Shirin took out his dagger and stowed away the spear gun. With no place to put the oxygen device, he had no choice but to hang it back in the trading bar. To create space, he placed the multiple-fingered shrimp and the piped squid into the bar and locked the trading slot. The 4-slot trading bar was instantly filled, freeing up 2 slots in his own backpack. Mosaic Brother is here again. With 3 slots filled with mosaics, I just want to know what he has. It must be Beep. It must be Beep Beep. Why is it still locked? Come on, show me what you've got. How can a mortal touch the secrets of the mosaic god? You guys are really idle, still chatting when the sky is about to darken. The sky was once again filled with orange-eared light. Shirin glanced at his watch. There was still an hour and a half until sunset. What would happen if it got dark and he didn't return to his own island? Staying on a strange island at night was bound to be dangerous, but the temporary passage had a time limit, making it crucial to utilize his time wisely. Calculating from now, there were 36 hours, with at least 23 of those being night. If he gave up on exploring at night, only 13 hours would remain. The temporary passage clearly encouraged exploration. After all, the resources on his own island were limited, and exploring other islands was a natural opportunity. Shirin wanted to waste as little time as possible and could not afford to miss the night. He was uncertain about the hidden dangers on these islands. If he encountered monsters, would he be safe returning to his own island? Not necessarily. This transparent bridge was two-way. He could cross, and those on the other side could come over as well. It might be bolder to stay on that island and adapt to circumstances as long as he returned before the countdown ended. Shirin gripped his dagger tightly and climbed onto the temporary passage. He had long lost his shoes, and now barefoot stepping on the slippery transparent bridge felt a bit precarious. The distance of 300 meters wasn't far. In just a few minutes, Shirin had already reached the land. However, this land was quite different from what he had imagined. The ground was made up of uneven rough rocks dotted with pits, some showing a dark red hue, while others emanated a grayish white. The air was thick with a pungent sulfur smell, and jets of hot air spewed from the crevices in the ground only to vanish moments later. A pervasive sense of lifelessness hung in the air, yet amidst this apocalyptic landscape, gray trees pushed through the cracks, growing upright. The broad gray leaves covered one another, and Shirin was surprised to find that they bore fruit. The exterior of the fruit was also gray, covered in dark red spots, and its shape was remarkably familiar. Fire-spotted banana-type food description: a miraculous fruit that grows from volcanic rock. It has a spicy flavor and explodes when exposed to open flames. Consuming it can restore a certain amount of health, but it is not friendly to your intestines. It's really a banana. Just an explosive version of the thought alone is a bit nerve-wracking. Moreover, the description of this banana tree is quite interesting. Fire-spotted banana tree type plant description: a fruit tree that grows resiliently in volcanic rock, surviving by absorbing the energy of underground lava. The trunk stores a certain amount of energy capable of withstanding powerful explosive impacts. Sure enough, nothing that can survive in such a place is weak. Shirin carefully plucked a fire-spotted banana and placed it in his backpack. This fruit is great for either consuming or trading. Zhang Biao is a nice guy. He should get more of these too. There were plenty of fire-spotted banana trees in this area, and Shirin tried to pick as many as. While picking, he had to avoid the jets of air shooting from the ground. Getting burned by those would peel off a layer of skin. In the process, Shirin also found some branches that had been violently stripped of fruit. The method clearly aggressive, with some leaves even stripped bare. This discovery immediately put Shirin on high alert. The natives on this island, if not large in stature, could be tree climbers. The bad news was that they were likely still nearby. The good news was that they ate fire-spotted bananas, making it likely they were herbivores. Shirin continued to venture deeper. The cracks on the ground varied in size, with some forming holes filled with fiery red, sparkling minerals. He poked at these minerals with his dagger, leaving no mark on the surface. He could only try and pry some off from the edges of the rocks. Flowing firestone-type mineral description: a red stone formed by absorbing lava energy with flowing flames inside, containing powerful energy. It's excellent even for making flint. Rich, incredibly rich. This could be used as energy for the island. Oh, doesn't that mean there are rare energy sources everywhere? Moreover, it could be used to start a fire, which means Shirin could finally have hot food. Grilled giant bone fish, grilled pipe squid, grilled shrimp, and kelp skewers, grilled winged night demons. Grilled winged night demons seemed a bit dark. They didn't look very edible. The more Shirin thought about it, the better it sounded, and he quickened his pace in collecting. Unknowingly, he had traveled a considerable distance. When he hollowed out another hole, he vaguely heard a heavy sound of water. The sound didn't seem far. After listening closely for a while, he bypassed a patch of fire-spotted bananas and came upon a pile of rocks. The sound was emanating from the rock pile. Boom! Splash! Another heavy sound of water echoed, and hearing it at such close range made it sound even thicker and heavier. Shirin bent down and quietly crawled into the rock pile. The rocks emitted an astonishing heat. Just getting close felt like stepping into a sauna, making Shirin's eyes burn. He didn't dare to get too close, and crawling was quite difficult. It was too challenging. Shirin slapped his forehead and hurriedly took something out of his backpack. It was the petals he had traded for during the day. He layered those petals on his hands and arms, and fearing they wouldn't be moist enough, he reluctantly poured out some holy water to apply. Once his hands and arms were completely covered with petals, he suddenly felt a wave of coolness. You have crafted current success rate 70-20 is system determining. Determination successful. You have crafted holy gloves. In a flash of white light, the petals merged together, directly forming a pair of golden long-sleeve gloves on his hands. Holy gloves type tool quality blue description long-sleeve gloves crafted by the creator Shirin. The material is rare sacred petals possessing a certain holy power capable of resisting some damage and protecting your hands. They can inflict a certain corrosive damage on night demons and various dark creatures while exhibiting affinity and attraction towards holy beings. The Holy Master is watching over you. After reading the information, Shirin couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wow, this thing is a bane to darkness. With these gloves, he could truly engage in physical combat with those winged night demons. If he made more of these and put them in the trading bar, wouldn't they be snatched up crazily? Unfortunately, holy water is limited, considering he still needed some for himself. Making 2 or 3 more pairs of gloves would be the maximum. Wearing the gloves, Shirin cautiously tried touching the surface of the rocks. He felt nothing. The inside of the gloves was cool and comfortable, and the outside didn't get burned by the heat. He easily climbed over several rocks and quickly turned back. To his surprise, there was nothing behind. In the middle of the rock pile lay a massive lava pool. The red lava flowed slowly, occasionally bubbling with hot bubbles. Just seeing the heat rising above made it clear how astonishing the temperature was. What shocked Shirin even more was that several baboon heads were actually emerging from the lava. They were all enjoying themselves with their eyes closed, gray fur sticking to their faces as if they were soaking. A series of sharp sounds echoed from the pile of rocks on the left. A red-faced, gray-furred baboon's head popped out from the rocks, tilting its head to survey the surroundings before jumping onto the stones. Its body was broad and thick, quite massive, with 6 furry arms gripping the crevices of the rocks firmly, while its tail hung high, ending in a long, slender tip. From its posture, it looked less like a baboon and more like a scorpion. This scorpion-like baboon sprawled out was already 2 times the size of an average baboon. If it stood upright, it would be even more astonishing. It emitted a series of clucking sounds from its throat before swiftly sliding from the rocks into the magma. Thus another baboon head joined those bubbling in the magma. You witnessed an incomprehensible sight. Your rationality decreased by 3. The baboons were engrossed in their antics, completely unaware that a pair of eyes was watching them from behind the rock pile. As he watched a baboon yawning, revealing its sharp canine teeth, he began to have doubts. Could this creature be herbivorous? Monkeys seemed to be herbivores, but he wasn't sure about baboons especially. He took a fire banana from his backpack and tentatively tossed it out. However, he underestimated his current strength. The arc of the fire banana was too long, and as it neared the magma, a furry arm stretched out from the molten liquid and caught it with precision. The baboon that caught the item looked a bit puzzled. It brought the fire banana to its nose and sniffed. After confirming there was no issue, it opened its mouth wide and gulped it down, skin and all. Then it closed its eyes in satisfaction. This strange baboon seemed rather dull-witted, completely oblivious to the fact that food had fallen from the sky. He then took out a pre-cut fishtail and threw it again. This time he controlled his strength, carefully, narrowly tossing it near the magma pool. With a sizzling sound, the fishtail fell nearby and emitted a delicious aroma, as if landing on a barbecue. The peculiar scent instantly activated all the baboons in the magma pool. They opened their eyes in unison, fixating on the large fishtail. So fragrant. Something never seen before. But oh, so fragrant. The baboon nearest to the fishtail quickly swam ashore, not rushing to grab the fishtail on the ground, but instead leaping onto a rock. It cautiously emitted clucking sounds while vigorously sniffing the air for the scent. It was discerning whether this item posed any danger. But the fishtail was as dead as could be. It could have been served on a plate after just a few seconds of waiting. Confirming there was no danger, it raised its head and began communicating with several baboons still in the magma pool. A series of clucking sounds echoed back and forth. The baboon grabbed the fishtail from the ground, but did not eat it. Instead, it clutched the item and jumped into the rock pile. Where had it gone? He glanced at the remaining baboons and circled around the rock pile to follow. The baboon was almost completely prone on the ground, swiftly crawling with its 6 arms moving in a manner reminiscent of a scorpion. Its speed was not particularly fast, occasionally stopping suddenly before continuing onward. He followed closely, delving deeper into the island. By now the sky had completely darkened. In the distance, a towering silhouette reappeared. In less than half an hour, the winged night demons would arrive again. Once the sky was entirely dark, the leading baboon visibly grew anxious. The most apparent change was that it quickened its pace. This island looked entirely as if it had been covered by a volcanic eruption. The further in one went, the fewer fire banana trees there were, with a landscape dominated by gray-black rocks and pits. and various small lava pits became increasingly common, with slow-moving blobs of magma visible through the cracks in the ground. Soon they reached their destination. But this should not be the exact center of the island. At this distance, he could clearly see a small hill in the distance emanating horrifying heat. There must have once stood a massive volcano there, but the eruption's energy was so fierce that it collapsed the entire volcano, leaving only this irregular hill. And they were still several kilometers away from it. The baboon stopped in front of a massive hole. The entrance of this hole was large enough for a dozen baboons, with the inner walls covered in lava stones reflecting a beautiful red glow. From inside came a faint series of baboon clucking sounds. The baboon outside immediately took the fishtail and dashed inside. With no cover, he could only lie flat on the ground, crawling forward, hiding in a depression to quietly observe the direction of the hole. The interior of the hole was even larger than he had imagined, though not particularly deep. From his hiding spot, he could see the deepest part inside. And he immediately realized this was the baboon's den. Deep within the hole, a small mountain of fire bananas was piled up, on top of which lay a particularly large red-furred baboon. One of its arms was as big as an ordinary gray-furred baboon, and when it waved, it even brushed against the top of the hole. Countless gray-furred baboons sprawled around the fire banana mountain, while others climbed up and down the walls of lava stones. The baboon carrying the fishtail had not yet approached when its sharp-nosed companions had already set their sights on it. The red-furred baboon king also opened one eye. Goo goo cluck cluck. The baboon respectfully raised the fishtail, presenting it before the baboon king. This fishtail was smaller than the baboon king's fist. It lazily glanced at it, seemingly intrigued, yet found the offering too small. The baboon with the hooked tail flicked it and pointed behind itself. The other baboons immediately understood and climbed toward the back of the fire banana mountain. Soon they dragged out a lava stone towering 2 meters high. To his astonishment, inside this massive lava stone, there was actually a woman. He widened his eyes. He actually saw a second living human here. The woman wore a moon-white dress adorned with round pearls around her waist. It appeared as though she was naturally encased within the lava stone, sitting there with her eyes closed, surrounded by flowing flames that never touched her skin. Then something even more shocking happened. The red-furred baboon king actually spoke. "Eat this." Its voice sounded hoarse, as if it was not accustomed to producing such tones. It gestured for the baboons below to bring the fishtail closer to the woman, where there was a palm-sized hole beneath the lava stone. The baboon holding the fishtail broke it into several pieces and stuffed them into the hole. The scent of fish meat instantly filled the narrow space inside the lava stone. The woman's eyelids fluttered, then she opened her eyes. Her eyes were a clear aquamarine blue, but her features were more reminiscent of a person from the Summer Kingdom, exuding a gentle beauty. She looked at the pieces of fishtail and let out a scoff from her nose. "It seems you've raided another island." She brushed her long hair behind her ear, revealing a pair of pearl earrings the size of pigeon eggs. "But is this all you're giving me to eat? You might as well starve me, so you won't have to face the constant scolding from the—" Her voice held an unmistakable frailty as she struggled to sound normal. "You?" The red-furred baboon king was infuriated by her attitude. It propped itself up on its arms, leaning over the lava stone, coldly gazing at the woman with its yellow pupils. "You? Eat." It extended its sharp claws, pointing at the fishtail. "You? Die. Next time. Pearl's Island. Well, still. In your dreams." The woman immediately retorted, "The Pearl Island will never encounter you again." She spoke with great conviction, but a strange smile appeared on the baboon king. "Goo goo goo. The great messenger has ways." Before the woman could say anything further, the younger baboons suddenly began to chatter. The red-furred baboon king looked up at the hole's entrance. The air had grown foul. "It's them." The red-furred baboon king pointed at the sky. "All attack." The young baboons clapped and began to crawl toward the entrance of the hole. The winged night demons had arrived. A sky full of wings fluttered, almost forming a black net. There were more winged night demons tonight. It's unclear if this is due to the addition of an island, if so they seem to possess foresight. Before their arrival, Shirin had buried himself in a hollow. He dug a large mound of dirt to cover himself, leaving only his 2 eyes exposed. The sulfur smell on this island was strong. As long as he wasn't visually detected, he shouldn't reveal himself. He steadied his breath, convincing himself that he had become part of the earth. The dirt pits were extremely hot. If not for his physique of 9 and the partial coolness from the glove, Shirin would have suffocated himself. He swiveled his eyes and saw the baboons springing out one after another, angrily pouncing on the winged night demons circling at low altitude. 2 baboons even stepped on him several times. The force was so great that Shirin nearly couldn't hold his breath. But it was precisely this contact that allowed him to finally see their information. Fire scorpion baboon type creature description: a mutated baboon that grows on Fire Soup Island following a powerful baboon leader, naturally aggressive, loves to soak in magma pools. Fighting is prohibited during bathing. Following the belief of the Baboon King, they pursue a great existence. P.S. The blazing heat devours all eternal existence is unique. Just forget about it. With their intelligence, what great existence could they possibly follow? The Baboon King is clever, but superstition is harmful. It shows a lack of wisdom, believing whatever others promote. While he was complaining, a winged night demon was pounced on by a baboon near him. The dust kicked up was blinding. Taking advantage of the baboon being counterattacked by the winged night demon, it bit down on the baboon's arm. Shirin quietly raised his hand, driving a dagger viciously into the winged night demon's foot. A 40 damage bonus attack. The winged night demon howled in pain, not yet realizing the source of the attack. A wave of weakness washed over it, and it actually lost half of its life. The baboon that was bitten seized the chance to escape, then slammed its tail onto the winged night demon's head. With a strange flapping sound, the baboon's tail thrashed violently, as if something was being drawn out from the winged night demon's brain. The baboon let out a series of chirping laughs, then tossed the winged night demon's corpse aside and turned back to join the fray. Shirin looked back at the corpse that had been. It was almost entirely shriveled, with a hint of black blood oozing from the opening on its head mixed with some gray impurities. Well, it died completely. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Shirin was just about to reach out to put it in his backpack when he noticed a strange bulge in the distance moving toward here. He immediately withdrew his hand, gathered the dirt, and continued to hypnotize himself. The bulge moved quickly, stopping in front of the drained winged night demon corpse in the blink of an eye. Two small mole people emerged from the bulge. They were covered in red fur, hunched in shape, with long noses constantly twitching and their pea-sized eyes darting around. They wore the same red short robes and had necklaces made of blazing stones hanging around their necks. The one on the left kicked the corpse on the ground, grunting in dissatisfaction. Savage monkeys. I told you last time not to drain them. The great master dislikes such sacrifices. If you ask me, these foolish monkeys should be thrown for sacrifice. The mole person on the right said, the more that die, the better. The great master likes sacrifices with a fiery aura. That's right. That's right. They echoed each other. Soon a dead baboon rolled over. This baboon had a large hole in its chest and two arms torn off, the wounds slightly gray. The left mole person said, oh, it's a petrification curse, poor monkey. The right mole person said, no worries, this is nothing to the great master, it's the perfect monkey. They silently watched the battle ahead. The winged night demons and the baboons were in a fierce fight. The winged night demons seemed to love consuming intelligent life, like baboons, yet even after several companions had died, they still refused to retreat. The baboons were also fiercely engaged. They seemed to despise these flying monsters intensely, even stepping on the heads of their own kind, as they sought to tear off the wings of the winged night demons. Everywhere there were roars, and the similarly sized monsters clashed brutally, fighting for life and death. The two mole people began to comment again. The left mole person said, 1, 2, 3. 15 sacrifices. The right mole person said, it's 13 damn monkeys have drained another night. As they spoke, one of them stepped forward. One of their feet just happened to step on Shirin's finger. What just bumped into my foot? The right mole person said, there's something in the dirt. The left mole person retorted, of course. Stones, and great minerals. Stepping on it is just... The right mole person snorted and fell silent. Shirin let out a sigh of relief and began checking the information. Mole person type creature description: servants and followers of the great existence, a type of mutated underground dweller. Weak in power but skilled in deception and escape, they love to eat blazing stones and are dedicated to becoming part of the great existence. P.S. The blazing heat devours all eternal existence is unique. Oh, weak in power. Shirin's lips curled. You have developed a strange idea. Sanity decreases by 1. Sanity is too low. Spirit decreases by 1 as spirit will continue to decrease in 10 hours. Please restore sanity in time. The two mole people completely failed to notice that a hand was gradually emerging from the gray soil beneath them. 5 fingers moved for a while, then suddenly grabbed the right mole person's ankle. The right mole person immediately squeaked, I've been caught. However, when the left mole person heard this, it turned and burrowed into the ground. The right mole person's screams grew louder, don't leave me. Shirin would not let it escape. He jumped up, pulling the right mole person down while his other hand held a harpoon and shot out. At such a close distance, the harpoon was fast and fierce. The left mole person had just begun to dig in the dirt when it was pierced through the shoulder by the harpoon and fell to the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Don't kill me. The left mole person immediately turned back, pleading as it stroked the blazing stone hanging around its neck, a faint red light flickering in its pea-sized eyes. You have suffered mental confusion. Judging. The system seemed to freeze. Just as Shirin frowned, it resumed. Judgment invalid. The opponent has been mentally disturbed. Mental confusion is ineffective. The tip of the harpoon also faintly emitted a red glow. The ghostly face, Sea Jade, once again exerted its power. Rin drew the ghostly-faced dagger and firmly pinned the right mole person's foot to the ground, then rolled up his sleeves and approached the— Is it a mental attack? Playing this game with me? The left mole person was dumbfounded. Huh. This shouldn't work. Why is it ineffective? Great Master. Why has its confusing ability vanished? Rin didn't care what it thought. He stretched out his fist towards the left mole person's face, regretfully saying, Your head is a bit small or it won't take a hit right. The left mole person shook its head vigorously, nearly in tears. It screamed, Don't hit me. I have hard bones. Hit it. Rin's fist smashed into its face. Its long nose deformed blood gushed forth, and its blood was actually yellow, carrying a pungent sulfur smell. It collapsed to the ground, clutching its face and squealing in pain. The right mole person pinned by the dagger immediately rejoiced. Huh, you still want to tell him to hit me? You fool. A fist the size of a bun landed on its face. Rin shook his hand and kicked it again. What's wrong? Jealous. Didn't hit you right. Rin, seeing they were both displeased, added another punch to each. Very fair. Both mole people dared not speak anymore, covering their heads and weeping. What are you crying about? Your luck is all gone because of your crying. Rin slapped them again. I have something to ask you. You must know about the woman caught by that red-haired baboon, right? Who is she? Oh, what is a woman? The left mole person asked, cradling its head. The right mole person slapped it. Are you stupid? It's that female pearl person. Oh, the female pearl person. Yes, the female pearl person. What a pair of clowns. Rin couldn't take it anymore and pulled out the dagger from the right mole person's foot, giving each of them a jab. The two mole people howled and rolled together. I must say their vitality is quite resilient. Even after taking a few hits, they are still lively. Rin continued to ask, where did this pearl person come from? Of course she came from Pearl Island. Humph, cunning pearl people, they actually think they can resist the Great Master's devouring. She is the sacrificial offering designated by the Great Master. Truly a blessed pearl person. Oh my. Rin, holding the dagger, struck them twice. Do you want this blessing for yourselves? Do you want it? Oh, we don't want it. The mole people cried out. No. No. Rin, feeling tired from poking, sat the two down and began earnestly. I'm not a stranger, you don't have to be afraid. He put away his fish spear and held only the dagger, continuing, I come from Abyss Island. Have you heard of the Lord of the Abyss? That's a bond of brotherhood with your master. The two mole people exchanged glances. They hadn't heard of it, but they dared not say so, only nodding vigorously. Yes, very good attitude. Rin immediately praised. Our Lord of the Abyss sent me here for one thing. It wants to make a deal with your master. A deal? With the Great Master? The mole person probably heard this for the first time and couldn't wrap its head around it. What's the difference from a sacrifice? You fools. Rin lectured. How can they be the same? What's your status? What's his status? A transaction is only between equals. Those of your status can only offer up trash to exchange for his mercy. The right mole person exclaimed, a bit enlightened indeed. We always offer trash to the Great Master. No wonder he is always angry. The left mole person nodded. Yes, the high priest says the same. Exactly. So we are family. Family. Wait. Just as Rin was saying this, two grappling monsters rolled over, almost colliding head-on. Seeing that they were about to continue fighting in this battleground, Rin leaped up, grasping the dominant winged knight demon with his gloved hand, and plunged the dagger straight into its brain. With the power of 11 plus the effect of the gloves, and with the baboon holding it, the winged knight demon couldn't even resist and died on the spot. Before the baboon below could laugh out loud, Rin held its head and stabbed it through as well. You have killed the winged knight demon. You have killed the fire scorpion baboon. It was a stroke of luck. Rin happily tucked away the corpse of the winged knight demon. Just as he wanted to collect the baboon's corpse, he realized his backpack was already full. This became a headache. Rin looked around and waved for the two mole people who were hiding far away to come over. You two carry this baboon for me. The mole people initially wanted to run, but were heavily intimidated by Rin's display of power. Moreover, they hadn't finished what they were saying earlier, so they froze and didn't move. Now called by Rin, they crawled over with a disheveled appearance. The left mole person asked, why carry this monkey? The right mole person said, you talk too much. Later if you hit me, I'll hit you. Hey, we're family, why talk about hitting? Rin completely changed his face. Not carrying it is fine, but are you going to take the corpses to offer up as a sacrifice? The left mole person said, yes, after we finish fighting we'll call those stupid monkeys to carry it. Oh, we won't bother. The right mole person added, they are strong. We serve the Great Master and do not do such laborious work. That works anyway. They all need to be taken away, saving him the trouble of making space in his backpack. Rin nodded. Family doesn't speak of two families. Then after the fight you take me to meet your master. That won't do. The left mole person quickly replied. The high priest said that except for the Great Master's servants no other beings are allowed to approach. Before Rin could speak, the right mole person raised its hand and slapped. But can't sacrifices go too? Don't say so much. We are family. How can family not meet the master? It laughed heartily, its small eyes squinting so much they were almost invisible. By the way, Abyss Lord's messenger, may I ask how to address you? Shirin was very pleased with its sense of timing. Just call me Messenger Wang. Yes, Messenger Wang. Rest assured, Great Master welcomes all followers. God damn it, Messenger Wang. Shirin almost choked on his own saliva. He looked at the right mole person in disbelief, feeling that he had overestimated. Don't call it such a long name, just call me Lord Wang. Yes, Lord Wang. The right mole person held its hands. Please come this way, don't let those blind monkeys hurt you. The two mole people flanked Shirin, leading him to a safe, open area. The battle over there had already concluded. This was indeed the baboons' home ground. The winged night demons suffered heavy losses, and the remaining ones could only choose to take away some baboon corpses and retreat. The baboons celebrated their victory, propping themselves up and thumping their chests with their fists. They chattered back to their nest, and soon brought out the red-haired. As soon as the baboon king appeared, it spotted the mole people, and Shirin hiding nearby. A hint of doubt flashed across its face. Messenger, the sacrifice is ready. It climbed forward slightly, bowed its head towards the mole people, and glanced at Shirin several times. This is. The two mole people straightened up, immediately speaking with renewed vigor. The left mole person said bold. This is Lord Wang, a guest of the Great Master, and also our family. The right mole person added, that's right. You red-haired, keep your monkeys in check, don't anger the master. After the mole people said this, the red-haired baboon king hurriedly lowered its head a little more. I wouldn't dare, it said cautiously. The pearl person has been hungry for 3 days. The sacrifice. The right mole person was about to say something when it caught a glimpse of Shirin's expression and changed its words. That female pearl person is an important sacrifice to the master. Don't let her starve. The important sacrificial ceremony will be held tomorrow night. Do you understand? Understood. The red baboon king pointed to the corpses on the ground. These. Carry. Take them all away. These are all for tomorrow's accompaniment. Otherwise it will look bad, and the master will blame us. After the right mole person gave the orders, it looked at Shirin. Well, Lord Wang, please follow us. Okay, lead the way. Just as Shirin finished speaking, he saw the two guys digging into the ground, wanting to burrow in. He quickly added, all of you walk on the ground with me. 1 step, 1 pit. This is the ceremony to meet the master. The two mole people hurriedly crawled out, offending. Thus the mole people led Shirin, with the gray-haired baboons carrying the corpses following behind, marching grandly toward the center of the island. Along the way, the mole people were still introducing the terrain to Shirin, their words filled with praise for the Great Master. From their words, the volcanic eruption is a blessing from the Great Master to the island. Destruction brings rebirth, and devouring leads to evolution. The Great Master slumbers underground. As long as he wishes, he can bring new changes to the entire island. As they spoke, the dilapidated small volcano was already. At the foot of the volcano, there were numerous gray earth mounds, making the path hard to traverse, with flowing lava pools and rock fragments everywhere. A moment's inattention could lead to being scalded to death. Of course, this was in reference to Shirin. His mortal body couldn't compare to that group of baboons. Even the mole people could withstand the heat better than him. Between the mounds, there was a massive natural fissure. The fissure was filled with mole people who were lying on the flowing firestones inside, gnawing away. The flowing firestones here were much larger than what Shirin saw on the island's periphery, their colors brighter and clearer, looking from afar like a giant red pomegranate. However, this group of mice made it a bit nauseating. The baboons expertly carried the corpse and placed it beside the crevice. At that moment, Shirin noticed that there was a larger red mound at the very back of the mound cluster. The right mole person stepped forward, inserting their head into the red mound before pulling it out again. Soon after, a rustling sound began to echo. A mole person roughly the same size as Shirin emerged from the red mound. Following closely were 3. In total, 6 mole people crawled up to the ground. They were all wearing identical long robes topped with something resembling a pointed hat made from mud. However, if Shirin were to say, he would call it a lump of feces. These few mole people wearing poop hats had even redder fur and various disabilities. Some were missing an arm, while others had half their bodies burned and shriveled, and one had lost all its fur, exposing its wrinkled red skin. Despite being disabled, they all wore proud expressions, their pointed noses nearly reaching the sky. The left and right mole people hurriedly bowed, saying, Elders, this is Lord Wang. Lord Wang. The elder mole person at the front twitched his whiskers. What a useless thing. What kind of triviality allows you to call him a lord? The left mole person quickly waved his hands. No. The right mole person grabbed him. Yes. The elder is correct. But this Lord Wang. The envoy Wang was sent by the Lord of the Abyss to meet with the Great Master. Upon hearing the words Abyss, the expressions of the elder mole people changed dramatically. This subtle change of expression was fleeting, and Shirin couldn't tell whether they were afraid or disgusted. It seemed that the Abyss did not have a good reputation. Considering the characteristics of erosion, it was understandable that they wouldn't be fond of him. However, the elder mole people did not attempt to drive Shirin away, and instead their attitude improved significantly. Since you are here to meet the master, we must treat you well. The great master will not reject any followers. Please rest here. Tomorrow night is the great master's important sacrificial ceremony, and you can meet him then. Shirin naturally would not refuse. Of course, I will wait here until tomorrow night. Thank you for your hospitality. Praise the Lord of the Abyss. Once again, hearing the Abyss, the elders' expressions were still not very good, but they concealed it well. Their intelligence was clearly much higher than that of the two mole people. The high priest is preparing for tomorrow night's sacrificial ceremony. You two take the others and gather more ores, the more the better. The elder instructed the left and right mole people, tell them not to steal any more. A lot of energy is needed for the ceremony tomorrow. Do you understand? Understood, understood. The two mole people replied in unison. Shirin rolled his eyes secretly. Could that even be called stealing? If he hadn't said anything, one might think they were feasting here. Not even a feast was this enjoyable. After giving their instructions, the 6 elder mole people crawled back under the red mound one after another. After placing the corpse, the baboons all left. Their activity range was in the middle and outskirts of the island, somewhat resembling bodyguards for this group of mole people in the inner circle. The left and right mole people told Shirin to just wander around nearby. As long as he didn't approach the volcanic wall, they had work to oversee. Shirin naturally agreed. However, agreeing was one thing. You just don't say I broke the rules when you can't see me. He wandered around, and besides mounds, there were only mounds. The rocks were painful under his feet. Although he didn't get close to the volcanic wall, the heat emanating from it was enough to instill fear just by looking. Shirin couldn't gauge just how high the temperature was, but his exposed skin was already peeling. If he got any closer, he suspected he might spontaneously combust. Temporarily giving up on inspecting the volcanic wall, Shirin found a spot in the middle of a mound. The temperature here was much better, cooler than that of the ground. He leaned against it and fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he seemed to arrive at the volcano's mouth. Strangely, the high temperatures that erupted did not burn him. A layer of blue light enveloped him like a giant bubble. He was lifted by this bubble and floated up to the volcano. Inside the volcano, the magma was very calm, as if it were in a state of hibernation. However, soon a tremendous heartbeat echoed from within the magma. The intense pounding sounded as though it were right next to his ear, and Shirin even suspected it was his own heartbeat. The magma began to roll slowly, a large shadow flowing within it, and countless eyes appeared on the surface of the magma. They coldly stared at Shirin, and then one by one they bulged and exploded, giving birth to new eyes. Many voices emerged in his ears, some distorted and chaotic, others screaming madly. These voices mixed together, causing his brain to swell painfully. Wake up! You have witnessed a part of an unknown creature. Sanity decreased by 20. Shirin suddenly opened his eyes. He found it hard to distinguish whether he was in a dream or reality. He was hanging upside down in the air. Beneath him was the scorching volcanic wall, but a layer of sticky gray mud smeared on his body prevented him from being burned. Something was dragging him upwards. Straining to turn his head to look back, he only saw a swaying mouse tail and a furry paw gripping his collar. The one dragging him was struggling as well, needing to pause for breath after a few steps, and the sound seemed somewhat familiar. After a 2-second pause, Shirin finally understood his situation. Damn it! Isn't this the elder mole person who told him to rest well? What the hell? So all that they said was just to fool him. Oh. Resting led him to the volcano. Later he would say he sleepwalked and fell in. Shirin was truly exasperated. If he hadn't woken up from his dream, he wouldn't even know how he died. Still too naive, believing the words of these monsters. With direct contact system information finally came through. Elder mole person-type creature. Description: servants and dependents of great beings closer to them than ordinary mole people. Their life forms have undergone a higher transformation. Power is ordinary, but they possess the ability to seduce, enjoy eating flowing fire stones, and aspire to be part of the great being. P.S. The blazing consumes all eternally existent in singularity. They still seemed like weak monsters. However, Shirin had been tricked by the system too often, and sensed it was playing word games once again. What does a higher transformation even mean? Where is the transformation? Surely it can't just be the bright red fur and the poop hat. The system's description was too vague. Shirin touched the gray mud on his body. Magma, gray mud-type substrate. Description: nourished by the mud and loam produced after a volcanic eruption, rich in minerals and trace elements, while also able to insulate temperature, making it a good thermal insulation material. This was actually a good thing. Shirin relaxed, then reached out and grabbed the mole person's tail, and as he raised his hand, a harpoon appeared, and he shot it out instantly. The other person reacted quickly, directly throwing him off, raising their hand to sever the tail, and performing a roll to dodge the attack. Even Shirin did not expect them to be so decisive, directly cutting off their own tail to survive. After being thrown off, he began to slide down, and had to quickly grab a protrusion on the volcanic wall to stabilize his falling body. You actually woke up. The elder mole person lay on the volcanic wall glaring at him with resentment. The liquid secreted by those mounds contains hypnotic components. You should have been asleep until death. Good heavens, so those mounds were all traps. Shi Rin became even angrier here as the envoy to meet your master. Is this how you treat your guests? He thought that would intimidate them, but the elder mole person just laughed. The Lord of the Abyss. Heh, it scoffed that sea hasn't had a master for ages. He couldn't even possibly arrive above this sky. An abyss island. You little brat are lying without a draft. No, I really do have such an island. How dare you? You insult the great master. The elder mole folk roared. You are no longer worthy to be the master's sacrifice. He'll kill you and feed you to the monkeys. Its eyes began to glow red. It's a mental confusion. Shi Rin thought to himself, this is bad. The harpoon failed to catch the creature. The mental interference would not take effect. You have been mentally confused. Judgment invalid. You have heard the whispers of an unknown presence. Your mental resistance increases by 200 for a short, while lasting half an hour. Ha ha ha. Then it's my turn. Shi Rin rejoiced. His fish spear retracted, and with a flip of his palm the spear transformed into a dagger. Take this, an 11 strength thrust. He pounced, crushing the elder mole folk in his arms as he drove the dagger forward. With Shi Rin's power, the elder mole folk could not possibly break free, especially while stunned by the shock of its confusion skill failing. This strike would land for sure. In that instant, the elder mole folk cried out instinctively, Master, please consume me. The dagger plunged in, but Shi Rin felt something amiss, as if he had stabbed rotten mud. He hurriedly withdrew the blade to look. The entire cutting edge of the dagger had vanished. Ghost-face dagger damaged reparable. The elder mole folk's body swelled like a balloon, its bulging eyes protruding as waves of red light spread. It laughed, its voice becoming indistinct. Scorching devours all eternal existence. A tremendous bang. The elder mole folk's body ruptured, and scalding molten rock gushed forth. An endless torrent of heat surged out. Shi Rin had nowhere to hide. This temperature was no ordinary magma. Mere moments, and the gray mud wrapped around him had already evaporated. The searing heat consumed Shi Rin instantly. Pain no longer existed, for his nerves had melted. Skin melted, bones melted, everything dissolved. His health plunged by over 10 at once. No, this is a game. As long as my health does not fall to 0, I will not die. He fished countless fire-spotted bananas from his pack, bit into them, and ravenously swallowed them whole, peel and all. His stomach should have been melted, but he did not. If he could only keep eating, the system would surely find a way. He only needed to race against death. Consumed fire-spotted banana, health 5. Consumed fire-spotted banana, health 5. Consumed fire-spotted banana, health 5. Killed the elder molefolk you obtained. Consumed fire-spotted banana, health 5. After who knows how long, pain gradually returned to his body. The Reaper finally abandoned the contest. The erupted lava ran down the volcanic wall into crevices and disappeared. Shi Rin's body was shattered, but his head remained intact. As he mechanically continued to devour the fire-spotted bananas, the melted parts of his body slowly regrew. Bones were reborn, nerves reconnected, flesh gradually filled in, and at last a tender new skin formed. Shi Rin rolled down the volcanic slope, using his restored hand to cram more fire-spotted bananas into his mouth. Hot, hot, hot. When the elder molefolk dragged him up, he had felt little thanks to the mud, but now rolling down felt like torture. The newborn flesh kept melting again and again, slower than before, but more cruel. His health flickered up and down until Shi Rin finally crashed to the ground. The fall was hard, but at least he no longer risked dissolving from heat. The elder molefolk's explosion had alerted all those still mining the flowing firestone. They had gathered as Shi Rin tumbled down. The molefolk leading from both sides rushed forward. Seeing Shi Rin burned beyond recognition, they were astonished. Lord Wong, how did you roll down the mountain? How do you think I rolled down? Those two fools looked transparently stupid. Shi Rin munched a fire-spotted banana and struggled to stand, his legs still wavering. 5 other elder molefolk crawled out from the red mounds. Seeing Shi Rin alive, they knew matters were grave. Shi Rin saw them too, and while they hesitated, he had already devised an explanation. Your great master heard that my lord sent me, and could not wait. So an elder came to summon me for a meeting. Such irresistible courtesy. I had no choice but to follow the elder up the mountain overnight. Who would have thought an accident occurred on the way? Shi Rin gave a long sigh, and wore an expression of deep envy. The elder suddenly felt the master's summons. He has finally transcended himself, and gone into the master's. It was just a bit loud. Ah, but how enviable. Not everyone can be accepted by the master. His display of emotion immediately moved the surrounding molefolk. How marvelous, the elder has been summoned by the master. Why not? The master must be pleased by his respect for other messengers, and thus bestowed favor. With one fewer elder now, might I have a chance? You? Go take a piss and check yourself. The mole folk were elated, genuinely envious of the elder's sacrifice. The other elder mole folk behind exchanged glances and did not immediately expose Shiren's lie. After all, they were indeed somewhat envious. One must remember the master does not lightly answer his servants. To the great deity, they were but humble dust, insignificant ants among lowly lives that trail his shadow. After countless failed sacrificial attempts, that fellow brought this false messenger up and immediately succeeded in entering the master's embrace. Is this boy really a false messenger? Could it possibly be true? Could the abyss truly have come? One elder molefolk murmured. But how could the great master permit an emissary of the abyss to pay homage? Another asked. Could it be that the divine lords have done something we lowly folk do not know of? It is not impossible. If that is so, then if this messenger Wang attends tomorrow's ritual, we too might be able to merge with the master. This is an Ancient Millennium opportunity. With that thought, they viewed Shiren with growing favor. He was practically the mole folk's lucky star. Lucky star? Oh no, Lord Wang. The elders crowded forward, and seeing Shiren's injuries, they reached out to support him. How did you get hurt like this? Oh my, that fellow may be blessed, but he's so reckless, he even affected you, Lord Wang. Yes, you there, go fetch my secret recipe. The left mole person looked around and finally pointed to himself. Me. Yes, you, hurry. All right. The left mole person dashed off and returned with a steaming bowl of yellow soup in his hands. The elder took it and brought it to Shiren's lips. This is a good thing, drink quickly. Shiren dared not trust them and first glanced at the system prompt. Fire banana sulfur soup. Type food. Quality grade 1. Description: a restorative soup brewed from fire-spotted banana sulfur powder and specially treated molefolk hair. It has powerful restorative effects and continuously restores health for 1 hour. Side effects: skin may turn yellow, hiccups or flatulence can easily spark fires. Effects persist until the potion is fully expended. What a powerful restorative concoction. This is far more potent than merely gnawing on fire-spotted bananas. As Shiren received it, the system chimed again, detected your talent, automatically analyzing the recipe. Recipe analysis complete. You have learned the recipe for fire banana sulfur soup and may now craft it. As the proverb says, give a man a fish. Rather teach a man to fish. Shiren tipped his head back and gulped the soup, wiped his mouth, grabbed the elder molefolk's hand, and shook him up and down. Good brother. Rest assured, with me, Messenger Wang here, you will certainly receive the master's blessing. The elder's eyes shone. Lord Wang now. Shiren released his hand and chuckled. Of course, tomorrow. Let the great master rest a little. Haste cannot seize hot tofu. That night was truly exhausting for Shiren. He didn't dare to sleep any longer. Glancing at the time, he realized he had only slept for about 4 hours, just enough to keep his spirits up. The effect of the fire banana sulfur soup was remarkable. In just 10 minutes, Shiren had nearly recovered. The wounds on his shoulders had healed, but the flesh that had grown back felt a bit hard. Moreover, the new skin was quite tender and couldn't withstand high temperatures at all. Shiren had the elder mole man apply some volcanic ash mud all over his body. He didn't know what got into them, but they rushed to help him apply the mud, and Shiren chased them all away. They kept turning back as they left, which made Shiren feel quite uneasy. After sending the elders away, Shiren prepared to find a place to rest. This time he had learned his lesson, keeping his distance from those dirt mounds, squatting in front of a large fissure to watch the mole men gnaw. Looking at the clock, there were still 3 hours until dawn. Shiren checked his status. Challenger, Shiren, corruption level 2. Title: Night Hunter. Equipped status: injured, cursed. Yellow figure icon. Shoulder appears gray. Strength 1110. Exceeded limit. Constitution 910. Hard to get. Sick. Intelligence 910. Full of wisdom. Spirit 410. Slightly low spirit effects. Rationality limit continuously decreasing. Rationality 35100. Falling below 50 carries a chance of madness. The lower the value, the higher the chance. Energy 50100. 10 health 8100. Continuously recovering. Effect remaining for half an hour. Luck 1. 6. Initial luck 80. Deducted 10 is the human physical limit. When strength, constitution, and intelligence exceed 10, physical changes will occur and spirit values are calculated separately. Talent: craftsmanship. No matter the time, you can create what you desire with your hands, requiring only a bit of suitable materials. Manufacturing speed 50. Success rate 28. Energy limit 10. Craftsmanship: masters never give up. Skill: scorching body causes a certain existence to burn your body, with temperature continuously increasing. Encountering open flames will lead to an explosion, with the explosion range expanding as body temperature rises. Releasing this skill consumes 10 energy, with continuous energy consumption during burning. What the heck is this? A true self-exploding truck. Wait a minute, how did I get an extra skill? Shiren quickly checked the system log and found the line he had overlooked among the series of fire banana healing entries. By killing the elder moleman, you obtained the skill drop, scorching body. It turns out it was a skill dropped by an elite monster. Although there is a risk of self-explosion, at least it's still a skill. Shirin happily looked at it for a while only to find that this skill consumed energy. It seemed that the stamina bar and the mana bar had merged into one. Energy could be restored through rest with the restoration rate increasing with the depth of rest, and the fastest recovery occurred during sleep. All activities consume energy, and releasing this skill alone requires 10 energy, which is 111 of Shirin's limit. If this skill were to be used in actual combat, the energy bar would likely deplete very quickly. Now that he had recovery potions, he wondered when he could get some mana potions. Shirin originally wanted to test this skill, but considering the surrounding magma and erupting hot air, the risk of self-explosion was too high. After all, he had only just managed to become human again. If he were to explode once more, he would go mad. Speaking of madness, glancing at his rationality value of only 35, Shirin could only pretend he hadn't seen anything. Since there was no way to restore rationality, he thought, why worry? After all, he wasn't mad yet. However, with rationality so low, his spirit would drop every 10 hours, and by dawn his spirit would drop by another point. It would be better to wait until dawn to ask in the channel. Watching the mole men work, the sky gradually lightened. During this time, Shirin crafted 3 sets of holy gloves, leaving only a bit of holy water for himself. The holy gloves he had worn previously were completely burned in the elder moleman's self-explosion, and among the 3 sets, he had to keep one for himself. Crafting the gloves consumed 12 energy, and by the time he rested until dawn, he had only recovered 10 energy. Congratulations on surviving the second night. A total of 84432 challengers died last night, and islands that lost all challengers have fallen. Please, remaining challengers, strive to survive. Since the number of deaths last night was less than 100, a notification has been triggered. Notification: Winged Night Demons will attack for up to 3 nights. Please strive to survive the third. The third night will see the appearance of Elite Winged Night Demons. Elite Winged Night Demons. You might as well just kill me. It's ridiculous. They could easily kill us all, but this damn system is making it a survival game. Being continuously injured by Winged Night Demons will worsen the infection. My friend's stomach has turned into a gray hard lump. Selling recovery potions. Change weapons. I need it. Listen to me. Those Winged Night Demons loathe light. You can effectively counterattack using light sources. The channel began sharing their intelligence. With the continuous large number of deaths, humans began to instinctively huddle together to stay warm in order to survive the third night. Shirin also sent a message: selling recovery food and blue quality tools can damage night demons in exchange for rationality items or mental items. The message was quickly scrolled away. After a while, Shirin sent another message. This time someone responded directly with a private message. I have items to restore rationality. How do we trade? Shirin, send me the effects and it'll show you my item information. He sent over the information for the fire bananas and holy gloves. The other side also sent over the information for the same item. Sturdy soldiers boots, type tool quality blue, description: boots worn by soldiers of the Black Swan Knight Order imbued with powerful soldiers can resist certain mental disturbances and slowly restore rationality. The Black Swan Knight Order possesses the strongest will, always ready to die for the Emperor. A rationality restoration item. It can also resist mental disturbances. Most importantly, these are a pair of boots. Damn, he had been barefoot for 2 days now, 2 whole days. Finally, he had a pair of. However, Shirin still felt a bit embarrassed. He hoped he wasn't dismantling someone else's set. After all, these boots couldn't possibly be left alone. Is it okay if I buy these boots from you? The other side seemed to have read Shirin's message and replied quickly. Don't worry, although this item was dismantled, I have several sets on my island. Dismantling one set is no big deal. It's not that I want to trade you the other parts. The main issue is, it's a bit complicated. Shirin felt relieved. That's fine, having these boots is enough. I can give you 40 sets of fire bananas plus a pair of holy gloves. How does that sound? After all, the holy gloves were also blue quality items, so Shirin didn't feel like he was taking advantage of him. Okay. The other side was also very straightforward and directly listed the items for trade. Shirin's trade slot was still full, so he could only take the items out and drop them on the ground, then put in 40 sets of fire bananas and the holy gloves. Trade completed. The man on the other side let out a sigh of relief. His name was Du Jun, over 40 years old, having spent nearly 10 years in a wheelchair in the original world. When he crossed into this strange game, he was still in a semi-paralyzed state. Thankfully, there was a row of pitch-black armor in the room he was in, and he survived the first night by hiding. However, this armor had a terrifying characteristic. Black Swan Knight armor, type tool quality purple, description: specially made armor from the Black Swan Knight Order in Nickard Fortress, with extremely strong defense attached with the souls of soldiers, can resist most mental disturbances and slowly restore rationality. When wearing more than 3 pieces, one will be possessed by the soldiers' souls who are always waiting to fight for the Emperor again. When Du Jun woke up from the armor during the day and saw the pile of winged night demon corpses, he almost fainted from shock. But at night he had no choice but to put on the armor. Without it, he was like a fish awaiting slaughter. Due to his paralyzed legs, his health bar always stayed below 50. He speculated that if he could replenish his health bar, perhaps his legs could stand up again. Looking at the fire bananas and holy gloves he had traded for, Du Jun's expression grew resolute. Tonight he had to try to kill a winged night demon himself, who only then could he establish a foothold in this cruel world. Today's weather sunny. Time morning 12 hours until sunset. Temperature at Huatong Island 3842 C. Surface temperature of the abyss C 2020. The temperature at Huatong Island is excessively high. We please take precautions against sunburn and fire. There's no choice. These two seafood items cannot be left on the ground here for long, or they will turn to charcoal if Shirin doesn't eat them soon. Eating also replenishes energy, especially hot food. After finishing these, Shirin's energy increased by 15 points. After resolving breakfast, Shirin waved to call the two mole people. In fact, they each have names, but those names are long and cumbersome, so Shirin prefers to call them Azwa and Au for convenience. How do you polish these flowing firestones? He asked. Azwa, who looked like he was drooling, was the first to respond. We use our teeth. Our teeth are harder than rocks. Au nodded, confirming that their claws are also quite sharp. But that shouldn't be the case, and how could such teeth and claws have such weak combat power? Thinking of this, Shirin asked, why don't you use your teeth and claws for fighting? Upon hearing this, Azwa and Au were both taken aback. How could that be it? Teeth are for eating and claws are for digging. Fighting is such a crude thing. Of course we leave that to those foolish baboons. Yet they call others foolish. It's not like their brains are superior. Shirin looked at that baboon king and thought it was much smart. Indeed, primates are superior. Skipping this topic, Shirin directly expressed the purpose of calling them over. I need you to do something. Gnaw this flowing firestone into the shape of a dagger and sharpen it. He took out a long flowing firestone from his backpack and also pulled out the last fragment of ghost-faced sea white jade from his pocket. He pointed at the sea white jade and instructed, crush this and fill it into the flowing firestone. Azwa took the items and asked, Master, what is this for? Au immediately said, shut up. If the master tells you to do it, just do it. Your mouth is so annoying. He was truly fed up. Once he became an elder, he would definitely plead with the great lord to seal this guy's mouth. Shirin clapped his hands and said, all right, when you finish, go find me at the baboon's place. I need to see that pearl person. Master, the ritual is at night. Why are you going to see her? Azwa asked. This time, Au did not immediately respond. Instead, he reached out and aggressively tugged Azwa's tail. Azwa squealed in pain. These two guys are quite amusing. Shirin, feeling happy, said, didn't you say she doesn't eat? I'm also an outsider. I'll go persuade her, so that your important sacrificial offering doesn't starve to death. No wonder he was able to receive blessings from the Lord. Such thoughtful consideration. Azwa and Au bowed repeatedly, saying, we bother you with such a trivial matter. It's truly our inadequacy. Master, rest assured we will complete the task you assigned as soon as possible. Go on. After sending the two off, Shirin relied on his memories from last night to walk out of the mound area. The route isn't particularly complicated. After all, besides rocks, this island is full of magma fissures, and there aren't any plants blocking the view, so it's hard to get lost. Along the way, Shirin kept knocking and stuffing the collected flowing firestones and fire-striped bananas into his backpack. The baboons were all resting at this time. Several of them were napping at the entrance of a hole, seeking shelter from the glaring sunlight outside. When Shirin approached, they lifted their eyelids, saw him, and continued. As he went deeper, the ground became increasingly uneven, and Shirin found it quite challenging to walk in his iron boots. Thanks to these boots, his sanity finally began to recover, but his spirit had dropped a bit again. Just before dawn, now it was 3 o'clock. Busy as he was, his spirit returned to its original point. His sanity limit dropped again from 100 to 70. The hole was filled with baboons, and there was almost no place for Shirin to step, making crawling through seem rather undignified. He simply stood in the gap between the baboons and shouted at the red-haired baboon king on the pile of fire-striped bananas, Big Red, why aren't you coming over to welcome me? Awakened by this shout, the baboon king climbed up with a furious expression, but upon seeing Shirin, it managed to suppress the growl in its throat. This damned, two-legged creature is not the messenger of the great lord. Why should it command me around? It instinctively distrusted this so-called Abyss Lord's messenger, but held back due to the mole people's orders. Amidst the calls of Big Red, the baboon king fought hard against the urge to kill and jumped down from the pile of fire-striped bananas. It was large in size, with a long tail which it extended to wrap Shirin up. What do you want? It asked, suppressing its anger. Is there a rule that I can't come if there's nothing going on? Shirin patted the tail, signaling to let him go. The baboon king huffed and released Shirin. Shirin then got straight to the point. Where is that pearl person you have imprisoned? Bring her out so I can take a look. That is a very important sacrificial offering. The red-haired baboon king's fur bristled. You can't even think about it. That was a sacrificial offering it had painstakingly captured. The great lord would certainly reward it with blessings this time. It would never allow anyone to touch its prey. Shirin knew it was not easy to deceive it, so he sincerely said, yes, yes, that's for the great lord. I have no intention of harming her. But she hasn't eaten for 3 days. Aren't you afraid she'll starve to death before the evening? The anger on the red-haired baboon king's face froze. A dead sacrifice and a live sacrifice. I think a live sacrifice is better, right? Shirin said, isn't it true that I'm also an outsider? If she won't listen to you, does that mean she won't listen to me? This hit the nail on the head. The connections between islands are very random. Besides the pearl person, Shirin is probably one of the only 2 outsiders who have come to the island. The monsters that attack with wings don't count. The red-haired baboon king was quite intelligent. It immediately grasped the possibility in this. Especially since Shirin and the pearl person are both hairless bipeds. After a long silence, the red-haired baboon king finally reined in its emotions. It squeezed out a series of similar gurgling sounds from its throat, but they sounded heavier and more muffled than those of the young baboons. Soon several baboons crawled up and dragged out the enormous flowing firestone. This time the woman inside was no longer sitting, but was weakly leaning against the inner wall of the flowing firestone. The flames still danced around her body. The fishtail that the baboons had thrown in yesterday was already gone, and it was unclear who had eaten it. Oh, it seems you don't even have the strength to bluff anymore. Shirin teased. The unfamiliar voice caused the woman to open her eyes a crack. In her blurred vision, she unexpectedly saw a completely unfamiliar human. Not those ferocious scorpion baboons, nor those disgusting mole people, but a genuine human being. This not-so-young man wasn't even tied up. He stood outside the flowing firestone looking at her free. Although he was smeared all over with gray mud, he looked like a clay sculpture. Is this a dream? Or an illusion? If it's an illusion, then it seems she is truly about to die. Only those on the verge of death would have such vivid hallucinations. Are you real? She asked softly. The man in front of her was surprised for a moment, then laughed. His voice was steady, carrying a sense of maturity that didn't match his age. Of course I'm real. The heavens fear you might starve, so they specially sent me to bring you food. He rummaged in his clothes, but suddenly stopped awkwardly. After a while the man finally pulled out something. It was a pile of broken seaweed. The seaweed was even dripping water, as if it had just been harvested from it. I finished the other food. I thought you wouldn't want to eat fire-striped bananas, so just have some seaweed for now. How awkward, I forgot that all I have left is kelp. Shirin wanted to slap himself. How could he forget to leave some hot food for her? Internally berating himself, Shirin calmly said, kelp is quite nutritious. You're too weak now, and it's not suitable for you to eat large fish or meat. Exactly. That's right. He was thinking of her health. He tossed the kelp into the passage. However, the woman did not pick it up immediately. She propped herself up and stared at Shirin for quite a while. She was too weak, and every word she spoke consumed a great deal of her energy. But she still had to ask, what are you? Who are you? Who was he? He was the successor of socialism. Shirin couldn't help but laugh at himself. His mouth twitched as he struggled to regain his composure. I come from other islands. You can call me Shir. Messenger Wong. Ahem, for certain reasons, I will also attend the audience with the great lord tonight. With the baboon king watching, Shirin couldn't say much. You can only last until tonight, do you understand? It's better to fill your stomach first. He wondered if the woman could understand his hint. By the way, is a pearl person considered human? Are the varieties different? Tonight, the woman murmured. She seemed to have thought of something, and her expression visibly relaxed. I know. People like you. She suddenly said, my name is Lon Lon. Lon Lon. This name suited her well. This exchange was much easier than Shirin had anticipated, but there was one thing that bothered him. What did she mean by knowing people like him? Could it be that she knew about players? Moreover, from what she said, it seemed she had encountered other players. It was still not very convenient to communicate here. He would wait for an opportunity to ask later. All right, Lon Lon, Shirin said. Tonight is a big day. You will be ready, right? You are right, she said. I will be. After saying this, Lon Lon seemed to finally let down her guard. She picked up the broken kelp and slowly brought it to her mouth with trembling hands. The taste of kelp was actually quite good. Tears welled up in Lon Lan's eyes, but quickly disappeared. The red-haired baboon king, who had witnessed the whole process, couldn't believe that the pearl person who had been starving for 3 days actually started eating. Did this messenger Wong really say? Neither coercion nor temptation was employed, and yet the pearl person obediently complied. Realizing he had underestimated the bipedal beings, the red-haired baboon king became even more alert. This inexplicably bald human was definitely not as simple as he appeared. He had to go warn the messengers. With that thought, while Shirin was still watching the pearl person eat, the red-haired baboon king quickly crawled towards. The preparation work of the mole people was nearly complete. With Shirin's presence, they were all filled with confidence for this ritual. In the dark cave, illuminated by the flowstone, the high priest was listening to the elders' reports. He appeared larger, with thick and wide fur rolling like magma. Strangely, he did not have a long nose. There was only a bare, charred and broken face. His eyes, mouth, and whiskers were invisible, resembling a round ball of black charcoal. It was unclear where the sound was coming from. The voice was fragmented, and listening to it was more unpleasant than nails scraping against a blackboard. So, do you all agree to allow that Wang Hao to meet the Lord during tonight's ritual? He had no face, so no expression could be discerned. Yet the oppressive feeling in his words made the elders feel uneasy. That messenger Wang Hao successfully brought the Lord's blessings. Oh, we believe this is also the Lord's will. Yes, great high priest, the Lord has been asleep for so many years, yet he responded to such an outsider. I think this is the Lord's instruction. This messenger Wang Hao must have a way to awaken the Lord. I believe tonight is the key. The great Lord will surely bring warmth and eternity back to the world once he awakens. The elders spoke one after another, increasingly convinced that this was indeed the case. The high priest remained silent. One of the elder mole people thought, it is said that Pearl people are favored by the god of fertility, naturally possessing the power of revival and healing. Having the Pearl person as insurance, even if this messenger Wang Hao has any tricks, we need not fear him or the one behind him, who could threaten the Lord. Pearl person. The high priest slightly nodded. Indeed, that Pearl person is the key this time. There must be no mistakes. As for the one who claims to come from the abyss, he pondered, let's observe for now. If he shows no unusual behavior, why not treat him as a guest? Once he meets the Lord, he will naturally not escape the Lord's power. The elders all responded in unison. We comply with the high priest's command. Just as they finished speaking, the ground suddenly stirred. One elder mole person couldn't help but curse. It's that baboon king again. I told you not to come near unless necessary. Why did he come over without notice? If it weren't for their apparent devotion to the Lord, I would have thrown them to be sacrificed long ago. The high priest interrupted its complaints. All right, everyone is here for the Lord's presence. Do not be too harsh on him. You all go check what's going on. Yes. The elders respectfully bowed and then lined up to crawl to the surface. On the surface, it was indeed that red-haired gorilla king continually pounding on the ground. Upon seeing the elder mole people emerge, he quickly stopped his actions and bowed obediently. Seeing him like this, the elders felt a bit more at ease. What happened? Didn't we tell you to keep a close watch on the Pearl person? Why did you come over? The red-haired baboon king lowered his head even more. The Pearl person is safe. I have something to report. Speak. That messenger Wang, he has a huge problem. The red-haired baboon king struggled to form long sentences. The Pearl person is willing to eat things. Now, it must be his conspiracy. Enough. The exclamation of enough did not come from the elders. They exchanged glances, somewhat confused. Two mole people jumped out from a distance. They were Zhua and Au. They were squatting here to complete the task of Lord Wang, and who would have thought they would hear this foolish baboon slandering Lord Wang? The Lord could endure, the mice could not. Zhua spoke first. You big red. How dare you slander Lord Wang in front of the elders? Au immediately followed up. Exactly. Lord Wang is the esteemed guest favored by the great Lord. How dare you question the Lord? With such a big hat put on, the red-haired baboon king was left dumbfounded. He struggled to turn his mind, but after all, it was the great Lord. He couldn't think of any words to refute, especially when the elders nodded in agreement, saying it made a lot of sense. The Lord has blessed. In fact, they scoffed at the high priest's doubts. After all, it was the great Lord. He had blessed this Lord Wang, so what was there to doubt? But the high priest was the high priest. They did not dare to contradict his words. So when Zhua and Au jumped out to speak for Lord Wang, they felt quite relieved. Wasn't this exactly what they wanted to say to the high priest? Questioning anyone was not allowed, especially the Lord. Lan Lan had just eaten something and needed to rest to regain her strength. Shuren did not force her to continue speaking. After the baboons carried her away again, he walked to the cave entrance. Tonight is the sacrificial ceremony. For some reason, Shuren's subconscious kept telling him that he must not allow the great master to awaken. Originally, his words to deceive the baboons were merely an excuse to stay on the island and explore safely, but now he was truly considering tonight's actions. The creatures on this island are extremely heat-resistant. Those baboons could even bathe in the lava pools on the outskirts. Those mole people are not so easy to kill. Zhua and Au had endured so many blows from him and were still lively, and they are not easily controlled by mental interference. That self-destruct skill might cause effective damage. The high-temperature lava from the master is enough to engulf them. However, this skill is a double-edged sword, inflicting 1,000 damage to the enemy, while costing him 1,000, as well. Truly not worth the loss. Moreover, there is a range for the skill. With his energy level, he probably wouldn't be able to create an explosion large enough to cover so many mole people, not to mention there is a baboon king present. Just based on the size of the baboon king, a single slap from it could turn Shuren into a puddle of mush. It even has skills. Fire Scorpion Baboon King. Type creature. Level 1st tier elite. Description: a servant and subordinate of a great existence, a mutated life form born from Fire Soup Island, the leader of the fire scorpion baboons. Possessing a massive size and strength, it has a temperamental personality, but shows great respect towards the mole people. This elite-level life form has comprehended powerful skills. It will protect this island with its life, and firmly believes that the Great Master will rule this world. P.S. The intense heat devours all eternally existing as the sole entity. This was the information prompted by the system when the Baboon King had wrapped its tail around him, but at that time Shuren had no time to look closely. He knew the Baboon King was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. With such attributes, how could it still listen to that group of useless mole people? One can only say that class culture is deadly. No matter how strong it is, it still has to listen to its superiors. Shuren also did not forget that the mole people have a high priest whose strength is unknown, but that's a discussion for him. The priority now is that he does not have a powerful weapon to deal with group attacks. His dagger is broken, and he plans to repair it with flowing firestone. The fish spear can only attack one target at a time, and to attack again, he needs to retrieve the harpoon first. After much deliberation, Shuren thinks it is better to pool their efforts and check the channel for suitable weapons or materials. Selling healing food blue quality tools which can damage night demons and thermal, or in exchange for group damage weapons, non-flame damage, or materials that can cause low temperature damage. Last time, he didn't take out the flowing firestone, but this time to trade for better items, he had to bring out all his possessions. Wow, how wealthy. It's only the third day, and there's such a high-level trade. Can a poor guy like me even see this? Hey, isn't this the Mosaic brother? This guy has something. Otherwise, how could he pass the Mosaic? That's a big shot. Their style is just different. How rare it is to have group damage weapons in the early stage. It can't possibly be available for trade, right? Baka, I don't believe you have so many good things unless you show them to me. Is the one above serious, or just joking? Seeing Baka makes my fists itch. Messages were flooding in, but they were all useless chatter. Just as Shuren was about to send another message, he saw a new one pop up in the channel. Looking for warming tools or healing potions. My wife is about to freeze to death. I can exchange for some ordinary food. This person's message quickly got drowned in the flood of messages. His plea did not provide any trading information, and hardly anyone paid attention, thinking he just wanted to mooch off others. But soon he sent another message, this time with several exclamation marks, clearly showing his urgency. Shuren was not a particularly kind person. The only reason he paid attention to this message was because of the phrase, "My wife is about to freeze to death." Freezing to death indicates they are in a low-temperature environment, which is exactly what Shuren needs. As long as there are usable materials, even passing him a full 999 scale snow would work. He could figure out how to use it himself. Opening a private chat after a few transactions, Shuren was used to getting straight to the point. What usable low-temperature materials do you have? I will trade healing food blue quality tools which can damage night demons and thermal, or with you are the Mosaic Master. The other party turned out to be a fellow Mosaic enthusiast. I don't have any rare materials here. You probably won't be interested. Do you have snow? Shuren asked. The other side seemed a bit embarrassed. The snow here all freezes up. Almost everything is frozen. The temperature here is too low. As if fearing Shuren wouldn't believe him, he directly sent the island information. Ice Fire Island, remaining energy 50008000. Floating island level first tier. Movement speed 45 meters hour. Current floating island height 5340 meters. Floating island area 1000 square meters. Island characteristics: extremely cold storm. It generates stormy weather at intervals, leaving behind random storm products on the island. Residual heat of dormant volcanoes. The dormant volcano retains a temperature suitable for the survival of plants and animals. The survival rate increases by 60 during nearby planting or breeding activities. Description: it is said to be a glacier island concocted from some novel, which was once visited by a certain deity, leaving behind certain traces. Wow, Ice Fire Island. Although Shuren is not very old, he had watched Jean Lau's masterpieces when he was young. With Skeleton Island in front and Ice Fire Island behind, the surprises in this survival game are truly numerous. From its island characteristics, there should be quite a few good things on this island provided one can survive the extremely cold storm. It seems this big brother and his wife are almost frozen to death, probably not having ventured far from the island. Shuren felt a bit disappointed. He looked at the private chat interface for a while, then glanced at the world channel, which still had no useful messages, deciding to make another effort. What do you have nearby that can be taken and placed in a backpack? Anything will do, let me see. Shuren directly tossed 2 fire-spotted bananas over. He had plenty of them. Take this, that will help you recover health. Given its characteristics, it might also resist some cold. After all, it is a banana that grows in magma and has fiery properties. Shuren guessed it could warm the body a bit. The other side did not immediately accept it. After a while, Shuren saw the red-haired baboon king storming back, directly climbing into its den, without even glancing at Shuren. Azwa and Au then crawled out from the ground, and Shuren told them to put down the items and leave first. By the way, you two pull out a tooth for me. He extended his hand. Huh. Stop with the huh, otherwise I'll have you pull out 2 teeth each. You choose. Shuren said impatiently. Azwa and Ayu had bitter faces. The king was good in every way but too rough with them. The 2 brothers dared not resist, and could only painfully pull out a front tooth, handing them over to Shuren. Shuren also knew that he couldn't just use the whip. A sweet date immediately arranged in this way. You sacrifice so much for me. When you become elders, I shall ask the master to... Oh, this little sacrifice is nothing. Surely the matters of the king are more important. King, you don't need to worry about us. We are all willing. The 2 mole people said happily. What a willingness. Shuren was conquered by their self-brainwashing and couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. Scram, he said. All right. The 2 brothers quickly rolled away. Shuren looked back at the private chat box and found that the brother from Icefire Island had sent information about a few items at some point. A block of solid ice from a cave. Ice-eating blind beetle asleep. Floating ice particles. That block of solid ice injured my wife. There seems to be a nest of blind beetles in the cave which I discovered in the crevices of the rocks. The ice particles are floating in the air and can be directly stored in a backpack. I don't know if you need these. He doesn't know if Shuren would value this. This was all he could offer. And Shuren was already overjoyed. Yes, I want them all. Whatever amount you have. Just for saving his wife. Shuren believed he couldn't be a petty person. Moreover, he didn't take the fire banana given directly to him without any compensation. This guy is a man of... Sending a friend request, Shuren tossed 40 groups of fire bananas, 30 pieces of flowing fire stones, and the divine gloves into the trading bar. This was even more than what he offered to that armored brother. But Shuren felt it was worth it. The guys from Icefire Island were shocked by his generosity. Before he could even reply, he saw the other guy continuously throwing items into the trading bar. In the end, there were 3 blocks of solid ice, 36 blind, ice-eating beetles, and 87 ice particles. That's all the ice particles from the cave. The ones outside will continue to float in, but if you want more, you might have to wait a day. After finishing with the items, he finally had time to respond to Shuren. Shuren said, no need, this is enough. By the way, how did you survive those 2 nights? Oh, we haven't seen the winged knight demon you mentioned. But it seems like there are a few more ice sculptures outside, not sure if it's related. There aren't as many as 6 ice sculptures, probably 3 or 4. Shuren quickly said, you guys should distribute some flowing fire stones and fire bananas, trade for some flammable materials to start a fire. The energy from the flowing fire stones is abundant, and as long as you don't run into that extreme cold storm, it shouldn't extinguish easily. Alright, thank you, Big Shot. He hoped that this guy and his wife could survive a bit longer. Shuren had already given enough help, the rest relied on them. Closing the private chat channel, Shuren eagerly began to take items from his backpack. He first took out a damaged dagger which was almost just a handle. Then he forcefully pressed the 2 mole man's teeth into the pouring hole of the flowing firestone. Connecting the flowing firestone, which had the ghost face, sea white, jade powder, and mole man's teeth, to the bone handle of the ghost face dagger, the flowing firestone had already been polished into a sharp blade perfectly sized. This repair should work right. Shuren was just trying. If it didn't work, he would have to go back to the island to get more ghost face sea white jade. Fortunately, the system did not disappoint him. You have performed a repair. Current success rate 7028. System judging. Judgment successful. You have repaired the ghost face dagger. The crystal clear sharp blade emitted a red glow with white patterns swirling on it, and it faintly resembled the ghost face. Flame dagger. Type weapon. Quality blue corrosive material. Blue corrosive material. A sharp dagger made from flowing firestone infused with ghost face, sea white, jade powder. It feels bone-chillingly cold, but the blade is searing hot, incredibly hard, and possesses a certain level of spiritual interference ability. Its attack power slightly increases underwater and in high-temperature environments. By charging it up, it can unleash flame damage, causing the inflicted wounds to continue burning for several seconds. The repaired ghost face dagger has upgraded. This was indeed an unexpected joy. Shuren initially thought it would be usable and was worried that its spiritual interference ability would disappear since those pieces of jade were really small. Now, not only had the spiritual interference been retained, but it also added flame damage and burning effects, a solid version enhancement. It seems this flowing firestone is indeed a great material. He needs to gather more before leaving. After fixing the dagger, the next step was the main event. Shuren's concept for the creation was merely a shallow idea. He had no confidence whether it would succeed. But creation is perfected through continuous attempts. He was well aware of this. With the dagger repaired, Shuren no longer needed to call the baboons for help. He directly used the dagger to dig out a fire banana tree. The roots of the fire banana tree were long, so he simply cut them all off with the dagger. The burning damage of the dagger was nothing to the heat-resistant fire banana tree. It extinguished in just 2 or 3 seconds. After cutting off all the branches at the top of the fire banana tree, the dagger was small, but its sharpness could not be compared to modern knives. especially since it had the mole man's teeth added inside. Its hardness had significantly increased. He shaped the fire banana tree into a long cylindrical form, and surprisingly the trunk was hollow, saving Shirin the effort of hollowing it out. He dug a hole on both sides of the trunk, inserting a sturdy tubular branch into each, filling the insides with flowing fire stones as striking hammers. The outer bone piece served as a trigger. Shirin also made a handle above the trunk, again completed with branches. He cut a piece from the cut-off trunk and placed it inside to separate the trunk into two halves. Then he poured a certain amount of fire bananas and flowing fire stones into the left side, added the floating ice particles, while the right side contained a small amount of flowing fire stones and blind beetles, finishing with solid ice. The temperature of the flowing fire stones can awaken the blind beetles, which will excrete crushed ice after consuming ice. The crushed ice was exactly what Shirin wanted. The next step was the most critical. Shirin took a deep breath, used the dagger to smash the flowing fire stones on the left side, then immediately blocked the opening with the prepared trunk piece. If he was slow on this step, Shirin would likely be blown away by the storm created from the explosion of the fire banana and the collision with the ice particles, or the ice particles could be insufficient, resulting in his death. The fire banana tree could withstand the tremendous explosive impact, making it the best material for the outer shell. The piece of trunk blocking the opening was made with a thicker branch, forming a gun-like structure temporarily sealed with mud to prevent the airflow inside from leaking. He carefully scraped off a layer of lava mud from his body and smeared it on the outside of the trunk, which would better lock in the temperature inside. Next, Shirin took out a corpse of a winged night demon, cut off its skin, and wrapped it around the outside of the trunk. The skin of the winged night demon was very tight and could securely cover the trunk, preventing the mud from slipping off. As for why he didn't use spine fish skin, it was simply because its bone spines were all overgrown, making it hard to find usable skin. Having reached this step, he was almost done. Shirin felt a bit nervous. You have performed a manufacture current success rate 3028 system judging. Insufficient energy to activate the device. Please adjust the energy supply material. Insufficient energy. Is the flowing fire stone not enough to trigger the device? This was something Shirin had not anticipated. It seemed the energy balance in the magazine, the hollow inside the trunk, was too stable, and the small amount of flowing fire stone entering from the outside was insufficient to ignite it. But besides flowing fire stones, what else could serve as an energy supply? Shirin glanced at his backpack, falling into deep contemplation. He couldn't possibly use this. You have crafted a creation current success rate 7520 system determining. Finally, he has succeeded. Looking at the empty slots in his backpack, Shirin felt both heartache and joy. It's just 2 erosion cores. With his current abilities, killing a giant spinefish is as easy as cutting vegetables. After comforting himself, Shirin excitedly inspected his meticulously crafted new weapon. Small extreme cold storm injector. Type weapon. Quality blue crossed out, purple erosion. Description: a supernatural disaster injector crafted by the creator Shirin. It requires no reloading, as it internally maintains a self-sustaining cycle. It has 2 types of injection modes. Activating the right device switches to the buckshot mode, where the muzzle sprays a large number of ice spikes in irregular multi-angle bursts with an effective killing range of approximately 30 meters. Activating the left device switches to the injector mode, where the muzzle sprays an energy storm equivalent to a small extreme cold storm, producing extremely low temperatures with wind force around level 10A, and the storm's diameter reaching 100 meters with a lateral range of about 70 meters. Both forms of damage simultaneously inflict freezing and erosion effects. Continuous exposure to the erosion effect may cause random mutations. Warning: long-term usage poses a risk of shell cracking or even explosion. If unusual sounds are heard from within the injector, please stop using it immediately and let it rest for no less than 6 hours. Thanks to system optimization, the original Blackskin branch injector has undergone a complete transformation. The sleek black surface is covered with gray linear skin patterns reminiscent of the winged night demon. The oversized injector body features smooth lines with every edge replaced by curves, and the long muzzle resembles a small cannon poised to fire. As Shirin grasped the gray handle at the top, a sense of security flooded his heart. All fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. And now I hold the truth. This is even a piece of purple equipment, the first purple item Shirin has ever seen. Just by looking at the description, it's clear that this is an unparalleled killing machine, a storm meat grinder. Being hit once would leave you gravely wounded. Even Shirin felt a chill in his heart. Wait, hold on, this killing machine was crafted by me. Then it's fine. I'm truly amazing. This injector is quite heavy, but thankfully Shirin now possesses 11 points of strength, making it manageable, though his arms do get a bit sore after lifting it for a while. A few baboons dozing at the entrance were disturbed by Shirin's movements, but they paid no mind. Those mole people sometimes like to wander around causing mischief. Since the boss said nothing, they pretended not to see. It's not that Shirin deliberately made weapons in front of them, but it was simply too hot outside. Yesterday he arrived on the island in the evening, and the heat had him feeling like he'd entered a sauna. At this moment, under the blazing midday sun, the sunlight felt like a fire gun combined with the ground temperature, creating a massive oven. The interior of this cave is not bright, but compared to the outside it's like heaven and earth. Even the baboons that soak in lava avoided the light to sleep, indicating just how terrifying the temperature was. Fortunately, Shirin arrived early in the morning. Now he had nowhere to go and could only stay inside the cave. Putting away the injector, he casually took out a giant spinefish and tossed it on the ground to roast. Using the natural ground as a grill, within seconds the aroma of charred fish began to waft. Shirin had a lunch, leaving some fish for Lon Lon, and began to... He slept through the entire afternoon. Nightfall arrived. Tonight's night sky was slightly different, as half of the countless stars were obscured by clouds despite being over 4,000 meters in altitude. Shirin glanced at his watch. Today's weather: sunny, rain. Time night, 11 hours and 50 minutes until sunrise. Fire Soup Island, air temperature 30-34 C. Abyssal sea surface temperature 15-20. 3 C. Heavy rain is expected, please take shelter. Indeed, rain is on the way. Judging by the speed at which the clouds are gathering above, it likely won't be more than an hour. The red-haired baboon king had dragged out the flaming stone, carrying Lon Lon. The gray-haired baboons were not qualified to participate in the sacrificial ceremony, so the baboon king had to personally deliver the offerings. Sensing the impending storm, the red-haired baboon king's movements became somewhat frantic. Hurry, go, it urged. Shirin even suspected it knew that elite winged night demons would be coming tonight, otherwise why would it be in such a hurry? Surely a little rain wouldn't extinguish. Prompted again by the baboon king, Shirin rolled his eyes. Big Red, I only have 2 legs, no matter how fast I go it's only this fast. His legs aren't like a whirlwind. Can they compare to your sick? The red-haired baboon king impatiently thumped the ground twice. It stopped speaking, and with a flick of its long tail it swiftly climbed in the direction of the volcano, carrying Shirin. Because one of its hands had to hold the flaming stone, its speed decreased further, deepening its solemn expression. The road to the volcano Shirin had taken with the mole people at a slow pace yesterday, which took about 2.5 hours. At the baboon king's current speed, an hour should be in. Should I make a move now? The baboon king is too large and Lon Lon is still in its hand. If I act now, it could easily backfire. Moreover, Shirin did not have enough confidence. The injector is indeed powerful, but he has yet to gauge the strength of a first-tier elite baboon king. Let's wait a bit longer. The system's daytime announcement hinted strongly that the elite winged night demon would likely come after the challenger. It's just unknown which of these 2 elite monsters is stronger. The air is oppressive and hot, a precursor to the impending rain. Ugh. Shirin was nearly sick from being bounced around by the red-haired baboon king. This ride is more thrilling than a roller coaster, and his stomach churned while his mind spun. He couldn't tell how long he had been jostled, but he seemed to hear the baboon king curse Stone Demon. Damn it. A massive wing beat sounded above. It was a terrifying creature several times larger than an ordinary winged night demon, its expanded black wings blotting out the sky, exuding an aura comparable to a Boeing airplane hurtling towards you. Countless small winged night demons followed behind, some heading towards the baboon nest, while others closely trailed the elite winged night demon. Their target was clear, the red-haired baboon king, frantically running on the ground. Yet Shirin noticed they completely avoided the direction of the volcano. No wonder those mole people were unharmed. These nocturnal demons dare not even approach the volcano, opting instead to vent their frustrations on the baboon. That slumbering master exhibits considerable power. As the elite winged night demon approached, the red-haired baboon king let out a furious roar to the sky, yet did not halt it. It was still warning. But Shirin couldn't tell it that the creature was coming for him. Unless it threw him away, there was no way to negotiate. The elite winged night demon ignored the warning and accelerated downward, revealing a pair of strong, fierce arms. Attached to those arms were sharp claws like knives. The red-haired baboon king was now thoroughly enraged. It pounded its chest with both hands, emitting a series of roars. With a spin, it tossed the flaming stone containing Lon Lon aside, assuming a battle-ready stance with its 6 claws. Imagine the scene of a plane crashing. The massive airflow swept through, and Shirin, still hanging onto the baboon king's tail, was blown about, unable to open his eyes. In just a few seconds, the claws came crashing down. The baboon king used all 4 hands to counter the claws, while its other 2 hands threw punches straight at the opponent's head. Unexpectedly, the elite winged night demon quickly blocked the punch with its wings. But it underestimated the baboon king's strength. The wings merely mitigated the impact, and the fist still slammed hard against its head. The elite winged night demon's head was struck with a heavy blow. Roar! It let out a long, painful howl, spreading its wings to reveal a row of sharp spikes, nearly half a meter long, driving them viciously into the baboon king. The baboon king, of course, was not willing to back down. It directly grasped the 2 massive wings with its palms, piercing them with sharp spikes, causing black blood to splatter. Ignoring the pain altogether, it seized the opportunity to let its tail hook show this creature its might. It maneuvered its tail to fly. Why can't it fly? The Baboon King suddenly realized that its tail was still wrapped around a two-legged creature, momentarily stunned. This instant was immediately seized by the elite winged night demon. Its muscles swelled, and with a furious roar it broke free from the Baboon King's control, plunging its claws deep into the Baboon King's ribs. Goo! The Baboon King's face twisted in pain. In a fit of rage it threw the creature it was holding aside, and its tail hook swiftly lunged at the elite winged night demon. As the tail hook pierced, a twisted smile immediately appeared on the Baboon King's face. But this smile vanished in an instant, as it quickly sensed something was wrong. Its tail hook did not pierce the opponent's body. A small winged night demon had unexpectedly flown onto the battlefield, and had solidly blocked this strike for the elite winged night demon. With a flick of its tail hook, it instantly reduced the small winged night demon to a desiccated corpse. It was precisely this erroneous judgment by the Baboon King that allowed the elite winged night demon to withdraw its claws and violently tear at the Baboon King's arms, directly ripping off both of its arms. Not wishing to linger in battle, it quickly spread its wings and flew back into the sky. The Baboon King howled in agony, having lost both arms. A furious hatred and fighting spirit erupted in its eyes. It knew that in this battle only one monster could leave this place alive. More and more small winged night demons arrived on the battlefield. This was not favorable for the Baboon King. Thus it roared towards the distance, and began to summon its troop of baboons. Outside the battlefield, the creature that had been thrown to the ground and rolled around for dozens of rounds was on the verge of falling apart. It hastily bit into several flame bananas. During the earlier crisis, it had paid no attention to the taste of these fiery bananas. Unexpectedly, as soon as this thing was consumed, it felt like fire ignited in its mouth, the extreme spiciness turning into extreme pain, causing tears to stream down its face as it stubbornly swallowed. The banana flesh flowed down its throat like scalding lead into its stomach. This sensation was probably worse than eating a pound of devilishly spicy peppers. It recalled the fiery bananas it sold to those two guys and couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt, hoping they wouldn't return it. Shaking its head, it realized there was no time to ponder this, and quickly pulled out a dagger to find the flowing fire stone that contained Lan Luan. The stone had been tossed into a depression. Lan Luan had already knocked herself unconscious. The current Fenghua dagger cut through the flowing fire stone with ease. This large chunk of flowing firestone was indeed thick. It carefully cut along the feeding pit, finally creating a sufficiently large opening. In the distance, the two giant beasts clashed again, shaking the ground, and the sound of clucking echoed from afar. It must be the young baboons coming to provide support. Once the flowing firestone was broken open, the flames inside burned even more fiercely. Fortunately, they still avoided the unconscious Lan Luan. It reached out to shake Lan Luan's shoulder. She had not completely lost consciousness. After a few shakes, she opened her eyes, pressing her swollen forehead. It quickly withdrew its hand. "I just wanted to wake you up. I didn't do anything." Still feeling dizzy, Lan Luan looked at the man in front of her with some exasperation. "Why are you so nervous?" "Never mind, thank you." "What's the current situation?" "The Winged Night Demon brothers have brought their little brothers over and are fighting that red-haired baboon right now. Here, eat some fish meat first so you won't have the strength to run later." After a moment's thought, it added, "Would you prefer to eat some flame bananas? That thing heals quickly." Unexpectedly, Lan Luan directly rejected it. She took 2 pearls from her skirt and popped them into her mouth. "I am a pearl person. Eating pearls naturally restores health," she said. "Then why did you make yourself so weak before? Do you expect me to become a sacrifice?" She handed the fish meat back. "I don't eat meat." It raised an eyebrow. "Vegetarian." Lan Luan was too lazy to explain, tossing him a pearl before turning to leave. Freshwater pearl, white type, creation quality green. Description: a white freshwater pearl produced from Pearl Island, lustrous and round, is the main food source and restorative medicine for the people of Pearl Island. The fact that pearls are creations was something it could understand. After all, it was no easy feat to grind a pearl oyster into a quality pearl. The green quality was quite special. As per the current intelligence, it would take a sufficiently effective item to possess such quality. She was covered in green items. It couldn't help but glance at the large pearl on her ear. Such a large one must be at least blue quality, right? Noticing its gaze, Lan Luan turned back in surprise. "Aren't you leaving quickly?" "Leaving?" It tossed the pearl back to her. It had no use for it since it couldn't recover health. "This is a great opportunity to be a fisherman. Am not in a hurry to leave," it chuckled. Lan Luan frowned, about to say something. Suddenly, the Baboon King let out a piercing roar in the distance. Countless flowing firestones flew up from the pits in the ground, including the huge flowing firestone that had just been broken. A wave of red light spilled out from the cracks in the ground, quickly enveloping those flowing firestones. The group of flowing firestones was surprisingly merged into a moving sea of flames in the air. "Here we go again." Seeing this scene, Lan Luan's expression turned grim. It also remembered this is the skill of the Big Red. The flowing flames gradually formed a circular fire net firmly enclosing the elite winged night demon that had not managed to ascend in time. The high temperatures made even the elite winged night demon hesitate to break through. The isolated winged night demons anxiously flitted around the flames, with a few reckless ones trying to charge and only to become burning turkeys. Now they were completely unwilling to approach. The Baboon King, having already isolated the battlefield, first used the flames to cauterize its severed arms, then emitted a series of bizarre sounds. You hear a strange sound imbued with mysterious power. Sanity decreases by 10. As the Baboon King's voice echoed, the speed of the flames surged, and the encirclement shrank even tighter, closing in on the elite winged night demon. The outer flames even began to crystallize. At this moment it finally understood why Lan Luan was sealed inside the flowing firestone. The skill of the red-haired Baboon King could create giant flowing firestones to imprison its opponents. The flames inside might not harm crucial sacrifices like Lan Luan, but they would certainly be enough to trouble the elite winged night demon. Wouldn't they be trapped inside and burned to death? As it was about to be trapped, the elite winged night demon flapped its wings, and a burst of purple light erupted from its gray eyes. The purple light broke through the fiery encirclement, directly striking the red-haired Baboon King. It emitted a series of chilling, eerie laughs, with its eyes glowing even more intensely with purple light. The Baboon King also changed its expression. The pain from its severed arms gradually faded at the fracture points, and the flesh and blood turned into a stone. That gray matter was even spreading upward. You witness a bizarre petrification scene. Sanity decreases by 10. This is bad. Would the elite winged night demon be the first to be trapped to death, or would the Baboon King be completely petrified first? This question would soon yield an answer. No. With that thought it panicked. If you two kill each other, what kind of fisherman will I be? Isn't that just a pure waste? You need to get away. Don't get hurt. It pushed Lan Luan away and pulled out its trump card from the backpack. Your father is here, everyone clear out. The petrification was nearly spreading to the shoulders. The Baboon King decisively exerted force with his 4 other hands, violently tearing off the 2 completely petrified arms from his shoulders. It was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when it saw the purple light in the eyes of the elite winged night demon shoot out again. A few small baboons had already arrived, standing upright in front of the Baboon King and blocking the light tightly. The Baboon King felt proud. Who doesn't have a few little brothers? But little brothers are just little brothers. The Baboon King could still hold out for several more minutes, but these small baboons turned into petrified statues almost instantly. As the purple light pierced through the already petrified baboons, it came rushing back towards the Baboon King. At the same time, the elite winged night demon was already engulfed in, yet it endured the pain of its flesh burning, with the eye that emitted the purple light firmly tracking the figure of the Baboon King. No matter how many baboons rushed up, they could only block for a moment, not to mention that those small winged night demons were also watching closely. Seeing their leader in peril, they could not just fly around. They immediately went to intercept those small baboons that were rushing to protect the baboon. At that moment, a loud shout rang out. Your father is here, everyone get out of the way. A dirty-looking biped was running wildly from behind, holding a strange large object. The Baboon King recognized this with Shirin and was momentarily stunned. Is this biped crazy? How dare he rush over to seek death? As for the elite winged night demon, it also recognized that this was its target and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. The target came rushing back. Is there such a good thing? Especially since it could see traces of the petrification curse on Shirin, knowing that this person was already beyond saving. Thus it shifted its gaze back to the Baboon King. The 2 monsters were already locked in a life-and-death struggle. Even if it were burned to death, it would drag that foolish baboon down with it. But then the biped was shouting again. Dare to ignore me. Eat this storm bomb. He raised that strange object. A strong sense of crisis surged, and the Baboon King instinctively wanted to flee, but the elite winged night demon couldn't escape at all. A whirlwind suddenly gathered at the circular mouth of that strange object. A tremendous boom echoed. The incredible storm energy erupted from that small circular mouth. It was a masterpiece of nature's craftsmanship. A giant storm instantly swept across the battlefield. The Baboon King didn't even have time to retreat, and was caught up along with the baboons and winged night demons entangled. The immense temperature difference and the raging whirlwind even ripped apart the fiery prison that had ensnared the elite winged night demon. But it couldn't feel any joy. It had just emerged from the flames, only to be plunged into extreme cold. The storm continued to gather, and worse yet, at this critical moment, it began to rain. The dark clouds that had accumulated in the sky finally could not hold back and poured out the rainwater. There was no gradual drizzle, it was a torrential downpour. But this rain falling into the extreme cold storm immediately began to freeze. Countless ice raindrops spun in the storm, quickly enveloping the prey trapped within. The smaller baboons and winged night demons were the first to freeze, their terrified expressions forever crystallized in ice. However, these ice sculptures had barely spun in the storm for a few seconds before being completely torn apart by the violent cold winds. The blood and flesh fragmented into ice, continuing to merge into this ice rainstorm. To be honest, Shuren also did not expect this scene. The extreme cold storm sounded impressive, but the visual it unleashed was even more astounding. Especially this rain, it was simply a divine assist. The torrential rain directly elevated the destructive power of the storm to another level. However, he was not in a good position either. Although the powerful energy was released outward, the roaring ejector was as uncontrollable as a rampaging warhorse. Shuren was already lucky to be able to hold onto the ejector while standing in place. His legs were on the verge of breaking from the ship. His arms were bulging with veins as he gripped the handle of the ejector tightly, fearing that if he relaxed for even a moment, the ejector would fly away. This was a purple-grade equipment. He had to hold on. In his peripheral vision, a mound suddenly appeared on the ground. Then there were three. A mole person broke through the soil. Then more mole people emerged. Azwa and Ayu were among them. But the storm had transformed into a massive tornado connecting to the dark clouds. The raging winds had already spread to the surroundings. Shuren sensed that the energy from the ejector in his hand was on the brink of going out of control. Meanwhile, the mole people were all screaming, "It's divine punishment! It's divine punishment! It's over! It must be the rain that angered the Lord, but it shouldn't have rained tonight. What should we do? Will we be caught up in this too? If I had known, I would not have come." Azwa pushed the nearby mole person. "What nonsense are you talking about? Can't you see that Lord Wong is the source of the storm? This is the will of the Lord." The mole people gasped, "But the high priest is coming." Another large mound burst open and the elders crawled out first. Finally, the high priest, resembling living magma, emerged. The elders surrounded him respectfully, all gazing at the mass. "It's that one," they whispered. "It must be that one. How could it? This is revenge. They do not want to witness the resurrection of the Lord." "No. Clearly that one has already." They fell silent again. The high priest's head, like black coal, revealed nothing. His head only pointed towards the storm's direction as he said slowly, "The plan has changed." This. The Lord exists anywhere deep within this island. Do not be fixated on the volcano. That is merely the closest place to the Lord. The high priest calmly stated, "The sacrificial ceremony begins immediately. No more offerings are needed. There is plenty here." The elders exchanged glances and had no choice but to agree. "What about the pearl person?" One elder mole person suddenly said. "I saw it over there." Another elder mole person pointed behind Shuren. "Look, Lord Wong has protected the offering." Lon Lon surprisingly did not run away, but stood at a distance behind Shuren. She kept touching the pearl earrings on her right ear, seemingly deep in thought. Noticing the mole people appearing on the battlefield, she couldn't help but glance at the struggling Shuren, her expression uncertain. The high priest said sternly, "She wants to run. The fiery stone prison has vanished. Could it be that Da Hong has already?" The elder mole person said, somewhat alarmed. No matter how much they looked down on those baboons, that was still it was an elite-level monster. How could it just be gone? The high priest was also somewhat taken aback, but still said, "I will go capture her. You all keep an eye on the battlefield. Do not let that messenger Wong escape." Everything revolves around the ceremony. Once the tornado dissipates, immediately set up the sacrificial formation. Understood. As soon as the high priest moved, Lon Lon no longer hesitated and turned to flee. Shuren, with no eyes in the back of his head, of course, could not see any of this. He was still desperately waiting for the system prompt. Small prompts were gradually coming in. "You have killed the winged night demon. You have killed the fire scorpion baboon. You have killed the winged night demon. You have killed the winged night demon. You have killed the fire scorpion baboon." Kill count for winged night demon 2315. Congratulations on receiving a level 1 strength enhancement. Kill count for fire scorpion baboon 1815. Congratulations on receiving a level 1 constitution enhancement potion 2. The rainwater falling on the ground here immediately turns into bursts of steam, but the ground around the battlefield had already started to freeze and the ice layer was spreading outward. The scorching temperature had long been replaced by the low temperature, and Shuren, closest to the storm, was now shivering from the cold. The lava mud on his body had been washed away by the heavy rain, and without the protective mud insulation, he could only rely on his own constitution to endure. "Hurry up! Hurry up!" Shuren's eyes were red from the rainwater irritation, and his demeanor had become somewhat frenzied. "Aren't you dead yet?" His legs really couldn't hold on any longer. "Until you have killed the elite winged night demon. Congratulations on obtaining the dropped equipment Demon Eye from the elite winged night. You have killed the fire scorpion baboon king. Congratulations on obtaining the dropped equipment Roaring Iron Fong from the baboon king. For the first and consecutive kills of elite creatures, congratulations on unlocking the rare title Elite Enemy. Congratulations on receiving the All Attribute Enhancement Potion 1, the Relic Map Fragment 1. You have been awarded 100,000 island coins. Upon hearing the first sound of the system prompt, Shuren immediately shut down the thrusters. As the energy output ceased, he fell to the ground, the powerful recoil, sending him rolling away. His body was already covered in ice shards, and he shivered as he nibbled on several fiery bananas. The burning sensation within him jolted Shirin back to life. He had lost quite a bit of rationality, but luckily he had soldier boots on. Although the recovery was slow, it was gradually accumulating. With the energy supply cut off, the previously raging storm vortex finally began to slow down. This extreme cold meat grinder was finally coming to an end. Chunks of bloody flesh and shattered ice fell with the swirling winds crashing heavily onto the ground. The mole people hurriedly burrowed underground to hide. Until the last trace of cold wind dissipated and no more ice shards fell, the two massive and damaged corpses finally emerged from the storm. The bodies of the two elite monsters were so shattered that their original forms were unrecognizable. They could only be distinguished by the color of their flesh and blood. The ice layer formed by the storm and rain began to melt gradually under the high temperature of the ground. Under the intense energy dissipation, the originally gathered dark clouds were also dispersed, creating a large hole and forming a rain-free zone. Meanwhile, the shockwaves in the sky continued to spread, completely collapsing the dense dark clouds and dispersing the cloud cover. The rain stopped. Without the cleansing of rainwater, the last remnants of ice that were stubbornly resisting the heat suddenly disintegrated, turning into thick water vapor. With the cover of water vapor, Shirin rushed in to collect the bodies of the two elite monsters into his backpack. What a profit! This was a huge gain. A large number of small monsters provided 2 bottles of first-tier strength enhancement potions and 2 bottles of first-tier constitution enhancement potions. In addition, there were materials from the 2 elite corpses, 2 keepable items, and a new rare title. Isn't it time to take off directly? Without time to check, he rushed out of the water vapor area, preparing to find Lan Lan. He had no idea where this sister had run off to. She couldn't return to Pearl Island now, and to leave Fire Soup Island, she could only take his temporary passage. Unexpectedly, a group of mole people jumped out right in front of him. An elder mole person led the way, speaking in a pleasant tone, "My Lord Wong, you must not leave." Shirin forced a smile, saying dismissively, "Isn't this a bit of a ruckus? Don't we still have a ceremony to hold? Let's hurry, or it will be too late." "The ceremony location has been changed to here, my Lord Wong, please wait here." The elder mole person had no choice. The high priest has gone to chase the fleeing sacrificial offering. He will be back soon to preside over the ceremony. Lan Lan. Upon learning that the high priest had gone after her, Shirin felt he had to leave. After all, these mole people could not stop him. Is it really necessary for the high priest? Shirin chuckled awkwardly and took off. "I'll go take a look." The mole people immediately surrounded him. Azwa and Ayu stood in the middle, anxious. Azwa said, "What should we do? Blocking Lord Wong like this isn't good. We can't fight him." Ayu replied, "Shut up, let's at least look the part, or do you want to be killed by the high priest?" And meanwhile, Lan Lan, who had already escaped, was sliding continuously on the ground. Yes, sliding. Upon closer inspection, her feet were actually on a white slide with rainwater moistening her feet and the track allowing her to glide on it. As for how this slide was formed, it was quite incredible. A large amount of white powder continuously secreted from the soles of Lan Lan's feet, quickly condensing in the air into white hard plates that extended forward. This is one of the characteristics of the Pearl people. Shellfish can secrete calcium carbonate from their mantle onto their surface, forming 1 or 2 shells that enclose their entire body. However, the Pearl people can quickly secrete a special form of calcium carbonate from any part of their body, instantly shaping it with hardness comparable to rock. Utilizing this, and with the rain, Lan Lan's escape speed greatly increased. As long as she avoided the rocks and chose to move over the depressions, her sliding could continue indefinitely. She only needed to circle around the edge of the island to find the temporary passage belonging to Shirin. That was her only way out. As for Shirin, a smile flashed in her eyes. He was very capable. Now that the high priest had followed her, there would be no one to stop him over there. Boom. A burst of fire suddenly erupted beneath her feet. The white slide was blown apart, and Lan Lan was thrown out. This was bad. She pushed herself off the ground with her hands flipping up and indeed saw the red shadow standing at the explosion site. So fast. This was the territory of the mole people. It was indeed not that easy to escape. The high priest turned his dark head towards her, speaking calmly, "Hello, Pearl person." "Hello." Lan Lan replied expressionlessly, "I have no intention of saying hello." Hee. The high priest's laughter resembled a parent watching a child misbehave, filled with helplessness and the amusement of a superior. Why struggle? Becoming a part of the master is your honor. It is a leap of life and evolution. You and that messenger Wong feel free to cause chaos. There is nothing that can stop tonight's ritual. The great master will awaken and the world will return to its heat. Is that so? Lan Lan looked at its confident demeanor, a smirk curving her lips. Have you never wondered how tonight's reign came to be? You filthy rat, how can you be sure that he or they will not interfere again? This statement struck a painful chord with the high priest. Indeed, this strange reign was too peculiar. Coupled with the extreme cold storm released by that messenger Wong, it practically threw an answer right in its face. The water god, the winter god, and the northern god. These three titles actually represented one deity. Yet the high priest dared not speak its name. To directly invoke the name of a deity is a great taboo. The high priest is not their servant, and it would only invite divine punishment. I understand. The high priest gritted its teeth and said that Messenger Wong is not a servant of the Lord of the Abyss at all. He serves the water god, the winter god, and the northern god. He can bring the extreme cold storm. That is his authority. But he merely assisted him in bringing down a rain, having no punishment for him. That's right, that guy is his favored one. He came to stop the revival of my lord. This was a conspiracy against the master. The high priest, believing it had found the truth, was consumed by rage. It could no longer remain calm. Its fur began to thrash violently, and its exposed flesh was burning. The temperature around them began to rise rapidly. Lan Lan's expression changed as she quickly removed the pearl from her right ear and swallowed it. Immediately afterward, she opened her mouth and bubbles flew out, gathering in the air to form a massive colorful bubble. It seems luck is on my side. Upon seeing the colorful bubble, Lan felt a bit relieved. Luck is on your side. The high priest's fur had already begun to burn, with countless magma surging from its body, flowing everywhere. Heavy rain poured down, a thick mist enveloping the area with hissing sounds. Pearl person, you should be thankful I won't kill you. It extended its hand. One more chance, come with me to the master. Go away. Lan replied, you and your master both. A toast not accepted is a penalty drink. The high priest's dark head burst open and molten lava flowed out. The gigantic bubble floating above Lan Lan's head also exploded with a bang. Countless soft, strange creatures fell out, landing on the ground before slow. They looked like entirely exposed flesh organs, not one, but a multitude, and their bizarre appearance would terrify anyone who saw them. The newly born monstrosities emitted not a sound. Perhaps they couldn't vocalize at all, only crawling straight toward the high priest. Get ready to give birth, Lan said, touching her empty earlobe, her tone malicious. Dirty, stinking rat. The rain stopped. The mole people had already arranged the items needed for the formation. Shirin squatted aside, muttering to himself, come on, just watch me not kill you all. He was helpless. He had used the sprayer for too long and needed to recover. Moreover, his energy was too low at the moment. Using the sprayer mode to control the storm had nearly exhausted him. Relying solely on the harpoon and dagger, he couldn't break through the numerous mole people. These creatures may seem weak, but they were not so easy to kill. One could drag him down. As for the skill of the fiery body, it had little effect on these heat-resistant mole people. He couldn't really rely on self-detonation to take them down with him. Sure, he was in a hurry, but he had no inclination for self-harm. Self-detonation was absolutely out of the question, at least not now. He originally wanted to drink a few bottles of newly acquired potions for an upgrade. However, considering the current uncertain situation, what if drinking the potions caused him too much pain and he was ambushed? Wouldn't he become a clown? Giving up on the potions, Shirin could only check the rewards for equipable items and new titles. Magic Eye quality purple description, a magical eye born from the eyes of the elite winged night demon. Consumes 10 energy to perform ultra-distance vision for 1 minute. Consumes 20 energy to activate full spectrum biological perspective for 1 minute. Consumes 50 energy to unleash a petrifying gaze with a cooldown of 24 hours. Roaring iron tooth quality purple description, originating from the sharp teeth of the fire scorpion baboon king. It consumes 20 energy to emit a massive roar that intimidates foes, with a 70 chance to stun enemies. The higher the life form, the lower the chance to be stunned. Consumes 30 energy to gain sharp teeth with a tearing effect lasting for 20 minutes. Consumes 100 energy to unleash a abyssal giant maw, devouring the nearest 110 units of enemies, depending on the life level of the enemies, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Rare title, elite enemy unequipped acquisition method, first and consecutive kills of elite creatures. Description, easier to attract the hatred of elite creatures, but you are fearless. Damage to elite creatures, 30 damage received, 10. The first two are indeed good items. Just the series of skills available made Shirin drool. Unfortunately, all of them required energy to cast, and what Shirin lacked most right now was energy. This title was also decent, but since it was night, he decided to keep wearing the Night Hunter. After equipping the Magic Eye and Roaring Iron Tooth, Shirin felt a coolness sweep through his eyes and mouth, but otherwise felt no discomfort. What a treasure! Having been tortured by potions, Shirin enjoyed this simple feeling of enhancement, getting stronger without suffering. However, this time Shirin had to praise the system. Perhaps due to the abundance of rewards, the potions and divine relic map fragments were placed in the system's temporary backpack, available for retrieval within 24 hours. This gave Shirin a great deal of flexibility. 24 hours should be enough for him to return to the island. Back to the sea. Wait, the temporary passage would only last until dawn. Shirin glanced at his watch. There were still 10 hours and 20 minutes left. With only 18 energy remaining, Shirin estimated that he would faint after fighting a few mole people. He also had no idea if Lon Lon had escaped. The high priest he had barely heard of still hadn't returned. Sleeping was out of the question, so he could only supplement his energy with food. Looking in his backpack, it seemed the only food left was the last piece of spine fish. This spine fish had been cut by Shirin before, so it was already prepared fish pieces when taken. He threw it directly onto the ground to roast. The ground temperature was a bit lower at night. Shirin specifically found a spot near a crack flowing with lava where the temperature was high. As long as he didn't attempt to leave, the mole people wouldn't bother him. The fish meat cooked quickly. Cooked fish provided more energy than the previous squid and shrimp, filling him with 25 energy. This gave Shirin a total of 43 energy. This value was acceptable, and he silently chewed on the fish while studying the formation they had drawn on the ground. After wearing the magic eye, his vision improved significantly. Even from a distance, he could clearly see the fur texture on the mole people applying the formation. They were drawing blood patterns on the ground back to back in completely opposite directions. It looked like they had layered several times with different blood. These blood-drawn patterns were intricately layered, ultimately forming a giant design with a diameter of 500 meters. Shirin couldn't make heads or tails of the design. The patterns were too complex, appearing both precise and seemingly haphazard upon closer inspection. You see an incomprehensible array. Sanity decreases by 10. Damn. Shirin quickly averted his gaze. It was precisely because of this glance that he accurately spotted a large. Strange, when did this pit appear? Something fell off. He didn't immediately stand up, but quietly scanned the area. The mole people were all busy while the elder mole people gathered on the other side, seemingly studying something. What were they studying? Rituals, formations, preparations were being made. Oh, what else did they need to study? It seemed there indeed was something. Shirin immediately understood. It was a sacrifice. It was Lon Lon. The high priest had returned without him knowing, having quietly handed Lon Lon over to the elders without alerting anyone. And what about him? Where did he go? Shirin continued to scan the ground, and soon discovered another pit at the opposite end of the formation. He immediately stood up and walked around the mole people. Just as he was about to reach it, 2 mole people blocked his path. Familiar faces. My lord, please don't make it difficult for us. You really can't leave, Azwa said with a bitter expression. Yeah, my lord, the elders instructed us. Please wait until the ritual is over to discuss any urgent matters. Au raised his eyebrows, saying, once we become elders, we will definitely make it convenient for you, my lord. Shirin was not in the mood to indulge them and kicked each of them. The 2 mole people dared not make a sound and could only endure it, forcing smiles on their faces. These 2 were indeed believers despite being soft-hearted. I'm not going anywhere, I'm just watching. Shirin suddenly smiled. By the way, where's your high priest? Has the ritual been prepared? Why haven't I seen him yet? The 2 moles shook their heads. Azwa said, I haven't seen him, but the high priest will definitely return soon. The elders said it would start in half an hour. Hey, you poked him. Hey, we already said to wait until it starts before discussing it with my lord. My lord, it's not that we're hiding it from you, it's what the elders instructed. Shirin felt a sense of comfort. See, talking to these 2 was pleasant. They were willing to share everything, not treating him as an outsider. It's just a small matter. What difference does it make if I know? Am I capable of sabotaging anything? Shirin chuckled. I'm just another messenger of a deity. Oh, how much power could I possibly have? Azwa and Au laughed as well, filling the air with a cheerful atmosphere. Shirin patted their shoulders, saying, all right, you 2 go ahead. I'll just stay here. Azwa wanted to say something, but Au stopped him, grinning. My lord, I trust you. Then we'll take our leave. Go on, go on. The 2 mole people pushed each other as they left, and Shirin's smile instantly faded. He turned around and walked slowly toward the pit. No need to get too close. Just approaching the edge, he saw something that looked like a burning fire person sitting inside. It sat on the lava mass, countless heat energies bursting through the cracks in its body, and in just a few breaths, one of the cracks began to heal. You see a terrifying scene. Sanity decreases by 5. All the edges of the wounds were bursting outward, as if something unknown had drilled out from its body. Moreover, there were numerous wounds, large and small, covering its entire body. Was this the high priest? Shirin couldn't even tell it was a mole person. However, judging by its injuries, it hadn't gained any benefits from Lon Lon. This is not a good thing at all. The damage is severe, and Lon Lon will only suffer even more. Shirin glanced at the direction of the elder mole people and understood they must be in the process of rescuing her. However, they probably won't give her the fire banana sulfur soup. They only need her to hang on to life, not to heal her. Forget it as long as she's not dead. Shirin leaped down from the edge of the pit. The temperature in the pit was higher than he expected, but he was no longer barefoot. His blue-quality soldier's boots wouldn't be burned by this level of heat. He wiped the sweat from his brow and approached the fireman in the pit. Stop right there. The fireman surprisingly spoke. Its head resembled charcoal, and it was unclear where the voice was coming from. Shirin did not stop. Messenger Wang, you are seeking death, the high priest emphasized. Shirin didn't care about what it said. the so-called taking advantage of a person's illness to take their life. He had died countless times ignoring the ramblings of villains. With a fish spear appearing in his hand, Shirin charged directly at the fireman's head and thrust. The spear flew out and directly exploded the head. However, what rolled out from the exploded brain of the high priest was actually magma. Shirin was startled and quickly retracted the spear. Sure enough, the barbed part of the spear was completely melted. Know that elder mole person needed to sway a bit first. You just started from a zero frame. Just finished with the elder brother, yet the second brother was already in trouble. But it was with this strike that he saw the information of the high priest. Mole person, high priest, half-fusion type creature, level 1st stage, elite description, a servant and follower of a great existence, some having approached the great existence, their life forms transcending ordinary life. Powerful enough to consume magma, they can repair themselves by absorbing energy from the magma, striving to become a part of the great existence. A life form at the elite level has comprehended powerful skills, it longs to once again be by its master's side, firmly believing that the great master will rule this world. P.S. The blazing heat devours all existing eternally as the only one. The mole person high priest is actually an elite monster. Shirin thought that the group of baboons were their bodyguards. It turns out the leader is stronger than the bodyguards. No way. Why raise baboons when you have such strength? Just pure laziness. Shirin's plan was completely disrupted. He originally planned to kill this guy before the ceremony, disrupt the ritual, and directly take Lon Lon out once the jetpack was repaired. Those mole people could not possibly be the opponents of the jetpack. But now it was different. They had an elite-level high priest, and with the other weapons Shirin had, he could not possibly kill it. Lon Lon could actually injure an elite-level monster like this. Shirin finally realized he had underestimated her. Perhaps it was because the first time he saw her she was trapped in the flowing firestone, or perhaps it was because she was a woman, or perhaps it was because the pearl person didn't seem like a good attacker. The result was that this woman was unbelievably strong. Shirin took a heavy breath. He had reached this point, and no matter what, he had to stop all of this. Before the ceremony starts, I will find a way to kill you. A spear cannot kill me, the high priest said in a displeased tone. I already know your and that one's intentions. But unfortunately, you will not succeed. You pretend to be a messenger of the abyss. Although you fooled those fools, you could never fool me. Factually, I could not be 100% certain at first, but since you even used a spear, it's clear you truly served that one. But you have already used your skill. If you had used that storm in the ceremony, I might have been very troubled, but now. It mocked. The ceremony only needs me to be present. What do you mean? No way. What is this guy blabbering about? Why can't I understand a single word? Shirin could certainly not be some messenger of the abyss, but he had no idea what the high priest was concocting in his mind, spouting this nonsensical long speech. However, one thing was correct, he would definitely find a way to stop the ceremony. These mole people were quite stupid. It seemed that all the brains were only in the high priest's head. As for what it said about the ceremony, only needs me to be present, Shirin understood. So you don't need to host the ceremony at all? Shirin asked. He had always had a vague sense of foreboding, and that feeling was now stronger than ever. The high priest said, you are a clever person. Why don't you guess again? Has the ceremony already begun? With these words, Shirin's face changed dramatically. He hurriedly turned back and jumped up from the pit, not caring how the high priest laughed maniacally behind him. Before he could steady himself, a red light curtain shot up into the sky. The temperature of the air continued to rise. The smell of sulfur became deeper and heavier, mixed with an indescribable. Countless mole people surrounded the magic array, and the red light was emitted from the array, shooting straight into the high sky with no end in sight. They continuously knelt and prostrated, murmuring incantations. Shirin saw the two most forward ones, a left and a right, and felt a sudden throbbing pain in his forehead. Goody was actually deceived by these two. Thousands of days of hunting wild geese. One day, he was pecked in the eye by a goose. They clearly knew the ceremony was about to begin, but tricked him into thinking it would. This shows that they had long known the high priest was back. But now, realizing all this was too late. The elders standing in the innermost circle of the magic array held a long string of flowing firestones, singing loudly, their shadows overlapping in unison, the red light illuminating a frenzied face. Every syllable they uttered caused the ground beneath their feet to tremble like a drumbeat, stones bouncing, as if the magma silent beneath the ground was trying to break through the surface. Countless heat flows erupted. The ground shook continuously, making it almost impossible to stand. The strange chanting didn't resemble any language, but something older and more. You see a strange ceremony. Sanity decreases by 10. You hear incomprehensible sounds. Sanity decreases by 15. Lon Lon was lying right in the middle. All of her fur had disappeared. A large portion of her face was rotten, and her whole body was covered in burns and charred parts. The slightly intact corpses of baboons and shadow-winged demons surrounded her, forming a circle after circle. Shirin thrust a dagger into the brain of the outermost mole person and twisted it fiercely. However, the surrounding mole people were deaf to it, focused solely on worshipping and chanting, their faces radiating a fervent and blissful smile. The dead mole people wore smiles on their faces, which was very eerie. 1 dead, 2 dead, 3 dead. So what if they all died? The ceremony had already begun, nothing could stop it. One of the elder mole people suddenly began to lean down and vomit, and what came out was not food or gastric juice, but streams of thick magma. The magma fell to the ground and immediately moved under the feet of another elder mole person. Like a contagion, this elder mole person also began to vomit. The vomited magma connected with one another, then slowly sank into the cracks in the ground, not seeming to leave, but more like a response to the sacrifice. Then, starting from the outermost shadow-winged demon corpses, streams of magma quickly broke through the ground and gradually devoured the corpses one by one. Like a burning firecracker fuse rapidly heading toward the center. At the same time, the ground cracked inch by inch, collapsing and sinking into the deep earth. The ground at the center of the ceremony had become a giant pit, leaving only the small island beneath Lon Lon. Shi Ren rushed over, but was forced to stay at the edge of the deep pit. Beneath was a seething mass of magma, a large shadow flowing within with countless eyes appearing on the surface of the mass. They all coldly stared at Shi Ren, then one by one bulged and burst, giving birth to new eyes from within. This scene was so familiar. It seemed like he had dreamed of it before. You have witnessed a part of an unknown creature's sanity decreases by 20. A thunderous heartbeat echoed, sending a sharp pain through Shi Ren's mind, countless voices whispering to him. You hear an unknown voice, sanity decreasing by 10. Merge. Heat. Those voices churned in his mind like a scorching knife, dragging back and forth, causing Shi Ren to nearly suffocate from the pain. Offer. Warning: sanity is about to drop below 10. If sanity falls below 10, madness will ensue. Shi Ren felt something flowing out from his eyes, nose, and mouth. It was thick, unlike blood, and scalding hot. Red threads wrapped around the only island in the giant pit, swiftly climbing upwards, until one of the threads touched Lon Lon's skin. Like a thirsty traveler in a desert, the red thread immediately began to greedily suck in fresh blood, pulsating and transporting it to the massive shadow submerged in the lava. More and more red threads crawled up her body, her complexion rapidly turning pale. If Shi Ren could see her stats, he would notice her health plummeting. No. Shi Ren's vision gradually blurred. His eye sockets had been burned black, his nose was melting, and his mouth revealed charred teeth. You are being assimilated by an unknown entity. Upon completion of the assimilation, you will become part of the unknown entity. Detection of high assimilation value. You have acquired the trait Dissolve. It shouldn't be like this. The plan. No, there is no plan anymore. Offer up. Merge. Return to the heat. The voices continued to seduce him, causing him pain. Was he too reckless? Yes, it was all his fault. Was this just a passing island? Why? Why does a god exist? Become part of a god. Become a part. Yes, to become a part. Your spirit is experiencing severe fluctuations. Spirit decreases by 1. Detection of low spirit, spiritual interference, unnoticed. As the system prompted, those voices suddenly faded away. The pain in his mind instantly lessened. Shi Ren gasped, heavily wiping the flowing substance from his face, only to have his skin scalded off. What flowed down his face was a mixture of tears and blood. It was terrifying. He had almost willingly offered himself. Assimilation progress has halted. Still pretending to be divine while deceiving sacrifices. Are you a human trafficker? Shi Ren swallowed several fire-spotted bananas to regain health. The wounds on his face began to heal and his vision started to recover. I don't like dealing with cults, and I especially dislike deities like you who are traffickers. Saying this, he decisively pulled out an old wooden chest wrapped in seaweed and barnacles from his backpack. Gorgon's treasure chest disguised. Quality blue. Description: a mysterious treasure chest buried by the 3 Gorgon sisters, and no one knows what is inside. This thing didn't seem like a good item, but Shi Ren felt there was no better time than now to open it. He was also curious about what his luck of 1/6 could yield. After all, if he lost the gamble, it would just mean death. In this game, who hasn't died? It would only mean he would become just another number in the vast total come dawn. He looked down at the terrifying lava rolling beneath him, the shadow trembling violently as the assimilation process was interrupted. Not feeling good, huh? I'm not feeling good either. He slapped the lid of the wooden chest, causing the seaweed on top to tumble down. Stop pretending, old chest. Let me see your true form today. He directly reached out and opened the chest. Then he tossed it down. Look below, I'll show you something good. The wooden chest rolled through the air, a flash of blue light flickered, and in the blink of an eye, the tattered, decaying wooden chest transformed into a sea blue treasure chest wrapped in gold. Gorgon's treasure chest. Quality gold. Description: a mysterious treasure chest buried by the 3 Gorgon sisters, containing an extremely terrifying object. They prayed that no one would discover, open, or possess it. The golden chains shattered, accompanied by a burst of light, and the chest finally opened. The chest had fallen deep logically from Shiren's height. He should not be able to see what was inside. But Shiren, he saw clearly that inside was a pure white human head. Perfectly white, more exquisite, and cleaner than a sculpture. It was purer than anything. The expression on that head was frozen in a moment of terror and confusion, as if it had been cast in wax at the moment of death. The head of Erectus. Quality none. Description: a completely albino Erectus head granted the ability of resurrection by Gorgon blood, yet it is neither dead nor alive. It is trapped in an eternally motionless pure white world. Do not touch. Do not touch. Do not touch. The system issued 3 consecutive warnings not to touch, indicating the danger of this object. But it had no quality. Albino. Shiren did not have time to think further when suddenly the ground shook violently beneath his feet. He hurriedly crouched down, grasping the crevice to keep himself pressed against the rocks, preventing himself from being thrown off. He saw the lava in the giant pit continuously shrink, compressing downwards. Their speed was so fast it was as if they were fleeing from something. As the treasure chest was about to fall into the lava mass shrank even more. But the underground space was limited. After all, this was a floating island. Finally, the head along with the treasure chest fell into the lava. In an instant, an indescribable, terrifying hum resonated through the sky. Shiren felt as if he had been frozen in place. He couldn't move, not even think. The hum was so painful, so terrifying, it was a howl of extreme fury and helplessness, piercing deep into the soul with fear. Detection of low spirit, spiritual interference, unnoticed. The hum faded from Shiren's ears. Then everything went black. Not just his vision, even his thoughts came to a halt. Shiren felt as if he were trapped in a black space, completely isolated from the outside world. He did not know how long it had been, but when his vision recovered again, he wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but the temperature in the air seemed to have dropped. Shiren hurriedly looked down, only to find the entire underground pit empty. Not even a drop of lava could be seen. At the bottom of the pit was clean, revealing large blocks of mantle rock, as if the boiling lava had never existed. No, it really ran away. Realizing this, Shiren was dumbfounded. He just opened a chest and scared off its master. He instinctively turned to look behind him and found that the elders had vanished at some point, leaving only patches of ash-gray traces on the ground. Looking at the group of mole people, some had been killed by him, but more were lost in confusion and stupor. They seemed to have seen some unbelievable scene, their eyes swollen and lifeless, sitting there like statues. Shiren tried to poke one. Upon contact, the mole person's skin erupted into a scalding blood bubble, which then burst. The ruptured area rapidly shrank, turning into a piece of black dead flesh. But the mole person remained standing there, showing no reaction. He looked around in confusion, only to find not a single living creature left. The blue lawn in the center of the pit had also become a desiccated corpse, leaving only a shriveled skin. Shiren stared for a while until his eyes grew tired and blurred, finally shifting his gaze. He took out his broken fishing spear. Although the spearhead was damaged, it was still usable. He aimed correctly and speared that skin, then reeled it in and stuffed it into his backpack. No. A voice filled with terror and rage suddenly echoed from afar. No, master, our master. Don't go. The high priest staggered out from the distant pit. Its fur, that seemed to be on fire, had vanished, revealing a tattered pink body. That charred head was crumbling and fracturing. It wailed continuously, painfully scratching at its neck, letting out a hoarse roar towards the sky. But its god would no longer respond. What have you done? What have you done? The high priest had only a small part of its head turned towards Shiren. It screamed furiously, "You madman! Do you think you've won? You are merely there." There. Its blackened head finally turned to dust. Countless tentacle-like lava poured out from its shattered head, but that lava was black, emitting a putrid, muddy stench. Detection of individual fallen into madness. Detection of low spirit, pollution of visuals unnoticed. Not now. Don't shield me at this moment. With his vision gone, Shiren immediately turned to flee. However, as he passed by a group of the mole people, he hesitated, discarded the corpse of the ordinary night demon from his backpack, and attempted to disguise himself as one of the mole people. To his surprise, it actually worked. He hurriedly continued to escape, while putting on the disguise, testing his hand speed. He needed the fur of the mole people for the recipe of the fire plants. If he escaped the island directly, wouldn't that make the recipe worthless? Shiren's character would never allow such waste. It didn't matter that his backpack was full, he still had 2 empty slots in his trading bar. By tossing 2 elite corpses into the trading bar, he naturally freed up space in his backpack. These things were likely near the volcano, where sulfur mines would definitely be found. There was still time before the passage disappeared. Although he had lost consciousness for a while, it hadn't been too. Shiren gritted his teeth and changed direction towards the volcano. He couldn't see the fully mutated high priest, but he could still hear its voice. It seemed to be venting its fury everywhere, with various crashing sounds echoing behind him, and that foul odor following closely. Sometimes charred rocks would come crashing down, and Shirin hurriedly dodged before continuing to run. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The disgusting, sticky gurgling sound came from behind, fluctuating in pitch. Shirin strongly suspected that the high priest was cursing him. Damn it, what a petty mind. Losing one master could easily be replaced. A sharp wind whooshed by, and Shirin quickly ducked and rolled away. The hot wind swept over his head. Boom! The flying debris grazed his cheek. Shirin glanced back at the spot he had just occupied, now marked by a melting crater. It was the high priest's tentacle. Had it caught up so quickly? Thinking back to the terrifying mass of black tentacles he saw before losing his vision, Shirin looked down at his legs and felt that it was only natural. He couldn't outrun it. Normal. Shirin slapped himself. If he didn't run faster, he would really die. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled out the sprayer he had kept in his backpack for a long time and equipped the title Enemy of Elites. The sprayer mode was still unusable, but the shotgun mode was operational. It didn't matter that he couldn't see. Shirin simply aimed ahead and fired. The ice bullet burst forth the recoil, almost causing Shirin to take a step back. The recoil from the shotgun mode was greater than that of the sprayer, probably due to the instantaneous energy explosion, which created an exceptionally strong backward force. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, and a burst of water vapor erupted before Shirin's eyes, caused by the ice bullet striking the magma. He hit it. He saw ice flowers exploding in the air, and as those ice flowers danced, suddenly a gust of hot wind rushed towards him. Shirin adjusted his grip on the handle and raised his hand. This time he stood firm. Boom! The explosion was too close this time. The water vapor exploded directly onto Shirin's face. He could no longer see anything, but he could hear the high priest's wailing. Guhu! The tip of a tentacle, almost completely frozen, appeared within the mist. Shirin seized the opportunity and fired again at the exposed tentacle. A 30 damage bonus, here we go. This time it wasn't mist that exploded, but shattered ice flowers. The frozen tentacle's tip exploded directly, scattering ice flowers everywhere, revealing black sludge that had completely lost its temperature. Oh! With one successful hit, Shirin didn't linger. He fired 2 more shots that filled the space with water vapor before quickly stowing the sprayer and continuing to run. Think quickly, what other methods are there? Shirin's brain was racing. Right, the magma mud. That stuff could insulate against temperature and definitely block odors. He needed to hide himself, otherwise he wouldn't have a chance to mine sulfur. The volcano was right ahead. Since it was volcanic ash mud, it would surely be nearby. Shirin circled around the volcano and soon found several large pits filled with mud. He quickly retrieved the oxygen suit from his trading bar and slid into the mud pit. Soon indistinct sounds began to emerge from above. The mud enveloped his ears, and those sounds felt muffled, as if behind a thick wall of concrete. But he was sure that thing was coming after him. Shirin tightly shut his eyes. The sensation of being wrapped in mud was unpleasant. He pinched his nose tightly, relying only on the oxygen tube in his mouth to breathe. 1, 2, 3, 4. 451, 452. After counting for 3,000 times, even though there was no movement above, Shirin still didn't dare to move. This mud pit wasn't particularly large. Shirin's feet could even touch the stones at the bottom. The layer of mud covering his head was probably only around 10 centimeters. After counting another 3,000 times, Shirin waited a bit before quietly feeling his way to the edge of the pit to climb up. He first poked his head out, wiped the mud from his eyes, and opened them. Everything around was silent. Even the heat was gone from the ground, making it eerily quiet. Should he gamble? Shirin closed his eyes briefly. He had to do it. He carefully climbed up to the surface, stowed the oxygen suit covered in mud, and directly crawled forward. The ground here was at a normal temperature. It seemed that the so-called master had drained all the magma from the island, and the heat had completely disappeared. Without an energy supply, and with no living beings, this island would probably sink in just a few days. Shirin wanted to feel a sense of guilt, but thinking about the cult-like mole people and this evil god who consumed live sacrifices, he instead felt a sense of accomplishment. It is everyone's responsibility to dismantle evil hideouts. Even if the leader of this cult, the evil god, had fled, Shirin believed his strength was small and hoped that a righteous god would deal with it. He crawled for a while, and there was no sign of movement nearby. As he passed another mud pit, he directly reached in to collect all the mud and stowed it in his backpack, making sure it wasn't. The sulfur smell here was already quite strong. Shirin turned a corner and finally discovered a large deposit of sulfur, or within a hole. He got up, bent down, and slid inside. The space inside was fairly large, but the smell was truly overwhelming, so he had to take out the oxygen suit and put it back on. Time was limited, so Shirin directly took out his dagger and began mining. Charging up would cause fire damage, which would create too much noise. Shirin tried to steady his movements while speeding up. Sulfur, or type mineral description, a light yellow or formed by gas deposited in rocks over many years, can be processed into sulfur powder, has a special odor, insoluble in water, but flammable. As he continued mining, Shirin's energy gradually dwindled, and he began to feel increasingly weak. He had only 8 energy left. If it reached 0, it would greatly affect his normal activities, and he would lose health. But he truly had nothing to eat in hand. Shirin hesitated for a long moment before painfully eating a few fire plant bananas. These were precious health-restoring items. After swallowing a few bananas, his energy barely rose to 23. This 23 energy could not be wasted again. Shirin looked at the countless sulfur ores in the cave and felt a pang of regret. He currently had 75 sets in his backpack, 230 fire plant bananas, and who knows how much fur from the mole people. In any case, there were also 32 corpses of the mole people. These resources were non-renewable, especially since this island was about to perish soon. Shirin thought about the couple on the Ice Fire Island. There might also be sulfur mines beneath their volcano, but he wondered if they could mine it. The fire plant bananas have no seeds, so he needed to find a way to dig up a few more fire plant banana trees. Just as he put away his dagger and began to climb up, he suddenly heard a familiar gurgling sound. No way. It actually found him again. Shirin quickly shrank his head back and slipped back into the hole. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Growling. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound was right above his head. The sound of rock melting from the scorching magma echoed as he watched helplessly as the rock above him was burned through black liquid dripping down and continuing to burn a hole into the ore below. Damn, how has that guy's ability become more monstrous over time? Previously it could only burn a layer off the stone, and now it can burn through cave. The sound above gradually faded away. He still did not move, even taking out some mud from his backpack to smear it thicker on himself. He had no other choice now. He could either rush out to find another opportunity to escape, or think of a way to deal with the situation in this cave. The possibility of the former was too small. The temperature of that thing was rising, and perhaps its damage wasn't the only thing increasing. Its abilities were likely improving over time. The shotgun mode of the sprayer was limited in its damage to it, so a more suitable approach would be to create a mist to buy some time for escape. But what if its speed has also increased? In that case, he would be seeking death. If he chose to stay in this cave. He glanced at the extra trait on his panel. Trait. Dissolution semi-assimilation triggered by high temperatures. Everything it touches will be dissolved, a fragment of the authority from the god of Star Core evolving upon complete assimilation. So that dealer's god is called the god of Star Core. The divine name is quite misleading. This trait was obtained when he was almost assimilated at that time and can perfectly complement the skill Scorching Body. Scorching Body causes a certain existence to scorch your body with temperature continuously rising, leading to an explosion when encountering open flames, with the explosion range expanding as body temperature increases. Releasing this consumes 10 points of energy, continuously consuming energy over the duration of burning. There were no open flames here, now greatly reducing the risk of explosion, and the high temperature could activate the dissolution trait. He could easily burn a passage from underground. Spending 10 energy to activate this skill, he could only hope to walk with the remaining 13 energy. If worst comes to worst, he could burn his blood. Once the blood was nearly gone, he would gnaw on fire bananas, and he wouldn't feel guilty about wasting resources. This was the best way to avoid that invisible monster outside. Just thinking of this made him want to curse the system again. But he was afraid of giving it too much satisfaction, so he could only swallow it back down. Once he returned to the sea, he would drink all the potions. Being too low on spirit had its pros and cons, and he didn't know when it would backfire. Alright, how do I use the skill? He pointed at the small line of text, but there was no response. I can't be expected to shout it out right. Crap, that's way too juvenile. He imagined himself shouting the name of the move, and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. What's the difference between that and performing a Kamen Rider transformation in public? But it seems there are no humans around here. Even thinking this way, he still sneakily glanced around. Confirming that there were only silent sulfur ores nearby, he suppressed his shame and puffed out his lips. Scorching Body. Great, he did it. Damn you, dog system. He finally couldn't hold back a curse. Alright, you got your kicks again. There was nothing he could do but lean against the sulfur wall and start to think. Summon a certain existence. It should be that god of Star Core. Fine, great, damn you, god of Star Core, if you have the ability, scorch me. Come on, the one who scared you off earlier is me. I won't change my name or surname. I'll just be the messenger one, you cowardly little trash, trying to scare people into setting fires at night. Before he finished cursing, a wave of heat suddenly surged from within him. Immediately his eyes turned red and a surge of magma passed through his eye sockets, emanating an astonishing heat. His lips opened uncontrollably and he uttered a voice that wasn't loud but extremely firm. Scorching Body. What the hell, you damned god, you're getting back at me. Half of his energy was instantly drained, but what followed was a wave of intense heat that nearly melted his skin, threatening to consume him. The sulfur wall he was leaning against was directly dissolved, nearly causing him to fall flat on his face. He hurriedly propped himself against the nearby rock wall, but that wall melted too. Fortunately, the boots of the stalwart soldier insulated his feet, and the gear he wore was unaffected by the dissolution trait, ensuring he wouldn't dissolve through the island and fall. He steadied himself and immediately began to hurry northwest. He had passed through this area before and remembered the direction he took on the return trip. Heading this way should lead him to his island. He only needed to touch, and everything ahead would instantly dissolve, requiring no pause. It would automatically clear the path for him. That big fool above probably wouldn't have thought he would escape from underground, right? He walked quickly. He wanted to run, but his energy was too low to support it. 13, 12, 11. About every half minute, he would lose a bit of energy. Even if he tried his best to walk, he couldn't cover much distance in 6 minutes. He started losing health. After burning blood, he walked even slower, but fortunately blood was slightly more durable than energy, losing about 1 point per minute. He walked for half an hour and then burned through the ground to crawl out. 30 points of health were gone. Looking around to confirm safety, he immediately regrettably deactivated the skill. The system didn't screw him over this time. He only had to think a thought, and the heat on his body dissipated. He was still far from the edge of the island. With his original foot speed, it would take 3 to 4 hours to walk there, and without replenishing energy, it would probably take 6 or 7 hours. He glanced at the remaining time. The temporary passage still had 6 hours left. At this moment, that crazy high priest should still be hovering near the volcano. He had already walked out of the volcano and mound area, so he shouldn't be found immediately. He ate a few fire bananas to recover health, and also regained 15 energy. Looking into his backpack, it was now full again. Beacon dagger, small storm sprayer, cunning spine, fish spear, a cup of holy water with 1 sip, left fire bananas, flowing firestones, blue wave skins, molmen magma, mud sulfur stones. The trading column was also full. Sea cow oxygen, set vine, purple line worms, fire scorpion, baboon king corpse, elite, winged night demon corpse. After some thought, he took out the 2 purple line worms from the trading column and ate them. They were too thin. He didn't even taste anything before they slid down his throat. Energy increased by 5. 20 energy should definitely be enough for walking. Taking advantage of the safety, he hurriedly started on his way. On the way, he passed by fire banana trees, chopping trees, while not forgetting to replenish fire bananas into his backpack. After chopping about 20 trees, he was exhausted. His energy was still too low. Although the dagger was sharp, his movements were not as fluid. Moreover, to chop the trees, he used up more than half of his energy, and he had to rely on the remaining 7 points of energy to continue. Fortunately, he wasn't continuously chopping. He walked a bit, chopped a tree, which relatively reduced the time spent on the subsequent journey. When he arrived at the lava pool where he first encountered the fire scorpion baboon, he knew he was not far from his island. That lava pool was completely empty, turning into a pit leading directly to the underground. He did not stop moving. As he walked, he kept replenishing the mud on his body, afraid that his disguise might wear off, and that thing would find him. In a little over an hour, it would be dawn, and at that time the temporary passage would disappear. After walking for a while longer, finally he spotted that familiar expanse of sea from afar. The temporary passage was right in front of him. At this moment, Sherwin stopped in his tracks and pulled out the injector from his backpack. The 6-hour cooldown of the injector had completed, and he took it out just in case. His instinctive sense of danger always lingered in his mind, a completely subconscious action. But it was the very instant he made this move. A series of piercing wind sounds surged towards him. Sherwin instinctively tried to dodge, but he forgot that his extremely low energy was insufficient to support quick movement. Invisible tendrils pierced through his shoulder and thigh. The wounds immediately seared, and blood barely splattered onto the ground. Detected dissolve characteristic, immune to receive dissolve damage. It actually came after him. No, it couldn't be said that it was chasing. It was simply lying in wait here. Sherwin originally thought this madman had lost his mind, but it seemed that the mockery of being an elite enemy was too strong. The hatred could not be shaken off. It was likely that the injector had revealed its scent. Although the mud on his body concealed his own scent, the injector still carried traces of his aroma. So as soon as he took it out, this mad priest immediately launched an attack. It hurt a lot, but it was far less than being melted by lava. Sorry, this terrain favored. Sherwin grasped the invisible tendril on his shoulder, fearing it would escape. The injector in his hand had switched to its unlocked mode, and the moment he pulled his hand away, he couldn't help but smile. Since you've come to me, don't blame me, old priest, in your next life. Don't believe in cults anymore. The whirlwind roared. The powerful storm energy struck directly at the invisible monster in the air, and Sherwin could feel the tendrils embedded in his body being torn out by the fierce wind. Ga-ga-ga-ga. The horrifying shriek was quickly shredded by the bone-chilling wind. Sherwin's remaining bit of stamina was instantly drained. Maintaining this injector was too energy-consuming. He could no longer hold onto the injector's handle, allowing it to slip from his grasp. Sherwin collapsed onto the ground, completely exhausted. This feeling was very different from exhausting his energy. When he used up his stamina, he would at most be sluggish and could still continue to fight. After the injector drained him, his body had completely turned into a puddle of mud, unable to even twitch a finger. He had become a fish awaiting slaughter. As soon as the injector slipped from his hand, and he let go. The raging energy immediately receded. But for the Grand Priest caught in the storm, it was already too late. The storm swept it away from the range of Fire Soup Island, destroying its tendrils and its already damaged body. When the storm ceased, due to the injector losing energy, it fell directly from the sky, plunging into the dead spores chasing the floating island. You have slain the Mole Man High Priest half-merged. Congratulations on obtaining the dropped equipment tendril body from the high. You have killed an elite creature. Congratulations on upgrading the rare title Elite Enemy to the special title Hostile Power. Congratulations on meeting the precondition for the Divine Power Path of the Star Core Power Path has been unlocked, and you have been awarded 1500 Island Coins. Listening to the series of system prompts, Ren felt relieved. He lay peacefully waiting for his stamina to recover. After lying for an hour, he had barely recovered 5. It was likely due to overexertion. His body had to first regain the ability to move before it could start replenishing energy. With only 16 minutes left in the passage, 5 o'clock was just 5 o'clock. If he didn't leave soon, Ren would be doomed along with Fire Soup Island. He tried to get up. Aside from being a bit unsteady on his feet, everything else was fine. So he slowly made his way toward the transparent long bridge. Time was tight. Ren anxiously glanced at the time while trying hard to move forward. Why didn't he gnaw on the fire-spotted banana? It was too wasteful. As long as the floating bridge wasn't about to break, Ren could grit his teeth and endure, never wasting even a bit of resource. 3 minutes left. Ren had covered 2/3 of the distance. He glanced at the remaining distance and chose to lie down and start crawling quickly. His hands were now stronger than his feet, and he crawled much faster than he walked, though it looked a bit awkward. He couldn't care less about his appearance now. Just crawl fast. 1 minute. Ren was truly exhausted, only 5 points of stamina left. It was hard to accomplish anything without resources. Only 5 meters left. Gritting his teeth, his arms felt like sieves, yet he still pushed forward. 20 seconds, 1 meter. 1 meter. Ren only needed to get half of his body across. 5 seconds. Ren finally reached out and could touch the sea surface. He pushed off with his toes and slid into the water. A beam of heavenly light descended from afar, gradually illuminating the world. Daylight broke. Remaining time for the temporary passage to Fire Soup Island 0. It was at that moment he fell into the sea that the long transparent bridge flickered and then vanished instantly. The temporary passage has disappeared and the parallel has ended. Successfully completed island exploration and returned to your island, awarded 100 island coins. Was it really only 100 for this? Ren kicked his feet to float back to the surface, making a friendly gesture to the sky. Ding! The system voice rang out again. Congratulations on surviving the 3rd night. A total of 65079 challengers died last night, among which the islands of those who lost. All challengers have fallen. Please, remaining challengers, strive to survive. Congratulations, challengers, on completing 3 days of the Novice Challenge. Rewards of 200 island coins have been issued to all challengers. The Novice Challenge period has ended. The fixed attacks of the Winged Night Demon have ceased, and the coming world will be filled with unknowns and opportunities. Please, challengers, explore diligently. The leaderboard has been unlocked. The system will settle the leaderboard every 15 days. The top 10,000 can at least receive rewards of green quality or above. The top 1,000 can at least receive rewards of blue quality or above. The top 100 can at least receive rewards of purple quality or above. The top 10 can at least receive rewards of purple quality or above, and the top 3 can at least receive rewards of golden quality or above. The challenger who ranks first in each leaderboard will receive rewards of red quality or above. Please, challengers, strive to become stronger, and do not forget to let the floating islands soar higher as the dead spores are spreading towards the sky. Please be cautious of falling. Current speed of dead spore spread is 60 meters per hour. I'm going to die, and my insides are falling apart. I need some healing potions. Novice Challenge. You call this a Novice Challenge? Expletive. Island coins must be used cautiously. Level 2 islands will unlock island assessments which cost island coins. I saw the introduction saying that different price points will invite different levels of assessors. There should be good stuff to gain. Level 2. You all reached level 2. As long as we can kill yesterday's elite Winged Night Demon, we can basically level up to 2. Other than the first tier elite corpses, the rest of the materials aren't that difficult. What a casual statement from a big shot. We ordinary people are using all our strength just to survive. Stop babbling. Here, go check the leaderboard. Everyone must log in before they can view the rankings. On the watch interface, the originally gray last question mark icon had turned into a red patterned leaderboard. Ren noticed a golden icon nearby labeled Path of Power. No one mentioned this feature in the channel. It seemed it could only be unlocked upon meeting preconditions. He shifted his gaze and clicked on leaderboard. Detected first time login to the leaderboard. Please set your display name. The system prompt lit up. Display name. Ren thought for a moment, feeling it was not quite the same as creating a nickname. The title Messenger King doesn't sound very good. Speaking of this, Shirin felt speechless. He originally thought Messenger King was quite imposing, but those two fools just aren't bright. But now they were lying in his backpack and Shirin decided to forgive them. After thinking for a while, Shirin input a string of names. Destroy Evil Justice Maker. After looking again, Shirin was extremely satisfied. Display name confirmed. Would you like to display your title? There are 4 rankings: life level, intelligent beings, kills, island level, and judging level. The judging level ranking is currently empty with no one on the list. What surprised Shirin was that this ranking even has a bullet screen feature. This system is quite impressive. The names of the top 3 are large and eye-catching, and the first thing one sees when clicking in is them. Naturally, they are also more likely. Life level ranking: when 2 of the 3 values reach the same number, it counts as a composite value. If all 3 values are different, the highest one is taken. Higher values rank higher. For instance, if a challenger's composite value differs from another's highest value by 3 or more, the one with the higher value ranks higher. If composite values are the same, ranking is determined by the size of the other values. If all 3 values are the same, they share the same ranking. 1. Stegosaurus Knight, Hu Lang composite, 12.2. Raptor Knight, by Lang highest, 13.3. Triceratops Knight, Hui Lang composite, 10. Am I seeing things? I see a bunch of Dragon Knights. Dude, you're not mistaken, the top 10 are all Dragon Knights. Are Dinosaur Knights also called Dragon Knights? They are way ahead of the Dragon Knights. Stop calling them out, your sourness is making me smell it from afar. Why are their titles so uniform? Even if they are from the same island, how can they have such unity in just 3 days? Shouldn't they be competing for resources? Big brother, that's called quality. Do you think they got on the list by chance? Well, I just said that casually, but I feel like they look like official people. Shirin also felt the same. He thought these 10 people were indeed from the official side. Their base values must be quite high. After obtaining some enhancement potions, it's only natural that their life levels are far ahead of others. Intelligent beings kills ranking ranked by the number and quality of kills. If the quantity is the same, ranking is distinguished by the quality of the killed beings. 1. Hostile Power Destruction of Evil Justice Creator 59.2. Raptor Knight, by Lang 16.3. Stegosaurus Knight, Hu Lang 13. Did I read the first place guy's name wrong? Can someone tell me what the first place is actually called? You didn't read it wrong. He is indeed called Destruction of Evil Justice Creator. Huh. Goodness, the cherry blossoms are not deceiving me. So the strongest high school student is real. Even the high school student is exaggerated. At most, he's a middle school student. This second-degree flavor is a bit too strong. I can definitely tell from my years of immersion in the education sector. Baka, this person must be a warrior from our country. He will lead us to the kingdom of gods. Damn, how dare you show your face. Just wait, I'll definitely get you offline. But his kill count is really scary, 59. Can a human even achieve that number? On average, he can kill almost 20 a day. Superhuman. Cheating. I'm reporting him for cheating. Not to mention them, this number even shocked Shirin himself. But thinking of the tornado created by the launcher, Shirin still felt very alarmed. The big heads must all be there. It had swept away quite a few Fire Scorpion Baboon and Wing Knight Demon, at least over 40. But speaking of names. Ugh, such a lack of taste. Bad review. This is definitely a bad review. Shirin was so angry at this group of bullet screen comments that his teeth were itching. How dare they question his naming? What big guts. Just wait, if I run into him, let's see if this middle school student doesn't beat you all so hard you call him daddy. Island level ranking: when levels are the same, ranking is distinguished by the island's development progress. 1. Nubra Island level 2-2. Skeleton Island level 2-3. Moon Island level 2. Is that guy from Skeleton Island not caught up by the dead bacteria? Didn't he only have a speed of 10 meters per second? What are you thinking? We have a height difference at the start with the dead bacteria. How could he catch up so quickly? He should have reached level 2 by now, so his speed should be faster, right? This guy is so strong. Indeed, only those who can survive on Skeleton Island are tough characters. All known islands. Nubra Island is a dinosaur island. It must be that group of Dinosaur Knights Island. Is Moon Island that Moon Island? The one from the Famine game. Huh. Which one? Do you all know it? People at my age don't know. The bullet screen was chattering, making it painful to the eyes. As the ranking came out, those who were watching were either munching on melon seeds, some knowing their own weight, and continuing to slack off, while others were already pondering how to compete for ranking. The rewards for the top 3 are indeed good. They are at least golden quality rewards, and the first place is even red. From the reward settings of this broken game, there are at least 10,000 survivors among the challengers. Shirin speculated that there should be at least 50,000, so having a reward set within the top 10,000 is very reasonable. The cessation of fixed attacks from the Winged Knight Demon does not mean the crisis is resolved. With this dog system's nature, as the island rises, it will only encounter dangers far more terrifying than the Winged Knight Demon. Although Shirin has temporarily secured a top spot on the ranking, the span of 15 days is too large, making it hard to say that others won't have any lucky encounters. It would be best to secure another first place, and he just happens to have the conditions for that. Opening the system's temporary backpack, he found a few bottles of potions quietly lying inside, along with a fragment of a divine relic map of unknown use. The backpack and trading bar are already full, and the temporary backpack will only expire in a few hours. The map fragment can be set aside for now. Shirin directly took out a bottle of strength enhancement potion and drank it, then took out another bottle to continue drinking. The taste is not worth describing, if it remains as disgusting as it. There are a total of 2 first-level strength enhancement potions, 2 first-level constitution enhancement potions, and 1 all-attribute enhancement potion. This is a very risky attempt. Last time, just drinking 1 all-attribute enhancement potion caused him immense pain. This time, drinking so many at once, he fears he might have to die once to come back alive. Sure enough, the familiar pain began to surge from within his body, but it felt somewhat different. All the bones in his body were trembling, the pain penetrating deep into the marrow, not attempting to break through his body, but instead digging deeper into him. At the same time, a severe pain suddenly rushed into his mind, as if an iron spoon was stirring wildly in his brain. Shirin instinctively cradled his head. He felt something was growing in his brain, even sensing a hint of itchiness amidst the pain. He didn't know what was scurrying around in his brain, the prickling pain wandering everywhere, sometimes on the left, sometimes on the right. And in his unseen perspective, a deep blue light was emerging from his head, darting around, before gradually sinking deep into his brain. As the light dimmed, his bones emitted a series of crackling sounds, followed by the pain ebbing away like a receding tide, disappearing completely. Shirin opened his eyes. The first change he felt was that his brain had become clear. It was a feeling hard to describe, as if his mind had been emptied and refreshed. He felt his brain became light, and his thoughts flowed smoothly. Secondly, he felt a fullness of strength and an extremely light body. He even sensed he had grown taller. It didn't feel like an illusion. He had truly grown. Could it be that his bones have grown? The perspective looking far away had clearly changed. He had at least grown 5 centimeters. Clenching his fist, the bones and muscles felt tightly bonded. With his current state, he believed he could directly punch and kill a fire scorpion baboon. Moreover, although his skin still felt smooth to the touch, Shirin could sense that its surface had become firmer. Could this be a manifestation of increased defense? He opened his watch to check his attributes. Challenger, Shirin, Corruption Level 2. Title, Hostile Power Equipped. Status, Cursed Green Figure Icon Gray on Shoulders. Strength, 2050. Entering Super Ability, Incredible Strength. Constitution, 1850. No longer ill. Initial Defensive Capability. Intelligence, 1250. Brain, in Early Development. Life Level Super Ability User. Spirit, 650. Extremely low spirit, prone to unusual thoughts. Low spirit effects. Rationality limit. Rationality 50100, dropping below 50, carries a chance of madness. The lower the value, the higher the chance. Energy, 2110. Health, 90,100. Luck 1. 6. Initial luck, 8, 80 deducted. 10 is the upper limit of human physical capability. When strength, constitution, and intelligence exceed 10, it will trigger changes in the body, while the spirit value is calculated separately. Talent. Craftsman, at any time you can use your hands to create what you want, requiring only a small amount of suitable materials. Manufacturing speed 50, success rate 28, energy limit 10. A master craftsman never gives up. Skill. Searing body causes a certain existence to burn your body, with temperature continuously rising. Encountering open flames will lead to explosions, with the explosion range expanding as body temperature increases. Releasing consumes 10 energy points, continuing to consume energy over the burn duration. Characteristic. Dissolution, partial assimilation, triggered by high temperatures. Everything touched will be dissolved. A portion of the power from the god of the star core evolving after complete assimilation. Equipment, Demon Eye, Roaring Iron Fawn. All 3 limits increased to 50. A new life level has been added, and he is now a super ability user. Shirin fully understands the immense potential of this term, having experienced significant changes in strength and body. It's likely that skills involving hand movements are no longer a dream. Perhaps fighting will directly involve magical confrontations. However, with a spirit of only 6, it remains extremely low. It seems that raising the spirit limit is not necessarily a good thing for him. Looking at the life level leaderboard, it has indeed changed. Life level leaderboard. When 2 of the 3 values reach the same value, it counts as a composite value. If all 3 values differ, the highest value is taken. Those with the same values rank higher. For instance, if one challenger's composite value differs from another's highest value by 3 or more, the higher one ranks higher. If composite values are the same, ranking is determined by the size of the other value. If all 3 values are the same, rankings are the same. 1. Hostile Power, Destroy Evil Justice, Creator, highest 20 super ability user. 2. Sword Dragon Knight, Coyote, composite 12. 3. Raptor Knight, White Wolf, highest 13. In less than half an hour, the first place on the leaderboard has changed. The comments started flying in an instant. 606 are you not even pretending? I said he was cheating. My God. Is he even human? Does he live the same 3 days as us? Probably 30 days. Bro, didn't you see? Super. Adept. He's not even a human anymore. Grey Wolf, I must have been set up by Capital. Capital? What does Capital even mean? He's probably a demigod. We ordinary people are just NPCs running the game. This is him being given a boost. Oh, now you understand. Hee little brat, this is the game of the upper class, you know. Jealous. You're just dying to lick his feet. You beep beep. Here we go again. Shuren closed the comments in silence. Deep down, he quietly apologized to Brother Grey Wolf. The competition among heirs has always been like this. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Who would care about gold rewards when red ones are available? Satisfied, Shuren patted the surface of the sea and pulled out the long-lost manatee oxygen suit to wear. He moved the fire-spotted banana into the empty slot in the trading area just in time to transfer the map fragments from the temporary backpack into the backpack. After moving things around, they were still all full as Shuren was truly being tortured. The backpack space was simply too small and not enough. The urgent task is still to find the totem pillar. He also needs to level up the island to level 2. But now his energy is still too low. Drifting on the sea is not a solution. Looking at the items in his backpack and trading area, Shuren wondered if he could create something to lie on. Unconsciously, he didn't think to exchange for some wooden resources and instead drifted further down the path of flesh and blood manufacturing. The corpse of the elite winged knight demon must be kept for leveling up. He can use the corpse of the baboon king. Although the baboon king's corpse is damaged, there are still plenty of usable skin and bones. If disassembled, it should be able to make a large raft. Previously, the small winged knight demons and baboons lacked long enough bones to make a raft frame, so Shuren had never considered manufacturing boats. But now it's different, given the baboon king's size. Its spine can easily be made into an oversized raft. No sooner said than done. This is a meticulous task, and with Shuren's current low energy, just disassembling. When he got hungry, he casually grabbed some small fish passing by to eat. They tasted fine, and the sea fish had few bones, though they looked quite oddly shaped. Shuren had gotten used to it. These snacks provided Shuren with quite a bit of energy. After disassembling the baboon king's skeleton, he began to shape the raft. This step is not easy. After completing the raft's frame, he had to carefully wrap it with the baboon king's skin. Shuren even used flowing firestone and fire-spotted banana tree to make a propeller at the raft's rear. This also saved him the trouble of rowing the raft. After another 2 hours, Shuren finally completed it. This massive red, the color of the baboon king's skin raft, measures 6 meters long and 2 meters wide with a gray propeller at the rear, looking quite impressive. With such a large raft, even 10 Shirens could fit inside and play. You have crafted. Current success rate 70/20 is system determining. Determination successful. You have created the high-speed baboon raft. High-speed baboon raft. Type tool. Quality purple. Description: a high-speed raft crafted by the creator Shuren, capable of reaching speeds of 10 kilometers per hour. Resistant to high temperatures, possessing extremely high defensive power, and difficult to damage. Creatures of elite level and above can inflict damage upon it. The airflow expelled during startup is extremely hot, capable of directly cooking creatures below the elite level, equivalent to a mobile barbecue. The raft contains a small warehouse of 1 to 2 cubic meters, gifted by the system. Note: items in the small warehouse will be stored together with the raft when it is retracted into the backpack, not taking up extra slots, and will not drop. When the raft is damaged, items in the warehouse will disappear. Wait a minute. Shuren couldn't help but rub his eyes. The seawater stung his eyes as Shuren blinked rapidly and read the description again. Those 4 big words are still there. System gift. System gift. System daddy, have you finally recognized me? That's right, I am your long-lost son, the Justice Creator, who destroys evil. Shuren passionately kissed the large raft twice. Damn, those comments from the barrage actually hit the mark. The system really came to corrupt him with capital. What does it mean to deliver a pillow to a sleepy person? What does it mean to send charcoal in the snow? This is it. He just wants to throw his head back and laugh 3 times. Huh. Moreover, this raft is actually of purple quality. It seems related to the quality of materials, and the elite level bones used as materials elevated the final product's quality greatly. After laughing, Shuren climbed onto the raft and lay down comfortably. By the way, Shuren also made a blanket bed with the remaining fur of the baboon king inside, which was barely comfortable enough, mainly because it was waterproof. However, this item probably has no value other than lying on it. The system didn't count it as an effective creation, so there was no prompt. Lying there until noon, Shuren took a short nap and his energy had already recovered to 50. He placed the skin of the blue wave, the map fragments, and a cup of holy water with only a sip left into the warehouse, then donned the oxygen device and went underwater. Retrieving the raft, Shuren gradually dove deeper. This time he decided to dive a little deeper. With his current physical strength, he could withstand a certain amount of water pressure. The water got darker as he went deeper, and he could hardly see the surface. The visibility was indeed poor. It seems he needs to create a headlamp next time. As Shirin thought, he continued to dive. Without equipment, relying solely on physical strength to resist the water pressure, Shirin had already descended 200 meters. At this depth, he finally began to feel a slight discomfort, and pressure started to be felt on his body. And it was here that he saw from a distance a massive white shell on the sea rock. Such a large shell, how big must the meat within be? This was the first thought that crossed Shirin's mind. The shell could even be used as a pot for cooking, and it could barely fit on the kayak. This was Shirin's second thought. As for the third thought, by the third thought he had already swum over and started prying open the shell. The white shell felt smooth to the touch and was incredibly beautiful, radiating a soft white glow in the dim depths of the sea. Prying up such a large shell was a bit laborious. Shirin searched for several angles before he could slowly open this colossal object from the crevice. The sealed internal space combined with the water pressure did make it somewhat taxing, but for Shirin at present this effort was merely a drop in the bucket. The moment he opened the shell, a burst of blue light surged forth, nearly engulfing Shirin. Instinctively he raised his hand to shield his eyes, and when the brilliance faded he quickly looked back. Inside, lawn blue. A woman devoid of any clothing lay sideways on the soft shell, meet her long black hair cascading beside her face. That delicate face was so familiar. She lay there so quietly, as if she were merely asleep. Shirin instinctively opened his backpack to check, realizing he couldn't find what he was looking for. He suddenly remembered he had left that item in the kayak. He was a bit dumbfounded. Lawn Blue's skin was in the kayak storage, and yes, Lawn Blue was indeed dead. But here was another Lawn Blue, and she was still unclothed. Thinking of this, Shirin hurriedly looked. His mind was indeed a bit confused. Even if Lawn Blue had come back to life, how could she appear in his sea? What on earth was happening? Could this be the reason why Lawn Blue was unafraid of death? Then saying she originally planned to starve herself was quite good. His inexplicable appearance seemed to have almost harmed her instead of helping her escape. Shirin shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts. He thought for a moment and decided to cover the shell. He couldn't just let her lie there exposed. It felt oddly perverse. But placing such a large shell here was somewhat dangerous. If it were seen by passing carnivorous fish, she could be eaten. Knowing that his backpack could only hold inanimate objects, Shirin still attempted to store it. To his surprise, it actually worked. Are you dead or alive? Shirin couldn't help but murmur. He was truly becoming more and more confused by her. The large shell lay quietly in his backpack. After looking at it for a while, he decided to not think about her for now and focus on completing today's objective. Setting aside this unexpected event, Shirin continued to swim forward. Perhaps having reached an appropriate depth, he exerted little effort and soon saw a shadow in the distance. Originally, Shirin thought it was a mermaid sculpture holding a trident, as it looked very similar. But as he swam closer, he finally saw what it really was. A black pillar plunged into the abyss, and at its top was indeed a statue of a male mermaid. However, his face had been completely worn smooth, countless scales covering his face, and from his massive fish tail extended numerous tentacles, which coiled around the pillar, intertwining with one another. What he held was not a trident, but a completely decayed mermaid skeleton, much smaller than his body size, seemingly from a type of small mermaid. You see, an incomprehensible statue. Sanity decreases by 10. Discovered totem pillar, corrupted sea god statue. Did you not mention earlier that this totem pillar could also cause sanity loss? Fortunately, Shirin could rely on the properties of his shoes to regain sanity, though otherwise seeking out a totem pillar would have led to a trap. Moreover, he had never heard anything unusual about the totem pillar in the channel. Could this system be targeting him again? Shirin reached out to touch the statue. The texture was icy cold indeed, feeling like stone. This sculpture was incredibly lifelike. It was as if it had been petrified. Unexpectedly, at that moment, blue patterns suddenly lit up on the statue's tentacles. The blue light surged upward, igniting all the scales on the statue. Those scales, made of stone, emitted a faint blue glow, even undulating, as if each little scale was breathing. First trigger of the totem pillar reward, 500 island coins. Totem pillar function unlocked. Current island level 1. To advance to the next level requires corrupted core 010. First order elite bones 01. To supplement island energy, corrupted cores must be invested. Each corrupted core provides 500 energy. Upgrading the island will unlock more functions. Challengers are encouraged to upgrade their islands. Below the mermaid statue, a gap clicked open, indicating he could invest here. Shirin took out the corpse of the elite winged night demon from the trading panel. The corpse was too large, but the moment he thought about throwing it in, the extracted elite winged night demon corpse was instantly sucked into that small gap. The information displayed by the totem pillar immediately changed. Current island level 1. To advance to the next level requires corrupted core 010. First order elite bones 11. Still need 10 corrupted cores. This requirement was not too much for Shirin now. After noting the location of the totem pillar, he turned to begin searching for prey. It must be at the level of a giant spinal fish to produce corrupted cores, meaning only creatures with at least 10 corruption would have them. This was his first time swimming at such a depth, at least since he had submerged. He had not encountered any creatures yet. As he swam, the currents ahead became chaotic. He saw a giant spotted octopus at least 3 meters high grappling with a long green eel. The octopus had 3 heads, and its thick tentacles were covered with long spines, each spine crackling with electricity, creating a terrifying sight. The green eel also looked formidable, covered in black spikes, their tips dark purple and clearly venomous. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, each inflicting hits on the other, and after observing for a long time, Shirin still couldn't determine a winner. He began to have doubt. Could you two be actors? Putting on a show here. Unable to watch any longer, Shirin directly readied his fishing spear and aimed it at one of the octopus heads. As the octopus was in the midst of battle, it was inexplicably pierced through one head by the harpoon. Its reaction was slow, and it was bitten on the tentacle by the eel. The eel, pierced by the tentacle's spines, bled, but did not relent. It thrashed wildly until it finally bit down on that tentacle and stopped. Shirin seized the opportunity to pull the fishing line hard, and the octopus was directly yanked over by the harpoon. He drew out a dagger, and with a surge of power, the flaming dagger instantly pierced the other 2 heads. The sudden high temperature immediately melted the octopus brain. It didn't even have time to struggle before losing all resistance, its tentacles drooping down. You have killed multiple octopus bullies. Congratulations, you have gained 3 corrupted cores. What a bizarre name. Just as Shirin was about to complain, the green eel, robbed of its opponent, charged forward. All the spines on its body flared up, each venomous spike standing upright, ready to turn Shirin into a sieve. But Shirin was not about to let it get close. He put away the dagger and fishing spear and directly took out his ultimate weapon. As soon as the sprayer was activated, ice spikes erupted, and the water flow couldn't pose much resistance. Countless ice spikes struck the eel, instantly freezing the hit areas, and in the blink of an eye, a green eel was completely turned into a frozen fish. You have killed a toxic spike eel. Congratulations, you have gained 3 corrupted cores. Both of these giant fish provided 3 corrupted cores each. Shirin checked their corpses, and indeed both displayed a 15 corruption rate. If 10 yields 1 corrupted core, then 15 should yield 3. A creature with 20 corruption should provide 5 or 6 corrupted cores. He stored both of these corpses and gained a total of 6 corrupted cores. Shirin continued his search and soon discovered 2 octopus bullies mating. It seemed this area might be the territory of the octopus bullies. With 2 ice bombs, he took them out, gaining another 6 corrupted cores. The extra 2 could be used to provide energy for the island. At a depth of 200 meters, he should still be on the outskirts of this sea, relatively close to the middle circle. The depths below were unfathomable, filled with who knows what kinds of monsters. Shirin hurried back to the totem pillar and stuffed all 10 cores inside, placing the other 2 separately again. Current island level 1. To advance to the next level requires corrupted core, 1010 first order elite bones, 11 requirements. Med invested 2 corrupted cores. Island energy has been replenished by 1000 energy. The island is about to level up to level 2. Please prepare. As the voice of the system fell, the sea began to churn violently with a thunderous vibration coming from all directions, nearly sweeping Shirin off his feet. He hurriedly grasped a corner of the statue to avoid being swept away by the turbulent waters. No wonder the system warned to be prepared. This commotion was no different from Pangu opening up the heavens. He observed that the surrounding sea stones began to shift. Some grew taller, others twisted into bizarre shapes, some displayed vibrant colors, while others even sprouted sharp spikes. The rolling water became deeper and colder. For some reason, Shirin felt an ominous premonition. He checked his attributes, and as expected, it was just as he thought. Challenger Shirin corruption level 3. The level of corruption had increased. Indeed, as he had suspected, the corruption ability of this abyssal sea had strengthened after its upgrade. Shirin angrily cursed the system once again. After cursing, he remembered that he had a bottle of holy water left in his backpack and turned to comfort himself. It should be fine. Perhaps that kid from the Holy Teaching Island had unlocked some purification abilities today. He decided to check what changes had occurred after the island upgrade. It wouldn't hurt to look. He continued to sway while holding onto the fishtail of the statue. The tremors of the earth and sea lasted for about 2 to 3 minutes before finally coming to a halt. The system's voice sounded. Congratulations, the island has been upgraded to level 2. Please check the island information yourself. Congratulations, you have received 2 strengthening stones and a purple quality item dancing pendant. The system backpack has been upgraded. Backpack capacity upgraded to 20 slots, can be stacked repeatedly. Only inanimate objects can be stored in the backpack. Stacking limit 999. The island evaluation has been opened. When corresponding island currency is thrown into the totem column, a randomly corresponding level evaluator can be invited to assess the island. If the island meets the evaluator's requirements, rewards will be given based on the evaluator's score. Evaluator invitation conditions are as follows: Level 1 Evaluator 500 Island Currency, Level 2 Evaluator 3000 Island Currency, Level 3 Evaluator 10,000 Island Currency, Level 4 Evaluator 30,000 Island Currency, Level 5 Evaluator 100,000 Island Currency, Level 6 Evaluator 300,000 Island Currency, Level 7 Evaluator 100,000 Island Currency. After each evaluation, it will take 15 days to reopen the evaluation. For more evaluation-related information, please explore yourself. There was quite a lot of information. Shuren first checked the changes in the island. Abyssal Sea Island, remaining energy 40,080,000, floating island level 2, movement speed 90 meters per hour, current, floating island height 76-80 meters, floating island area 0 square meters. Abyssal characteristics: corruption. The seawater from the ancient abyss continuously corrupts the creatures within, including its master. Gorgon's curse from the gaze of the three sisters. They will forever watch this sea area. Luck 80. Island characteristics has disappeared. Introduction: this used to be a wealthy island with a temple, but it has completely vanished due to the corruption of the abyss. Now it is just a floating sea. The energy limit of the island has increased, the movement speed has become faster, and the island range has tripled. The abyssal characteristics, however, remain unchanged. The backpack upgrade was what made Shuren the happiest. He could finally put the items temporarily stored in the trading area into his backpack, saving him from being teased by others about his inventory. After transferring the supplies to the backpack, Shuren looked at the rewards given by the system this time. Strengthening stone description can be used to upgrade the quality of any equipment or item. Using the corresponding number of strengthening stones can elevate the quality by 1 level. This item is fantastic. Shuren's current fish spear and dagger quality are lagging behind, so it is just the right time to upgrade. Alternatively, upgrading the oxygen set with dancing pendant type accessory, quality purple description, a pendant made by a celestial crystal bug that has devoted its life to dance. To activate it, please rub the pendant. It activates when the pendant heats up. Dance. The frenzied dance atmosphere will affect all surrounding creatures, causing widespread mental pollution. Creatures caught in the dance will have their sanity reduced by 20, and unless the user stops dancing, those entrapped in the dance will continue dancing forever. Whale. The lost dance will deliver a fatal blow to surrounding creatures, plunging all seen creatures into a state of gloom, rendering them immobile. The above effects have limited constraints on high-level creatures. P.S. The effects of this gear are influenced by the user's own form. Specific effects are not guaranteed. After reading the information, Shuren's mouth twitched for a while. Goodness, while fighting wearing this gear, one would start dancing on the spot, right? Does he think he is a dance wizard? Indeed, with his luck, it was impossible to obtain anything good. He wouldn't use this gear, even if it killed him. After seeing this gear, Shuren suddenly recalled that the crazy priest seemed to have contributed something similar. There were just too many things happening every day, he almost forgot. Tentacle body quality purple description, the scorching tentacles dropped by the mad mole priest, consuming 20 stamina, can summon the tentacles for any operation. The ordinary form of the tentacle does not carry a dissolving effect, and does not consume extra stamina during continuous use. The tentacles belong to the user when the user's body perishes, but the tentacles still exist. Using any healing items or skills will still be effective. Consuming 50 stamina can make the tentacles grow larger for 3 minutes. Consuming 100 stamina transforms them into a frenzied tentacle form, during which sanity will decrease by 10 points per minute with a cooldown of 48 hours. Continuous use, surprisingly, does not consume extra stamina. Shuren was overjoyed. This was much better than the dancing pendant given by the system. Those tentacles may look a bit ridiculous, but they are indeed useful in their ordinary form. They do not dissolve items. Perhaps they could even help him create things, acting as an assistant or something. Equipping it directly, Shuren felt a slight itch on his head, but soon this sensation disappeared. It reminded him that those tentacles seemed to grow from the priest's head. If he put it on his own head. Shuren quickly stopped that line of thought. Anyway, he couldn't see it himself, but he couldn't guarantee what others would feel seeing it. He looked at the 2 strengthening stones given by the system. Below blue quality, only 1 is needed, but surprisingly, it requires 2 to evolve from blue quality to purple quality. The fire beacon dagger is blue quality, and it only requires 1 to upgrade to purple. However, he doesn't have any other items below blue quality, meaning he can still only choose to use 1 item. The fish spear has strong mobility. It is different from the positioning of the jet gun, so it is still under consideration. The dagger is his only melee weapon, and the tool he uses most often. The manatee oxygen set is currently sufficient, and he can hold off on considering it until he needs to explore deeper waters. The holy gloves are still usable, and since night demons no longer appear fixedly, upgrading is not as urgent. He indeed had to choose between the fish spear and the dagger. After much deliberation, Shirin ultimately decided to use one of the strengthening stones on the fire beacon dagger while temporarily storing the other in the backpack. This way, if he obtains more strengthening stones next time, he will have more options. With a flash of white light, the form of the fire beacon dagger transformed once again. The originally transparent sharp blade was engulfed by flames, turning into a fearsome red serrated shape, with white patterns flowing along the side, forming faces that seemed to either laugh or cry. This is too cool. Who wouldn't be mesmerized by this appearance? Shirin quickly checked its attribute changes. Fire beacon dagger type, weapon quality, blue corruption item. Purple corruption item description, the first weapon created by the creator, Shirin, highly representative. A sharp dagger made from the flowing firestone mixed with ghostly jade powder. Its grip feels chillingly cold, while the blade is scorching hot and extremely hard. The serrated part can cause tearing wounds and absorb the opponent's blood to replenish itself. The longer the dagger stays within the opponent's body, the more it recovers. It possesses strong mental interference capabilities which creatures below elite level cannot withstand. Underwater and in high-temperature environments, its attack power is significantly enhanced. By charging, it can unleash flame damage, causing wounds that will continue to burn for several seconds, effective even underwater. Wow, it has turned into a blood-sucking dagger. Now that he possesses a blood-sucking dagger, if he could be a bit more daring, wouldn't he be able to directly stand and fight the monsters? However, the dagger is still too small. When he gets the chance, he plans to modify it to make it longer, preferably turning it into a long sword, which would increase his attack range and enhance his lethality. Once he manages to concoct the fire banana sulfur soup, he can sell it in the channel, while also checking if he can gather some suitable crafting materials. Stowing away the dagger, he glanced at his current island currency amount. The result left him astounded. He currently has a staggering 33100 island coins. It seems that most of it was provided by elite monsters, and that so-called Path of Authority, which he recalls contributing at least 10,000, while unlocking the Path of Authority gave him 15,000. The other small amounts added up without him realizing it. He hasn't explored the Path of Authority yet, but he isn't too concerned. Oh, what good could the Path of Authority from that crooked deity provide? He'll think about that later. For now, he needs to consider whether to invite that so-called reviewer. With the amount of island coins he has, if he bites the bullet and goes all in, he could invite a level 4 reviewer and still have 3100 left. The system didn't provide any specific information about the reviewers and the review process, which aligns with the nature of this ridiculous system. Everything must be figured out on their own. He decided to seek advice in the channel. Scrolling through the messages above, he directly searched for information related to reviewers. I invited a level 1 reviewer to test the waters. After the invitation, the system provided some information about the reviewer, but I can't quite understand it. I relate to you. I invited a level 2 reviewer with my entire fortune, and the system gave me a baffling keyword. I really have no clue what it means. Can you guys at least share what information you received? Are you all just being cryptic? Exactly. Just saying useless things. It's pointless to discuss. Dude, just try inviting one yourself, and you'll find out. The reviewer will arrive on the island within 3 days. What if we aren't on the island when they come? The people on our island discussed it, and the review content is definitely related to island exploration, island upgrades, development on the island, personal strength, or the richness of resources brought back from exploring additional islands. Let's start from these angles. As for whether we need to be on the island, I don't think it matters. Did you notice what the system said? When the island meets the reviewer's evaluation requirements, rewards will be given based on the score assigned by the reviewer. The word after indicates that the reviewer may not leave immediately. They could provide a time limit during which, if their requirements are met, scoring will occur. But I wonder if there will be penalties for failing to meet the requirements. Based on the current survival intensity, the monsters from the first 3 days can only be considered beginner challenges, so the likelihood of penalties is quite high. Indeed, with the way this ridiculous system operates, it is highly likely that it intentionally only mentioned the benefits and omitted the drawbacks. If the requirements aren't met, the higher the reviewer's level, the more severe the penalties may be. To gain benefits, there will naturally be risks. Where in this world can you get a free lunch? If one wishes to earn rewards blindly, choosing a higher level without assessing their own strength is akin to digging their own grave. Oh no, if I had known, I wouldn't have chosen level 2. Luckily, I also only invited a level 1 reviewer to see how it goes. Even if I fail, I shouldn't face any serious penalties, right? Did you all choose to invite? I didn't know. I feel like the reviewer isn't a good person. I plan to develop a bit more cautiously for now. At this point, Shirin actually disagreed. Based on the past 3 days' progress, the intensity of this game was too high, making it unsuitable for steady development. Without taking risks, one cannot obtain better rewards. Without rewards, it is easy to perish. Of course, there are exceptions for those who are extremely lucky. For instance, that couple on Ice Fire Island, not freezing to death or starving is their greatest fortune. They survived the attacks in the first 3 days, relying on the advantages of their island, and as long as they can find ways to survive, there will always be chances to strengthen themselves. Similarly, that person on Holy Doctrine Island probably has ways to combat night demons and dark creatures. They also possess pollution resistance, which is truly good. Shirin, with only a luck rating of 1/6, felt unworthy to even sit at the same table and converse with them. However, he believes in seeking fortunes through risks, as long as he doesn't die. Shirin directly went all in, withdrawing 300 island coins and investing them into the totem pillar. This time the totem pillar didn't react much, only illuminating with a white light imbued with electricity. Level 4 Reviewer invited, confirming random reviewer. Reviewer has accepted the invitation. You have obtained a key piece of information about this reviewer. Round eyes. The reviewer will arrive on the island within 3 days. Please actively complete the review to achieve a higher score. Wait, what did you just give me? Round eyes. Now Shirin knows why they all said they were baffled. System. Is this information even related to the reviewer's evaluation? Who doesn't have round eyes? What is it? Is the reviewer's eyes just a bit rounder? But what does this have to do with the review content? Surely the review content isn't measuring the area of their round eyes. It's not a math problem. Complaints aside, Shirin still took note of this information. He noticed the electric light emitted by the totem pillar, which might also be a clue. Round eyes, electric light. Large round eyes related to thunder and lightning. Perhaps he can search within this scope. Before leaving, Shirin checked the items needed to upgrade to a level 3 island. Current island level 2. To level up requires erosion core 0-0 second tier, elite bones 0-1 rare soil, 0-4 rare stone, 0-4 rare soil, and rare stone. The definition of rare is a bit vague. The magma ash and flowing fire stones he obtained do not have any quality indicators. However, he still tried to take out some magma ash and flowing fire stones and toss them into the totem pillar. As expected, the upgrade changed rare soil and rare stone both turned into 14. This means that materials like magma ash and flowing fire stones, which possess certain characteristics, are considered rare level soil and stone. They inherently have specific roles and functions, qualifying them as rare resources. I just wonder if others' upgrade requirements will also include demands for rare soil and rare stone, so they could completely achieve this through trade. Having stayed in the sea for too long, and with oxygen consumption sharply increasing at a depth of 200 meters, Shirin had no choice but to leave. He swam back to the surface, released the kayak, and climbed aboard. The cursed area on his shoulder had already turned gray, but it wasn't significantly affecting his movements yet. This curse will continue to spread over time. Perhaps in a day or two he will lose an arm, but what he fears more is that it will directly spread to his brain. Shirin moved his joints. Fortunately, they were still quite nimble. Just out of the water and feeling uncomfortable all over, Shirin used a bit of fire banana and flowing firestones to exchange for a simple stone pot and a simple stone stove in the channel. These items are currently in high demand in the channel. The sellers must have obtained the corresponding blueprints or manufacturing methods, as they have listed 30 sets all at once. Shirin managed to snag a set, just barely relying on the reputation of the mosaicer. There's no helping it, these survival essentials are in high demand, and many people are still only able to eat grilled food. As someone from Xia country, not having a pot is indeed uncomfortable. Not to mention that some people don't even know how to grill. There are quite a few who have only been able to eat charred food these past few days. Shirin's culinary skills aren't that great. Before entering the game, he was only good at cooking instant noodles, and he ordered takeout every day. He placed the stove directly into the kayak. After 2 flowing fire stones collided with each other, he tossed them in, and a fire was lit. He removed his shirt, which was covered in mud and salt, and sat down to warm himself by the fire, keeping his clothing away to avoid burning it while the pot was tossed. Once he warmed up a bit, Shirin took out the large shell from his backpack. The shell immediately occupied most of the kayak's space, wedging itself between the 2 sides. However, he didn't rush to open the shell. Instead, he posted a trading message in the channel. Looking to exchange for women's clothing suitable for someone about 1.7 meters tall and above. If you have any, please message me. Although the channel is anonymous, notes can be made. Many are aware that he is the mosaic's brother, and after his trading bar was found empty, there was much discussion about him in the channel. Some speculate whether he has already perished, with rumors suggesting that he was punished by the system for sharing mosaics. When he reappeared in the channel to grab a pot and stove, those who had doubted him were quite disappointed to see he was still alive. Seeing him pop up now, they became excited again. Bro, I knew you were still that twisted. Just spill the beans on what those mosaics... I get it. You're a crossdresser. You've been hiding it for 3 days, and now you've finally revealed yourself. I guess he ate some contaminated manatee meat and started hallucinating, thinking he had a girlfriend. Wake up, buddy, you only have an island. Mosaic's brother never claimed to be the only person on an island. What if he actually meets a companion there? What? Is it a lonely man and a solitary woman? Damn, why does all the good fortune have to revolve around him? Wife, I'm Xiao Xiaohong, are you still alive? I'm waiting for you on Hell Island, you need to come find me. What the hell is that? You can just stay in hell, why do you need your wife to accompany you? Hurry up and scram. What do you know? You're just jealous that I have a wife. You jealous of me. Look at your wife, does she even care about you? I bet she's already with someone else. How you've broken down. I cheated, but my wife didn't leave me. How could she possibly run off with someone else? Ha ha, no wonder his wife ignores him. She must have been fed up with this scumbag for ages. The corrugated iron gate was mottled with rust and stood half ajar. The factory grounds had been abandoned for many years unattended. Someone couldn't bear to watch any longer. She directly Shuren, Brother Ma, I can make clothes here, let me message you privately. She even called him Brother Ma directly. Although Shuren felt helpless, she couldn't be bothered to explain and switched to private chat. She said, I have a little spirit on my island that can make clothes. Can you tell me your height and measurements? Shuren, that might be inconvenient. Can't we just make something roughly? As long as it fits, that's fine. Inconvenient. The girl on the other side's expression became strange. What kind of state could possibly be? It's not that she was guessing, but this answer was hard not to overthink. Alright, if you're around 1.7 meters, are you slim or chubby? Shuren recalled more on the slims. You have a good figure. If you want, just make a loose dress. It doesn't have to be picky about body types. What about underwear? She asked a crucial question. Shuren coughed. Does this question really need to be asked? He couldn't possibly make her wear underwear. Shuren, how about you just make me a quilt? Once she wakes up, I'll let her talk to you directly. A quilt? What kind of situation is this? Do we need to make a quilt? The girl's cheeks flushed, and the gossip fire in her brain burned brightly, almost uncontrollably. She resisted the urge to dig deeper. Her eyes turned, and she came up with a good idea. How about this? My name is Luo. Let's add each other as friends. If you need clothes, just find me anytime. Let's make you a quilt first. Brother Ma, do you need clothes too? Shuren glanced at his messy, dirty clothes and decided not to neglect himself. Yes, make me a set. Something comfortable will do. He sent over his measurements. Luo. Alright brother, I'll trade you the quilt first. For the deposit, just send me 3 heat energy stones. It's a bit troublesome to start a fire here. You can pay the rest once the clothes are ready. She even knew that I had spirit stones. Shuren was slightly surprised. It seemed this girl spent a lot of time in the channel, and she had seen him post trading information only a few times. He traded 3 flow fire stones, and she gave him a soft yellow quilt in return. The quilt was freshly made and carried a hint of floral fragrance, feeling incredibly soft, almost like touching a cloud. Such a nice quilt. You couldn't even sleep on it in a 5-star hotel, right? Indeed, different islands have their own talents. Professional matters should still be handled by professionals. Shuren looked at his rough and shoddy monkey fur blanket and resolved to directly order a 3-piece set next time. At the moment of opening the shell, Shuren threw the quilt over, covering Lanlan's body, completely, barely revealing half of her face. Seeing it covered properly, Shuren finally breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to feel her pulse on her neck. It was beating, but the system judged her as inanimate. Could it be that she was in a state similar to a vegetative state? Or are there other conditions needed for a complete revival? Shuren was at a loss. He remembered that Zhang Biao, he seemed to have a guidebook. He might as well ask him. He opened the private chat box. Are you there? I have something to ask you. Zhang Biao, he replied quickly. What's up, buddy? Shuren, I have a problem. Do you have any information on Pearl People? They seem to be able to revive, but she is currently in a state with a pulse, but not fully revived. Can you help me check if there's any way? You've asked the right person. I'm just reading some books. The library on this island is huge, and I often study here. Oh, let me check, but seems to be this one. No. Ha, this one is a travelogue. Oh, let me keep looking. He searched through the sea of books for a long time, long enough for Shuren to get hungry, so he simply set up a pot to cook. He exchanged a bit of precious rainwater from the channel. Just a small bottle cost him 30 fire-striped bananas. The 3 heads of the first octopus burst, and because it was too large, Shuren could only cut off 1 tentacle with a dagger, chop it up, and boil a big pot. The taste was decent. It was both chewy and bouncy. Since Shuren upgraded to a super being, his appetite seemed to have grown. He finished a whole pot of octopus in an instant. With no choice, he cooked another pot. This time he set aside half the pot and traded it to Zhang Biao. Since he was helping him look up information, it was only right to treat him to a meal. Zhang Biao, he took a while to accept it, probably because he was busy flipping through the materials. Zhang Biao, hey, more seafood to eat, thanks buddy. No need to be polite. I'll share more delicious food next time. Zhang Biao, by the way, there's someone selling seasonings in the channel. You might have missed it. I'll share his account with you later so you can add him and take a look. Hey, this time I think I've found it for real. If this article talks about island races. Pearl people. It seems they worship the god of reproduction. When gaining powers from the path of authority, they can consume memories to revive from their shells. What is the path of authority? It seems I haven't read enough books. It mentions that to completely revive, one must provide at least 1 product of a deity. A product of a deity? Shuren asked while chewing on the octopus. Zhang Biao, yes, it should be something similar to the items I received through blessings. He brought it up, and Shuren took the opportunity to ask, by the way, what was your blessing today? This time Zhang Biao, he didn't hesitate. Today's is useless, it's related to my own attribute. After upgrading my island, I can foresee the blessings for the next day. Oh, tomorrow's will increase my damage to dark creatures. What? This guy's island characteristic actually changed after upgrading. Shuren suppressed the urge to ask more. Alright, thanks. Well, I have another big octopus for you as a reward. He traded a complete octopus over. Zhang Biao, he wasn't polite, and after accepting it he sent him an account. Shuren also pushed Luo's account to him. It seems she was also advertising, so he might as well introduce her to a client. After adding each other as friends, there was no response from the other side, so Shuren didn't mind it for now. To awaken Lon Lon, at least one product of a deity is needed. The only thing he has that meets the condition seems to be the remaining drop of holy water. He scratched his head. This remaining drop is for breaking curses and corrosion, but what would happen if he gave it away? Otherwise he might as well see if that crooked god's path of authority can provide something. Thinking this way, he still chose to open his watch. The golden icon slowly rotated, striving to attract his gaze. The moment he clicked on it, everything around him seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gray mist. Everything was paused, the mist stopped drifting, the waves froze midair, and even the sounds were taken away. In the silent and dim view, a gray-red thread curled up from beneath his feet, stretching upwards towards the unseen sky. Countless voices emerged in his ears, attempting to disrupt his thoughts. The sounds vanished. He shook his head to regain his clarity. Damn, he knew this feature had a trap. If it weren't for his low mental state, he would have definitely fallen for it. Path of the Star Core God's Authority Progress 10 Acquired Traits Dissolution Semi-Assimilation Current Bonuses Significant Increase in High Temperature Resistance Significant Increase in Rationality Resistance Unlockable Authority Heat and Melt Next Progress requires more heat. Please use related skills and traits more often. The Star Core God will pay more attention to you. Description: he will not forget everything you have done and the troubles you have brought. You are merely a detestable insect, yet he will still watch you until you perish. Heat and Melt Description: authority over heat and melting. You can learn abilities related to this or imbue them into the eye. This ability would be a divine skill if given to a blacksmith. Not to mention the dwarven god, it would have to be a legendary craftsman. Although it would also be useful for him if he had possessed this ability earlier, he was confident he could have improved the quality of the kayak significantly. After all, manufacturing involving flames, high temperatures, and dissolution could all be enhanced. But this had nothing to do with his current needs. He waved his hand, intending to exit, when a blue light suddenly flickered beneath his feet. The system seemed to stutter, then began to glitch. Detection. Path of Authority not achieved. Detection. Path of Authority not achieved. Detection. Path of Authority not achieved. Detection. Path of Authority achieved. Detection. Achieved. Congratulations on unlocking the paths of authority for the Water God, Winter God, and Northern God. At the moment the system's voice faded, a white stream composed of icy mist began to extend from beneath him, flying alongside the gray-red thread towards the sky. A chill surged, yet no strange murmurs arose, only a slight cold breeze that made him feel a touch of coolness. Paths of authority for the Water God, Winter God, and Northern God. Progress 10 No acquired traits. Current bonuses: significant increase in cold resistance, significant increase in food acquisition, unlockable authority extreme cold. Next progress requires more storms. Please use related skills and traits more often. The Water God, Winter God, and Northern God will pay more attention to you. Description: you have stolen his authority for creation, and he is curious about you. Extreme cold. Description: authority over cold and wind. You can learn abilities related to this or imbue them into the items you create. Know who are you? He looked at the inexplicably appearing new path of authority and noted the words in the description. You have stolen his authority for creation. Stealing extreme cold creation plus the Winter God. Could it be that this Water God, Winter God, and Northern God is the deity that left traces on Ice Fire Island? The small extreme cold wind wave projector he crafted was made from the extreme cold storm's essence, but to say it was stealing seemed a bit much. It could only be considered borrowing at most. However, this deity was clearly much more magnanimous than that trickster god. Even after he borrowed her authority, she was not angry, but only curious. She even gifted him a path of authority. Truly, as the Northern God, such broad-mindedness. He marveled at the generosity of this deity he had never met before, then decisively closed the path of authority. Absolutely nothing. These two don't know to send him something useful. Can't they see he's currently troubled? He thought this shiny function might give him something good, but it turned out to be all authority and bonuses. While it is true that they are teaching him to fish, what he really needs now is for you to teach him to catch fish, my friend. After all this effort, he still couldn't resolve the issue with the divine artifact. He sat down, staring blankly at the large shell. After all, one cannot be too kind-hearted, otherwise one would just be inviting trouble. Inside this great trouble lay a living person, and he truly could not manage to turn a blind eye. Thinking of the skin he had stored in the warehouse, he felt a bit restless. After a long while he finally sighed heavily. I really owe you. If it weren't for her drawing the high priest away and severely injuring him, he would have been done for. With the high priest's strength, killing him right after he used the projector would be as easy as crushing an ant. At that time, he didn't have the dissolution trait. At most, he could only use self-detonation to resist, but the high priest's strength would probably not fear his self-detonation. After all, he indeed owed her. I hope it's not an eye for an eye. Since you are a native, you must have a way to counter the curse, right? He finally made up his mind to take a gamble. He took out the remaining cup of holy water. Carefully, he brought the cup to her lips, but she was unable to open her mouth or swallow. He could only grip her chin to force her mouth open, then poured the holy water in, pressing down hard on her throat to let the holy water flow down her esophagus. After observing for a few seconds and confirming that the holy water did not flow back, he breathed a sigh of relief. If it had leaked out, that would have been a tremendous waste. He tossed the empty cup into the warehouse, but as he turned around, he found himself staring into a pair of aquamarine eyes. The woman who had just awakened was watching him warily, her expression completely indifferent. Awake so quickly? He was startled and immediately began to explain, I did nothing but save you. He pointed at the blanket. This is what I covered you with while my eyes were closed. You should be wearing something after being resurrected. You can't blame me for that. Upon hearing his words, she moved her eyelids, glancing down at the warm yellow blanket covering her. It was good material, a masterpiece from the weaving bird. But who is this man? Does he know the secret of her resurrection? Blue Lawn felt her already murky mind grow even more chaotic, many things slipping away from it. This was the cost of resurrection, as she had lost a great deal of memory last time, and if it happened again, perhaps she would truly become a newborn baby, losing it. Instinctively, she did not want to expose this fact, so she naturally replied, thank you. This man recognized her, but her current memory had no knowledge of him, indicating their relationship was not deep. Better to be cautious. He found her a bit strange, but didn't think much of it. You should wrap yourself in this blanket, tell me your measurements, and I will order you some clothes. He said, it's too inconvenient for you like this. Ordering her clothes. Blue Lawn glanced at him again. His expression seemed natural, more like someone. She thought for a moment and reported a series of numbers. He sighed in relief. Thankfully, as long as he calmly stated this, he wouldn't appear to be a pervert. He didn't even know his own mother's measurements, yet he was asking a woman he had only met 2 or 3 times such a question. After being harshly whipped by shame, he sent that string of numbers to Luo Luo. An okay response came back. Having resolved this dilemma, he finally remembered to ask, the Fire Soup Island has been destroyed. Ooh, what will you do now? Fire Soup Island. Lon Lon had no recollection of this, but it seemed they must have met on this island. However, speaking of the island, where exactly are they now? Lon Lon looked around and was astonished to see only vast expanses of ocean, not a single piece of land in sight. Why was there so much seawater flow? This was too strange. She knew of a legend that said land once floated on water, but that was 1,000 years ago, as she had never heard of seawater flying into the sky. Moreover, the taste of this seawater was peculiar. As a Pearl person, she was innately sensitive to water sources, and the taste of this sea was very different from the seawater she had seen preserved in the heavenly box by the Holy Mother. The taste of this sea was more intense, nauseating, and carried a sense of dangerous aggression that made her quite uncomfortable. Lon Lon frowned slightly as she wished to return to Pearl Island, but specific islands were challenging to return to. She could only say, it is said that only the chosen of the divine know how to connect to specific islands. We can only be trapped here. Shuren asked, trapped? Trapped where? Lon Lon replied, here there is only sea, or we will die here. The two stared at each other, until Shuren scratched his head awkwardly. This should count as my home, he said. Didn't you say you knew people like me? You should know this is my island, right? The word challenger suddenly appeared in Lon Lan's mind. A sharp pain shot through her, and she couldn't help but cover her head, as if her brain was trying to block her from recalling this part. She could only force herself to distract with other thoughts, and the pain slowly faded. In that brief moment, she vaguely remembered that the Challenger's Island was very important. Shuren was also startled by her expression and hurriedly asked, hey, are you okay? I'm fine, Lon Lon said as she lowered her hand, her face still somewhat pale, forcing a smile. Your island is quite special, he said with a chuckle. He quickly came up with an explanation to brush it off. Mine is a sea island, so there is quite a bit of seawater. There used to be land. Later, due to some reasons, it sank, so now it's just sea. Whether Lon Lon believed it or not, she just nodded. Shuren hurriedly changed the subject. Are you hungry? Let's eat something. He rummaged through his backpack, then remembered. I forgot you are vegetarian. I have no pearls here. Let me get you some seaweed. With an extra person around, he was still a bit unaccustomed, feeling somewhat flustered. Who knew that just as he was about to take out the oxygen suit and dive, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Detected the presence of a companion on the island. Would you like to join the island? Companion species. Pearl person joining this island will change your species, and the island will undergo certain changes. Please consider carefully. Could she actually join his island? Sharon glanced at Lon Lon, wanting to see if she had heard the system's voice. But she seemed unchanged, merely staring at him as if asking why he had stopped. After some thought, Sharon decided to relay the system's message. You can join my island, but your species may undergo certain changes. Do you want to think about it? He could actually choose not to ask. The system seemed to be solely inquiring about his opinion. As long as he wanted, he could force her to become part of the island. Such thoughts flashed through his mind and were immediately discarded. If he did that, what would be the difference between him and that depraved deity? It was even more disgraceful to abduct an ignorant girl. He did not urge her. Lon Lon needed time to think, so he simply went to pick some seaweed. Wearing the oxygen suit, Sharon slid directly into the sea, completely unaware of the shocked gaze of a certain person behind him. What was he wearing? Lon Lon doubted whether she was seeing things, otherwise how could she see this man diving into the sea, wearing something made of unknown flesh and blood? Just a glance made her reason diminish. This person's secrets are too numerous, she murmured. Looking at the boat beneath her, she touched the blanket wrapped around her, feeling a mix of. At present this man seemed quite friendly, but human hearts are changeable. Should she really choose to join? Joining this island would mean she became one of its inhabitants. Pearl Island. Lon Lon fell into reminiscence. In fact, her memories of Pearl Island were not many, and only those after she reached adulthood. Did she live on Pearl Island during her childhood? How did she live then? Who were her parents? From the point she could remember, all of this was a question mark. But the people of Pearl Island accepted her. They taught her how to live on Pearl Island, how to cultivate pearls, and how to worship the deities. Everything felt like it had happened yesterday. Lon Lon could even recall the smiles of those faces, their voices clear. Lon, if you had the chance, would you want to go outside and search for memories? The person who raised her asked. She remembered how she had answered. She said maybe. Perhaps this was fate. Lon Lon wrapped the blanket tighter around her, feeling the warmth. Sharon had cut a lot of seaweed this time. He carefully plucked off the sharp ends and then packed it into his backpack. Seaweed soup is quite nice, but the fresh water she had previously exchanged had already been boiled away, and boiling seawater resulted in a high concentration of salt water that could harm the kid. For Sharon, drinking it might not pose a problem. At most, he would just feel thirstier due to the excess salt intake. But he remembered that Lon Lon seemed to be a freshwater pearl person, so it was better not to boil seawater. When he climbed back into the boat, Lon Lon had already emerged from the large seashell wrapped in her blanket. She was peeling the clam meat with her hands, and he wondered how her hands worked. The tightly packed clam meat came off effortlessly. This required some skill. With Sharon's strength, he could also do it, but it would involve tearing off the shell along with the meat. Upon seeing Sharon coming out of the water, Lon Lon paused her actions. Lon Lon asked, "What's up with that gear?" Sharon put away the oxygen suit and thought it unnecessary to hide it from her, so he admitted directly, "I made this myself. The material is from a Dead Sea cow." Lon Lon was slightly surprised. "You made it yourself?" This completely exceeded her understanding. Seeing Sharon's relaxed demeanor, she even doubted whether she was the one lacking knowledge. Unable to help but ask, "Can people like you all do this?" Sharon laughed. "This is my ability. Others certainly have their own abilities. Perhaps if you join, you will have your own abilities too." As he spoke, both of them were momentarily stunned. "Hey, don't say this is indeed possible." Sharon said, "Perhaps you will even have your own panel. You may not understand this. It means representing your physical strength in numbers. Ability panel." Lon Lon felt it all sounded very familiar, but she couldn't think deeply about it. As soon as she thought about these, her head began to ache again. "I joined," she declared. "What?" Sharon thought he had misheard. Lon Lon rolled her eyes at him. "I said, I join right now." Sharon assessed her for a moment. "Are you really not going to reconsider? You're getting a bit long-winded. If you have so little confidence in your own island, just drop me off at the next one," he thought. Although he had no confidence in his island, he was very confident. Since they had no island, they could just build one themselves. Sharon had never considered this when he was alone. Now that they were together, they certainly couldn't keep making do in the boat. This thought was still somewhat distant, and Sharon only kept this plan in his heart without mentioning it. He summoned the system. Choose her to join the island. Selected Pearl Person to join the island. Pearl Person transformation in progress. Transformation complete. New species confirmed. Abyss Pearl Island transformation in progress. Please be aware of the bumps. Holy crap. Here we go again. Sharon shouted, lunging to push Lon Lon down into the interior of the boat, and tightly gripping the boat began to shake violently. Waves crashed against the swaying kayak, splashing water everywhere. I wonder what changes are happening beneath the surface to cause such madness in this sea. Fortunately, the rocking didn't last long, and soon the surface began to calm, stabilizing the boat. Sharon clung tightly to the boat with Lon Lon wrapped in the blanket pressed beneath him. Only after the commotion from the island subsided did he get up and look at the unmoving bundle on the ground. Hesitantly, he reached out to open a corner of the blanket. A cold, indifferent face was calmly gazing at him. Sharon laughed heartily. "Are you all right?" I thought I was dead." Lon Lon propped herself up with one arm, retorting, "You almost suffocated." Please don't do that so suddenly next time. What was that sound? Lan Luan was momentarily taken aback. Seeing her expression, Shirin found it amusing and explained, "This is the system. Just think of it as a robotic butler." As he spoke, he began to check the new information about the island. Abyss Island, remaining energy 36008000. Floating island level 2. Movement speed 90 meters hour. Current floating island height 7860 meters. Floating island area 3000 square meters. Abyss characteristics: erosion. The seawater from the ancient abyss continuously erodes the creatures within, including its master. Gorgon's curse. From the gaze of the three sisters, they will forever watch over this sea. Luck 80. Pearl Island's gift generates a certain amount of pearl shells daily, which can be excavated. The generated pearl shells have been eroded and possess random erosion characteristics. Island characteristics has disappeared. Introduction: this used to be a prosperous island with a temple, but has completely vanished due to the erosion of the abyss. Now it is merely a floating sea, isn't it? With such commotion, they only added a few pearl shells. Shirin pouted. This stingy system is still as tight-fisted as ever. Well, at least he had just exited when he noticed that his status had been updated. Upon checking, he found a new line of status next to his own. Companion Lan Luan, Abyss Pearl Person. Title None. Status Normal, green little person icon. Life level unknown. Spirit 200200, fully energized. Rationality 390400. Falling below 50 may lead to madness. The lower the value, the higher the chance. Energy 180,200. Health 200,200. Luck 20. Talent free breeding. Go ahead and engage in biological farming. You can freely choose their breeding and even perform cross-material hybridization. Hybridization success rate 20. Biological affinity 20. Automatically gain loyalty from bred creatures. A favored subordinate of the god of breeding should have such abilities. Coexist with the abyss. Born from the abyss. Resurrection. Your body has unconsciously begun to change towards the abyss. More susceptible to erosion, but the degree of erosion is controllable. You will not destroy yourself due to the abyss erosion. Skill: colorful world. A certain existence will grant you his power, but this power has a degree of randomness, so please use a high-quality pearl to summon it. The more vibrant and rich the color, the more powerful the force. Releasing consumes 50 points of energy, and energy will continue to be consumed over time. After reading the information, Shirin couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Although there were no specific attributes like her power based on the other values provided, it was completely understandable why she could hold her own against the high priest. Her health bar was even twice that of his. Not to mention, she now had two talents. The talent from the abyss was clearly gained after a change. While this is a female warrior, a druid naturally endowed with biological affinity and breeding species loyalty. If the breeding species is strong, it would directly lead to a massive army overpowering the enemy. Shirin's gaze towards Lan Luan became increasingly fervent. This was it. He had struck gold. He had directly recruited a teammate capable of using a war pet army. This was a huge profit. Lan Luan felt uneasy under his gaze and couldn't help but kick him. "What are you staring at?" she warned. "Hey, I'm just admiring." Shirin quickly defended himself. He then shared the information he had seen with her. After learning her specific values, Lan Luan didn't have any special reaction, but her expression became somewhat peculiar when she heard abyss. "Abyss?" She repeated the word slowly. "So this is the abyss, see?" Shirin was somewhat surprised. He had been afraid to reveal anything related to his island to anyone, fearing the peculiarities of his island would be discovered. Now it was rare to find someone to share with, and to his surprise, she actually knew that. Lan Luan nodded. It should be said that all beings who have lived for a long time know. In the distant past, when the land was still connected to the sea, one day a part of the sea was invaded by the abyss. The power of the abyss was so tyrannical that the great sea god lost his footing in the struggle against the abyss erosion, and this sea became a forbidden zone for land creatures. Later, even more terrible disasters occurred, and the gods lifted the islands into the sky, leaving the sea behind. There has never been seawater that could fly into the sky. This is a terrifying symbol for all other islands. Perhaps seeing the serious expression on Shirin's face, Lan Luan didn't continue. Instead, she self-deprecatingly said, "But now I am also part of the abyss, so it doesn't seem so terrifying." "No," Shirin said firmly, "this place is indeed very terrifying." Lan Luan looked at him. "Do you know where the most terrifying place is, eh?" Shirin's expression was frighteningly serious. "There is no land here. We cannot stand still for long, nor can we raise livestock or plant crops. Staying in seawater for too long is sticky and fishy, and eating too much seafood can lead to gout." A foot suddenly kicked towards him. He quickly dodged to the side, letting out a breath. When he raised his head again, he saw Lan Luan glaring at him with a very aggrieved expression on her face. "You rascal," she gritted her teeth, "be careful. If we encounter some aggressive islands, we will be treated as disasters." "Hey, that's not right," Shirin corrected her. You really don't understand we challengers are disasters by nature. Do you understand the fourth calamity? It's quite frightening. Lan Lan couldn't make sense of his nonsensical words, realizing that this person was really unreliable. She couldn't help but start questioning whether her choice was correct. But Shi Rin continued, "Alright, thinking about all these things, what can I do about the island the system gave me?" He began to prepare the fire. "It's getting dark and we have no water. Let's make do with some barbecued food. Tomorrow we'll dive to get you some pearls to see." Lan Lan glanced at the sky and gave up arguing with him. Indeed, as he said, this is how the island is now, and they could only choose to accept it. She sat down watching Shi Rin skewer some fish meat with the bones of some long, unknown creature. The scene was somewhat eerie. Thinking of the gear he had made, Lan Lan decided to abandon the words she originally wanted to say. Living in the abyss, see how normal could things be. Perhaps over time she would become increasingly strange. "Hey, there are seasonings." Shi Rin slapped his thigh. The seasoning seller finally joined him. The seller had a seasoning called Moro powder, which was said to have a flavor similar to black pepper mixed with cinnamon and fennel. Food prepared with seasoning through grilling or cooking can restore more energy. Shi Rin used 5 fire bananas as a deposit, showed the seller the effects of the fire banana sulfur soup, and promised to use 1 portion of soup as the final payment. This deal was quite advantageous. The healing effect of the fire banana sulfur soup was excellent, and such continuously healing food was hard to find in the market. With a record of cooperation, the seller promised to give Shi Rin any new seasonings at the first opportunity, but required at least 1 portion of soup with each transaction. Shi Rin gladly accepted and casually labeled him as seasoning supplier. After receiving the goods, he immediately sprinkled it on the octopus legs and shellfish meat, and the fragrant aroma burst forth, making him salivate. On the second day, as dawn broke, Shi Rin could not wait to dive into the water. Lan Lan had no clothes to wear and could not enter the water, so she could only wrap herself in a blanket and remain on the kayak. His goal today was to dig for pearls and hunt at the same time. This time Shi Rin did not swim too deep and quickly found a shell in a crevice of the sea rocks at a depth of 100 meters. The shell was a light pink color, about the size of a palm, with a layer of fluff floating on it which swayed with the ocean currents. Shi Rin pried it out of the crevice. It felt smooth, somewhat like human skin. Smooth skin pearl shell, pink, erosion level 5. Type biological description: a shell with skin as smooth as a human's, containing delicious flesh and varying amounts of pearls inside, with quality not guaranteed. With an erosion level of only 5, it seemed these shells were about as harmless as kelp. He tossed it directly into his backpack and continued searching for the next. These shells liked to hide in the crevices of sea rocks, some buried very deep, forcing Shi Rin to break the rocks to swim inside. The largest one was as big as his head in various colors, but fortunately he could store them all in the same compartment of his backpack without taking up too much space. To be honest, the flesh of these shells tasted quite good. If only he could steam them with some minced garlic and chili, it would be even better. Remembering the deliciousness before entering the game, Shi Rin could only sigh. On the way, he also caught several giant bone fish, earning 3 erosion cores. At this depth, there were almost no creatures that could threaten him unless an elite monster appeared, otherwise they wouldn't last a round against him. With a backpack full of loot, he returned to the boat, where Lan Lan had already started a fire. Shi Rin sat down to warm himself, but this time he felt embarrassed to take off his clothes and could only warm himself while still dressed. He placed all the collected shells into the boat, which almost formed a small mountain. Lan Lan picked up one of the toothy shells with some disgust and said, "These shells are too ugly." "Hey, you don't understand, this is the island's specialty." Shi Rin replied, "Maybe the pearls inside are quite good." Lan Lan rolled her eyes again, but deftly opened the shell. Tightly embedded in the flesh of the shell were 5 light blue pearls, each about the size of a fingernail, round and quite beautiful. It was not until she dug them all out from the flesh that a sharp scream suddenly rang out, followed by several delicate cries intertwining. Lan Lan picked up one of the pearls and turned it around, discovering that the cries came from a small mouth on top of it. That tiny mouth pouted downwards and began to whimper. Crying pearl, light blue, erosion level 10. Type creation, quality green. Description: a light blue mutated pearl produced from the abyssal sea island, which has developed a simple consciousness due to erosion, capable of crying with its mouth. Prolonged exposure to this cry will lead to erosion. "It's too noisy," Lan Lan said with even more disdain. Without hesitation, she threw all the pearls into her mouth and chewed them up. The screeching sound immediately vanished from. Shi Rin was stunned. He vaguely felt that something was off with Lan Lan, otherwise how could she so calmly eat the crying pearls? "Wait, girl, don't you have any psychological burden at all?" He secretly glanced at Lan Lan's attributes and noticed an erosion level appearing behind her name. It was as high as 8. Didn't she just eat some kelp last night? Lan Lan continued opening the boxes, and the pearls she revealed were all green quality, varied in color, with the only flaw being that they all cried. This put her in a dilemma. Eating them all was too much, but leaving them on her was incredibly noisy. "Here, take them," she said, and tossed them all to Shi Rin. Shirin caught them and tossed them into his backpack. He scrutinized Lon Lon for a while, finding no other abnormalities about her. Although her talent made her more susceptible to erosion, she did not seem to mutate so easily. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was quite worried he would see Lon Lon grow 2 or 3 heads or transform into a colorful person. Lon Lon did not notice his expression and was seriously studying those pearl shells. She repeatedly felt the flesh and shell inside her expression, not looking too good. These pearl shells are difficult to cultivate, at least not in ordinary land and waters, she concluded. But directly raising them in the sea has too many uncontrollable factors. I can't keep an eye on them at all, nor can I control their growth. Perhaps we still need a place that can separate the seawater from the sea rocks. Only then can it be considered a proper cultivation pool. Shirin thought for a moment and said, I do have an idea, but currently there are too few materials. Lon Lon nodded, giving up on the idea of cultivating pearls for now. Let's talk about it later. This batch of shellfish Shirin left a portion for Zhang Biaoyi, and the rest he stored in his backpack space to take out and roast when needed. Taking advantage of the afternoon with nothing to do, Shirin began studying how to make fire banana sulfur soup. When he pulled out a pile of mole man corpses, Lon Lon was not surprised, as she had already become accustomed to Shirin's various operations. Plucking the fur was a meticulous task, but Shirin did not want to put them into the pot to boil. They say rats are walking viruses. He didn't want to contaminate the pot. He actually wanted to directly use this scorching body skill. The high temperature of his fingers could burn off the fur. However, since there was someone else around, he couldn't afford to lose face. Once he activated the skill and summoned that hunchback deity, he would definitely be forced to yell out the skill's name. Who on earth announces their skills like this? He seriously suspected that this damned system had watched too many Cherry Blossom animes. Not only it, but even those deities had been poisoned by Cherry Blossom anime. Damn Cherry Blossom people. Without using skills or a pot, Shirin could only sit there plucking fur one by one until his arms could barely move. During this time, he also thought about asking Lon Lon to help. But Lon Lon said she didn't want to touch such disgusting creatures, so she took on the task of grinding the sulfur ore into powder instead. That's right, directly grinding. Shirin dug up a fire banana tree to use as a mortar, then handed her a dagger. After all, the dagger was not easily broken, being rough was fine as long as it worked. When it was almost ground up, he started crushing it into fine powder using the leftover femur of the Baboon King corpse. The fire banana was even simpler, also ground into a paste. But then another problem arose. They had no water. Shirin couldn't help but recall, completely unable to remember where the water source was on Fire Soup Island. At this moment, he suddenly realized something. Damn it! He forgot to collect rainwater. There was so much rain on the island. At that time, he had been too focused on the fighting, he hadn't collected a single drop of water. What was the difference between this and throwing a 10 million lottery ticket into the toilet? Shirin felt heartbroken, pounding his chest in frustration. A clever woman can't make a meal without rice. Shirin could only pack up the materials and see if he could trade for some. It was at this moment that someone named Luo Luo finally sent him a message. There were 2 sets of clothes in total, 1 set for men and 1 for women. Shirin's final payment was made with fire banana and flowing firestone, and he also ordered 2 sets of changeable clothes, and he also asked Luo Luo to keep an eye out for a water source. He could trade a portion of fire banana sulfur soup for a liter of water. To his surprise, Luo Luo said that the creatures on her island told her it would rain near her island in the next few days, and if it rained, she would help Shirin save a bucket of water. This temporarily solved the water issue. That night, Shirin still slept wrapped in his monkey fur blanket, while Lon Lon had changed into new clothes, wearing a white short top and white shorts. She said it was more convenient to do things this way, and the boat was always too damp. Wearing a skirt was too uncomfortable. The 2 of them occupied opposite ends of the boat to sleep. In the midst of sleep, Shirin suddenly felt a bit cold. He did not know when a strong wind had risen, wrapping his monkey fur blanket around his face. Just as he reached out to pull it off, he caught a glimpse of a sharp claw glimmering with cold light, came crashing down towards him. Damn it! Rinshir immediately raised his hand to intercept the slashing claw. In the split second his palm was pierced, he swiftly drew a dagger with his other hand. Then, gathering strength, he brought the blade down with brutal force, severing the claw that had pierced straight through his hand. Sparks erupted like wildfire in midair. The assailant shrieked in agony, its severed stump sizzling and smoking with searing heat. Rinshir seized the severed claw and leapt up. Just as he prepared to strike again, a heavy splash echoed. The attacker had plunged into the water and vanished. He crawled to the edge of the inflatable boat and peered downward, but the black night rendered the depths impenetrable. An enemy attack. Lon Lon stirred awake, startled by the commotion, and rose quickly. A thief. Rinshir gritted his teeth, fury simmering in his voice. It's definitely that one. Damned fool actually dared steal from me. No other intruder would strike so brazenly at midnight. He'd stake his life on it. This was the same creature that had devoured the corpse of the winged night demon. He hadn't even sought it out, yet it had come to him unbidden. And now it had slipped away. Rinshur handed the severed claw to Lan Lan. Take a look. I cut this off myself. Can you tell what kind of being this belongs to? The claw was slightly larger than his own hand, its skin a deep indigo blue. Its palm stretched long and narrow, bearing only 3 knuckles, each crowned with a razor-sharp talon as long as the entire palm. Upon closer inspection, translucent webbing connected every joint. The wound's bleeding edge, and the blood splattered across the boat, appeared profoundly dark under the dim light. It seemed faintly violet-black. Lan Lan studied it for a moment before declaring a merfolk. She paused, then added thoughtfully, though this blood color is unusual, perhaps altered by seawater corrosion. Freshwater merfolk bleed blue, she said. So, merfolk truly dwell in these seas. Rinshur had never imagined such sentient beings existed beneath these waves. He dived countless times, yet encountered nothing beyond mutated marine creatures. Yet something baffled him, though he now held the creature's severed limb, his system offered no identification. Scrolling through his system log confirmed it. No new data appeared. Normally mere contact sufficed to unveil an entity's nature. Yet this time the system remained eerily silent, as if deliberately blinded. And there was another anomaly. It previously stole only the heads of creatures I'd killed, never attacked me directly. Why did it suddenly target me this time? Rinshur frowned, puzzled. Lan Lan glanced at the monkey fur blanket beneath his feet, and a quiet hypothesis formed in her mind. Pointing to the bow where she'd slept, she said, "It mistook me for you." "Mistook you for me?" Lan Lan nodded. "It likely doesn't know I exist. When it climbed aboard, your head was covered by that monkey fur blanket. Its pungent scent convinced the creature you were a fallen, lifeless prey, while I, sleeping soundly, appeared to be you. That's why it struck you instead." The theory held weight. That fur carried a distinctive musk. Being elite-grade monster hide, it likely amplified olfactory sensitivity in predators. Rinshur exhaled sharply. "So it treats my boat like an Aleocaniate buffet. Ordinary merfolk disdain carrion. They prefer fresh kills. What puzzles me more is why it never targeted you at all. Logically, it should have eliminated you first. Fresh meat is always best," Lan Lan remarked. Rinshur had pondered that very point himself. But after journeying to Hwatong Island, he'd set the matter aside. Revisiting it now, however, he sensed the answer lay elsewhere, not within himself. Coupled with the system's uncanny silence, the conclusion emerged unmistakably. These sea-dwelling merfolk are deeply flawed. Cursed, perhaps. He pressed his left shoulder, where grayish discoloration marred his skin. Maybe another curse. If only we knew where they hid. If we could capture one, interrogation might yield answers. Lan Lan glanced at his shoulder, hesitated, then remained silent. Gazing out over the restless sea, she murmured, "Perhaps we can set a trap." The inflatable boat offered ample space. She gestured twice, nodded decisively, and continued, "It won't return tonight. But tomorrow we could place a fresh carcass here and rig either a noose or a spring-loaded snare. Let's decide tomorrow. My supplies are running low. I'll need fresh materials to build it." Rinshur agreed. They took turns sleeping through the remainder of the night. No further disturbances arose. At dawn the next day, an unexpected surprise unfolded. Weather report: rain. Time morning, 11 hours until sunset. Ambient temperature 1829 C. Abyssal sea surface temperature 1524 C. Reduced visibility during rainfall encourages most creatures to rest. Rain began, first as a fine misty drizzle. Within 10 minutes, heavy droplets pounded down like falling beads. Rinshur hurriedly stowed all blankets into his spatial storage, retrieved items from his warehouse into his pack, and left the warehouse door wide open to catch. Lan Lan, lifting the lid of her pot, caught sight of him retrieving objects, and one item struck her as strangely familiar. She couldn't help asking, "What's that?" "Oh, it's a map fragment, and you're..." He choked mid-sentence. "Ah, yes, yesterday's leftover clam meat. I tossed it into storage." He produced the empty holy water cup and the hollowed-out tree stump used for grinding sulfur, both now repurposed as rain catchers, as if the awkward exchange had never occurred. Lan Lan persisted. "I recall you stored the clam meat separately." Rinshur closed his eyes briefly. Must she press further? How on earth does one explain this? Say it's your former life, skin, and that you swap it on whim when your flesh itches. Absurd. He regretted keeping it. Outsiders might suspect a grotesque obsession with human remains. Why had he kept it? Sentimental remembrance, or sheer wastefulness? He shook his head. "I've lost my mind." With a long, weary sigh, and meeting Lan Lan's unyielding gaze, he finally withdrew the object. Averting his face, he extended the intact, supple dermis toward her. "Here, keep it, for memories of your past life." Though rain blurred her vision, Lan Lan recognized it instantly. It was herself. She accepted it, fingertips tracing its surface, her heart twisting with disquiet. "You're utterly twisted," she whispered, eyes lowered. Rinshur buried his face in his hands. "Thanks so much for that assessment." Ultimately, Lan Lan tucked the skin away herself. Incidentally, the system had granted her a 10-slot personal inventory, a feature she discovered only while folding blankets. Ren Shi half-joked, she must be the system's favored daughter given her dual skills and instant inventory access. Whereas his own inventory had been earned through relentless struggle, damn system. With that daily ritual complete, Ren Shi felt markedly lighter. The downpour arrived too suddenly, collection capacity was limited. Ren Shi chose not to inform Luo Luo about the water supply. Every extra bucket mattered. He also refrained from diving. The rain churned the sea into murky chaos, obscuring all visibility. Instead, he and Lon Lon huddled beneath the boughs, sheltered overhang, catching rain, and idly browsing the channel. For the first time since the winged night demon's attacks ceased, chatter in the channel surged. Rare soil and stone, anyone selling. Rare islands are exceedingly scarce and notoriously perilous. Most survivors wouldn't even consider digging for earth, or extraction remains marginally feasible. Seeking sacred attribute artifacts or materials. Seeking sacred attribute artifacts or materials. Seeking sacred attribute artifacts or materials. Level 2 users may post only 10 messages per day. Additional posts cost island coins. Stop spamming. Seeking sacred attribute artifacts or materials. Seriously, do you not understand human speech? Perhaps urgency drives them. Yesterday I spoke with someone whose islanders suffered a cursed grievous wound. Though he consumed healing elixirs, the afflicted area grew so vast, he's now fully petrified, immobile, and rigid. In truth, many people are aware that this curse will inevitably lead to many deaths, yet they deliberately avoid mentioning it. At this moment someone voiced it, and the channel fell into a strange silence. However, the silence did not last long. The channel became active again, and everyone tacitly skipped over the topic. Where are those 3 cowards who ambushed me yesterday? If you have the guts, stay hidden. A person suddenly started cursing in the scared to talk in the regional channel, huh? Just wait until I and my brothers find you. You can prepare to die. You're already so furious this early in the morning. Hey buddy, have some Wang Lao Ji. It's only been a few days, and you're already fighting among yourselves. I say humanity is doomed sooner or later. Hey, I'd honestly rather encounter rare islands than human islands. Who knows what kind of people are on those? Normally chatting in the channel is fine, but when you meet in reality, be a bit cautious. Haven't you noticed that most human islands don't say much? Guess what they're up to? It's really unfair. Why do some islands have more people than others? Isn't that just bullying? Screaming won't help. Go complain to the stupid system, and if you succeed, you'll be my father. This topic sparked another heated argument in the channel. Human islands are indeed daunting. Especially after seeing the leaderboard, everyone's first impression of human islands is those 3 dinosaur knights from Nublo Island. If human islands unite, their development is incredibly rapid. Manpower is a scarce resource. What one person can accomplish in 24 hours cannot compare to the work of 10 people in the same time frame. While many are still struggling to survive, they might already have a stable and fixed residence, a reliable food and water source, and even a certain level of control over their islands. A quick step can lead to a series of quick steps. Many harbor jealousy and resentment, especially those who survive the first 3 days but are struggling. They detest them with gritted teeth. At this moment, Shi Ren was merely watching the commotion, sharing the experience with Lon Lon. Lon Lon didn't seem to have much opinion on it, only saying survival of the fittest is the instinct here. Floating islands are not places of kindness. If you don't learn to become strong quickly, you're merely surviving. By the way, I forgot to tell you my real name. Shi Ren suddenly remembered this, as she wouldn't still think her name was that ridiculous one, would she? Name. Lon Lon didn't respond immediately, as she had never called him by name, primarily because she completely forgot who he was. She didn't expose her memory loss, after all they weren't very familiar. Now it seems the other party appears even less sincere, revealing that the name she knew was a fake. Lon Lon let out a light huff from her nose, vaguely expressing her discontent. So that was a fake name. She was a bit curious about what kind of fake name it was. Shi Ren cleared his throat. He wondered if she hadn't suspected such a strange name. It sounded like a fake name. He had some doubts about the aesthetics of these natives. Thinking about those mole people being a bunch of dimwits, Shi Ren glanced at Lon Lon, beginning to doubt whether her beautiful appearance hid a low intelligence. Feeling his strange gaze, Lon Lon felt somewhat uncomfortable. She purposely spoke in a dismissive tone, saying, "That name sounds terrible. Ooh, I think it fits your—" Sure enough, Shi Ren was provoked. Slander. This is pure slander. He shouted, "I'll report it to the authorities." Natives truly lack taste. Although he couldn't be considered a handsome guy, at least he looked decent, and he had saved her life. How could they say his character fit that weird name like Messenger Wang Hao? If you don't want your eyes, they can be donated. I'm Shi Ren. Times Shi Willful Ren. He emphasized repeatedly. The woman in front of him, however, looked lazily unbothered, responding perfunctorily, "Got it." Shi Ren was almost infuriated. The heavy rain lasted an entire day, only gradually stopping by dusk. Due to the mist of rain, they didn't notice when an island quietly approached them. It was an island covered in black needle trees. At the edge of the island stood a group of people huddled in the shadows of the trees, observing the strange sea. Shirin, possessing magical eyesight, had excellent vision. He spotted them even before the rain completely stopped. The two islands were already very close, and within an hour they would enter the range created by the passage. To be cautious, Shirin decided to prepare early. He took out the pendant that danced wildly from his backpack and handed it to Lon Lon. After all, it was a purple item with decent control effects. Rather than dancing himself, he would prefer to watch Lon Lon dance. At least it was pleasing to the eye. After inspecting the pendant's effects, Lon Lon had no objections and directly hung it around her neck. The gem pendant, flickering with green fluorescence, was not overly conspicuous. Instead, it suited her well. Are those people similar to you? Shirin shrugged. Hopefully they are a good bunch. Perhaps we can trade some supplies. Soon the system voice sounded. Detected an island within 300 meters. System is determining. Determination successful. Temporary passage has been generated. Time remaining for the temporary passage to Black Soil Island. To warning, while the temporary passage exists, the islands will move and sink. Please return to your island before the passage ends. Those who fail to return on time will bear the consequences. Here they come. Almost simultaneously, the people on both sides locked eyes. A transparent long bridge began to materialize. Clearly, when challengers are present on both islands, the bridge will appear at the closest point between them. Was this for better communication or to incite greater conflict? Regardless of the system's intentions, the other side had their own ideas. Unfortunately, they chose conflict. Damn it, that kid has a girl on his island, a short man shouted. At the moment the long bridge was born, the red-haired youth at the front brandished two-hand axes, charging straight onto the bridge. The 5 others quickly followed his lead, each wielding their own weapons. These people didn't seem like novices. Perhaps they had encountered another island before and likely succeeded in their previous. Even though this island of the sea looked strange, they didn't think too much about it. After all, the bridge directly connected to the raft, so there was no concern about falling into the sea. They charged quickly, aiming to catch Shirin off guard. Look, young people really don't follow the rules of martial arts. Shirin was not worried at all. He took a careful look and realized that those 6 were merely boys around 17 or 18, a bunch of immature punks. Only the red-haired one at the front looked a bit older, perhaps not exceeding 21. Seeing that they only had 2 people, the others clearly felt overconfident. Just watch, I can definitely handle these kids, Shirin said, brandishing his dagger and waving to Lon Lon. Lon Lon was certainly not worried. This kid's physical strength was not on the same level as those children. It was no different from playing with a dog. She sat down to start a fire just in time to boil the rainwater collected in the pot. Seeing her so leisurely, Shirin rolled his eyes, preparing to put on a show. He cleared his throat, raised his voice, and shouted at the people on the bridge, "Stop. You all stop. Otherwise my sister will not be polite to you." "Yes, big brother." The boy called Xiao Mao with gray hair looked excitedly at Shirin, grinning. Then his figure slowly vanished as if erased by an eraser. The others had already run to the end of the long bridge. They completely ignored Shirin, who was standing at the stern of the boat, and jumped off the bridge toward Lon Lon. Shirin continued to shout, "You think you're so impressive because there are many of you. If you have guts, come at me, don't target my sister." One person laughed loudly. "Is this guy a fool? Come at him. I'm not a homosexual. Don't pay attention to him, this kid. It's just all talk. Can't you see he doesn't even dare to come close to us? Haha, it's still more enjoyable to invade someone else's island. I'm tired of those few from last time. Oh, I might as well turn them into blood pills." The group of boys was young, but their words were filled with blood and malice. Perhaps in modern society, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant, but here was the best place to awaken the seeds of evil within them. The short boy had the dirtiest mouth. His eyes had been roving over the women multiple times. So beautiful. If I could get a woman like this today, it would be worth dying. He squinted his eyes and kept laughing. Oh, really worth it? Of course. What's that saying? Something about flowers dying in a passionate life. The short boy laughed heartily. He turned back to continue joking with his companions, only to find a stranger's face behind him. In the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. A dagger pierced through his throat, and he could only emit weak, gasping sounds. Shirin abruptly pulled out the dagger, blood splattering out, and he couldn't help but retch. Damn, that's disgusting. The feeling of killing was different from slaying monsters. Seeing the blood of one's own kind triggered some primal code, making one instinctively feel fear. However, thinking about the terrible things these people likely did, Shirin's psychological burden lessened significantly, and the feeling of disgust dissipated. Looking at the short boy clutching his throat, he innocently said, "You said it was worth it, don't blame me." The short boy, lying on the ground with wide-open eyes, suddenly became agitated, blood frothing from his mouth. "Damn, that's only worth it if you get it. I haven't even gotten a woman yet." Someone nearby hurriedly stuffed a kind of red pill into his mouth. "Damn, this kid dares to take action against us." A tattooed youth who was originally retreating spat and turned around, drawing his knife. The short boy who swallowed the red pill felt the wound on his throat starting to heal. his whole face twisted in anger, looking as if he wanted to eat Shi Ren. Someone next to him felt indignant on his behalf, addressing the tattooed youth. Brother Guang, this kid really has a death wish. I saw him pretending just now, trying to launch a sneak attack. The tattooed youth cursed and slapped him, scolding, "Fool. How could you let someone succeed in a sneak attack? You should have been eaten by those flying demons ages ago. What a waste of resources. And you dodge?" He kicked the short boy again. While they were still cursing, no one really took Shi Ren seriously. A sound of wind brushed past his ear, and Shi Ren instinctively dodged, turning around to deliver a strike. His reaction and speed were so fast that the attacker never expected him to evade, and instead he was stabbed. Though he didn't see the person, blood splattered in the air. It was the invisible Xiao Mao. Mao Gu. The tattooed youth, still cursing, was startled. Impossible, Mao Gu had gone invisible. How could he get hit? You dare to sneak attack? He angrily swung his knife. You hurt my Mao Gu, I'll kill you. You guys are the ones sneaking, why are you accusing me? Shi Ren clicked his tongue, little bad guy. He raised the dagger to block the strike, the disparity in strength causing the tattooed youth to be knocked back, landing heavily on the deck. After dealing with this kid, Shi Ren grabbed hold of the body of an invisible person, preparing to deliver another blow. A whoosh of wind sounded. 2 hand axes came down upon him. It was the red-haired youth. Seeking death. Let go. The red-haired youth shouted angrily. Even he hadn't expected Xiao Mao's sneak attack to fail. This man was on a completely different level from those they encountered before. But it didn't matter. As long as he could land a hit, whether dragon or tiger, they would have to obey him. A glint of red flashed in his eyes. This was his ability, the reason he could lead this group of brothers. As long as he saw blood in his hands, he would definitely control them mentally. Shi Ren also noticed the red light in his eyes, somewhat surprised. Wow, this guy actually has mental abilities. So he deliberately didn't dodge much. Call it arrogance or madness, he truly wanted to test the mental techniques of his fellow. The speed of these 2 axes was indeed much faster than that of the kid named Xiao Mao. However, compared to the tentacles of a certain mad priest, they were far inferior. The 2 axes came down, but felt as if they struck a hard bark, leaving only 2 short scratches. Good news, it broke the skin. Bad news, it only broke the skin. The terrifying defensive powers shocked the red-haired youth. But those 2 scratches gave him a bit of courage. Yes, as long as there was blood, it would be his turn. Die, you monster. His eyes shone bright red as he yelled, "Mental cage." Shi Ren immediately felt a sharp pain, like an electric shock, at the place where he was wounded. Detected that your mental state is too low, mental interference not perceived. Is that it, eh? Shi Ren was greatly disappointed. Sai really overestimated him. Well, after all, his mental state was so low that he couldn't even hear the whispers of the little crooked god. This kid couldn't possibly be stronger than that god's passive interference. In no way. The red-haired youth stuttered. How can you be fine? How is this possible? That's why you should read more. What age are we in to still play gangster? Sai, forming gangs and engaging in bloody tyranny will eventually be dealt with by others. If you do bad things, be prepared for retribution. Well, just remember it in your next life. Shi Ren didn't want to waste time with them. Seizing this opportunity for practical combat, he directly activated an equipment skill. Roaring Iron Teeth. 20 energy was immediately consumed, and Shi Ren's upper and lower teeth began to crackle, transforming into a row of sharp fangs in an instant. He opened his mouth and let out a terrifying roar. Roar. It was unbelievable that such a massive sound came from his throat. Several people felt their heads buzzing, pain radiating from where their ears connected to their brains, and their vision turned almost completely dark. The red-haired youth seemed to have a better constitution. He covered his head, but could still open his eyes, swinging his axe with all his might. Shi Ren kicked away the hand axe, and then executed a spinning kick, striking the red-haired youth in the chest. The immense force sent him flying with a bang, but it wasn't over as Shi Ren was about to activate another equipment skill. Demon Eye. This skill also consumed 20 energy, and his eyes instantly turned purple, even the whites were engulfed. His entire vision transformed into a peculiar black and white, allowing him to see the blood vessels flowing within each person, their rapidly beating hearts, and even a vague gray substance. His vision became extremely exaggerated, nearly allowing him to see behind himself, where someone was leaping up, swinging a long knife down toward him. Shi Ren didn't even turn around. He took a step back to evade the blade, reached out, and yanked the person downward. The caught Xiao Mao slammed hard onto the deck, and Shi Ren's dagger was. Then he thrust downward with great force. Sparks flew and a scream echoed as a fiery figure suddenly appeared in the air, revealing it was Xiao Mao. This vision is so cool. Shi Ren felt like a child who had just received a new toy, filled with excitement. The horrifying scene of Xiao Mao being burned by the raging flames stunned the others, who had just managed to recover from their dizziness. They never expected that this kid could easily defeat them all by himself. Even the leader was nowhere to be found. The tattooed youth trembled like a sieve and finally couldn't bear it any longer, shouting, "Retreat! Quickly retreat! This guy is not human. They must be crazy to come here. If even the leader has fallen, can they still survive?" The other two finally came to their senses, supporting the short guy as they rushed towards the long bridge. Want to escape? Does he think this is a restaurant? Thinking they could just come and go as they pleased, he kicked the burning person into the water and then pulled out the sprayer. With the shotgun mode activated, he fired a shot. The ice shards exploded instantly, piercing all four of them, and before they could even scream, they were frozen into 4 ice sculptures by the rapidly spreading low temperature. You have killed Lu Xiaowang, Hiyang Ma, Qingsai Li Jun, and Mao Tongtong. You have obtained the following items: Blood Pill 30, Mountain Cutting Knife 1, Pitch Black Mud Doll 1. 5 people have died. Shuren calculated for a moment and thought their red-haired big brother is probably still alive. That kick of his didn't kill him. This big brother must indeed have some. Looking at the sea surface, he saw no human figures, probably having passed out and floating away. Is it over? Lon Lon, sitting at the bow of the boat, finally raised her eyes and said, "The water. The first one who fell into the sea didn't die. If they wake up, they will definitely show up again." Shuren pointed to the transparent bridge at the stern of the boat. "I hope he can wake up within 24 hours. Anyway, this bridge won't wait for anyone." Putting away the sprayer, Shuren quickly took out the mole hair, fire-striped banana mud, and sulfur powder and threw them into the pot. The mole hair had been roasted with a flowstone, and his innate intuition told him this should be the special treatment mentioned in the recipe. A rich aroma wafted from the pot, intertwining the smells of sulfur and animal hair, which was somewhat nauseating. Upon smelling this odor, Lon Lon quickly distanced herself from the pot. "This recipe is okay, but it stinks too much," she said, frowning tightly, even sniffing herself. Shuren felt a bit awkward. "Hey, don't worry, it won't stain the scent." "Is it really that smelly?" He couldn't help but quietly sniff his own arm. It smelled like a human. Looking at his gains, Shuren almost couldn't resist melting those 4 ice sculptures and desecrating their corpses. Blood pill type food. Description: a ball made from human flesh and blood can slightly restore health. Consuming it reduces 5 sanity. Continuous consumption will gradually grant immunity to sanity penalties. Pitch black mud doll type creation. Quality green. Description: a living mud doll made from a recipe left by the earth spirit can consume a certain amount of soil to summon a puppet. Its strength depends on the original strength of the material, possessing a certain level of intelligence. The mountain cutting knife is just an ordinary knife, white quality, with no special description. These 2 living props were disdainfully tossed aside by Shuren. He was even afraid to put them in his backpack for fear of contaminating the space. Soon night fell. After being washed by the rain, the sky was filled with twinkling stars, breathtakingly beautiful. The ingredients in the pot had simmered into a bowl of yellow soup. The smell had diminished significantly, and it looked quite appealing. Due to the lack of bowls, Shuren had a sudden idea and directly used those leftover pearl shells to serve the soup. Although it looked a bit strange, it was indeed very useful. This pot contained about 15 servings. This was a conservative amount if it weren't for the fear that the shells were too large and empty, making the presentation unappealing. Shuren would have preferred to fill each serving with just 1 bite. It's said that merchants are the most cunning, and once a person reaches this point, they automatically become a capitalist. To stick to the bottom line of being a cow or horse, Shuren painfully filled each shell with more than half a bowl. After emptying this pot, Shuren poured the water from the holy water cup into the pot to cook dinner. The eels he had frozen were already thawed and sliced, perfect for going in now. Unfortunately, there was no soy sauce. Using seasonings to dip for flavor was also not bad. He didn't know if it was because her physique had changed, but Lon Lon, now a denizen of the abyss, was not as averse to eating these fish as before. However, Shuren dared not let her eat too much, fearing that her corruption value would rise too quickly. Who knows if there are traps in this? He didn't want to wake up one day and find his teammate had turned into some grotesque creature. Just as they were eating, a faint blue light suddenly illuminated the horizon. A deep, sonorous sound echoed through the sky. They looked up and saw a massive, illusory figure approaching from the heavens. It was a gigantic whale resembling a ghost, undulating its dorsal fin, surrounded by constantly swirling starlights, its belly akin to a glowing glass cup, refracting countless azure lights. It turned its back to the endless stars, its tail fin waved upward, descending amidst the howling winds. It is said that whales are the deities lost to the world, and this scene completely validated that statement. This enormous phantom whale passed straight through them, and the flowing wind carried countless drifting starlights, those ethereal glimmers piercing through their skin, flying toward the distance. Void whale type creature. Level. Description: a floating whale from the rainbow cloud belt, a social creature that enjoys consuming various special scents with a vast activity range. To attack, it requires abilities at the level of the soul. The level of this giant whale was actually a string of question marks, meaning they didn't even qualify to explore its boundary of ability. The giant whale had no intention of harming them. It seemed to be passing by, attracted only by the scent here. But soon more sounds began to resonate from the distant sky. More large and small void whales descended from the depths of the sky, their various ethereal lights illuminating the entire sky, resembling a shower of colorful meteors. The meteors were falling rapidly. This was not right. Shuren stood up, his magic eye was at work allowing him to see what was hidden behind the meteors. It held a meteor bow shooting arrows of light at the tails of this group of whales. This creature half naked with a cyan body and half resembling a six-legged dog was muscular and was chasing after the group of whales from a distance. This group of void whales was actually its prey. They were not wandering to forage but fleeing for their lives. What kind of terrifying existence could force these giant ghost whales to flee in desperation? There was no time to eat now as Shuren directly pulled Lon Lon to jump into the sea and stored the kayak in his backpack. What is it? She asked immediately knowing Shuren had the magic eye. Shuren's expression was not good. It's a hunter. It's hunting these whales. Compared to the size of those whales, this sea can at most be considered a small pavilion in the center of a lake which stands out in one lake, but is not very noticeable among men. But who knows if that guy in the sky will come here out of curiosity upon seeing this sea. After all, according to Lon Lon, sea water had never appeared in the sky. What's worse, this is the Abyss Sea. The mole people don't have a good attitude towards it. It seems that despising the abyss is an instinct. They better hide in the sea for now and pray that the guy above doesn't notice them. Shuren has an oxygen device, and Lon Lon is a naturally water-resistant creature able to hold her breath for an extended period underwater. They hid under the water's surface looking up. The group of void whales passed through their location and had already escaped into the distance. The hunter chased after them, firing another arrow. The small void whale at the tail end was already riddled with holes. After being hit, it let out a mournful cry and turned into a gray star. The hunter picked up this star and placed it in the bottle on his back. It was at this moment as he bent down that he noticed the patch of seawater not far beneath his feet. A look of confusion flashed across its humanoid face. Seeing that the group of whales was swimming farther away, it seemed to give up the chase and turned towards the seawater. Shuren and Lon Lon immediately dove down, trying to distance themselves from the water's surface. This sky hunter circled around the seawater, finding nothing unusual. It tried shooting an arrow into the seawater. The light arrow instantly pierced through the water, but once it emerged, the arrowhead's brightness dimmed, gradually turning into a black light. This black light arrow began to tremble, its brightness distorted as a terrifying aura spread. The hunter's expression changed drastically. It immediately shot another arrow, hitting the transforming black arrow. The black arrow shattered in an instant, turning into a cluster of scattered light points. It gazed at the dissipating black light points, cast a heavy glance at the sea surface, and turned. Unexpectedly, a splash erupted on the water's surface and a hand axe broke through the water. Am not dead. Facing the vast starry sky, the red-haired youth was filled with the exhilaration of seeing the light of day again. Heaven knows how terrifying the depths of the sea are. Fortunately, he woke up just as the giant skeletal fish was about to bite him, otherwise he would have truly perished here today. He couldn't understand why, but he felt dizzy in the seawater and his mind was itching as if something was growing inside. Instinctively, he did not want to probe into this strange sensation. His mind told him it was normal. The youth, trapped in an abnormal state, was completely oblivious to the fact that the value of his erosion was continuously rising. At this moment, he was immersed in the joy of surviving a disaster. What is that? He squinted as he seemed to notice a strange figure hovering in the air. However, from his distance, he could not see the full appearance of that figure, only that it seemed to have hands and feet. He couldn't help but curse. Why is this damned place so bizarre? What terrible luck. Although the kayak was lost from sight on the surface, he saw the long bridge not far away. As long as the bridge remained, he could return. That man surely didn't expect me to survive from the seabed. Just wait. He sneered. Once I return and develop for a while, I will definitely be stronger than that guy. By then he would make him kneel and beg. Even if he lost his subordinates with his ability, he could easily gather as many followers as he wanted. Determined, the youth immediately turned and swam towards the long bridge. Little did he know that the very person he had been cursing was watching him underwater with his companions. Or rather, they were watching the hunter above his head. As soon as the red-haired youth swam up from the depths, the hunter had already noticed. He deliberately chose not to intervene, as he was also curious about what the creature above would do. At this moment, the boy had collided with fate. He could not be blamed. This tiny figure was like an ant that suddenly appeared on a smooth surface. It was easy to overlook, but once noticed, it became somewhat annoying. The hunter fixed his gaze on the swiftly moving figure, his eyes filled with disgust. He raised his hand, drew his bow, and aimed at the head that emitted a nauseating odor. Whoosh! The light arrow shot out. The smile on the red-haired youth's face froze. A red dot appeared on his forehead, and blood slowly began to flow down. The light arrow that passed through him attempted to return, but the hunter mercilessly raised his hand and shot another arrow, shattering the returning light arrow. He did not want to absorb the disgusting energy from the erosion. Confirming that the youth was completely dead, he turned to leave. Beneath the sea, the hunter had observed for a while and confirmed at least one thing: he did not wish to approach this body of water. Such a great opportunity couldn't be wasted. He had to leave something behind. Greed surged within him. He uncontrollably pulled out the jet injector, remembering that its maximum range was 100 meters. There was still time. Seeing his actions, Lan Lan beside him almost thought he had gone mad. She grabbed him, urgently signaling, "What are you doing? That guy could easily crush you." Shirin blinked, pointed to the surface of the water, indicating he wouldn't go out. Then he pointed to his back, asking Lan Lan to brace him from behind. Lan Lan, having lost that memory, had no idea what he was about to do. Unable to dissuade him, she reluctantly agreed to brace him from behind. He extended the nozzle of the jet injector above the water, and taking advantage of the fact that the creature above was still within range, suddenly pulled the trigger. A deafening roar erupted from the surface. A terrifying storm of energy erupted, a fierce wind sweeping up the cold temperature, instantly engulfing the hunter above. In the water, without any support, even with Shirin's strength of 20 points, it was useless. He was still propelled toward the seabed by the reverse force. Fortunately, there was a Lan Lan behind him. With rich underwater experience, she skillfully rotated Shirin a few times, trying to dissipate the force generated by the jet injector's explosive launch. The two spun underwater for several circles, and the nozzle of the jet injector was rotating, creating a corresponding storm. The stunned hunter was disoriented by the storm, flipping over for a while, before suddenly realizing this was not a divine punishment from any deity. It was merely a clumsy trick similar to their handiwork. Realizing he had been played, the hunter let out an angry roar. Even so, the frigid temperature from the storm had still frostbitten its limbs. Worse, yet it discovered that this power contained erosion. Damn abyss! Just as it was about to draw its bow, it saw a human face suddenly emerge from beneath the surface. Those black eyes quickly erupted with purple light shooting towards it. Petrification Ray. The skill costing 50 energy instantly drained Shirin, who had already expended a lot with the jet injector, but it didn't matter as long as the light was too fast and the hunter was affected by the swirling storm, making it hard to dodge completely. Yet the hunter remained unfazed. The petrification gaze was not a significant threat. As a direct descendant of the star god, it could fully resist most curses. However, unexpectedly, Shirin's target was not it. The ray shot directly at the ribbon behind it. The struck ribbon instantly turned to stone and quickly shattered in the storm. Originally, this was no big deal as the hit part did not contact other areas directly. However, the problem was that the ribbon was tied to a bottle containing gray stars. As Shirin was already exhausted, the jet injector ceased operation and the storm was rapidly dissipating. This meant that the bottle was not swept into the storm, but was plummeting rapidly in the already collapsing storm. No, the hunter shouted, hurriedly diving down. Shirin would not give it this opportunity. He had instructed Lan Lan underwater, and now she was already surfacing with the harpoon. 70 meters, 60 meters, 50 meters. Now's the time. With a shot fired, the harpoon, equipped with a targeting system, accurately struck the only opening on the bottle. He immediately reeled it back to let the bottle fall faster. There was no way to catch up to that speed. The enormous bottle crashed into the surface, sending a splash of water up to 4 meters high. Having accomplished all this, Lan Lan quickly embraced Shirin and dove down. They could not expose any part of themselves to the powerful hunter. Watching the spoils fall into the sea, the hunter was thoroughly enraged. It quickly drew its bow. This time the light arrow was much longer and brighter than before, almost as dazzling as lightning. After charging for a full 5 seconds, this arrow was finally shot out. The lightning-fast arrow shot straight down to the sea, the immense energy scattering the surface like a storm, the terrifying sound pressure leaving one dizzy. Boom! With a loud bang, the sea was blasted into a pit. The waves surged high and then crashed down heavily. Bang! The pit created by the explosion was once again filled by the returning seawater. The surface of the sea trembled violently, and countless bizarre fish corpses fell from the sky. The hunter did not see the traces of those two damned little bugs, but it did not believe that any damned bug could survive such a blow. After working hard for a while, the spoils fell into the abyssal sea, which infuriated it, yet there was nothing it could do. Damn filthy bugs. More importantly, it had to find a way to deal with the erosion on itself. After taking one last look at this sea, it turned and left, disappearing into the distant horizon. Beneath the water, struggling to bring Shirin down quickly, Lan Lan was violently propelled hundreds of meters away by the earlier explosion, only stopping when they crashed hard against a rock. Shirin, now exhausted, didn't even know where they were flying. All the bones in her body were broken, but fortunately, before acting, Shirin had given her some of the pearls he had stored for healing. After swallowing a few of those annoying crying pearls, her broken bones barely reconnected. Regaining mobility, she immediately swam down towards the site of the earlier explosion. The currents from the explosion were too chaotic. She judged that Shirin was likely pushed to a deeper place. Shirin was now completely out of energy. If he lost all his blood, it would truly be over. However, searching for someone in the pitch-black seabed was not an easy task. After swimming for a long time, Lan Lan still saw no trace. This is really bad. She lamented internally. I shouldn't have listened to him. At that moment, Shirin was swept into a dark current. The violent current was like a sewage processor fiercely tearing at his body and pushing him deeper. He was unconscious, blood continuously dripping down, yet the dark current seemed endless. Until he reached a fork, a deep blue flesh tumor fish had extended from the dark current and saw him. Immediately a blue claw with only 3 fingers reached and grabbed Shirin's clothes and pulled him out of the dark current. Outside the dark current was surprisingly a vast bone graveyard. Countless bones stood on the black sandy ground, and all that could be seen were white bones, not a single piece of seaweed in sight. The largest white bone was estimated to be as tall as a dozen floors with an astonishing length. Centered around it, various sizes of bones were scattered. Some appeared to be fish bones, some human bones, some were shattered, while others were relatively intact. The dark current happened to pass near the gigantic white bone, which was also the only passage for creatures hiding nearby, to the outer sea. This strangely shaped flesh tumor fish head creature dropped Shirin on the ground and leaned down to feel his heartbeat. Thump thump. The sound was faint, but the person was indeed still alive. Upon realizing he was alive, the flesh tumor fish head creature angrily pounded the sandy ground and turned back to look into the dark current. Another gray-green flesh tumor fish head creature swam out from the bones. It looked noticeably smaller than the blue one. After noticing Shirin on the ground, it also leaned down to listen to his heartbeat and similarly pounded the sandy ground in anger. It then noticed the movement behind it. The blue flesh tumor fish head creature extended its head out and emitted a series of gurgling water sounds. No food available. The green one responded with gurgling sounds. Once this guy on the ground dies, we can eat him. Let's go check the dark current above. All right. The 2 monsters quickly swam upwards towards the dark current. After they left, soon different colored flesh tumor fish head creatures passed by. Without exception, upon discovering that Shirin was still alive, they hurriedly went elsewhere to search for food. Strangely, not a single monster stayed behind to wait for him to breathe his last. After another yellow flesh tumor fish head creature left, Shirin finally opened his eyes. His eye sockets were bloodshot, and the severe retinal detachment had nearly cost him his vision. He realized that the energy within his body was rapidly depleting. Shirin tried to move his fingers, the bones were not broken, and his wrist could still move. He took out a portion of fire banana sulfur soup from his backpack and drank it, finally regaining his vision. His body had numerous wounds. Bones were fractured and his internal organs were bleeding. He estimated that his blood volume had already dropped to a dangerous level. Fortunately, he had the fire banana sulfur soup, or he would have been dead within 3 minutes. He immediately checked his backpack and saw the intact bottle placed inside, finally putting his mind at ease. He had barely managed to pull out the fish spear before being embraced by Lan Yuan and diving down, almost thinking he hadn't retrieved it. This was something he had fought hard to get back, losing it would have been a huge loss. He then checked the sea cow oxygen suit he was wearing. Fortunately, the device was not damaged and was still functioning vigorously. As it continuously restored and repaired his body, Shirin quickly got up. The unfamiliar scene before him surprised him slightly. Nowhere is this place. Why am I here? With no time to ponder, he quickly swam behind a nearby bone, then dug into the black sand beneath to bury himself. A tried and true method, but effective. Sure enough, soon a flesh tumor fish head creature passed by. It did not stop and swam straight into the distance. Peeking out with one eye, Shirin looked at the oddly shaped fish head creature, its fleshy tumors bulging all over, a nightmare for those with trypophobia. You see, an undetected strange creature intelligence decreases by 10. He quickly noticed the creature's long 3-fingered claws. The familiar webbing and shape were unmistakably identical to the severed hand of that fish person. He immediately realized that this was the lair of the fish people. Just as he was in shock, a series of urgent gurgling sounds suddenly rang out. Shirin immediately closed his eyes, completely burying himself in the sand. The black sand on him felt oddly itchy, as if ants were crawling on him. Detected that your spirit is low, mental disturbance not perceived. Detected that your spirit is low, mental disturbance not perceived. Shirin was filled with questions. Why is there always something inexplicable attacking? Unclear about the source of the attack, Shirin suppressed the itchiness and listened carefully to the sounds outside. The earlier gurgling sounds were actually from the fish person that first discovered him returning. Where is the human? Where did it go? It looked around, but found nothing. The green fish person that accompanied it was anxious. It had originally wanted to share half a brain to eat. It must have run away. He is still alive. The 2 fish people immediately began circling the area where Shirin had vanished, gradually searching the nearby bones. They searched for a long time, but found nothing. Other fish people saw them swimming back and forth and asked what was going on. Upon learning they were looking for prey, they also swam off to help. Everyone wanted a piece of the pie. But unfortunately their prey was lying in the black sandy ground, remaining motionless, while listening to the various sounds from outside. After swimming around for a long time starving to death, not a single fish person found a trace of the human. This confirmed that the duck flying into their mouths was gone. The original blue fish person was so angry that it started to knock surrounding bones away, scattering them everywhere. Hungry, hungry, hungry. It was furious, and its gurgling sounds grew more intense. The green fish person tried to console it. Maybe it was enticed by the sandworms and has died beneath the black sand. They were also very hungry, but they faced more restrictions than us and could only hide in the black sand waiting for food. The blue fish person was still throwing a tantrum. Sandworms. Damn sandworms. It kicked the sand away and then swam off. The green fish person did not chase after it. It was also very hungry and needed to find food. The surroundings quieted down again. Shi-Rin endured waiting until nearly 10 minutes had passed without any sounds before he revealed his eyes to look. The surrounding white bones were in disarray, as those fish people had gone to look for food in other more distant places. Shi-Rin could not understand the chattering of these fish people. He felt that their intelligence seemed low. How could they give up after just a casual search? In an ironic twist of fate, these humanoid creatures had become a representation of low intelligence in his impression. Upholding the principle of never leaving empty-handed, Shi-Rin once again exemplified the fine tradition of "since I am here, I might as well." With a wave of his hand, he collected all the black sand into his backpack until he had filled it to the brim at 999. Regardless of whether it was a rare material, he knew this sand would be of great use. He swam out of the black sandy area, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he swam towards the massive white bone. It must be the nest of the fish people. He swam along the black sandy bottom and slowly reached the underside of the gigantic white bone. Then he looked up. In the hollow area of the white bone, countless fish people of various colors rested against the inner side. They were all very thin with protruding ribs and very obvious limb bones. Their fish gills drooped limply. Each one looked like they had been on a year-long diet plan with weight loss pills, thin, but nearing death. How many years must they have starved? Is there a famine at the bottom of the sea? Shi-Rin did not understand why they did not go out to hunt, just sitting there waiting for death. At that moment, a blue fish person swam back from the other end of the white bone. Shi-Rin immediately recognized it. It was the thief whose arm, the cut on its right arm, and the entire upper arm had turned black and charred, barely still attached to its body. Seemingly having suffered a setback, it swam with its head hung low, thick fish lips, turned down, looking very unhappy. A smaller blue fish person swam towards it and hugged its leg. It shook its head and led the small blue fish person to a clear area to lie down. Shi-Rin changed his angle to continue observing. These fish people seemed to lack motivation, starkly contrasting with the others still searching for food outside. They looked as if they had resigned to their fate. These fish people really have big problems. He swam a short distance closer, pressed against the black sand, and discovered that there were actually 3 black statues placed in the center of the white bone. 3 statues stood tightly clustered together, their features long eroded into obscurity, yet faintly discernible as 3 women. Their serpentine locks coiled into one another, and their elongated tails intertwined in an inseparable embrace. All the fishfolk rested in a precise circle around the statues, maintaining a strict 10-meter radius, never daring to cross it. Their reverent distance spoke volumes. These figures were either sacred or profane. To Shi-Rin, they could only be profane. Why? Because they had to be. How else could he, the self-proclaimed destroyer of wickedness and forger of justice, fulfill his solemn duty of salvation? Once had borrowed this accursed statue. On no, properly retrieved it for diagnostic examination, all would become clear. But now was not the time. His stamina had dwindled to near exhaustion. The meager 5 points restored only by that single bowl of broth. He needed to escape, first regroup with Lon Lon, and recover before proceeding further. He felt no anxiety for Lon Lon. With the pearl in her possession, death held no claim over her, and the creatures dwelling in these outer seas posed no true threat. Silently retreating from the colossal skeletal expanse, he turned his gaze toward the dark current channel. It seemed he'd been swept here unwittingly, sucked into its vortex, and hurled downward. Descending was effortless. Returning upstream, however, was nearly impossible. The current flowed relentlessly downward. Swimming against it meant battling gravity itself. To ascend such a torrential undercurrent, even native fishfolk could not manage it, and following its downward path offered little hope either. For above, turbulent eddies surely churned, a chaotic net severing this realm from the open sea. Should he be flung astray, he would have no idea where the currents might cast him next. If swept into the ocean's heart and confronted by a monster of elite rank or higher, his current state would seal his fate beyond doubt. How then to depart? He glanced into his pack, and an idea surfaced. These fishfolk must know the way upward. Oh, otherwise how had that severed hand ever breached the surface? They were starving. So let him plant a deception, a tantalizing illusion, food abundant and irresistible waiting above. To avoid detection, Shi-Rin pushed off the seabed and surged upwards, swiftly gliding alongside the dark current's edge, pressing close to its watery wall so none below might spot him. Otherwise, should they glance up and see, hey, a human drifting overhead, his mission would end before it began. Yet the maneuver demanded exquisite control. More than once he nearly vanished into the currents. He ascended stealthily along the current's flow. The fishfolk lingering among the great bones remained unaware, just as he'd anticipated. At the current's apex, as expected, roiled a labyrinth of chaotic eddies, like a living net sealing this domain from the world beyond. Sherwin paused there, withdrew several plucked, hairless molefolk corpses from his pack, and cast them into the current. The bodies vanished instantly, torn downward by the torrent's fury. One corpse might go unnoticed, but several would draw eyes. Soon several fishfolk darted down the current, hauling the corpses free. Starving as they were, even with ample portions to share, they erupted into violent struggle over the spoils. Their scuffling drew more of their kind. Spotting the contested bodies, others' eyes flared with hunger, and they rushed forward, claws bared, to seize their share. Dead, truly dead. Give me a bite. Quickly give me a bite. They fought savagely, razor-sharp talons slashing without mercy, even at kin. Yet some retained reason. Most fishfolk resting within the great bones watched impassively, unmoved. A few outsiders even attempted mediation, only to be struck down as rivals for the feast. Seizing the chaos below, Sherwin released more corpses into the current. This time the fishfolk grew frantic. Food. More food. Those who'd seized corpses devoured heads in frantic gulps, licked lips, then fixed feverish gazes upon the current's uppermost verge. Fortunately, Sherwin remained hidden beneath the churning eddies, shielded behind the current's veil. Food. Hungry, so hungry, I must ascend. No, only one chance per day. Not now. How long? How long remains? Their voices tumbled forth, raw and urgent. 1 hour, soon enough. Past midnight the goddesses shall choose the chosen one. What if we fail tonight? What if surface carrion is devoured by other beasts? Impossible. Or inevitable, eh? So starved. I pray the heights hold sustenance enough to silence this gnawing void. It's raving, mad with hunger. 1 hour. The fishfolk submitted to hunger's ache, settling back into silence. It mattered not. They could wait. Above, Sherwin puzzled over their sudden stillness. Language barrier bound, he found it baffling. Moments ago they'd burned with desperate urgency to breach the current. Now all fervor had vanished. He decided to provoke them anew, tossing down additional corpses at measured intervals. Once more they clashed, but once the scraps were claimed they dispersed just as swiftly. Well, petty bait won't suffice. Abandoning subtlety, Sherwin emptied his pack. 20 molefolk corpses hurled into the current at once. This procession of midnight fare plummeted in eerie formation, far grander than before. The fishfolk stirred anew, their cries louder, sharper, more desperate than ever. Here it comes, again. So many. By the deep, am I dreaming? How long? How long until it begins? Lu Chun turned his head, meeting the gaze of the entire class. 3 whole years. Zhang Zhengwo's voice rose. Your chi and blood value crawled from 0.8. Flesh tore, purple-black blood bloomed and billowed, slowly submerging the writhing combatants in viscous shadow. Cease, now. A piercing shriek split the water. Instantly, every fishfolk froze mid-motion, heads bowed, bodies trembling, savagery erased in an instant. From afar glided a crimson fishfolk, vastly larger than the rest, flanked by 2 paler rose-hued attendants. Its frame was sheer brutality incarnate, bulging muscle, thickened hide, and a grotesque cluster of fleshy nodules crowning its skull, spreading down its spine like a swarm of toads. Clutched in its grip, a trident forged from bleached bone wreathed in black kelp, emblem of sovereignty. It was their king. Its innate hierarchy pressed upon them like stone. Few dared defiance. The king swept its gaze across the assembly, each glance a blade, each fishfolk lowering its head in silent obeisance. Any who slay kin shall be cast into exile. Its eyes lingered on the wounded. Do not wait until the abyss claims you to regret your rage, my brethren, for that is the true end of our kind. No voice dared rise, not even the injured, who shrank as if seeking burial. Then a rose-hued attendant swam forward, smaller than the king, yet towering over the rest like a crane among crows. It bowed deeply. Sire, the choosing hour approaches. 10 minutes remain. Yesterday's candidate bears grievous wounds. His right arm cannot regenerate. I recommend disqualification. The king offered no reply. Instead, it raised its trident toward the cavernous lair, then lowered it. The attendant understood the decision rested with the goddesses alone. Yes, let the goddesses decree. With a subtle gesture it signaled the assembly. Fishfolk moved as one toward the lair. None spared the corpses a second glance. In moments the brawling rabble transformed, disciplined, orderly, marching into the ossuary like soldiers on parade. Now it was Sherwin's turn to grow restless. He slipped silently downward, seeking a vantage point to observe what transpired within the lair. The king entered last. Within, the reclining fishfolk rose, and formed a long solemn queue encircling the statues. As the appointed hour neared, the two rose-hued attendants swam forward, gesturing to the first in line, signaling the ritual's commencement. The lead fishfolk reached up, tore a fleshy nodule from its brow, and flung the dripping mass near the statues. As it withdrew, the next stepped forward, repeating the act. One after another until the entire line completed its actions, they retreated near the bones, looking towards the Fishman King. Two light red fishmen immediately threw the flesh tumors from their heads. After completing this action, they carefully removed a massive flesh tumor from the back of the Fishman King and tossed it into the center of the pile of tumors. Indeed, this selection could not be avoided even by the Fishman King, or rather it longed to be chosen. All the fishmen eagerly looked at the three statues, awaiting a miracle. 1 second, 2 seconds. The black statue remained still. The fishmen displayed expressions of disappointment. However, they did not lose heart. Instead, they initiated a new round of tumor-throwing actions, starting from the first fishman again. The purple-black blood flowing from the tumors almost completely soaked the base of the statue, and the tumors piled around them had nearly formed a small hill. The exhaustion was not obvious during the first round of tumor removal, but by the second round, every fishman's face revealed a deep fatigue. Their bellies had become more sunken, the muscles in their abdomens pulsating as if their stomachs were convulsing from deeper hunger. After this round of throwing, many fishmen began to drool while staring at their companions. Yet under the gaze of the Fishman King, they all strained to hold back. Soon the statue began to emit a faint glow. A viscous crimson liquid flowed from the bottom of the statue, gradually enveloping the tumors. Under the absorption of these liquids, the tumors gradually shriveled, then melted, becoming part of the crimson liquid. As the crimson liquid gradually turned into a deep purple-black, all the tumors disappeared. The remaining pool of liquid pulsated and contracted, retreating back into the statue. This time the statue erupted in a series of flickering red lights. Then a red beam shot out from the top of the statue and swiftly entered the body of a fishman. All the fishmen turned to look, then froze in shock. What? Is it him again? The one chosen by the red beam was precisely the blue fishman with a severed hand. Even he was taken aback. It's unfair. Why is it him again? How is he always so lucky? He must have attacked a living creature yesterday. Oh, I saw it. He has been punished by the goddess. Indeed, I also saw it. He spat out many fruits at the edge. He must have made a mistake. Why? Why does the goddess choose a sinner again? I haven't gone out for 3 years. The voices of the fishmen rose in anger. The malicious gazes of his peers made the one-handed fishman too afraid to lift his head. He looked towards the Fishman King for help, only to find the king gazing at him with a complex expression. The Fishman King also could not understand, but this was the goddess' will, and no one could change it. It signaled for all the fishmen to be quiet. Now you have 2 hours. Go. With that, the Fishman King turned and left the lair. The one-handed fishman hurriedly followed him out of the lair. He had gained 2 precious hours and needed to rush. The remaining fishmen mostly continued to mutter in resentment. They stared at the back of the one-handed fishman, leaving their claws digging fiercely into the bones. As this strange ritual concluded, Chiron's gaze also fell upon the lucky one. This old acquaintance was swimming towards the dark current with a sense of urgent joy. Get ready with the dagger. Chiron positioned himself closely below the dark current, holding his breath as he awaited the moment the fishman swam by. As expected, the one-handed fishman entered the dark current and swam upstream, surprisingly not slower than when outside the current. Seizing the right moment as it swam by, Chiron thrust a dagger into its thigh, successfully dragging it into the dark current. The pained fishman let out a scream. Looking down, he discovered that a human was clinging to his thigh. Upon recognizing Chiron's face, a look of pain and regret appeared on the fishman's face. Although he did not understand why the fishman had that expression, Chiron activated the dagger's ability. Mental interference. A burst of red light appeared. But the opponent is completely immune to mental interference. It is ineffective. Ineffective. Didn't they say that beings below elite level cannot resist the dagger's mental interference? Could it be that these fishmen are elite monsters? This was not a scenario Chiron had accounted for. Elite monsters shouldn't be so common. These fishmen did not seem that strong. It seemed that only the Fishman King should possess elite level strength. Damn it, the system's descriptions cannot be fully trusted. There are too many gaps in the language. You didn't mention there would be creatures completely immune to mental interference. With the mental interference failing, Chiron could only grip the one-handed fishman's thigh tightly, twisting the dagger. As long as he did not let go, he should not be kicked off. But he was mistaken. The one-handed fishman showed no intention of attacking. It did not even attempt to remove the dagger from its thigh, but instead swam forward with determination. The fishman swam upstream with great skill. Its ear fins were divided into 3 layers, each layer spreading and retracting at different angles, effectively dispersing the rushing. Moreover, losing one arm reduced the area of resistance, and the other arm was drawn and making it appear like an arrow. The large webbed feet could propel its body forward swiftly, and Chiron noticed many tiny pores on its skin. Those pores continuously released small streams of air, constantly disrupting the direction of the water. These were the secret weapons that allowed it to swim freely in the dark current. Its speed was incredibly fast, and it was sufficiently familiar with the direction of the current. In just 20 minutes, it found the correct endpoint within the complex water system and broke free from the dark current. The outside fish school was startled by it and scattered in all directions. It stopped and looked at the human still hanging on its leg, emitting a series of gurgling sounds from its. Realizing that the other party was trying to communicate, Shuren, though unable to understand, could grasp its current intention. So he released his tight grip on the fishman's thigh. Next, he withdrew the dagger that had been embedded in its thigh. Looking at the deep wound, Shuren felt a rare sense of embarrassment. The one-handed fishman ignored him and began searching for something. Shuren knew what it was looking for. There was definitely nothing here. All the mole men corpses had been disposed of by him. They were merely bait to deceive them. The ignorant fishman continued to search around, completely unaware that this was a trap. Shuren touched his nose and swam forward to pat the fishman's shoulder. The fishman ignored him. Shuren patted 3 times in a row, and only then did the fishman impatiently turn its head to glare at him. "Don't bother me." It emitted hurried, gurgling sounds and turned to leave again. Shuren quickly grabbed it, pointed towards the sea surface, then pointed at his head and closed his eyes, pretending to be dead. He performed so obviously this foolish fishman wouldn't still be unable to understand, would it? When Shuren opened his eyes, the fishman indeed did not hurry to leave. However, its gaze towards Shuren was filled with vigilance. This foolish fishman actually knew to be cautious. After observing the fishman's behavior for so long, Shuren deduced that they generally would not attack living creatures, only eating corpses. Even if attacked, they would not retaliate, not even showing anger in response. Given that they could fight each other to the point of injury, it could be inferred that they likely had some restriction against attacking other creatures. With this layer of insurance, Shuren was not worried about the fishman ambushing him. He signaled for the fishman to follow him and swam towards the sea surface. During the process, he did not forget to look back. Seeing that the one-handed fishman was still following him, he continued to swim upwards. Upon breaching the surface, Shuren glanced around and spotted the long bridge in the distance under the starlight. He released the kayak and let the fishman come aboard. The bow still held the 4 frozen corpses. Shuren generously pointed at these corpses, allowing the fishman to take them. "Consider this a token of gratitude," Shuren said. "Let's call the previous matter settled." The fishman looked at him, but did not seem to understand what it was thinking. Then it emitted a series of sounds and walked towards the bow. Shuren took it as a thank you. Once the fishman submerged with the 4 frozen heads, Shuren believed it had left before activating the kayak's engine. A flame shot out violently from the back of the kayak. The tremendous thrust propelled the kayak swiftly forward, leaving a trail of fire upon the water's surface. Shuren looked towards the direction of the long bridge, and indeed a figure was floating on the water's surface there. The figure did not wave, but quietly watched him. The inflatable boat roared as it approached under the long bridge, and then came to a stop. "Good thing you knew to wait for me here, otherwise I wouldn't know where to find you." Shuren reached out his hand by the boat, saying, "Come aboard. You look quite energetic." Lon Lon, not one to be coy, jumped onto the inflatable boat using his strength and asked, "I couldn't find you anywhere. Where did you fall?" "Let's not talk about that for now. What is that in your hand?" He noticed Lon Lon was holding a red fuzzy ball. Upon hearing his voice, the ball turned around to reveal a human face. He had seen this face just a few hours ago. It was actually the head of the red-haired youth. Seeing a living head decrease his sanity by 3, Shuren was genuinely taken aback. Fortunately, his sanity resistance kicked in, and the decrease wasn't too. This guy had a small blood hole on his forehead, curiously staring at him. Ignoring the gory mess beneath the head, he looked somewhat normal. Shuren touched the hair on the head, confirming it was real. This was a real head. He didn't die? What's going on? Shuren was quite puzzled. "I don't know, I suspect he mutated." Lon Lon raised the head, pointing to the red flesh ball at the neck's severed end, saying, "Look, his brain has parasitized onto his neck." He poked the pulsating flesh and checked the system's information. Lu Jiarong brain crab infection level 15, type biological description, an independent organism formed by the challenger Lu Jiarong after being infected, possessing a certain level of intelligence. Inheriting Lu Jiarong's innate abilities, any creature injured by his attacks has a chance of being bewitched by him. Lu Jiarong. A brain crab. This guy's head turned into a brain crab. The flesh ball kept pulsating, covered by a thin membrane. Shuren tried poking it, and it felt quite firm. It looked a bit bizarre, but somehow also interesting. That was not the end. Lon Lon placed the head on the boat, and surprisingly the head started to run. Upon closer inspection, several sharp legs extended from beneath the head. It was these sharp legs that were moving quickly. No wonder they called it a crab, it actually had crab pincers. Lon Lon skillfully ignited a fire with a firestone, saying, "Interesting, right? Let me tell you something even more amazing. If this head can reproduce." While speaking, she pulled out a small ball from her pants, which was less than half of a palm size. "Go behave, don't cause trouble." She tossed the small ball to Shirin. The small ball landed in Shirin's hand, and several long soft tentacles extended from the edges. As it stood up, Shirin realized that this was actually her. Even with a bare head, it was evident that the face on the ball belonged to a little girl with long curled eyelashes and big, lively, cute eyes. Upon closer inspection, her features were identical to those of the red-haired Lu Jiarong. Xiao Jia, infection level 18, type biological description, the offspring of Lu Jiarong's brain crab, and an octopus bully female possessing it. Can confuse enemies with her voice, can use biological mimicry to achieve invisibility, and the octopus legs beneath can sting, carry electricity, and secrete poison. Wait, who mated with whom? Shirin suddenly looked at Lon Lon, who displayed an innocent expression, saying, I just wanted to test my ability. Goodness, you can mate a human head with an octopus for a test of abilities. Even Satan would call you mom. I naturally have an affinity for biological entities, and now with the enhancement of my innate abilities, the moment this guy's head fell off, it inexplicably became attached to me and insisted on following me. Lon Lon shrugged, saying, I couldn't find you, so I decided to test my ability and paired the passing octopus with him. Sister, you are this. Shirin secretly gave her a thumbs up. Xiao Jia noticed his gesture and imitated it by raising a tentacle. Lon Lon waved her hand, and Xiao Jia immediately jumped off Shirin's hand, quickly climbing up her pant leg. Loyalty is very high, that system wasn't lying about that. Lon Lon teased Xiao Jia's nose before putting her into her pocket. Did you name her? Shirin asked. Of course, otherwise would you expect her to rely on her current clueless father? Lon Lon pulled out another octopus from her backpack and tossed it onto the ground, still her sashimi mom. The octopus bully appeared to be resting peacefully. Feeling hungry, Shirin decided to chop it up and toss it into the pot, storing the excess in his backpack. Lon Lon was speechless, saying, You can really eat that. I was hungry and my energy was almost depleted. Shirin took out a seasoning pack, waiting for the octopus meat to cook, then fished it out and sprinkled on the seasoning for a feast. Delicious. Truly delicious. Lu Jiarong stretched out his small claws, tugging at his pant leg. Shirin initially ignored him. After being annoyed, he tossed a piece of meat down, saying, Here, your wife. Lu Jiarong happily grabbed the meat and ran off. After a while, his pant leg was tugged again. Isn't this enough for you? You don't even have a stomach. Shirin kicked his foot and looked down to find it was actually Xiao Jia. Xiao Jia looked at him pitifully, even using her tentacles to wipe non-existent tears. Shirin had a headache. He had no choice but to toss down another piece of meat, saying helplessly, Eat your mom is quite delicious. Xiao Jia understood this and was not happy. She grabbed a tentacle of an octopus leg that was almost 5 times her size and dashed away, running all the way to Lon Lan's ear. Lon Lon listened for a while, nodded, and agreed. Then Xiao Jia ran back again and climbed up to Shirin's ear. What are you going to scold me? Shirin bit into the octopus leg, hissing. It was really chewy. Suddenly a tentacle slapped across his face. A flash of blue lightning passed, causing an instant tingling pain on his face. Huh. Shirin covered his face, noticing he was bleeding. Xiao Jia, having succeeded, happily began her meal. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and before Shirin collapsed, the last thing he heard was Lon Lan's muffled voice. Don't worry, you will just faint. You can consider it a sleep. No, I was in the middle of eating. Shirin wanted to curse, but his eyelids felt too heavy. He quickly lost consciousness. This sleep lasted until noon the next day. When Shirin woke up, he felt something was off all over his body, but couldn't quite pinpoint it. He raised his hand to take a look and found his hand covered with numerous tiny spots. After checking his body, those red spots were almost all over his upper body, with the left side of his face being the most severely affected. Seeing him wake up, Lon Lon explained, You must be allergic to her poison. Given your physique, it should heal itself in a few hours. By the way, last night a fishman threw something up here one-armed. Could it be that little thief from before? Lon Lon shook the item in her hand. By the way, your fishmen are quite ugly, she complained. Shirin took it and saw it was 2 black glass balls, inside of which were 2 jellyfish still moving. They looked somewhat like moon jellyfish. Translating: jellyfish ball, infection level 5, type biological description, a translation ball containing multi-sound jellyfish, once a must-have item for biological communication. The method of use is to place the ball in an area where sounds can be heard. For creatures that communicate in special ways, please place the ball in the mouth. Long-term, where will result in infection. A biological translator. Shirin immediately thought, if I could get more of these to sell in the channel, wouldn't it sell like hotcakes? The more he thought about it, the more feasible the idea became. He just didn't know how many stocks of these jellyfish balls the fishmen had left. Why did he give this to you? Lon Lon asked. Did you two reconcile? Don't make it sound like we are just 2 kindergarten kids arguing. Shirin felt that Lon Lon was increasingly resembling a caretaker. What about your 2 little brats? Lon Lon replied, they went to play in the water. Damn, this was really turning into a kindergarten. At least he didn't have to take care of the kids. He quickly had a lunch, planning to discuss the undercurrents with Lon Lon. He quickly narrated the experiences from the previous night, making sure to emphasize the 3 statues. By focusing on the key points, Lon Lon immediately understood his thoughts. "You are having another episode," she said bluntly. "You almost died for that bottle yesterday." Shirin laughed it off, "But I didn't die, did I, eh?" Seeing Lon Lon frown, Shirin quickly changed the subject. "It doesn't matter, the undercurrents won't run away, there will always be a time to dive in." He took out a huge bottle from his backpack within which gray stars emitted a peculiar glow, successfully capturing Lon Lan's attention. "This thing is extraordinary, no wonder that guy was so furious yesterday." Shirin flipped through the system logs to show her. Soul core of the void whale type creature level. Description: a soul crystal left behind by the floating whale of the rainbow clouds after its death. It is an extremely precious special material. It is said that the Little Angel Group is offering a hefty sum to acquire this item. If you hand it over to them, you will receive a handsome reward. Look, they are offering a high price, did you see that? Shirin laughed heartily. This is indeed a valuable material. Lon Lon had begun to understand him. "Are you going to trade this item out?" Shirin shook his head. "Trade? If they are willing to exchange it for something good, it only means that this item is better than what they offer. Indeed, many creatures are eager for this item." A strange voice interrupted their conversation. Shirin quickly turned around, but there was no one behind him. "It's above you, kid." The voice came from above his head. Shirin was startled. When he looked up, he saw a golden puppet hovering above him. "Please note the level 4 evaluator has arrived at the island. This evaluator's identity is Cyclops. Please challenge to fulfill the evaluator's requirements to improve the island." It's the evaluator. Indeed, the puppet's smooth face had a single prominent eye. However, is this the Cyclops? "Don't look at me with doubtful eyes, you rude kid." The puppet sensed his confusion. "If my true form were to descend, you would die instantly." Shirin, however, did not doubt this statement at all. The Cyclopes, also known as Qcrops, is a race of one-eyed giants from ancient Greek mythology. It is said to be a race born from the union of the sky god Uranus and the earth mother Gaia, possessing immense strength and serving as Zeus' master craftsman. Most depictions in mythological works portray them as rather barbaric, and their intelligence appears to be low. Yet the Cyclops before him spoke with the wisdom of a... Indeed, one should not believe everything one sees in human art. Who knows how the biographers might slander you? Calculating today is indeed the 3rd day. However, Shirin never intended to make any preparations ahead of time. Whatever comes will come. He had been busy with other matters these past 2 days and was already tired. Who would have thought that the answer to the big eye related to thunder and lightning would actually be the Cyclops? This broken system does offer hints. Shirin silently put away the bottle and casually said, "By the way, the system charged me 3 island coins. Your appearance fee is quite high, huh?" Hearing this, the golden puppet burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Kid, what does 3,000 island coins mean?" "Just a number," it said, "but if you give me what's in that bottle, I might consider giving you a backdoor." Damn, I knew this old thief was after my stuff. Fortunately, he had just put it away. As an evaluator, it shouldn't be able to snatch it away, right? Shirin sweated on his forehead, maintaining a strong front. "Just kidding, do you really need—" The puppet chuckled softly and did not continue teasing him. "This place is truly annoying. Even other evaluators might not be willing to... However, I admire your courage to rob a canine-foot hunter with such little strength. Let me give you some points for that. And the target you robbed just happens to be of a race I despise, so I'll give you some extra points." It glanced at Lon Lon beside him and then circled around the kayak. "Your craftsmanship is quite good, though immature. It possesses a certain spirit," the master craftsman commented. After circling enough, it sat down on Shirin's shoulder with a plop crossing its legs. Its tone became serious. "Having guts is a good thing. You are the first one to dare to select a level 4 evaluator on your first try. I can exempt you from this part of the task, but you still need to fulfill my other 3 requirements." By this statement, that meant there were originally 4 requirements, coincidentally corresponding to the evaluator's level. On the island you are currently connecting with, there is a blood curse planted by a soil demon. I want you to find it, destroy it, and bring back what's inside for me. This is the first requirement. What about the second one? Shirin asked when he saw that there was no follow-up. The second one? The puppet laughed strangely. Kid, let's talk about the second one after you complete the first. I remind you, you only have 4 hours left. 4 hours? Shirin hurriedly glanced at his watch. Right, this island was connected yesterday at 5 p.m., and the passage only lasts 24 hours. And now it was already 1 p.m. And he said he wouldn't make things difficult for him. Ayo, it's not difficult at all, is it? The first requirement already puts him against the clock. Without time to think further, Shirin quickly shouted to Lon Lon. There's no time, hurry, and call those 2 up. With 4 hours, it was impossible for him to find anything by turning the island upside down. He needed someone familiar with the island. No one was more suitable than the owner of this island. Lon Lon also understood the urgency of time and immediately whistled towards the sea. In less than 3 seconds, the sea surface erupted with waves. Two shadows swiftly rushed towards the kayak and then flipped onto it. Xiao Jia landed first, her tentacles tightly gripping Lu Jiarong's hair, tossing him in. Lu Jiarong was clearly not returning voluntarily. His hair was all messed up, and he grumbled his dissatisfaction. But the rebellious daughter didn't care about him, and after throwing him down, she immediately climbed up Lan Lan's arm, affectionately rubbing against her. Good girl, Lan Lan praised as she stroked her bald head. The puppet left Shi Ren's shoulder and flew over. It looked at Xiao Jia, clearly surprised as well. Incredible, it can actually be done like this. This is truly bold creativity. Wait, please don't praise her. As Shi Ren hurriedly scooped Lu Jiarong under his arm and saw this scene, he became anxious. She is already bold enough. I'm afraid if you praise her more, she'll drag me out to breed. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Lan Lan shot him a glance. My ability only amplifies the attraction between the two species. I did not force them. What? You didn't force them? He immediately looked at Lu Jiarong in his arms. No way, this kid looks Baijid and bushy-browed, yet has such a bizarre preference. You even go for the octopus bully. Lu Jiarong raised his head, revealing an innocent smile. Forget it. You keep an eye on this evaluator while I make a quick trip there and back. After giving Lan Lan instructions, Shi Ren immediately dashed onto the long bridge. The soil of this island was excellent, soft and fertile. He just didn't know what kind of fertilizer had nurtured it. The dense black needle-like trees combined with the black soil, a mist lingered in the woods, and sunlight couldn't fully penetrate, making the road ahead unclear. Fortunately, Lu Jiarong still retained some bodily memory of this land. Whenever they needed to turn, he would stretch out his sharp feet to guide the direction, leading Shi Ren to their gathering place. Indeed, Shi Ren planned to first ask the other living people on this island. The attackers who had assaulted Shi Ren's group must have been the combat forces of the island, and there were likely others left to guard the previous spoils to prevent them from escaping. Searching for the so-called blood curse directly would be too challenging. It was better to find someone on the island to interrogate. They might have some clues. After walking for about an hour, the path ahead finally opened up. This area had clearly been cleared, revealing a large patch of open ground. 3 young boys were chatting around a simple cage. Inside the cage curled 2 women, disheveled and unclothed, huddled in 2 opposite corners without uttering a word. As soon as he stepped into the vicinity, Shi Ren sensed a strong smell of blood. The soil here was no longer purely black. The faintly exposed deep red had long seeped into the ground, saturating every inch of the soil. He felt restless. The sensation underfoot ignited a surge of anger within him. Yet the 3 people heard the noise and were not concerned, probably thinking it was some companion returning early, still laughing. Young, ignorant, and nauseating. True evil knows no age. It is particularly enamored with a young heart, for within it often lies no fear. It is not a lack of fear for others, but rather a lack of fear for oneself. At least at this moment, all that Shi Ren saw in their eyes was endless indulgence. He stepped forward, standing behind the boy in the middle. This boy was still laughing, claiming that he deserved a share of the new blood pill, as every bone-splitting chore was done by him. Splitting bones and shaping blood pills, he referred to this as a messy job. Shi Ren grabbed his head, plunging the knife into his back, then twisting it. The young man fell asleep instantly, though the screams nearby were a bit loud. Hey, what's the rush? One at a time, Shi Ren comforted, grabbing the arm of the person to his right and pressing him to the ground. The people below immediately began to struggle frantically, but could not break free. Slap. Something struck his head violently, and Shi Ren touched the top of his head, finding only wood shavings. He turned around and saw the boy who had originally stood on the left glaring at him with a wooden stick in hand. Impossible. How are you not hurt? He exclaimed, raising the stick and striking Shi Ren's head again. Wood shavings flew everywhere, and the wood splintered. Shi Ren continued to stare at him. The boy, pinned to the ground, shouted, "Run. Quick, go call your big brother back. Run." "No, I want leave. I can't just watch him kill you." The boy shouted in anguish. "Meng Ge has been killed by him. I want to avenge Meng Ge." He raised the wooden stick, and this valiant display nearly moved Shi Ren. Who would have thought these guys had such strong feelings for each other? Shi Ren brushed the dust off his head and turned back to continue what he had not finished. He plunged a knife into the thigh of the boy he had pinned down, initiating a mental disturbance. There is a blood curse left by a soil demon on this island, do you know? The boy's expression gradually became blank, his eyes slowly blinking, as if after a long while he slowly spoke. On the island, there is a place that the big brother strictly forbids, in the forest to the west. Oh, the west. Before Shi Ren could finish his sentence, he suddenly took another hit on the head. He turned around again to see the boy had switched to holding a stone club. Seeing that Shi Ren was still unharmed, his expression gradually broke down. "How are you not hurt? You should have fallen. You really want to die, don't you?" Shi Ren replied, surprised. "Okay, you love to act like a brother, huh? They'll have your big brother take care of you." Lu Jiarong. A reluctant head crawled out from the forest. He was still chewing on something, looking like he was having a meal in the woods. Upon seeing the face of this head, the stone club in the boy's hand dropped in shock. He trembled, his lips quivering, and his face turned pale in fright. Brother. Big brother. Lu Jiarong tilted his head, staring at the boy's face, seemingly pondering something. However, his intelligence was limited at the moment, and after thinking for a long time, without coming to a conclusion, he decisively gave up. Keep this kid quiet, Shi Ren instructed him. Don't kill him yet. This order is simple, he understood. Turning to the boy, Lu Jiarong's head lowered, sharp feet scratching against the ground, then quickly pounced. No. The screams from behind were all ignored by Shi Ren. He continued to ask, do you know exactly which part of the West? The boy, interrupted by this episode, had a struggling expression, but it didn't last long before he returned to a blank state. He fell back into memories. I know that place was originally discovered by Meng Ge, in the south of the West. 4 trees. Connected together, the blood pill formula was also discovered from there. Shi Ren was very satisfied. Then it settled, this trip was not in vain. He pulled out the dagger and cut the boy's throat without the slightest hesitation. The boy hadn't even woken up from the mental control, lying blankly on the ground, letting the blood flow from it. The commotion behind him came to a halt. Shi Ren turned around to take a look. The boy was also lying blankly on the ground, his face covered in deep, visible scratches. Looking at the serious injury, it was not enough to die immediately. All right, come here, Shi Ren beckoned. Lu Jiarong crawled over and was pulled under his arm. Arriving in front of the makeshift cage, the 2 people inside showed almost no movement. It seemed they had completely shut out the sounds from outside, using their hands to create another cage for themselves. Shi Ren opened the twig-made door and patted the cage. There was still no reaction whatsoever. At this point, Shi Ren was out of ideas. He scratched his head and said, the owners of this island are pretty much all dead. And there are 2 outside who are not quite dead. If you want to take revenge, hurry up, or else there won't be any opportunity left. By the way, their big brother is still with me, so you don't need to worry about the island collapsing. However, I suggest you leave at the next island you encounter. Shi Ren thought for a moment and added, I can't guarantee how long this big brother's head will stay alive. After saying that, Shi Ren turned and left with Lu Jiarong in tow. As for whether the others would come out to act, it had nothing to do with him. He walked in the southwest direction. The deeper he went, the denser the trees became, and the less sunlight could penetrate. To be honest, it felt a bit like stumbling into a scene from a wilderness horror movie. Not knowing which nerve Lu Jiarong touched, he suddenly let out a strange cry and began to struggle madly under Shi Ren's armpit. Shi Ren certainly knew there was danger here, but that was no reason to go crazy. So he slapped him twice, and the frenzied head immediately calmed down. With his face swollen like a dumpling, he pitifully shrank under Shi Ren's arm, no longer daring to make a sound. With a direction in mind, it wasn't difficult to find the 4 connected. Crossing a blockade made of overlapping wood, before him stood 4 thick old trees whose branches and leaves intertwined. They formed a circle, and faintly visible on the trunks were many thin red. Shi Ren crouched down to look inside, but there was nothing in the space at the base of the tree roots. He didn't think he had made a mistake. This should be the location of the blood curse, perhaps the— What if he laid down? Shi Ren tried it. His head should be able to stretch into the space under those trees. However, this was a bit too dangerous. If something like a head-chopping monster lay in ambush, there would be no room to hide. It definitely wouldn't work for him to go up himself. Glancing at the head in his arms, Shi Ren was just about to let it make a brave sacrifice, when suddenly a rustling sound came from behind. Without hesitation, Shi Ren immediately jumped away from his original position. Looking back, a bloody hand had already penetrated the spot where he had stood, slowly retracting. Connected to the bloody hand was a slender blood figure. It resembled a humanoid monster made of blood vessels and blood nearly as tall as half a tree. The feet were connected to the ground, and those blood vessels appeared to be growing up from the soil. You see, a creature of blood sanity decreases by 3. After a miss, it seemed to sense something, and then slowly turned back toward Shi Ren. Shi Ren drew out his dagger. Without waiting for the blood figure to attack, he had already charged forward. Taste my move. Sparks flew, but before the dagger could stab, the blood figure disintegrated and burrowed back underground. Shi Ren couldn't stop himself, rolling heavily on the ground. A bloody hand suddenly yanked his ankle from underground, lifting him into the air. Suspended upside down, Shi Ren nearly dropped Lu Jiarong. If he let him fall, this head would surely slip away at the chance. Putting away the dagger, Shi Ren directly took out the sprayer and switched to the shotgun mode. One shot sprayed out, and the bloody hand immediately released him, diving back underground. The ice spikes all hit the nearby trees, and the ice marks quickly spread, nearly encasing half the trees in ice sculptures. Fortunately, Shi Ren was already prepared. As he fell, he landed on his back, avoiding a face-first crash. He had yet to get up when the rustling sound echoed again. This time, 2 blood figures emerged. 4 long bloody hands simultaneously lunged at Shi Ren. At that moment, Shi Ren simply abandoned the action of getting up and directly activated the jet launcher. But the shot missed again. These blood creatures self-destructed too quickly. As soon as they were attacked, they immediately burrowed underground. More and more trees turned into ice sculptures. Oh, so good at dodging. Shirin chuckled. He was curious to see how many would emerge this time. When the 4 blood creatures finally emerged, he realized he was right. Each failed attack resulted in multiples of blood creatures appearing. If he missed again this time, it would mean 8 creatures. 8 then 16 blood hands, and then doubling again, there would be 16 blood creatures and 32 blood hands. Even if Shirin were a superhuman, he couldn't evade so many blood hands. He looked at the 4 trees in the center, realizing that the problem likely lay with those trees. When did the attacks first occur? It was when he attempted to burrow beneath the roots of the trees. This time Shirin didn't aim at the blood creatures. Instead, he turned his weapon towards the 4 trees. As the blood hands came charging, he simply stood there and let them stab him. Boom. This shot fired, and the ice bullet instantly tore through the interconnected branches of the trees, freezing them in an instant. In that moment, when the 4 trees were frozen, a red light shot up from beneath the roots. Countless blood creatures appeared, and their blood hands all lunged at Shirin. Spat out a mouthful of blood, completely ignoring the blood hands as the jet launcher in his hand fired again. This time the ice spikes shattered the ice trees, completely obliterating them. A painful howl echoed through the sky. The blood creatures scattered, turning into a rain of blood. Looking at the shattered ice trees, a ghastly gray face rapidly turned to dust, its wide eyes fixed on Shirin, unblinking until it vanished into ashes. The ashes of this face were quickly blown away by the wind. Detected that the blood curse of the Earth Demon has vanished. A reward of 100 island coins has been issued to you. Subsequent rewards cannot be obtained by challengers of this island. You have been cursed by the Earth Demon, permanently increasing the probability of being discovered and attacked by dark creatures. Great, another curse. The curses on him were almost wholesale. The creatures in this other world were indeed quite petty. Shirin, angered, gathered the scattered ashes and stomped on them hard. After venting his frustration, he realized he had almost turned into a blood creature. Fortunately, he hadn't been injured in any vital areas. It was just a lot of blood loss, making him look terrifying. Shirin ate 2 fire-banded bananas, put away the jet launcher. It seems to be right below here. Shirin set Lu Jiarong down, pointed at the ground, and commanded, "Dig this up." Seeing Shirin eliminate those blood creatures, Lu Jiarong seemed even more fearful of him. This time he showed no dissatisfaction, obediently digging the soil with his sharp feet. Soon a pit was excavated. In the center of the pit lay 3 large jars, each covered in a layer of blood crust, emitting a strong odor. The smell of the jars was overwhelming, and Shirin felt a bit repulsed. He tried to put them in his backpack, but couldn't. There were likely living creatures inside. He looked at Lu Jiarong and smiled. "Little Rong, can you move these?" Lu Jiarong glanced at the jars, nearly 3 times his size, blinking his eyes. "All right then, I'll take that as your agreement." Shirin nodded. "You need to carry all 3 with me." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Lu Jiarong looked at Shirin, then at the large jars, his mind momentarily blank. Fortunately, he wasn't completely useless. He watched as the sharp feet beneath his head grew out continuously, even becoming thicker until they transformed into 8 massive red crab legs. He used 3 of his legs to support the large jars and hurriedly followed Shirin. Returning took a total of 3.5 hours, including the hour it took to get there. When Shirin stepped onto the long bridge, he glanced back and vaguely saw 2 bloodied faces among the trees. He waved his hand, completely leaving Black Soil Island with Lu Jiarong. "What the hell? You guys are eating so well behind my back." As soon as he stepped onto the speedboat, he caught a whiff of a spicy aroma. There was a large seashell set up on the stove, covered with all sorts of oddly shaped fish and shrimp, sprinkled with the seasonings Shirin had placed on the boat. With that aroma, one could almost be tempted to use it to polish their shoes. Smelling the scent, Lu Jiarong quickly tossed the large jar away and eagerly ran to the stove to wait for food. "It seems you really helped out." Lon Lon was quite satisfied with his performance and threw him a large piece of fish meat. Lu Jiarong immediately jumped for joy. The puppet sitting by the pot picked up a shrimp tail and tossed it into its mouth. That shrimp was bigger than its puppet body. It was unclear where it had swallowed it. "The taste is really good, but unfortunately it's corrosive." The puppet smacked its lips. "But this body can only taste the flavor. The corrosion can't affect me, ha." "Then don't eat it, it would be a waste." Shirin was speechless, seeing its appearance. Wasn't this review officer here just to mooch food? Isn't there any self-awareness? Don't you know you can't take even a thread from the crowd? "I want to report." "Report? You really don't know how to speak." The puppet flew up and circled around him, nodding in satisfaction. "Not much damage taken, completed in 3.5 hours. I'll give you a pass." It flew towards the 3 large jars, the bloody smell rushing towards it, forming malevolent shadows in its eyes. "Oomph." The puppet waved its hand casually, and the shadows immediately dissipated. The blood crust cracked, revealing the original appearance of the large jars. Shirin, munching on fish meat, walked over and said, "No wonder you are a review officer. So what exactly is inside?" "Of course it's something good." The puppet kicked off the lids of the 3 large jars, and 3 beams of light shot up into the sky, each containing immense energy. As the light dissipated, faint squeaks echoed from inside the jars. 3 small pangolins clad in golden armor poked their heads out of the jars. Their abdomens were as dark as the black soil, and golden scales extended from their heads to their tails, shining brightly enough to blind one's eyes. Shirin widened his eyes. Wow, living gold. The 3 golden pangolins climbed out, crawling up the puppet's legs, and vanished into thin air. They are. Facing Shirin's question, the puppet couldn't help but sigh. They are the land spirits of that island. If the original challenger could resolve the blood curse left by the earth demon, they could use them to change the entire island. But unfortunately, they were all deceived by the earth demon, and now they have encountered you, who has lost their life. Shirin, then I helped them to be freed. I truly am a great person. So where did these pangolins go now? You little rascal. The puppet laughed heartily. They have been returned to the system, and will be arranged to go to other islands later. Arranged to go to other islands. Shirin raised an eyebrow, no longer asking. The puppet might not answer again, as anything related to the system was likely only for challengers to know. Arranged to go to other islands. Shirin raised an eyebrow, no longer asking. The puppet might not answer again, as anything related to the system. The puppet even applauded him appropriately. I'm in a good mood right now, so I can tell you something special. The system should have told you that after each review it takes 15 days to open a new review, right? But these 15 days are actually your deadline. The original wording should be after each review is opened it takes 15 days to open a new review. If the previous review is not completed within 15 days, you know what that means. The puppet even playfully winked with its big eye. This wasn't Shirin's first time being speechless towards the system. Even so, he still felt anger at the shameless wordplay of the dog system. No wonder the review officer had never mentioned the review deadline from the start. If the review officer didn't mention it, most people would never think the time limit was here. Although those who received the requirements would definitely try their best, what if someone thought their abilities weren't enough and could take their time to finish? Then they would fall into a trap. Noticing Shirin's change in mood, the puppet reminded him, calm down, this isn't targeted at you, rather it's a form of protection. Can this be called protection? You must understand being weak here is far scarier than punishment. Don't think you have plenty of time. The puppet spoke very frankly. It didn't want the atmosphere to be too serious and instead teased, if you don't want to die, worshipping the god of procreation is also a good. Next is my second requirement. I want you to descend to the center area of the sea where the abyss first began to encroach. Don't worry, there's no need to go inside. Just stay outside for a second before leaving. The puppet said go down, and then come back up. It's that simple. It spoke so casually, as if asking someone to buy groceries at the market. But unfortunately, it's to the market in the neighboring province. Just descending alone put pressure on Shirin. Suddenly, he turned his eyes and grinned. What if I just take a casual spin and come back? How would you respond? Can such cunning thoughts be voiced directly? Kid, playing smart won't complete the task. Whether you've been to the abyss or not is not for you to decide. The puppet rested its hands behind its head, lying on the deck of the boat, while yawning. Let me tell you one more thing. The overall completion time of the assessment is also within the scoring. For every 24-hour difference, the final score will forcibly decrease by 1 point with a maximum score of 15 points. What? You should have mentioned something this important earlier. Shirin had originally sat down to rest, but upon hearing this, he jumped up. He wiped the seasoning powder from his mouth and asked seriously, Lan Lan is also from my island. Can she go? Lan Lan, who was feeding Xiao Jia, raised her head and widened her eyes slightly. What did she just hear? Who did they call to go? With his back to her, Shirin scratched his nose somewhat guiltily. She's already a Abyss Pearl person, perhaps going there would feel like returning home. Unfortunately, the puppet quickly doused his enthusiasm. Don't dream, she doesn't even have the identity of an independent challenger. Lastly, I remind you that it's best not to bring any living creatures this time. Great, that was a completely unnecessary question. The sky was getting dark, and going down now would make visibility too poor. Waiting for dawn is out of the question. 12 hours means 0. 5 points. After considering for a moment, Shirin decided to simplify the lighting issue. He took several long pieces of kelp, tied them to the flowstone, and hung them on himself in strings. The light from the flowstone wasn't very strong, but with so many of them it was enough to illuminate the surrounding. Shirin, now empowered by the northern god, had a high resistance to cold, and with the flowstone providing heat, he basically had no worries about the temperature in the deep sea. Once prepared, he took out his spear and entered the water. He glanced back. Lan Lan on the kayak noticed his gaze and waved her hand. Lu Jiarong and Xiao Jia both jumped to the edge of the kayak to look at him and wave their tentacles. Who would have thought he was a loner just a few days ago? Now this whole family is relying on him. Shirin took a deep breath, bit down on his oxygen tube, and began to dive. The pitch-black seabed was only illuminated by a faint red glow. In the outer regions there were few fish that would foolishly provoke him. Nearby, the giant bonefish would even avoid a kilometer radius around the kayak, retreating to a more distant place to seize territory. The current depth wasn't too much as Shuren still had some strength left. Deeper down, the creatures that surfaced would take on more peculiar forms. Creatures like the octopus bully and the vicious electric eel were considered well-shaped. The truly ugly and repulsive ones were the Kukudropped San. For instance, the one quietly staring at him from the shadows. A mass of tongues extended from its mouth, reaching up to 5 times its body length, making it appear more like an octopus. Those tongues even fought amongst themselves, licking each other in an extremely disgusting manner. Just a glance made Shuren's sanity drop by 5. When diving, Shuren generally wouldn't wear boots. That kind of armored shoe was too heavy and not suitable for swimming. Therefore, he couldn't regain his sanity right now and had to rely on the sanity resistance granted by his divine powers to minimize the loss of sanity. To scare off these creatures that were eyeing him hungrily, he drew his dagger and charged it with energy, causing sparks to erupt, startling the bizarre fish. In the depths of the sea, high temperatures were deadly, and flames that couldn't be extinguished by seawater were a nightmare from the heavens. No fish wanted to turn into self-service roasted fish. The gazes from the shadows that had been fixated on him instantly decreased significantly. Having driven away these wolves and tigers, Shuren continued to dive. 500 meters. At this depth, even with a constitution of 18, he felt quite uncomfortable. The pressure from the water was distinctly felt in his muscles, and his ears were beginning to feel uneasy. In his view, it was nothing but red light and seawater with slightly distant areas covered in darkness. The magic eye was ineffective here. Super long-distance vision depended on having light to see unless he spent 20 energy points to activate the X-ray vision. Shuren was reluctant to spend those 20 energy points. Who knew how much deeper he would have to descend? He needed to conserve his energy. In the distance, a faint sound of whale song echoed. He hadn't seen any whales in this sea. It seemed they were different from normal whales rarely surfacing for air. 800 meters. A swarm of lanternfish suddenly swam by. They looked like a randomly kneaded dough, countless fish bodies tangled together with fish heads connected to tails, and tails inserted into fins. Lanterns extended from the gaps in the dough, emitting a glow that nearly turned into a big underwater light bulb. Countless fish eyes stared at him from the gaps, the lanterns flickering ominously. His sanity instantly dropped again by 5. Fortunately, this swarm of fish swam away leisurely, showing no signs of aggression. Shuren shook his head. His ears seemed to be acting strangely. Originally, when he had just descended to this depth, it had hurt a lot. He had just felt a rush of air pass through, and now it didn't hurt as much. His ears buzzed, making it hard to hear even the sound of the seawater. He raised his hand to touch the inside of his ear, realizing it might be a punctured eardrum. It was the high water pressure that had directly ruptured his eardrum. 1,000 meters. Even with oxygen, Shuren felt it hard to breathe. His chest felt as if it were being compressed. He could sense his lungs being gradually flattened with pain shooting outwards. All the bones in his body endured an extremely terrifying pressure. With each descent, his bones protested. Shuren gritted his teeth and decided to endure a bit longer. 1,100 meters. At this point, he had truly reached the limit of his physical body. Just before all his bones would break, and he would be crushed into a lump, Shuren immediately pulled out the fire banana sulfur soup. The fiery sensation made him much more alert. His bones began to self-repair, but soon collapsed again, then repaired once more. His circulatory system was the same. Fortunately, it still allowed him to maintain a living state. Shuren looked down into the unfathomable darkness and realized he had underestimated its difficulty. Regret. Only a fool would regret. Having already gone all in, he couldn't afford to lose. Let's do this. 1,200 meters. Something unusual finally. Countless tiny light dots floated up from below, resembling a reversed snowfall. Enduring the painful sensation of being shattered and reassembled, Shuren reached out a hand to grab those light dots. But it turned out they were not light dots at all. They were eyeballs. The eyeballs emitted a faint glow, and their pitch-black pupils quietly turned towards him, scrutinizing the human before them. Shuren quickly looked around. Those eyeballs had somehow surrounded him, crowding together to stare at him. You have seen an abnormal phenomenon, as sanity decreased by 5. Damn. He hurriedly shut his eyes. Yet those eyeballs continued to push against him, the nauseating sticky sensation rubbing against his skin. He kept waving his hands to drive them away, but with his eyes closed, he had no idea how many were around him. Retreating to a piece of sea stone, Shuren had an inspiration the moment he grasped it. He raised his spear, directly shooting through the sea stone, then passing through the hole to tie the spearhead to the sea stone. Originally, the inverted triangle structure of the spear had melted due to the body of the high priest on Fire Banana Island, but he had yet to encounter any materials similar to the ghost-faced sea white jade. The absence of the inverted triangle meant the spear couldn't secure the stone, so he had to tie it. Once he confirmed it was tightly bound, Shuren tightened the fishing line and fired again, using the recoil to propel himself downward rapidly. The descending water flow scattered the surrounding eyeballs, finally opening a downward passage for him. The intense pain throughout his body forced Shuren to drink another bowl of soup. He opened his eyes and quickly looked down. What kind of scene is this? The seawater is murky like rotting grease, surging thickly, as if it were a gigantic biological preservative jar. Countless fish remains are haphazardly fused together, making it impossible to tell what they originally were. The wings of a giant ray are adorned with numerous sharp teeth of sharks with countless tiny tentacles writhing between the gaps of the teeth. On the body resembling that of a salmon, various fish lips grow in layers with muscle fibers belonging to mammals pulsating beneath the scales. They are tangled together like a pile of discarded suturing experiments. Yet they can still devour and tear at each other with the consumed tissues growing from one another's bodies, as if exchanging genes. More unknown monsters formed from the fusion of various creatures. Some possess humanoid legs, their black bony wings intertwined at the abdomen, while their heads are pieced together with countless beating hearts. Some bodies have expanded to an astonishing width with their skin reduced to a thin, transparent membrane. The blood vessels beneath writhe as they extend outward, capturing the scattered tissues around them. He even saw a merman among them. Its belly had transformed into a massive stomach, and an endless hunger drove it to ravenously devour everything around. That belly grew larger, and then, boom. Countless flesh and blood exploded from within as the merman frantically shoved them along with its own intestines back into its mouth, like a deflating water balloon. The viscous seawater enveloped this group of monsters, making them eternally trapped like mosquitoes encased in resin. You witness incomprehensible scenes, your sanity deteriorating. Deep within this eerie seawater, a massive dark shadow is slowly writhing. Its surface is riddled with countless cracks from which various biological arms continuously emerge. They greedily seize the flesh and blood from surrounding creatures and shove them into the cracks. A giant eye slowly opens on its back. That eye is so large that it appears to belong to some foreign object rather than an organ of its own. The deep red iris is covered with black veins that pulse continuously, relentlessly, supplying something to that blood-colored pupil. It rotates its eyeball, and another white pupil emerges from below, pushing it aside. This white pupil looks around before fixing its gaze directly on Shuren. They locked eyes. Did you see? A crackling sound suggests the system is being interfered with. Buzz. Shuren's brain feels as though it has been struck by a bell. Everything before him distorts, and in his line of sight, he seems to have returned to his former home. Indeed, that is his familiar computer desk, the computer still running, displaying the latest gaming video. What was he watching before he traveled here? He forgot, but it was definitely one of his favorite game streamers. On the left side are scattered snack bags, and on the right is a drink cup filled with ice resting on an oil-stained mouse pad. In the center is a bowl of unfinished pig trotter rice. His right hand grips the mouse while chopsticks are inserted into the pig trotter rice, the aroma wafting directly into his nose. It smells so good. However, Shuren isn't in the mood to eat. He clicks the mouse, but there is no response. Strange. Shouldn't there be a reaction when he clicks? Moreover, for some reason the computer keeps emitting a buzzing sound. Strange white lines suddenly appear on the screen, indicating it seems to be broken. The game commentary grows louder, its voice becoming increasingly hoarse. In the end, Shuren cannot make out what is being said. It sounds almost like a screeching near his ear. The game commentary grows louder, its voice becoming increasingly hoarse. In the end, Shuren cannot make out what is being said. It sounds almost like a screeching near. He endures the noise in his ears, reaching out to close the web page. At that moment, the computer case suddenly emits strange sounds. A wisp of smoke emerges from the gaps in the case, as if the smoke has eyes charging directly at Shuren. It's over. The inside of the case must be burning. The smoke stings his eyes. He covers his nose and mouth with his left hand and coughs violently, even standing up from the chair. Yet his right hand never releases the mouse. Shielding. Strange sounds emerge from the display. The voice of the game streamer has vanished at some point. The video page closes, and the search engine suddenly opens automatically, typing the word system. An automatic enter brings up a blue interface on the page. There is only one line of text: detected that your mental state is too low. Mental interference has not been sensed. The illusion has been shielded. In the blink of an eye, the smoke disappeared, the case vanished, and the computer was gone. The so-called home has all vanished. The only thing that did not disappear was the tangible sensation in his hands. He looked up, tightly grasping the handle of the fishing spear. His grip was so strong that the sharp fishbone pierced his fingertip, the blood drifting in the seawater, attracting the floating eyes above. Only then did Shuren realize he almost fell for it. If he had let go of the mouse, it would have meant releasing the fishing spear. He would have slowly plunged into the murky sea, with the illusion becoming part of those monsters. Even more terrifying is that even the system has been caught up in this. Wait, you're the system, right? He seriously doubts whether the system lacks maintenance, which leads to one problem after another. It's like a half-finished product. Fortunately, this broken system was somewhat reliable at a critical moment, otherwise he would have been ruined by this shoddy setup. One can only say that this abyss is indeed a place that sends shivers down everyone's spine. Given its power, Shuren definitely does not dare to approach it again. He doesn't dare to look down again. He reels in the fishing line, quickly heading towards the coral above. The eyes are bumped away, drifting off far into the distance. The fishing spear finally meets the spear tip. Shuren unties the fishing line binding the coral and stows the spear away. He glanced at the time. 5 hours have already passed. Did it really take 5 hours just to dive down? Shuren recalls the intense pain from the reorganization of his bones and internal organs, which indeed affected his speed. Estimating that the last 300 meters took 2 hours, the previous 900 meters definitely wouldn't take that long. It appears the illusion consumed his time. As the effect of the soup he drank before entering the illusion wears off, his bones suddenly crack again. He quickly downs another bowl of soup, barely managing to maintain his human form. Struggling to swim upwards, the excruciating pain makes every stroke feel like torture. Blood vessels rupture, and heel bones break and rejoin, and his lungs compress and expand. Damn it, is this really a reasonable task? Even for a level 4, this is too absurd. Moreover, those eyes have gathered again, all sticking to his back. A sticky sensation spreads across his back, and Shuren feels an itch, unsure if it's just his imagination. Get the hell away from me. Shuren pulls out a dagger and stabs it backwards over his shoulder. He isn't sure if he hit anything, but the sticky sensation on his back has indeed diminished significantly. He shakes his shoulders and continues to swim upwards. From an angle he cannot see, countless eyes stacked together scattered across his shoulder blades. As the water pressure gradually lessens, the eyes suddenly burst open, releasing a murky fluid that corrodes his clothes, slowly merging into his skin. Yet Shuren appears completely oblivious. Perhaps the pain and sensations within his body are too complex. In any case, he has no idea what is happening on his back. The flame stone illuminates the path ahead. After swimming for an unknown time, he sees a familiar shadow. The pain in his body has significantly lessened as the fire banana sulfur soup tirelessly repairs him. He waves his hand, trying to attract the attention of the shadow across. That shadow sees him too. Why have you come down? Rin Shirshir felt a flicker of surprise the moment he caught sight of Lan Lan, but it quickly gave way to unease. After all, she was not the sort to descend out of concern for him. She had never shown the slightest interest in interfering with his assignments. So why had she come down at all? Surely not to gawk at how wretched he looked. Meeting Rin Shirshir's gaze, Lan Lan let out a humorless laugh. What on earth is that look for? I didn't come here specifically for you, she said. Xiao Jia hasn't returned in days. I feared she'd wandered off, so I came down to check. Ah, she was searching for Xiao Jia. Rin Shirshir exhaled in relief, only to choke on it an instant later. Wait, was that bald little brat truly more important than— Do you even realize whose island this is? Rin Shirshir sighed inwardly, yet the sight of a familiar face, after emerging from that place, brought a quiet, unspoken comfort. Have you found her yet? He asked. Lan Lan shook her head. I've searched everywhere nearby, whistled, called, even alerted her father. Come with me, we'll search together. You're still mobile, aren't you? Her words nearly stopped his heart. Would she not glance at the blood soaking his body first? Fine, she hadn't come for him. But now she expected him, wounded and weary, to scour the depths for that bald child. Apparently, they were family, and he remained utterly alone. Fine, she hadn't come for him. But now she expected him, wounded and weary, to scour the depths for that bald child. Apparently, in the end, he surrendered. Fine, let's go. As he agreed, he unconsciously scratched his back. By the way, my back's been itching terribly. Could you take a look? Maybe it's an allergic reaction. Allergic to what? Seafood? Lan Lan quipped, but swam behind him anyway to inspect closely. Nothing at all. It's perfectly fine. You're imagining things. She urged, hurry up. You've already wasted enough time. First find Xiao Jia, then report to the reviewer and complete the task. That bald child vanishes, and you panic. Rin Shirshir scoffed. And you still remember I'm pressed for time. This time Lan Lan ignored him entirely and dove downward without a backward glance. Seeing her descend, Rin Shirshir hurried after her. Where are you going? The pressure down there is unbearable. Even I struggle to endure it. That bald child would be flattened instantly if she descended. Lan Lan surely understood this logic. Yet ahead of him, she didn't turn her head. Instead, she murmured, she's far too mischievous, you know. If you regret coming, leave. I'll search alone. Huh, a classic ploy. Rin Shirshir almost laughed in exasperation. If you regret coming, leave. I'll search alone. Huh, a classic ploy. Rin Shirshir almost laughed in exasperation. She never turned back, not once. Nor did she glance sideways or scan the surroundings. Her focus remained absolute, unwavering, downward. Rin Shirshir's back itched with mounting intensity. He longed to scratch deeply, yet could never strike the right spot. After swimming further, breath growing tight, he called ahead, my back truly feels wrong. Please, just one more look. He repeated it twice, no response. At last something felt deeply amiss. He halted and stared intently at Lan Lan's back. Yes, it was Lon Lon. Even the tiny burn hole on her pant leg matched the one she'd made while cooking. Yet something about her felt profoundly off. She bore no resemblance to someone searching for a lost. She pressed forward blindly, never glancing left or right. What if Xiao Jiao were wedged in a crevice between rocks? Who searches like this? Sensing Rin Shirshir had stopped, the figure ahead finally paused and turned. What is it? My back really isn't right. Just one more look, he replied. A flash of impatience crossed Lon Lan's face, but she suppressed it. Composing herself, she swam closer, tapped his shoulder, and glanced at his back. I told you, nothing's wrong. She handed him an object. If the itch grows unbearable, use this to scratch. You want me to scratch with this? He stared silently at the object in his palm, his expression beyond mere strangeness. As Lon Lon began descending again, he called out, Lon Lon, wait. Why do you keep stalling? This time her frustration erupted. She whirled around, locking eyes with him, fury simmering beneath her glare. It felt as though one misplaced word would ignite her wrath. Rin Shirshir held her gaze, long enough for her anger to recede into blank stillness. What is it? She suddenly smiled, bright incongruous. Let's hurry, time is slipping away. To her surprise, Rin Shirshir smiled too. I've noticed something fascinating, did you know? He raised the object in his hand, red blood swirling in the seawater. We're deep underwater, yet we speak freely. He burst into laughter. Look, I'm laughing like this, yet not a single bubble chokes me. Utterly astonishing. Lon Lon, how have you spoken so long without suffocating? Do you even need oxygen? The louder he laughed, the paler her face grew. Only when Rin Shirshir kept waving the object did she grasp what she'd given him. Lon Lon looked down at her left side. Her hand was gone. Only a mangled stump remained. From the ragged wound, crimson mist spiraled outward, mingling with the blood seeping from the object clutched in Rin Shirshir's hand. Here, take it back. Rin Shirshir tossed her severed left hand toward her. It tumbled slowly through the water, drifting past the figure who called herself Lon Lon. She did not reach for it, letting it drift silently past her side. Cold silent, she stared at Rin Shirshir. Speaking underwater is rather curious. I didn't notice at first. Rin Shirshir tore open his tunic and drew a dagger. This illusion slipped past every defense. I didn't even trigger my low spiritual immunity reflex. So it's an internal attack. HSS. He twisted his torso, awkwardly driving the dagger into his own shoulder from behind, then sliced open the muscle along his back. Something foul-smelling oozed from the gash, drifting toward him on the current. A thick turbid pus. Could this be? He slashed deeper into his shoulder, again and again. More pus welled forth, each surge easing the maddening itch. As the viscous fluid flowed free, the figure watching him dissolved like bursting foam, scattered by the current. A sharp, deafening hum echoed inside his. Rin Shirshir squeezed his eyes shut, then opened them to find himself surrounded by countless eyes. They clung to his body. Any rupture invited the pus to burrow deeper into his flesh. He had no memory of returning. Eyes drifted upward from the abyss, drawn to join the grotesque cluster already affixed to his skin. Compared to the crushing pressure of the deep carving open his own flesh to release pus felt trivial, yet agonizingly slow. Rin Shirshir gathered force and plunged the dagger straight into his own body. Sparks erupted across his frame, flames igniting upon his skin. The fire burned fiercely underwater, for 10 seconds at least, while his high thermal resistance rendered the heat negligible. But the eyes were not so fortunate. The blaze vaporized the pus instantly, and shriveled every eye clinging to his body. Distant eyes recoiled in terror, veering sharply away to avoid the inferno. Once the flames died, Rin Shirshir swept away the charred remnants, then surged upward, racing ahead while the others remained distant. Even with thermal resilience, the conflagration had surely cost him blood, though his skin barely warmed. Gritting his teeth against the deep-sea pressure's torment, he powered upward, far, far away. Only when the eerie glow of the eyes vanished did he dare pause. Above, pressure eased, his body relaxed, breathing easier. Then he looked up and froze. Far above, a familiar silhouette drifted into view. No, not again. Hadn't the illusion already been dispelled? As he swam closer, he realized it was a merman. He almost thought he had fallen into an infinite loop of dreams, but startled him quite a bit. Upon a closer look, the merman had deep blue skin and an arm that was withered like black charcoal. Hey, it was the same guy whose arm he had burned. However, Shirin did not rush forward. After all, he was still worried that his eyes had not been completely removed, and he could not rule out the possibility that he was still in an illusion. Although he did not approach, the merman spotted him. Even more unexpectedly, the merman's reaction was even more intense than his. The merman immediately assumed a defensive stance, its ear fins flaring open as it bared its teeth, and let out a series of roars at Shirin. It seemed as if it was not seeing Shirin, but some immensely threatening presence. Hey buddy, are you in an illusion, or am I? This attitude from the merman left Shirin utterly confused. Thinking of this, he quickly took a translation jellyfish ball from his backpack and stuffed it into his ear. Get away, demon. The merman's roar was filled not only with anger, but also deep fear. It knew it could not attack, yet still put on this pose as if it could muster a bit of courage. Go back to your abyss. Now Shuren understood. So this guy mistook him for a monster that had crawled out from the abyss. He looked down to check his body, though everything seemed normal, arms and legs intact, and no extra organs. At most his clothes were soaked with blood, and the bruises, burn marks, and cuts on him hadn't. He looked completely normal. Just his shoulder blade felt a bit itchy. He wondered if it was a side effect of the eyes. Not understanding what was wrong with the merman, he took out a dagger from his backpack, pointed at it, then threw it away before putting it back. This was to express that he meant no harm. The merman should recognize the dagger. He was putting away his weapon to show he wouldn't attack. Sure enough, the merman showed a look of confusion. Its flared ear fins gradually relaxed, and it seemed to be trying hard to think. Even its roaring softened. Indeed, Shuren looked quite similar to his previous self. After all, he always appeared battered. Humans tended to look like that. But he did come from the abyss. This left the merman deeply conflicted. Abyss? No way. Human? It seemed there was no problem. No wait. The merman tilted its head, the flesh tumors on its head bobbing around, making it quite a comical sight. After a long moment of consideration, it hesitantly asked, "Are you a human?" Shuren nodded. He was indeed a pure human. How did you escape from the abyss? No creature could escape from there. The merman did not trust him right away, and continued to question loudly. By the goddess above, it was to protect this sea, hoping that when it acted the goddess would not punish it again. The purely blustering merman stared wide-eyed at the human before. How could Shuren respond to this? He wanted to shout at the merman fool. How can a human speak underwater? With his temper, he would have thrown a military punch or two. How could he let this silly fish know he couldn't talk? He thought for a moment, pointed at his throat, and then mimicked the sounds the merman made from its throat. Then he suddenly clutched his throat, his face turning purple, as if he were suffocating. He struggled, making a series of guh sounds from his throat. Finally his head tilted. Gone. This performance left the merman dumbfounded. After the act was over, Shuren held his breath, opened his eyes, and blinked at the merman. Now surely you can understand, right? If this silly fish really couldn't comprehend, he could not be bothered to waste any more time with it. He could just swim around it. Fortunately, the merman was not truly foolish. After hesitating for a moment, it raised its hand to signal Shuren to swim forward. Once Shuren got closer, it quickly waved its hand for him to stop. Swimming around him in circles, the merman did not find any strange eyes or terrifying biological limbs on him. The glowing red stone tied to his body was unfamiliar, and it did not look like a product from the seabed. Heat radiated from it, and the merman curiously leaned in to sniff it, finding the scent quite peculiar. This thing seemed to pose no threat. In any case, it did not see any signs of Shuren being completely tainted by the abyss. This indeed exceeded its understanding. No creature had ever left that place, whether alive or dead. Any creature that descended beyond 1,000 meters had already become part of the murky abyss. This human, it seemed to have thought of something, and its dull eyes suddenly brightened. I understand you are here to save us. It must be. Otherwise, how could a human appear in this sea? Yes, I should have thought of that earlier. The merman suddenly swam forward, looking extremely pleased, but due to the curse it did not dare to touch Shuren directly. By the goddess above. 1,000 years, and we have finally gained the goddess forgiveness. Seeing the merman getting lost in its thoughts again, Shuren quickly interrupted it, pointing towards the surface of the sea above. Understanding that Shuren could not speak underwater, the merman quickly suppressed its excitement. It pointed to its back, signaling Shuren to climb on. Having experienced the merman's speed, Shuren immediately climbed on, gripping the merman's shoulders tightly. Once he was secure, the merman rolled over and darted away. The seawater rushed past his ears. In just a few breaths, Shuren vaguely saw a glimmer of light above. This was much faster than he could swim. In the blink of an eye, the merman leaped out of the water, landing directly on the kayak. Water splashed everywhere, drenching Lu Jiarong's head and turning his hard-earned dry red hair into a soak. Furious, he bounced around, extending his sharp feet to stab at the merman's foot. As Shuren jumped off the merman's back, he kicked out, sending it straight back into the sea. Ah, refreshing. Shuren laughed heartily, saying, "You little rascal, you're like an underwater fighter jet." The merman seemed quite pleased, emitting a series of gurglings. The translation ball produced nothing, so it seemed he was just laughing. Since the merman could leave the bone graveyard, it must be at least past 12 o'clock. In other words, Shuren had spent 8 hours on this trip, which was longer than he had estimated. The time consumed by the illusion probably exceeded his expectations, as time flowed several times faster in the illusion compared to reality. The stove on the boat was still burning. Lan Luan was sitting wrapped in a blanket, not sleeping. The puppet lying nearby was snoring loudly, its snores shaking the entire kayak. Shuren walked over and grabbed the puppet, shaking it vigorously. As a result, this fellow acted as if it had lost connection, not waking up no matter how much Shuren shook it. The snoring continued. He seriously suspected that this reviewer was intentionally wasting his time. So he asked, "How long has it been sleeping?" Lan Luan beside him held up 2 fingers. 2 hours. That was indeed quite a long time. He probably had several dreams by now. There was nothing he could do as Shirin did not want to waste time on this guy's sleep. Taking out the dagger, Shirin charged down with a forceful stab. He heard a clang. A golden light suddenly erupted from the puppet, blocking the incoming blade. Moreover, it even knocked Shirin, who was holding the dagger, back a couple of rolls. The kayak shook violently for a moment, nearly capsizing. Fortunately, Lan Luan quickly stood up to stabilize the balance, and the kayak gradually stopped shaking, returning to calm. The snoring abruptly ceased. What time is it? The puppet groggily opened its big eye, yawning. Is it morning? Once it opened its eyes fully and saw the sky was still pitch black, disappointment immediately showed in its eyes. This shouldn't be. Only a few hours have passed. It looked towards the stern of the boat, seeing Shirin climbing up completely intact, patting his, but deepening its confusion. This kid wouldn't really be trying to outsmart it, would he? It flew over to Shirin's side, sniffing, and indeed smelled that disgusting odor that resembled decay. Especially concentrated on his back, the most vulnerable spot for an attack. Stop sniffing, and give me time to note this down. Not in a hurry, but Shirin was quite anxious. 8 hours, how about that? What? 8 hours? Hearing the puppet's astonished voice, Shirin felt a chill in his heart. It's over. I knew I had been delayed by the illusion for too long. This long a time won't affect my score, will it? This task is indeed not simple. He had been too careless, thinking that with his low mental state to withstand the spiritual interference combined with his weapons and powerful recovery potions, he could handle various situations. Who would have thought that there would be an eye monster capable of breaking into his body? Not only did it launch a mental attack from within, but it also caused him to waste time running back and forth. He had finally managed to swim halfway out, only to be misled back by that fake Lan Luan. A strategic blunder, truly a significant miscalculation. While secretly feeling frustrated, Shirin still had to put on a nonchalant facade. What? Is 8 hours long? Long? That's very short. Extremely short. The puppet's shock was far more than it showed. The puppet face on the tablet concealed its emotions, so Shirin did not. Meanwhile, far away in the heavens, the massive figure nearly smashed all the forging tables beneath it. Electric sparks flashed, and countless flames flew out from the furnace, melting the completely shattered debris, and then drew it back into the furnace. To accommodate its master's mood, the furnace even began to autonomously refine those materials, shaping them in the flames. Then it spat out a newly crafted forging table. This new table trembled as it was moved to its master's hands. Luckily, the master did not strike again. After calming down for a while, the puppet finally restored it. It originally thought that the task it proposed was already Shirin's limit, but unexpectedly his compatibility with the island was so high. No wonder the abyss chose him. Ha. The puppet shook its head, unable to help but exclaim, "Your resistance to corruption is so high, yet the system didn't list this as your talent. It seems that it was indeed deeply influenced by the abyss, leading to a misjudgment about you. Well, 8 hours. I have to admit that your completion this time was indeed unexpected." Hearing the puppet finally acknowledge it, Shirin let out a sigh of relief. This deep breath nearly killed him from anxiety, if at least his efforts were not in vain. So is the second requirement considered completed? Thinking about the second task that would require him to face that kind of scenario, Shirin wouldn't say he wasn't nervous. That would definitely be a lie. This last requirement could not possibly be simpler than directly confronting the abyss. Who would have thought that after pondering for a while, the puppet would actually turn to look at the merman? Facing this divine offspring encased in a puppet shell, the merman immediately knelt down, trembling as he saluted. The flesh lump on its head twitched, seemingly stimulated by the puppet's gaze, faintly glowing with a ring of red light. Feeling the change at the scalp, the merman could only lower its head further, completely bowing down to the deck. It did not dare to utter a sound, merely passively enduring the pressure from above. "Merman, your matters are beyond my concern, nor should they be. But I am now his examiner, and since you unfortunate ones are on this island, it's regrettable that your fates must be linked to his." It looked back at Shirin, and this time its tone was incredibly serious. Rather than making a demand, it was instead inquiring about Shirin's opinion. "Challenger, do you think the mermen in this sea are worth saving?" This question was asked quite cleverly. Saving implies that the mermen might be facing judgment or have already been judged, which aligns with Shirin's previous speculation that they were likely under some form of restriction. Thus those mermen all looked haggard and appeared to be living in dire conditions. The term worth suggests that their mistakes may not necessarily be unforgivable, and even from the puppet's attitude it can be inferred that the punishment they received might be mistaken. Shirin was unclear about the intricate details and did not know the mermen's past. However, he had already discerned one point. The puppet, also known as the Cyclops, was at least a child of the divine who possessed a significant degree of compassion. Compassion is its fundamental trait, but it also carries the arrogance of a higher being. It indeed shows a certain level of sympathy and pity towards both the golden-backed pangolin and the merman. But ultimately, it still belongs to a part of the divine system. Just like those followers who seek gods and Buddhas often say that the deities are compassionate towards the sufferings of living beings, yet no bodhisattva has truly come down to save all beings. So is the so-called salvation really salvation? This question did not linger in Shi Ren's mind for long. I will save them. He did not respond to whether it was worth it. He simply said, "This is my island. They live on my island, so I will certainly take care of them." The puppet stared at him silent. Shi Ren met its gaze with no fear or retreat in his eyes. This confidence made the puppet feel slightly displeased. But thinking that Shi Ren was merely a challenger, its emotions were soothed again. The merman's issue essentially also concerned this island. Since Shi Ren was confident in solving it, it had nothing to do with it. In that case, this trip was worth it. It didn't delay even a day. With this in mind, its mood improved greatly, and Shi Ren appeared more pleasing to the eye. Thus it clapped its hands, giving affirmation. Well said. With this clap, the serious atmosphere was instantly dispersed. The pressure in the air dissipated, and everyone on the kayak unconsciously relaxed their spirits. The mermen also quietly raised their heads. Since you have completed all 3 requirements, my task is also concluded. The puppet winked at Shi Ren. The score will be announced by the system. Could I hope to see you again? Oh, but with your abilities you might be selected as a level 5 next time. But my suggestion is not to hurry. A level 5 examiner may be one you can afford, but not one you can easily dismiss. You might regret it when the time comes. It laughed heartily, waving its hand, carelessly dissipating into the air, just as suddenly as it had arrived. Shi Ren did not even have time to say anything more before this fellow hurriedly left. Indeed, even high-level beings do not like to do field work. The pay is low, the tasks are many, and the journey is long. Staying in their own divine realm is much more comfortable. With the examiner gone, it was naturally time for the system to do its work. A pleasant voice of the system rang out. Assessment of the Abyss Island has concluded. Retrieving the results from the level for Examiner Cyclops. Results retrieved. All scores are out of 15, and the final score will be the average. The final scores are as follows. Challenger Shi Ren's personal score, 13 points. Deduction reason 1. The challenger has a greedy personality. Survival index is concerning. 2. Disrespect towards the divine. Assessment task 1. Key evaluation of the challenger's actions on the outer island. Score, 12 points. Deduction reason 1. Time could have been faster. 2. The challenger did not attempt to resolve the blood seal on the spirit shell independently. Reward missing 3. Poor attitude after task completion. Assessment task 2. Key evaluation of the challenger's compatibility with the island. Score, 14 points. Deduction reason 1. Too many small thoughts before the task, not stay. Assessment task 3. Free test by the examiner. Score, 15 points. Deduction reason none. Examiner's message: it looks forward to your future. In summary, the final score is 13. 5 points. Average value. Total assessment time, 13 hours. Congratulations to the challenger for breaking the historical time record for level 4 assessments. Server-wide announcement initiated. Challenger destroying Evil Justice Maker successfully completed the level 4 assessment. Congratulations on receiving Dragon Bone Blade Gene Secret Art Upper Second Tier, All Attribute Potion 1. Reward of 5000 Island Coins has been issued. Challenger destroying Evil Justice Maker broke the record for the shortest time in the level 4 assessment. Congratulations on receiving Crazy Furnace. Detected that 10 islands have completed assessments. The Dream Realm has been unlocked. Detected current highest assessment level 4 completed. The Dream Realm 10,000 island market is in preparation. Please note the current time is 050. The Dream Realm will open its passage after 10 p.m. tonight. Challengers, keep up the good work. Once this server-wide announcement was made, it stirred up a huge wave. It directly woke everyone from their dreams. Am I still dreaming? Am I dreaming? Brothers, I declare that from today onwards, I am the dog of Lord Ajing. Woof woof. Hee, do you still not believe this is a game of capital? They've already put the Crown Prince right in your face. A bunch of fools. I just love hearing you insult me. You dare to insult me again. You summer people. Just wait, the first place will be ours. Damn, this kid really isn't human anymore. The messages in the channel haven't been this fast since the first day of the game. Amidst the dazzling messages, a striking red name suddenly appeared. By Lang Nubula, Island Level 2, Lord Ajing, are you watching? May I ask if it's convenient to share information about the Level 4 reviewer? Seeing this message, Shi Ren was also stunned. The second place on the kill list by Lang actually took the initiative to reveal his name and island in the channel. This style and manner of speaking can only be official without a doubt. Moreover, as everyone guessed, the island ranked first is indeed Dinosaur Island. Shi Ren's Abyss Sea Island is currently outside the top 50. He speculated that this should be determined by a combination of island size, land area, and island level. But unfortunately, Shi Ren's 30 kilometers of area is all sea with not a single bit of land. So his ranking can't improve at all, and every time another level 2 island appears, he drops another rank. But now, 3 days later, he has already dropped more than 30 ranks. Faced with Bai Lang's question, he as a summer person had a certain goodwill towards official personnel. But that was when he was still on Earth. In this floating island world, even official personnel are merely part of the challengers. At the start of the game it was easier. However, after these days of baptism, it is likely that very few people would still trust a stranger unreservedly. From Chiron's personal perspective, he also did not wish to expose himself in the channel. Perhaps among the current challengers, he could be considered a strong player, but no one knew what abilities these people possessed. He was unlike the others who had several of their own people on the island with strict discipline and all strong enough to be on the leaderboard. Even if they encountered other islands, the opponents would be wary due to their official identity and strong teamwork. But what about Chiron? Without any land islands, Lon Lon currently cannot engage in large-scale breeding or farming. Her combat power can only be considered her own. Lu Jiarong is somewhat uncontrollable. For now she is relatively obedient, so she can barely be considered one. Xiao Jia is stronger than her father, obedient and capable, but she is just too small. If the opponent has large-scale crowd control, no, even if it's just a small area control skill like that of the Baboon King, it would pose a tremendous threat to Chiron and the others. In the end, it still comes down to insufficient understanding of other challengers. Considering his own safety, Chiron chose to remain silent. The people in the channel were still causing a ruckus. Even Bai Lang acknowledges the name Ajing, who is still slandering our Lord Ajing. No, his name is Destroy Evil, Creator of Justice. Don't make him sound so handsome, it even makes me start to hallucinate that the one opposite is a person of great charisma. Come on, what are you flattering him for? Look how righteous Bai Lang is. I see that so-called first place is just a cowardly old rat. The provocation tactic is outdated, brother. You can insult him all day, but he just shuts the channel to avoid seeing you. Some people, however, were not concerned and remained silent about Ajing, instead showing more interest in Bai Lang. Bai Lang, brother, I want to know what level of review you guys are going through. Level 1 reviews are so difficult. That werewolf actually made us kill a first-tier elite monster. Damn, killing the elite winged night demon purely depends on luck. Isn't that asking us to die? Who says otherwise? I've spent all my savings to start the review and now I'm completely stuck. This task is because you have too many people, right? My solo task is to kill 10 specific monsters, but not elite monsters. Many people have recently opened reviews and many are in urgent need of information. With Bai Lang's prominent position, everyone hopes to gather some useful news from him. Since Bai Lang is from the official side, it would be hard for him to ignore the public. As expected, he replied quickly. Bai Lang, Nubula Island Level 2. We chose Level 2. According to our scoring, there are 2 known assessment items for Level 2 reviews. The first is assessing the challenger's own abilities, where multi-person islands score based on the combined performance of all participants. The second is to assess the compatibility between the island and the challenger. Possible tasks for this item include exploring, hunting, solving certain problems on the island, and scoring will be based on completion time. The less time used, the better. The final score is the average of the above 2 items with a full score of 15 points. Completing the review will grant additional rewards of 5,000 island currency for Level 2. It can be determined that as long as the review is completed with a high score, the rewarded island currency will only be more than what was used to open the review. He basically revealed all the contents of the review task. Moreover, he thoughtfully attached their speculation. Chiron couldn't help but admire their generosity. One can only say that those cultivated by the official side truly have boundless love. If this were a team game, they would definitely be a great leadership group. However, this is not. But Chiron was not completely unwilling to share. After all, Bai Lang had already disclosed most of the key points of the task. He just needed to pretend that he also chose a Level 2 review and share the most important information with everyone. Brother Mosaics is quite a famous nickname, making it easy for everyone to notice his remarks. After contemplating, Chiron typed a lengthy message. He still remained anonymous, hoping those who had marked him could see quickly this time. I am also at Level 2. I have a special piece of intel to share with everyone. Please pay close attention. According to my reviewer, the system once said after each review it takes 15 days to open a new review contains a trap. Indeed, regardless of whether you believe it or not, being punctual never hurts. Can we not even doubt? How trusting him so much? Is he your father? Exactly. Who knows if he's deliberately trying to make people rush to complete tasks to lower the ratings. And what about Ma Ge? Perhaps this kid is transmitting the corpses of people every day? Otherwise, why would he be blocked? Haha, it's laughable how easily people believe others. I think the channel is just a bunch of fools. You all need to unite. Who knows how many of us are left now? The system has stopped reporting. Seeing the atmosphere in the channel worsen, Bai Lang stood up to speak again. Thank you, Brother Ma, for the information. You have saved many people. Anyone with information can share more. According to our analysis, the newly announced Dream Realm and 10,000 Islands Market might be places where challengers can gather in large numbers. I hope everyone can coexist peacefully and work hard to survive together. His speech was inspiring enough. He publicly affirmed Mosaic Brothers' information sharing, placing him in a noble light. Furthermore, he shared his speculation about the Dream Realm and 10,000 Islands market, giving countless people hope, without mentioning how the multi-islanders think for most lone wolves or those struggling to survive on islands. A place where one can encounter countless compatriots is undoubtedly appealing. Humans are social animals, and many yearn for close communication with their kind. Although the channel also allows remote communication, it is ultimately only cold, lifeless text. This speech undoubtedly elevated Bai Lang to a leadership position. The final call was even more so. After hearing Bai Lang's words, the majority of people willing to trust him significantly increased. Shi Ren had no other thoughts about Bai Lang's words. Sometimes it is necessary for such people to stand up and lead a group of just individuals. It is certainly better than letting a group of bullies take over the channel. He noticed that as soon as Bai Lang spoke, those who had stirred up trouble in the channel fell silent. Faced with the righteous words of a big shot, these people knew they couldn't clash head-in, or they would easily be collectively ostracized. Cursing ordinary people is one thing, but cursing a big shot is another. What left Shi Ren speechless was that everyone had directly assumed his surname was Ma. Even Zhang Biao, he called him Brother Ma, although he indeed had not revealed his real name all along. But even though everyone knew Mosaic Brother was just a nickname, why did it feel like his surname was truly Ma? Closing the channel, Shi Ren finally had time to look at the fishman. He still did not know what the fishman had been waiting for since bringing him back. Surely he wasn't going to ask him for help to save them now. He really needed to rest. Upon meeting Shi Ren's gaze, the fishman, who had been quietly waiting aside, immediately became excited. To prevent Lan Lan from misunderstanding, Shi Ren had already given her another translation ball. Great. It had just raised one arm when it suddenly got stuck. Great. It struggled to think of Shi Ren's name. Unfortunately, it seemed it had never heard of this human's name and couldn't figure it out after thinking for a long time. Shi Ren cleared his throat. Ahem, you can call me Evil Zhang. He actually quite liked this nickname, considering it a way to showcase his own title. The fishman quickly nodded. Great, Evil Zhang. Tonight. Oh, tonight won't work. Shi Ren immediately interrupted it. Tonight, I want to check out the Dream Realm. Anything can wait until tomorrow. There were so many things left to do, and when dawn broke, he still needed to handle the corruption core, otherwise the remaining island energy would be insufficient. He definitely had to visit the Dream Realm tonight, and he was probably going to stay up late. He really didn't have time to spare for the fishman. He initially thought he would have to spend a lot of words, especially since he had made a promise in front of the judge. Unexpectedly, this fishman kid was quite sensible. Wait a minute. Shi Ren rubbed his eyes and looked twice. He confirmed he wasn't mistaken. 9, it was actually a 9 erosion value. The sky is falling. When did this happen? Shi Ren tried to recall, vaguely remembering it was still 3 before the reviewer came. I've solved the case. This is definitely the abyss fault. Who would have thought that just one trip to the sea, merely glancing at the abyss from a distance, could lead to such an increase in the erosion value? Shi Ren couldn't help but scratch the area around his shoulder blade. After a whole night, the itchiness there still hadn't faded. He didn't care at first, but now seeing this erosion value, he panicked. He couldn't help but worry if he had developed any mutations. But he couldn't see for himself, and could only wait for Lan Lan to return to help him take a look. Suppressing the unease in his heart, Shi Ren redirected his attention to other values. The second-tier all-attribute enhancement potion provided a bonus of 6 points for each. That's twice that of a first-tier potion. The special sensation in his brain should also be attributed to this 6-point enhancement. Even the system's introduction, change to partial brain functions are being developed, indicating that his sensitivity to colors stemmed from this. I wonder what other functions might emerge if development continues. His strength had indeed increased compared to before as Shi Ren tried throwing a punch into the air, feeling a significant boost in both explosiveness and speed. Unfortunately, he still hadn't found a way to enhance his mental acuity, rationality, energy, and health limits. He hoped to encounter similar enhancement items in the future. Gene's Secret Technique, Part 1, is a piece of golden stationery. Shi Ren understood the content at the beginning. It roughly spoke of a scholar named Watson writing a letter to his student. The letter detailed his new findings, which represented a significant breakthrough in genetic research, hoping that a student named Mario could come help him continue the experiment. Although it said, Part 1, the letter's content was quite complete. Perhaps, Part 2, would be Mario's reply, or it could be new research progress from Scholar Watson. These things would have to wait until Part 2 was obtained. He couldn't understand the appendix that followed. Not only could he not comprehend it, but the system also mocked him. Your brain domain development is insufficient to learn this secret technique. He chuckled. Shi Ren gave the system a middle finger and put away the stationery. This item was related to genetics and could be kept for Lan Lan. It might be useful for her breeding research. The remaining items were the Dragon Bone Blade and the Mad Furnace. Shi Ren was very interested in either of these two items. He first examined the Dragon Bone Blade. The moment he took it out from his backpack, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed. Dragon bone blade type, weapon quality, purple description, a heartfelt creation forged by a master craftsman after slaying a black dragon tempered with dragon's blood and made from. The blade measures 92 centimeters in length with the handle being 32 centimeters, totaling 124 centimeters, possessing an extraordinary weight that cannot be wielded by anyone who isn't a superhuman. It is sealed within by the soul of the black dragon, and the seal will gradually weaken as the weapon upgrades. Please be cautious. The damage caused by the blade carries dark attributes, making wounds difficult to heal and prone to rotting. Damage dealt in the nighttime or dark environments is doubled, and charging allows one to unleash a blade wind for ranged attacks, which also possesses dark attributes. Blade skill destruction / consumes 30 energy to release. After concentrating for 2 seconds, one can unleash a wind of destruction that will engulf anything in darkness. If the consumed life includes plant life, one can extract half of its vitality to form an energy sphere for recovery. A sword as tall as his waist appeared in his hand. It was entirely crafted from pitch-black hardbone, and the blade was extremely cold and sinister, sending chills down his spine just from a glance. A circle of blood-red runes was engraved on the handle, presumably the seal of the black dragon's soul. Shuren touched the back of the blade, feeling the hidden sounds of screeching within. It was the sound of the black dragon's wrath. If the seal were to disappear completely, the dragon's soul that had been sealed for who knows how long would likely tear him apart. It seemed that upgrading this blade couldn't be done blindly. However, the pitch-black dragon bone blade was too stunning. The more Shuren looked at it, the more he liked it. He needed to figure out a way to find a method to restrain the soul body, otherwise if it didn't upgrade it would eventually be abandoned. Reluctantly, he put away the dragon bone blade. He turned to look at the last item, the Mad Furnace. Its shape resembled a torch, mainly in deep purple. The base is a square furnace mouth, and the torch at the top is burning with white flames. Mad Furnace type, tool quality, purple description, an ancient furnace excavated from underground ruins. Crafted from mysterious purple crystals and the blood of myriad races, it burns with flames from the Ghost Island. When using this furnace, one will be disturbed by the spirits inside. They are the residents, and you are merely the intruder disturbing them. Works forged from this furnace will receive gifts from the ghosts. Ghost gift, while in use, it will continuously consume rationality points, providing the following enhancements: Strength 5, Rationality Resistance 5, Energy Limit 20 only while in use. You can feed it flames to replenish energy. They enjoy delicious flames. When forging soul weapons, it will enhance the soul power within and can also nourish and repair the soul body. This item is perfect for Shuren. One could even say it was crafted specifically for him. Ghosts. Hilarious, he had never seen one. Bring as many as you can. With his mental state, he couldn't see them anyway. The gift from the ghosts is a great thing. The added strength is almost equivalent to the enhancement of a second-tier strength potion, plus it adds rationality resistance and energy limits. Consuming rationality points is simple. Shuren has soldier boots combined with high rationality resistance. This would not be a large consumption for him. It's practically a free enhancement. With an energy limit of 20, that's enough for him to use 1 or 2 small skills. Seeing this, he suddenly thought, what if he put the Dragon Bone Blade in to modify it? With the Dragon Bone Blade, his dagger's usefulness was diminished. One reason was its short attack range, and the other was its heavier weapon classification. Currently, he didn't need so many close combat weapons, and since the Dragon Bone Blade had ranged attack capabilities, it allowed him not to rely too heavily on the sprayer. After all, the energy consumption of the sprayer was exceedingly high. The buckshot mode was bearable, but the sprayer mode was essentially an energy drain. Using that mode nearly left Shuren incapacitated. Although it's powerful, the consumption is on par with its formidable effects, and Shuren was unwilling to use it unless absolutely necessary. In contrast, the Dragon Bone Blade was a timely help. Why not meld the dagger with the Dragon Bone Blade? After all, the dagger's effects were decent. It might produce some marvelous reaction with the Dragon Bone Blade. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. However, the furnace needed a placement location. Although the kayak space was large, its width was limited, and he wondered if, in contrast, the Dragon Bone Blade was a timely help. Why not meld the dagger with the Dragon Bone Blade? After all, the dagger's effects were decent. It might produce some marvelous reaction with the Dragon Bone Blade. Reluctantly, he could only give up for now. However, Shuren already had the idea of building an island. That's right, he had long planned for this. Drifting on the sea was no way to live. Without land, to plant fire banana trees, Lon would struggle to conduct her breeding experiments. Once there was land, the kayak could serve as a transport tool, more convenient than swimming. However, building an island was a massive task, and Shuren was still planning to gather materials. The black sand from the bone graveyard was quite good. It was abundant, and when mixed with sea stones would be suitable for filling the sea surface to create the island. Although he didn't know what might cause mental disturbances inside, it wasn't a big problem. Perhaps the mermen could help. They were neighbors, not to mention that Shuren would be doing them a huge favor. A little return for help shouldn't be considered excessive. Once the island was built with trees planted and houses constructed that would truly be human life. After finishing the rewards, Shuren cooked a pot of lunch. In the brief interval while eating, he checked the channel to see if they were discussing anything new. He actually did spot a thread. It's been 6.5 days. I calculated that the dead bacteria should have reached a height of 6,840 meters. Is that guy from Skeleton Island still alive? I see he's still on the leaderboard. Unexpectedly, the guy from Skeleton Island, who hadn't been heard from since the first day, had actually resurfaced. Diamond Body Skeleton Island Level 2, they've already caught up to my backside. I'm currently at 7,120 meters. This dead bacteria is a vast expanse of gray gas. I can't see what's happening inside. In any case, the areas that have been submerged are unclear. My current speed at level 2 is 40 meters second. I estimate I will be caught by the dead bacteria within the next 18 hours. Huh. Brother, does that mean you can only wait to die? Seeing this, Gene, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He initially thought that upgrading the island to level 2 would allow him to escape the pursuit of the death bacteria. Who would have thought that the speed of the death bacteria would also increase? The huge island was indeed rich in resources with a variety of creatures, and Gene, he once felt quite pleased about it. Yet on such a vast island, he found himself all alone. Compared to those multiplayer islands that started out together, all these abundant resources belonged solely to him. With some abandoned weapons from a gathering point on the island, and his own tempered talent, his survival here was not too arduous. Even when the elite winged night demon attacked, he was not afraid. After luring the petrifying ray to the territory of the skull lizard to exhaust it, he also managed to kite the elite winged night demon to its demise. However, the death bacteria, moving at a speed of 60, had already climbed to a position where he could see it in just 2 days. Unless he could immediately upgrade the island to level 3 at the current speed, he would only be devoured. However, to upgrade to a level 3 island, he would need at least one second-tier elite corpse. This was far too difficult for Gene at the moment. Moreover, he was currently engaged in a level 2 examiner's task. The first task was not too challenging, but the second task unexpectedly required him to survive for over 10 hours in the territory of the skull lizard. He had not dared to set off until he noticed the death bacteria pursuing him. He survived the attack of the winged night demon, but now he faced the grim prospect of dying at the hands of the death bacteria. Gene, he was truly unwilling. He was not the type to sit idly by. He spoke up in the channel seeking any means of self-rescue. Does anyone know of any methods to increase speed besides upgrading the island? This question was not only on his mind. It was a query shared by others. Their islands might not be slower than Skull Island, but they were certainly not faster than the death bacteria. If the death bacteria increased its speed too rapidly, next time the predicament of Skull Island would become their future. What are you thinking? Remember to share information about the death bacteria before you die. Don't be so cold-blooded, buddy. Who knows if you'll be next? Then why not help him? How? Are you going to carry him on your back? Ha ha ha, face reality. With Skull Island gone, rankings can rise again. This group was coldly mocking. Among them were those who were eagerly awaiting the sinking of Skull Island, and they were happier than anyone else to see the listings change. Some of these people might even be ranked within the top 10, or stuck at the 11th position, just waiting for someone in the top 10 to give way. Gene, he was infuriated by these schadenfreude. Damn it, if these people dared to come to his island, he didn't believe they would still be able to talk nonsense here. They were nothing but a bunch of cowards who only dared to speak behind his back. He clenched his fists, enduring as he continued to read other people's comments. One anonymous post caught his attention. I can share a guess with you. There might be designated island locations or items for moving islands at the 10,000 island market. It's just a guess without any actual information to back it up. It's up to you whether you want to take a gamble. Many people seem to recognize this anonymous user. They hurried to reply. Why does this guy really have that many sources of information? If you look closely, he said it's just a guess with no supporting evidence. Not necessarily right. Anyone bold enough to propose such a guess must have discovered something. Who is this Magu? Gene, he hadn't checked the channel in a long time and had no idea who Magu was. Living on Skull Island required constant vigilance, leaving him little time to check messages in the channel. As a result, he had missed many important statements. Although he didn't know who Magu was, he found the responses from others quite reasonable. If there were no discoveries who would casually make such a guess, this Magu must have learned something from other islands. He quickly followed up, Magu, what do you think the chances are for this guess? Magu quickly answered this question. In my personal opinion, there might be about a 70 chance. Do you still have island currency? Yes. Gene, he checked his balance. The second-tier examiner indeed cost a lot, but there's still a decent amount left. He prudently did not disclose the exact amount in the channel. In Gene, he's mind, the Dream Realm would likely be a place gathering challengers, especially with the existence of the 10,000 island market. It must be said that he was quite astute, as his thoughts coincided with those of Bai Lang and the others. When Magu mentioned island currency, he naturally thought of its uses. Can island currency be used in the Dream Realm? I already said it's a guess. This Magu reminded him again. Currently, the only use for island currency besides examinations is almost non-existent. This market is likely a place to consume island currency. This way we can control the progress of accumulating island currency to invite examiners. That made a lot of sense. He felt that this Magu was quite extraordinary. Although he repeatedly emphasized it was just a personal guess of 70. For Jean, he who had no way out, that was practically 100. A dead horse can be treated as a live one. He was curious about who this Magu truly was. From his comments, it was clear he could not be someone with no ranking. With that reminder, Shirin did not intend to say more. He was not being overly kind, he simply expressed his guess as an experiment. If he really found similar items in the dream realm, it would also validate Shirin's idea. Back when he heard the Baboon King confidently state that the Molemen had a way to reunite with Pearl Island, Shirin had a vague guess. When the system announced the 10,000 island market, he immediately recalled this matter. His guess regarding items was merely derived from another guess. This 10,000 island market might not only include islands of challengers, but also other islands inhabited by intelligent life. This would surely be a grand event. However, it was uncertain what restrictions would be in place. After all islands were separated, they certainly would not allow for easy interactions. If they could mingle freely in the dream realm, what would be the significance of encounters in reality? If they lacked anything, they could simply trade in the market. The restrictions in the dream realm would definitely be very strict, perhaps entirely different from what they imagined. Just as he was thinking, the guy from Skull Island actually sent a friend request. Magu, my name is Jean He. If I can survive tonight, please feel free to ask me for help in the future. Shirin was not surprised by his honesty. A person about to die desperately grasps for a lifeline. Even if it was just a tiny hope, it gave him the courage to fight one more time. It's the least I can do. If you can survive, I would also like to make a deal with you. Huh, no problem. Wait for my news. The other party did not continue to disturb him, wisely ending the topic. Shirin guessed he was likely preparing for something. They knew nothing about the dream realm, but making as many preparations as possible wouldn't hurt. Shirin had things to do as well. He steered the ship directly above the location of the totem pillar and planned to fix it in place from now on. He also intended to build the future new land here. Being close would make it easier to replenish energy. He did not need to worry about Lan Lan being unable to find this new location. Xiao Jia was very perceptive and could detect the lingering smell of flames on the surface of the sea. She would probably arrive shortly. Putting on the oxygen device and diving into the sea, Shirin easily found the totem pillar again. He had 3 corrosion cores in his bag, just enough to use. By investing 3 corrosion cores, the island's energy has been replenished by 1500 energy. Abyssal Sea Island remaining energy 35008000. Based on the remaining energy calculated from the last island upgrade, the consumption over 3 days was approximately 2000 energy. Now 3 days had passed, and this replenishment of 1500 energy had not been consumed as much. The corrosion cores provided by the giant bonefish were too few. He still needed to find something like the octopus bully. Unfortunately, the ones that Lan Lan killed did not drop any, or else, when they had eaten Xiao Jia's mother last time, they could have obtained 3 corrosion cores. Fortunately, the weather was good today, and many creatures would come out to move around. This area spans roughly 300 to 400 meters of sea. In an ordinary ocean, this spot would be abundant with marine resources. However, this is the abyssal sea, where the seabed is desolate with sparse vegetation, mostly consisting of sea stones and thorny seaweed. He followed the path along the sea stones. Shirin noticed many small fish, none of which were his target. The recent days had warmed considerably, with surface temperatures averaging above 25 degrees Celsius. Logically, there should be more giant fish emerging to hunt. Moving forward a bit more, a small school of red fish suddenly appeared from the sand beneath a massive sea stone. Their vivid coloration easily attracts carnivorous fish. Initially, Shirin paid no attention to these small karami fish, but upon circling back, he found the group still linked. This was rather suspicious. After careful observation, he finally discerned a clue. Each time the fish moved, the sand beneath them trembled slightly. The tremors were subtle. Had Shirin's senses not sharpened, he would have barely noticed this deceit. Approaching closer revealed that faint transparent threads seemed to connect to the bellies of these fish. The threads were buried in the sand and controlled their movements. This school of fish was merely a disguised lure. There must be a cunning hunter concealed beneath the seabed. Indeed, as Shirin hesitated to strike, something appeared. A giant-eyed sail squid drew near, attracted by the small fish slowly approaching and lying in ambush. But when it closed to within 5 meters of the fish, a huge mouth bristling with sharp teeth suddenly burst from the sand, clamping down fiercely on it. The squid's tentacles wildly writhed, struggling to break free. But the monstrous jaws bit down too tightly. Unexpectedly, 2 slender, withered arms extended from beneath the sand, grasping its writhing tentacles. After swallowing the giant squid, the jaws and arms slowly retreated into the sand. Witnessing the entire hunt, Rin immediately chose his target for the day. Master of Disguise, huh? You're truly fortunate to encounter me. The dragon bone blade is inconvenient underwater, so Rin resorted to his reliable old companion, the fish. Fishing indeed relies on this tool. Without hesitation, he expended 20 energy points and activated full-spectrum vision. His eyes were instantly enveloped in a violet hue. Through the specialized monochrome vision, the hidden hunter beneath the sand was clearly revealed. It was a long, gray-green monstrous fish. Its head was small, but its mouth flared outward. Each razor-sharp tooth resembled a restrained version of the giant jaws just seen. Its belly bore a pair of slender, withered arms structured like human fingers which it had used to grasp the squid's tentacles. Countless fine lines extended from its back. These were its mutated bones, with the fish school at the other end acting as a variant form of these bones. Relying on the lure disguised through its bones, it could lie in the sand and feast effortlessly. Yet to Rin's enhanced perception, it was as exposed as if naked. The skill lasted only a minute. Seizing the opportunity, Rin aimed precisely at the monster's heart and fired his fish spear. Bang! Unexpectedly, the fish possessed extremely keen danger awareness. The instant the spear was launched, it prepared to flee, bursting swiftly from the sand to evade the deadly threat. But the spear would not relent. It instantly reversed, piercing through its tail and heading straight for the heart. In a critical moment, the two withered arms on its belly fiercely grabbed the spear's tail, enduring the agony of shredded flesh, and pulled the spear out. Viperfish Disguiser, Erosion Level 20. Type: Creature Description: a master of concealment. The withered arm tissues on its belly evolved from fins. Exceptionally swift, countless marine predators have fallen to it. Though a formidable marine carnivore, its flesh is surprisingly tender and flavorful, earning the nickname Buttermeat. This creature is indeed. Rin retrieved the spear and reloaded. Realizing the area was no longer safe, the viperfish's first instinct was to flee. Lacking strong combat desire, it planted its withered hands on the sand, charged up, and launched itself over 10 meters away. But what of that? As long as it remained within spear range, it had to obediently be prey. The spear once again targeted the viperfish's heart, while the withered hands hurriedly intercepted. Rin's intention was not to succeed with this shot. The moment the spear reached the viperfish, he immediately reeled in the line, using its pull to propel himself forward. Then his dagger flashed and severed the withered hand. Without interference, Rin seized the viperfish's spine and delivered a spear straight to its head. You have slain the viperfish disguiser. Congratulations on acquiring 5 erosion cores. Could it truly yield 5 cores? It seems the quantity of erosion cores isn't tied to a creature's strength, but rather to the number of eroded beings it has devoured. The viperfish's power may not surpass that of the octopus bully or the venomous stinger eel. Its advantage lies in consistently capturing prey with high erosion levels. This results in a higher erosion level itself, allowing it to provide more erosion cores. After securing the viperfish's carcass, Rin pressed onward. He expected to spend more effort, but fortune smiled upon him as he directly encountered a colossal jellyfish. Its bell was flat and radiated a shimmering purple glow. The tentacles beneath the bell were astonishingly long, roughly estimated at no less than 50 meters. They drifted with the ocean currents, each tipped with small. Upon closer inspection, those were not mere spheres, but pink fish brains. These brains pulsated rhythmically, seemingly supplying the jellyfish with some kind of substance. The tentacles spread at their ends, always ready to sting passing creatures. Rin knew the jellyfish's tentacles were highly venomous. He was uncertain if his constitution could endure a sting. To be safe, he trusted the fish spear. After observing a moment, he decided to target the flat bell. He fired a spear. Upon contact, the spear was surprisingly deflected by the jellyfish's bell. Little Brain Monk Jellyfish Erosion Level 25. Type: Creature, Rank Tier 1, Elite. Description: a mutated form of the giant monk jellyfish, whose reproductive organ beneath the float bladder transformed into a brain tumor capable of producing vast toxins, while also possessing reproductive, digestive, and toxin-secreting functions. The tentacle tips have holes unlike ordinary jellyfish, enabling them to pierce prey and drain them. They can also inject toxins and prefer to implant fertilized eggs into prey, turning them into nurseries for their offspring. It was an elite monster. The swollen bell was actually a float bladder filled with gas, bouncing and sliding like a ball. This was the first time Rin's spear had failed. Given the temper of the purple worm, an empty shot would provoke it to attack Rin. The deflected spear instantly turned around, charging straight at him. Damn it! Rin cursed inwardly, pulling the viperfish's carcass from his backpack to block the strike. He certainly did not want to be skewered by his own spear. Rin had considered whether he could simply store the spear back in his backpack to resolve the danger, but upon forming the thought, the spear did not respond. The monk jellyfish, having been attacked, shifted with the currents and located Rin's position. It swayed its float bladder bell and extended its tentacles toward him. Unlike the previous leisurely pace, the tentacles in attack mode moved at least several times faster. Thousands of tentacles formed a giant net ready to ensnare Shi Ren. The tentacles of the monk hat jellyfish were covered in stinging cells, so a sting from them was no trivial matter. A spear gun was ineffective. After some contemplation, Shi Ren decided to take out the injector. The injector mode could not be used underwater. The storm and extreme cold would directly pull him into the current, freezing him in this vast ocean. The only available mode was the shotgun mode, but the range of ice spikes was limited on the seafloor. His goal was to first shoot and freeze the nearest tentacle, then approach its gas-filled umbrella. Twisting the shotgun's handle, Shi Ren aimed at the tentacles directly in front of him. Boom! A muffled sound rang out. Countless ice spikes shot out, heading straight for the tentacles. Suddenly, those tentacles expelled numerous air currents, and the entire jellyfish shot out like a cannonball. The ice spikes missed completely. The jellyfish, now hundreds of meters away, was changing direction. As the gas-filled umbrella turned back towards Shi Ren, the tentacles blasted out air currents once more. The cannonball was coming for him this time. Shi Ren sensed something was wrong. He still had the injector in hand, but why was the jellyfish turning back to consume the ice spike? However, the cannonball was already charging at him, leaving him no time to think. He yanked down the handle in his hand. The ice spikes shot out again. Unexpectedly, the seam of the gas-filled umbrella opened. A sudden suction force emerged. All the ice spikes were drawn into the massive gas-filled umbrella. The gas-filled umbrella immediately closed. Without the ice spikes in the way, this enormous umbrella surged directly before Shi Ren. Countless tentacles gathered behind it, pointing their tips at him. A bad premonition surged from the depths of his heart. In a flash, Shi Ren quickly retracted his oxygen suit. He then took a bowl of fire banana sulfur soup and swallowed it, while a dagger appeared in his hand. Tentacle body activate. In an instant, Shi Ren's head split into several sections. Each section of skin stretched rapidly, and his face gradually disappeared beneath the expanding skin. The skin enveloped and twisted upward, forming 6 terrifying red tentacles. However, this consumption of 20 energy points was still insufficient. Almost simultaneously, Shi Ren activated another skill. Blazing Body. Whether it was because he was underwater, the god of the curved blade did not force him to vocalize this time. As a wave of heat enveloped him, the dagger in his hand charged with energy. As the tentacles stirred and expelled something, the charged dagger plunged forcefully into Shi Ren's own body. The explosion of fire ignited the Blazing Body. Blazing Body causes a certain entity to burn your body. The temperature can continuously rise, leading to an explosion upon contact with open flames, with the explosion's range expanding as body temperature increases. Releasing it consumes 10 energy points with continued consumption over time as it burns. Boom! The explosive flames instantly engulfed the gas-filled umbrella and part of the tentacles. Countless fragments of limbs and tentacles exploded, and the impact of the waves crashed violently against the surrounding sea stones. The nearby seawater was directly shattered and mixed with flesh and blood. As the fire subsided, the massive gas-filled umbrella was almost completely destroyed. The tentacles that had originally surrounded Shi Ren disappeared by a third. In fact, Shi Ren's skill activated too briefly. His body temperature did not increase sufficiently, and the explosion's range was quite small. This was entirely due to the jellyfish being close enough, though otherwise even the tips of the tentacles wouldn't have been reached. However, Shi Ren was far worse off. The flesh and blood of his body were scattered everywhere from the explosion, with some directly adhering to the sea stones, while more were blown into fine particles. The tentacles sprouted from his head were resilient, merely blasted into scattered sections, constantly writhing. He had long anticipated such a fate. This was also the reason Shi Ren chose to use Tentacle Body. Tentacles belong to the user. When the user's body perishes, but the tentacles remain, any healing items or skills used will still take effect. The fire banana sulfur soup was beginning to take effect. Several tentacles twisted and moved closer, finally merging near a sea stone. After they merged, Shi Ren's brain barely restored its connection to consciousness. The vision provided by the tentacles was peculiar, resembling a rotating screen made of left and right segments, which was quite disorienting. But he had managed to survive. Taking this step was entirely a last resort. However, Shi Ren did not regret it. When he saw what shot out from those tentacle tips at the moment of the explosion, he felt nothing but gratitude. Had it not been for his decisive action, he would likely have become a human-shaped ice sculpture by now. Indeed, what the tentacles expelled were the ice spikes he had launched earlier. After the jellyfish absorbed the ice spikes into its gas-filled umbrella, it directly transported them into the tentacles. In fact, upon activating the Blazing Body, it would naturally trigger the dissolving properties, but he couldn't guarantee that the ice spikes would also dissolve. After all, they originated from the powers of another deity. If the dissolution did not work, he couldn't take that gamble. At that moment, Shi Ren was surrounded by tentacles at such a close distance. Any hit from an ice spike would be fatal for him. He had been too careless. First, he hadn't expected that this giant jellyfish was actually an elite monster. Second, he hadn't anticipated that elite monsters in the sea would be far more troublesome than those on land. The main issue was that there were too many restrictions underwater. Neither the injector nor the dragon bone knife could exert their full power. Well, then what should he do now? The area around his neck was itchy and painful as flesh was regenerating. Shirin controlled the tentacles to grab a sea stone, looking toward the jellyfish's original position. Well, then what should he do now? The area around his neck was itchy and painful as flesh was regenerating. Shirin controlled the tentacles to grab a sea stone, looking toward the jellyfish's original position. These pink gases gradually formed a layer of light pink mucus. As the brain tumors emitted more and more, the color of the pink mucus deepened. The shape also increasingly resembled the original flat umbrella part. It was unclear whether this was a talent or skill of the monk hat jellyfish. In any case, its recovery speed was now comparable to Shirin's. He thought it was a mutual loss, wounding each other. In the end, both the enemy and he emerged unscathed. Shirin had also wasted 30 energy points unnecessarily. He watched as his chest, abdomen, and arms healed while the efficacy of the fire banana sulfur soup was waning. At such a moment, he couldn't afford to save any. He had no choice but to endure the heartache and consume another bowl of soup. No, he must find a way to bring this creature. Otherwise, wouldn't his 2 bowls of fire banana sulfur soup be a wasted effort? While waiting for his body to recover, he checked his status and items. Currently, he had 68 energy points remaining. He couldn't use any skills requiring 100 energy points, but the petrifying gaze that consumed 50 energy points was available. However, petrification could not be completed instantly. If the jellyfish directly abandoned its tentacles to defend, then cut off the petrifying tentacles, it would be as if Shirin wasted the skill that consumed 50 energy points. The roaring iron teeth skill was also limited. The jellyfish was an elite monster, so the chance of being stunned would not be high. After watching for a while, Shirin suddenly recalled something. Both the dagger and the spear were difficult to approach, unable to exert their mental attack effects. But this item might work. He quickly took out a large red bag from his backpack. This bag was made from the skin of mole people, with only one advantage: it was durable. He stuffed everything from his backpack into it, and then tied the full bag to the spear. In the distance, the jellyfish, having fully recovered its massive gas-filled umbrella, had also repaired half of its tentacles. Shirin's lower body had also nearly recovered, with only 2 feet remaining to shape the blood vessels and flesh. He raised the spear gun once more, aiming at the gas-filled umbrella of the jellyfish. The jellyfish would not be too wary of the spear gun, as it knew this weapon could not inflict harm. However, Shirin's purpose this time was not to harm it. Bang! The spear gun fired again, sending the red bag hurtling toward the jellyfish. Indeed, the jellyfish was completely unprepared for the attack of the spear gun. The harpoon was once again deflected by the airbag umbrella. Due to the change in angle and the rapid water flow impact created when the harpoon was launched, the loosely tied red leather bag instantly spilled. A large amount of black sand fell from above, directly enveloping the top of the airbag umbrella. The sudden fall of black sand startled the jellyfish, causing it to instinctively open the airbag umbrella to prepare for inhalation. However, it did not notice the black little insects wriggling hidden within the black sand. Although these sandworms could not actively bite their prey, the goddess did not revoke their right to use spiritual control. They had been trapped in the bone graveyard for too long, surviving in a state of neither life nor death, and now they finally reappeared in the ocean. Thank you, human, praised the goddess. The spiritual control of a single sandworm might only be a slight tickle. However, the collective spiritual control exerted by such densely packed sandworms was something even an elite jellyfish could not fully resist. What was worse, it had even actively opened the airbag umbrella, allowing them to enter its interior. Everything unfolded just as Shirin had anticipated. The movements of the jellyfish gradually slowed, and the brain tumors ceased to spew pink liquid. It was trapped in the mental space created by the sandworms, with only the airbag umbrella still trembling slightly. And seizing this opportunity, Shirin disregarded his still unhealed foot and pushed off against a rock in the sea, swimming towards the jellyfish. The blooming airbag umbrella had completely exposed it. Shirin donned his holy gloves and grasped the edge of the airbag umbrella to prevent any toxins from it. Then he drew out a dagger and began cutting along the lower edge of the airbag umbrella. The brain tumors were tightly connected to the airbag umbrella, making it quite laborious even for the flame dagger to cut through. However, surprisingly, the black sand did not attack him this time. No hints of spiritual interference sounded. When the last brain tumor was severed, the trembling of the airbag umbrella immediately came to a halt. Soon its surface began to dissolve, as if melting, gradually merging with the seawater. The tentacles then directly fell off from the airbag umbrella, turning into shriveled thin ropes that slowly sank down. You have killed the small brain cap jellyfish. Congratulations, you have received 15 corruption cores. Congratulations, you have obtained the equipment rapid repair spray dropped by the small brain cap jellyfish. He won. Moreover, the elite jellyfish surprisingly provided 15 corruption cores all at once. Plus it dropped equipment. This wave was more than just not a loss, it was a huge profit. Shuren could not wait to check the new equipment. Rapid Repair Spray. Type Tool. Quality Purple. Description: a repair spray made from purifying a large number of brain tumors from the small brain cap jellyfish. Pressing the raised spot at the brainstem will trigger it, and the pink liquid sprayed can rapidly repair the damaged parts of any organism. The more parts that require repair, the more time and liquid will be consumed. The pink liquid needs to be replenished with the essence of a creature's brain. Placing this spray on the brain of a freshly deceased creature will automatically extract the essence. Current liquid quantity 100,001,0000. It is a healing item. Shuren was practically in love with the jellyfish. God knows how much it hurt him every time he drank the fire banana sulfur soup. With this healing item, the consumption of the fire banana sulfur soup would not be so quick. Could it be that the Gorgon sisters finally took a liking to him? Such good luck could actually happen to him. The curse of the Gorgon sisters. Is it possible that encountering the elite jellyfish was originally meant to kill you? What kind of delusion is one? 8 luck thinking here. Shuren was unaware of the underlying scheme, thinking that his luck had finally turned for the better. He had collected more than 30 brain tumors from the jellyfish's head. Perhaps there were still jellyfish eggs among them, just right for Lon Lon to take for research. Since he had dealt with this elite jellyfish, Shuren did not intend to continue searching for monsters. If he were to encounter another elite monster in his current state, he could very well be in real trouble. These elite monsters each had their own peculiar abilities, and it was not always possible to win with the same tactic. Just as he was about to leave, the black sand actually surrounded him. Looking closely at the black sand drifting in front of him, he realized it was not sand, but a group of small black insects. Each one was very tiny, with a row of fine teeth at the head somewhat resembling an extremely miniature version of death worms. But what were they trying to do? Shuren did not understand their intentions, as he had not received any notification of a mental attack. Ignoring the sandworms, he continued to swim upwards. However, he was soon surrounded again by these sandworms. No. What do you want from me? Shuren was bewildered. Just as he was preparing to leave again, the sandworms actually blocked his path. He saw them bumping against each other, seemingly communicating. After their communication, they quickly began to change positions. Within a few seconds, they formed a pattern in front of Shuren. However, this pattern, why did it look so much like a brain? Looking at the brain-shaped pattern formed by the black worms, Shuren finally realized the reason why they had stopped him. So these little guys were hungry. Their intelligence wasn't low, they actually came to ask him for food. Considering that these sandworms had indeed helped him a lot, asking for a reward didn't seem unreasonable. After thinking for a few seconds, Shuren took out 2 brain tumors and tossed them over. The sandworms immediately scattered, diving towards the 2 brain tumors. Delicious. It's delicious brain. Now they were fully focused on the food and no longer obstructed Shuren. With the sandworms out of the way, Shuren continued to swim upstream. Before he even reached the shallow sea, he saw Lon Lon swimming over from above. Shuren gestured to her to indicate that he was fine, then pointed to the surface of the... When both of them surfaced, Shuren removed his oxygen device and finally spoke. What brought you here? I heard the sound of an explosion. Lon Lon looked at Shuren with a moment of strange expression. However, she said nothing. She simply wiped her wet hair, revealing her smooth forehead, and then asked, what did you encounter down there? Just an elite jellyfish monster, a bit troublesome. Shuren casually glossed over the battle process. Then he excitedly said, you must be interested in the brain tumors it had. Oh, come on, let me show you on the boat. The 2 of them swam up to the kayak. Xiao Jia had completely taken over the task of lighting the fire and had prepared the stove in advance. Shuren was just about to take off his clothes to dry them when he suddenly realized something terrifying. How come he was running around naked? Where were his clothes? That's right. He had self-destructed. Not only his clothes, but all his flesh had been blown away. What remained was new flesh that had grown back. As for his clothes, they had long since become a pile of fragments on the seabed. Why you? Shuren stuttered, why didn't you remind me? Hearing his words, Lon Lon looked somewhat bewildered. I thought you felt more comfortable this way. Comfortable my ass. I also have a face, okay? Shuren shouted in despair. He never expected that despite all his precautions he would still embarrass himself. Damn the god of mischief, none of his skills ever worked out for him. With a cold face, he quickly put on a new set of clothes, trying hard to seal away this memory in his mind. Lon Lon, on the other hand, seemed less reactive. Because she had been quite far away under the sea, she actually hadn't seen clearly at all. Once on the boat, she rushed straight to the fire for warmth and saw none of his embarrassing parts. However, seeing Shuren's expression, she found it quite funny and deliberately refrained from explaining. After reminding Shuren to turn around, she changed out of her wet clothes and hung them on the side of the boat. Turning around, she saw that Shuren was still cold-faced and silent. Lon Lon had no choice but to bring up, what about the brain tumors you mentioned? Show them to me. Since she initiated the topic, a big man like Shuren couldn't still be sulking, right? Just the right distraction from the previous focus. As she spoke, Shuren thought of another matter. He piled all the brain tumors onto the boat, then took out that gene letter. This is one of the rewards from the last mission, a part of a gene secret technique. I wonder if you can learn it. Gene secret technique. Lon Lon took the paper and glanced at it. Is it from Scholar Watson? She surprisingly recognized the name inside. Did her genetic research really succeed back then? This is unbelievable. Jenny Watson. In the era before the islands floated in the sky, she was a renowned geneticist among humanity. It is said that she remained on Meteor Island conducting secret research with almost no one knowing the exact location of the island. After the era of floating islands began, her whereabouts became even more elusive due to the difficulties of inter-island travel. Gradually, the research society ceased to receive any news from Watson. Even her student Mario has gone missing. Rumors say that Watson's genetic experiments failed and that Meteor Island has sunk. However, without any evidence to support this claim, the research society has never acknowledged it. But it doesn't matter whether you admit it or not, everyone already believes this. Some even wrote letters suggesting that Watson and Mario be removed from the records. Yet this letter directly confirmed that Watson's experiments were successful. Regardless of whether Meteor Island has sunk, it is clear that Watson's genetic experiments did not fail, further proving the falsehood of the rumors. Lon Lon was excited as she introduced this Scholar Watson. One of her favorite scholars while living on Pearl Island was Jenny Watson. It can be said that she was an academic fan of Watson. Upon hearing Jenny Watson's full name, Sherwin realized that this was actually a female scholar. Previously having only read a self-narrative, he subconsciously assumed the scholar was male. Fortunately, he didn't say it out loud, otherwise he would likely have his mouth torn apart by this enthusiastic fan in front of him. It's a pity too many years have passed. Lon Lon expressed regret. Scholar Watson is an ordinary human. Given her lifespan, she should have passed away long ago. If she has died, then why hasn't her student published her research? Sherwin asked. Wasn't this Mario invited to attend? Surely not all scholars enjoy isolating themselves and working until death. Indeed, as her student Mario should have published the research results to honor her after her passing. But Mario has also never been heard from again. Thus the research society concluded that he was missing. Lon Lon frowned as she carefully examined the research report in the appendix, becoming increasingly alarmed. Gene rewriting. Fusion, she murmured. Even completely altering cellular structure. And she actually succeeded. This is a direction that genetic research has never broken through. If her experiments had been announced back, then it would have been a revolutionary milestone. But why hasn't Mario made the findings public? Could it be he really has died? Yet after hundreds of years, even if Mario was not dead, then he surely must have passed away by now. To uncover the truth, one would have to find the rumored Meteor Island, or obtain the secret art of genetics part 2. Sherwin said, it must contain new content and might mention some significant event. This is indeed a solution. Lon Lon felt somewhat regretful, but fortunately the experiments recorded in part 1 were already quite complete, and she could indeed learn from them. Moreover, as a devotee of the god of breeding, her understanding of this aspect would be deeper. Putting away the letters, she prepared to examine the pile of brain tumors on the ground. But Sherwin scratched his shoulders and back, saying to her, wait a moment, help me check what's going on with my back. He had been enduring for a long time, and the itchiness was making it hard for him to concentrate. What's wrong with your back? Lon Lon asked curiously. Sherwin replied, when I was down in the abyss, I was drilled into by a swarm of eyeballs. I cut them all out at the time, but I don't know if it's because of deepening erosion, but it has been itching ever since I returned. Turn around so I can take a look. Lon Lon stood up, waiting for Sherwin to turn his back and lift his shirt. There was nothing unusual on his smooth back. The issue should be with the sides of his shoulder blades. His shoulder blades on both sides were unusually red and slightly bulging, as if bitten by highly venomous mosquitoes. She reached out to touch the raised areas and immediately sensed that something was amiss. These bumps were not caused by external factors. Something was growing from the inside out. What's your erosion value now? She asked. Sherwin glanced at his status 9. Huh, how did it reach 10? No way. He killed 2 monsters, and his erosion value increased by 1. The jellyfish melted away, and he hadn't even eaten the corpse of the viper fish yet. Could it be that simply killing creatures with high erosion values would speed up the increase in his own erosion value? Damn it. What about the fishmen? Not to mention that he was still bound to this sea. Sherwin felt like crying without tears. He already guessed why Lon Lon asked him that. Just tell me what it looks like on my back. I can handle it. Lon Lon's tone was sympathetic. Well, something is growing out of your shoulder blades. Think positively. What if it's a pair of wings? Have you ever seen any of those with long wings in the sea? Sherwin was speechless. Ha ha ha. Lon Lon laughed out loud this time. Then you should pray that nothing too strange grows out of it. Sherwin adjusted his clothes, but couldn't help but he tried his best to restrain himself, but the itch was truly unbearable. Curse it, curse it, curse it. Erosion. He glanced at his left shoulder. After his physique improved, that patch of gray hardness had been suppressed a bit. But as long as he ignored it, it would quickly spread again. I give up. Can someone give me a big purification spell? He lamented, lying down on the boat in despair. Lon Lon raised an eyebrow. A big purification spell. With your cursed body, you would probably be directly purified away, right? Don't say that. Just let me be alone for a moment. Sighing, she continued to study the brain tumors on the ground. These brain tumors almost completely possess the functions of a normal brain. What is different is that there is a hidden groove on the underside of the brain containing about 30 fertilized eggs. These fertilized eggs are well preserved, and as long as they can be correctly extracted, they can develop normally. If provided with sufficient nutrients, each fertilized egg could potentially grow to the standard of that elite jellyfish. Of course, to feed so many little ones they currently cannot manage. With 36 brain tumors, assuming each one has about 30 fertilized eggs, that totals around 1080 eggs. If they truly cultivated this number of elite monsters, it should be directly called the Jellyfish Army. Perhaps in the future, when conditions allow, they could extract 1 or 2 fertilized eggs. Lon Lon also collected these brain tumors and began to prepare dinner. Not counting the enormous viper fish caught by Shi Rin, she harvested dozens of shells and a large pile of fish and shrimp. The viper fish, known as buttermeat, could not be missed. She sliced a small portion and put it in the pot. Adding in the shell meat and cut fish and shrimp, it turned into a seafood feast. Soon a sweet, oily aroma rose from the bottom of the pot as the viper fish meat boiled at high temperature, with the oil from the meat crazily oozing out. The hollowed-out shells were directly used as seasoning dishes, ladling a spoonful of oil soup into the dry ingredients. With a sizzling sound, the dry, spicy aroma and sweet oil mixed together, overwhelming the senses. Shi Rin, who had been feeling down, suddenly sat up. His nostrils twitched as he sniffed the aroma. He slapped away Lu Jiarong, who had been waiting by the pot, and took his spot. He didn't dare to touch Xiao Jia beside him. After all, she had someone above her. This is too fragrant. Shi Rin began to salivate. The introduction of this viper fish was not wrong. It is simply top-notch delicacy. Aren't you afraid your erosion value will increase again after eating? Lon Lon teased. Shi Rin waved his hand. He wasn't afraid of the heat and reached directly into the pot. Who cares? I just want to fill my stomach. I'll worry about the rest later. After this pot, he finished more than half on his own. His appetite had grown significantly. He needed to cook at least 2 pots to feel somewhat full. Luckily, these creatures were all quite large, otherwise there wouldn't be enough for him alone. The water was running low. The rainwater he collected was nearly depleted, leaving only a bucket of water he obtained from Luo Luo. Sai, always worrying about fresh water. On most people's islands, rivers are guarded by powerful creatures, while the rest of the islands are filled with swamps and toxic ponds. Freshwater resources are extremely scarce. Even Dinosaur Island is no exception. However, this issue may not need to be urgent for long. Shi Rin glanced at the time. It was already 8 o'clock, and in 2 hours the Dream Realm would open. Perhaps there is hope to obtain water resources from there. With the mattress and blanket properly arranged, Shi Rin could finally enjoy a soft sleep tonight. Since it was called the Dream Realm, it was clear that one must fall asleep and dream to reach it. His only concern was that Lon Lon did not have a complete challenger identity, and he was unsure if she could enter with him. To test if he could bring her along, Shi Rin directly connected the bed to Lon Lan's. However, the boat was elongated, so he could only lay it vertically, which meant he was lying at Lon Lan's feet. You don't have athlete's foot, do you? Shi Rin looked up, only able to see the edge of the blanket propped up by Lon Lan's feet. If you don't want to be taken out by me in your dreams, just keep quiet and sleep. An emotionless voice from the other end of the blanket responded. Shi Rin immediately made a zipper motion over his mouth and closed his eyes. To free up space in his backpack, he scattered some unnecessary items. He placed the fragments of the Divine Relic map with Lon Lon and stored the Sea Cow oxygen suit in the red bag made by the mole people in the ship's warehouse. Now he had 4 extra spaces, while Lon Lon should have 6. Except for the pendant hanging around her neck. Her skin, brain tumor, and genetic secret techniques were all in the backpack, and the map fragments took up exactly 4 spaces. Now it was just about slowly drifting off to sleep and waiting for 10 o'clock. Sleeping was not a difficult task. Shi Rin had been tired all day and had just defeated an elite monster. At this moment he fell into a deep slumber. He had a dream. In the dream, he returned to his home. That small house wasn't rented. He had secretly saved up to buy it. However, every time his parents visited, he pretended it was rented to avoid their meddling with the decor. This time his parents came again. Right off the bat, they criticized him for not living well, pointing at the computer desk piled high with snacks. Instead, they scolded him for the pile of dirty clothes in the laundry basket. At first, he didn't understand why they were angry about clothes that couldn't jump into the washing machine by themselves. Later, he realized it was because they didn't want him to use the washing machine. They wanted him to wash them by hand. Such a hassle. Already accustomed to this, Shi Rin once again responded with verbal indifference. Unexpectedly, the laundry basket suddenly shook, and a person crawled out from inside. Is this yours? She said, pushing aside the 4 corners of her bra with a look of disgust. Lon Lon. Shuren froze for a moment, instinctively turning to look at his parents. To his surprise, they seemed completely oblivious, thinking the laundry basket had been knocked over by him. They immediately started criticizing him again. Lon Lon crawled out of the laundry basket, tossing aside the socks and towels hanging on her. She looked around and commented, "Is this your old home? It's quite small, isn't it?" Small means cheap. Shuren pushed his parents away, sizing up Lon Lon. "Are you really in my dream, or are you real? What do you think?" Lon Lon retorted. She pointed at the two faceless elders pushed to the living room and remarked with an odd expression, "Why do your dream parents have no faces?" The two faceless figures leaned on each other, standing on the carpet in the living room, facing them. Despite having no mouths, they could still produce sound. While Shuren and Lon Lon were talking, they had been complaining about Shuren ignoring them. When Lon Lon asked this question, it seemed Shuren only then noticed the issue. He turned to look at his parents and suddenly realized they really had no faces. Strange, why did he still feel like he was being stared at? Clearly, they didn't even have eyes. Maybe it's because this is a dream. Shuren could only speculate. Dreams, after all, are always strange. Just as he said that, the carpet in the living room suddenly transformed into a black hole, sucking the two faceless elders inside. With the excess people resolved, the black hole morphed into a bronze-colored metal door. The door was engraved with flourishing violets with a dream taper facing each other above and below. The dream taper is a mythical creature that originally had no ability to devour dreams. Its purpose was to ward off evil and plague. After arriving in the Sakura country, its ability to ward off evil was interpreted as eating misfortune, leading to the notion of it devouring dreams. However, being a symbol of good fortune combined with the adorable image of the elephant-nosed pig, it became beloved by the people. It was clear that this should be the door to the dream realm. However, it was currently embedded in the floor of the living room. Shuren walked over and stepped on it a few times. It felt quite solid. "Why is the door on the floor? Can't it be on the wall? What's the difference?" Lon Lon reminded him, "This is your dream. You can make the floor stand up if you want." Right. This was his dream. Shuren stood against the living room floor, beginning to imagine how it would look if it stood up in his mind. However, dreaming doesn't always go as one wishes. The floor didn't stand up. Instead, the room suddenly rotated, turning the floor into a wall and the wall into the ground. Naturally, the door also stood up accordingly. However, it seemed that neither Shuren nor Lon Lan's positions nor gravity were affected. Dreams really are magical. Stepping forward and turning the doorknob, a burst of radiant purple mist suddenly enveloped them. The inner side of the door revealed a passage made of soft pink-purple clouds extending far into the distance. Walking in, he found it did not have the light and airy feeling he had imagined. If he had to describe it, it felt more like a chewy gummy candy. Interesting. Shuren tried jumping a couple of times and easily touched the cloud at the top. Unexpectedly, the cloud above shook a couple of times. Suddenly, a large number of golden stars fell down and hit Shuren on the head. Damn! Shuren quickly raised his hand to shield his head. The stars that fell to the ground immediately burst into laughter, then burrowed back into the clouds below. Lon Lon laughed. "Looks like they're playing with you." Despite being hit hard on the head, Shuren touched his head and found he had no injuries. "This is insane. If the clouds here are alive," he couldn't help but exclaim. "Fortunately, you can't get hurt in dreams. It doesn't hurt at all, just startled me." The two continued walking forward. The passage wasn't very long. After 2 turns, they reached the end. The first thing to greet them was another door, but the previous entrance was a single door. Now this was a double door. The patterns on the door changed from violets to large water lilies. If the violets represented mystery, then the water lilies symbolized pure dreams. They represented beautiful wishes and aspirations, as well as the courage to face difficulties and challenges. This door also did not have any dream tapers. It seemed that the former had driven off the nightmares, and here only tranquility remained. Pushing open this door, they found a vast expanse outside. Walking out, they found themselves on a large expanse of white, translucent glass floor. The starlit sky that should have been above was now flowing beneath their feet with twinkling stars, and even shooting stars passing beneath. Above them, however, was an endless expanse of purple clouds, just like in the passage. The difference was that this time the clouds were flying high, and Shuren couldn't reach them just by jumping. He glanced at the surrounding scenery. This place should be a square. In the distance, many oddly shaped houses could vaguely be seen, likely just a backdrop. In the center of the square where they stood, there was only a large wishing well surrounded by emptiness. Currently, there were only the two of them, with no one else in sight. Shuren walked up to the wishing well. Looking down, he was surprised to find it was empty. Since this is a dream, nothing is strange. Lon Lon also looked down. The deep well seemed capable of swallowing a person. But surely the dream realm couldn't just consist of this. Shuren looked up at the clouds again, and then at the starry sky beneath the glass. Suddenly an idea struck him. He reached up to touch his hair, and found a small golden star stuck in it. This little star did not emit giggles and run away. It remained still like an ordinary star. He pinched this little star in his palm. Shuren took a deep breath and then tossed it into the well. Nothing happened. He wasn't disappointed, he just felt a bit dazed. But soon a sound of rushing water suddenly came from the well. Lan Lan was the first to notice. She pushed Shuren away, intending to move away from the edge of the well, when a massive surge of water suddenly erupted. It directly submerged them. Welcome to the Dream Realm. The system has detected that you already have a title. Do you wish to use that title to enter? No, I refuse. And after being buffeted by rushing water, Shuren opened his eyes once more, only to find himself beneath a dazzling sky erupting with fireworks. Before he could grasp what had happened, the system's voice rang out. He instantly rejected it. Preposterous. And if he entered under the title Crime Annihilator, Architect of Justice, who knew what chaos might unfold? That was utterly unacceptable. Lan Lan's whereabouts remained unknown. She might not have entered at all, or perhaps she had been deposited into another spatial domain. After brief deliberation, Shuren selected an alternative alias. And you have chosen the login name, Brother Ma. Welcome, Challenger. The fireworks and radiant sky receded like a tide. In the blink of an eye, they dissolved into a bustling, vibrant street, where signage of every architectural style jutted skyward, buildings of wildly divergent forms interlocking as if assembled for a surreal design contest. Every person crowding the street bore their name in bold white characters hovering above their heads, so large they dwarfed the human skull itself, absurdly conspicuous, as though designed to defy invisibility. Shuren observed that whenever several people drew too near one another, their names automatically aligned vertically. Only when they dispersed did the characters return to hover individually. Remarkably intelligent, no overlapping names ever occurred. And he raised his gaze again and noticed a floating signpost suspended in the air. Its largest inscription read, Wandao Bazaar. And no wonder the atmosphere thrummed with such fervor. The bazaar had already opened. And inside the shops, however, no white characters adorned anyone's head, confirming they were not challengers. They must be native islanders. And beneath the banner, Wandao Bazaar, two directional markers pointed down the street, one toward the east, the other toward the west. Following their arrows, the inscriptions read in ahead of Shuren, East Plaza, and behind him, West Plaza. After reflection, Shuren slowly made his way toward the East Plaza. The street teemed with people, but few exchanged words. These challengers moved with guarded caution, wary of initiating conversation with strangers. The stallholders, by contrast, appeared familiar with one another. Some even chatted across counters. Fragments of their dialogue drifted faintly through the air. This year's Wandao Bazaar is unusually crowded. So rushed. I barely prepared anything today. Though. Why did Nanua from next door show up this time? Did his shop close? Permanently? Who knows? Their casual banter revealed far more than intended. This survival game had hosted multiple cohorts, and the Wandao Bazaar had convened many times before. This fact had long been corroborated by scattered clues. Earlier editions of the bazaar had drawn fewer participants and allowed ample time for vendors to stock their wares. This iteration, however, had been triggered prematurely by Shuren's early completion of a level 4 assignment, causing the bazaar to activate unexpectedly, flooding it with an unprecedented number of surviving challengers. Thus, the native merchants had scrambled to prepare inventory on short notice, hurrying here to open shop. Yet how precisely did they transport goods into this dreamscape? Challengers possessed system backpacks. Shuren had verified they functioned within the dream. But the stallholders. Their method remained unclear. Perhaps relevant items could be purchased right here in the bazaar. Moreover, stalls retained their ownership even after their proprietors perished, merely displaying closed rather than vanishing entirely. What then would happen if too many stallholders died? Would entire avenues fall into desolation? Would vacant stalls be redistributed or auctioned off? Countless questions surged forth. But Shuren had no intention of pursuing answers just yet. He intended to reach the plaza at the street's end. And after walking nearly an hour, the East Plaza finally emerged on the horizon, a vast expanse dwarfing even the square where the wishing well stood. Beyond the avenue he'd entered, 8 additional passageways radiated outward from either side of the plaza, each crowned by a signpost pointing unerringly toward the same destination, the West Plaza. The ground shimmered with broad expanses of white cloud. 2 concentric rings of cloud seats encircled the plaza, with narrow aisles threading between each pair, leading inward toward a golden pavilion at the very center. Lotus blossoms bloomed profusely atop the pavilion, while delicate streams cascaded continuously from its roof, vanishing silently into the clouds below. Na Long Q snaked around it, its purpose unknown. Shuren decided to join the spectacle. Such a lengthy line demanded investigation. It would be a shame to miss whatever lay at its heart. He took only a few steps forward when his gaze locked with that of a girl seated. Shuren decided to join the spectacle. Such a lengthy line demanded investigation. It would be a shame to miss whatever lay at its heart. and he took only a few steps forward when his gaze locked with that. She was undeniably charming, yet Shuren did not recognize her. As he began to pass by, a whisper thin as a mosquito's hum reached his ears. Shuren, and he lifted a finger pointing at himself. Are you speaking to me? In and her cheeks flushed crimson as she frantically waved her hands. I'm so sorry. If I've mistaken you for someone else, I sincerely apologize. In her flustered reaction sparked sudden realization in Shuren. Which brother Ma are you looking for? His eyes flickered upward, to the name hovering above her head she knew. An absurd hypothesis crystallized in his mind. Are you Luo Luo? And another shriek erupted. And she leapt to her feet. You are Brother Ma. I thought I'd mistaken you again. Only one Brother Ma could possibly know her true name. The legendary Mosaic Brother, universally acknowledged across the channel. Shuren recoiled slightly at the whiplash between her earlier timidity and this sudden effervescence. Wait, you mean your quiet demeanor just now was pretend? And he scratched his cheek, then conceded yes. It's me. He hadn't expected to meet a familiar face so soon. Nate assumed encountering Zhang Biaoi would be far more likely. Luo Luo visibly relaxed, tension melting from her. Honestly, Brother Ma looked much younger than she'd imagined, and towered over her. Not conventionally handsome perhaps, but striking enough to stand out effortlessly in any crowd. Yet none of that mattered. The real question. Excuse me. Luo Luo raised her hand. Where is the elder sister from your island? Or is she your younger sister? Oh, you mean Lon Lon. She's older than you. Uncertain whether Lon Lon had even entered the dreamscape, Shuren offered no definitive answer. I don't know where she is. The system scattered us. She nodded, comprehension dawning, probably to prevent clusters of multi-islander teams from entering together. For some reason, mentioning Lon Lon ignited extraordinary excitement in her. Hee. If it's convenient, may I accompany you while searching for elder sister Lon, she asked. And after all, this was everyone's first foray into the realm of dreams. Having an extra pair of eyes seemed prudent. At the very least, mutual goodwill was evident, and face-to-face barter of supplies held undeniable practical value. Shuren nodded, sure. Let's go together. Wonderful. Earlier I met several others calling themselves Big Brother Ma, or Old Brother Ma. Pure opportunistic impersonation. At first I genuinely mistook one for you, approached and greeted them, leaving me utterly mortified. Truly these people were something else. Imitating top-ranked players was understandable, but why mimic him? Had he truly become that renowned? Let them play their games, but under no circumstances should they exploit his name to deceive others outside. Should he encounter such imposters, a firm reminder would be warranted. Setting those thoughts aside, Shuren asked, by the way, do you know why so many people queue at that pavilion? She'd been seated there a while. He assumed she'd gleaned something useful. Sure enough, Luo Luo nodded. That's the exchange, essentially a conversion hub. The native merchants' shops don't accept our items or supplies. Only island coin. If your island coin runs low, you can trade goods there. The proprietor appraises their worth. Oh. That explanation sounds dull. Let me show you in person. She bounded over and seized Shuren's arm, tugging him forward. Shuren yielded to her pull, though he could easily break free. Doing so might send Luo Luo tumbling far. He relented. After all, it wasn't an embrace, just a hurried, earnest tug. Who could say? Fate delighted in twisting irony. Just 2 steps into their departure, a familiar voice cut through the air from behind. Where exactly are you going with her? In disaster. Shuren abruptly halted, gripping Luo Luo's arm to stop her from walking forward, then slowly withdrew his hand. For reasons unknown, he felt inexplicably tense, stiffly turning around to face whoever had approached. In that instant, he loathed the 3 Gorgon sisters with utter ferocity. It must have been that cursed one. 6 luck. Standing not far away was Lon Lon. A faint sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead, as if she'd rushed here in haste. Yet her gaze held an unsettling sharpness. When Shuren remained silent, she let out a cold, mirthless laugh. You're unhappy to see me. No, He hurried to respond. But before the words left his lips, Luo Luo shot forward like a gust of wind. You are Sister Lon. Oh my, just as stunning as I imagined. She circled Lon Lon once, then bounced lightly on her toes, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. She's real. Real sister-in-law. Living, breathing sister-in-law. And the thought of Shuren purchasing bedding from her. What untold story lay behind that transaction? Luo Luo's face burned even deeper. Oh heavens, she'd actually met the real one. Sister-in-law. No, Sister Lon. I'm Luo Luo. I made all your clothes. She couldn't resist reaching out and gently shaking Lon Lan's arm. Wow, so smooth. Was Brother Ma truly this blessed? Flustered by such unrestrained praise from a complete stranger, Lon Lon stood momentarily. The indignation simmering moments earlier vanished, replaced by utter mental blankness. What exactly had she meant to say? You, please let go first. After a long pause, those few words finally emerged, laboriously drawn from her lips. Oh. So sorry. Luo instantly released her grip and feigned elegance, smoothing her hair with delicate fingers. Had she frightened Sister Lan? Oh no, her image. Her mood sank slightly, until a warm hand settled gently atop her head. Thank you for the clothes. They're wonderfully comfortable. Lan smiled at her. Her features were inherently gentle. That smile bloomed like the first cherry blossoms of spring. And those pale blue eyes, softly crinkled with mirth, drowned Luo utterly in their warmth. Sister, kill me. Luo clapped both hands over her burning cheeks, her ears blazing crimson. Ugh, had she known Sister Lan would be so tender, so radiant, she'd have worn that pink dress. Curses. Fearing danger, she'd opted instead for an unremarkable white ensemble, and now regretted it bitterly. As Luo regained composure, Lan's smile faded. She lifted her gaze and fixed Shirin with a sharp, reproachful look. Shirin, bewildered yet again by her glare, stood utterly perplexed. Shall we head off together? He lingered alone, watching the two women ahead, suddenly feeling superfluous. Yes. Luo immediately linked arms with Lan. I was just telling Brother Ma we should visit the exchange. Shall we go together? Brother Ma. The exchange. Lan glanced at the bold name hovering above Shirin's head, then recalled, yes indeed, that was his channel alias. Her own name floated plainly as Lan. No nickname, no embellishment. For some reason, she resisted adopting one. Pushing aside the faint unease, Lan smiled warmly, of course. Up close, the golden pavilion gleamed even more opulently. Pure gold lotus blossoms spiraled up its four pillars, each centered with a jewel-studded stamen in vibrant hues. Not only the pillars, the four surrounding tables were likewise forged entirely of gold. White-robed elephant pig attendants sat solemnly at the tables, scrutinizing every item presented before them through magnifying lenses. Once approved, they retrieved precise sums of island currency from pouches hung across their bellies and handed them to challengers. Strangely, everyone waited patiently in line. No one dared reach for the Dream Eater's pouches. Such restraint seemed uncharacteristic of the general populace. Something must have already occurred. Sensing Shirin's quiet curiosity, Luo volunteered, just minutes ago, a man attempted outright robbery. Now look there. She pointed toward the central pool inside the golden pavilion where a lone head floated. Groaning in agony, yet utterly unable to escape the waters. Honestly, that man was foolish. This is a dreamscape after all, the domain of the Dream Eaters themselves. To assault the masters of their own dreams. Truly unimaginably stupid. Though death may not occur here, neither do they permit him to awaken, only torment him endlessly. A lesson for all now, everyone behaves. Luo spoke with gleeful schadenfreude. A fool who failed to recognize the sovereigns of another's realm. Even if he escaped alive, he'd surely perish someday. Shirin observed the pale pink, bean-shaped-eyed Dream Eaters, resembling plush toys sold in shops. Their synchronized, serious diligence somehow radiated charm. Glancing at Lan, he noted her quiet fascination. So adorable. Dream Eaters, are they soul beings? She mused inwardly. If soul beings reproduce, then void seat whales, also soul beings, must too. Do souls possess something akin to genes? She longed for the next volume of gene mysticism to explore such questions. Won't you exchange some island currency? The queue's quite long, Luo asked. Shirin shook his head. We have enough, no need this time. By the way, are all 9 streets identical? Have you seen them? Luo also shook her head. No, I emerged from 3rd Street, and planned to rest briefly before exploring others. She'd rested a while already. Seeing no sign of fatigue in Shirin or Lan, she gladly joined them on their journey. Luo hailed from 3rd Street, Shirin from 5th, Lan from 6th. They decided to visit 1st Street, together, as the inaugural thoroughfare perhaps had held rarer treasures. As they walked exchanging anecdotes, Shirin turned curiously to Lan. How did you happen to arrive at East Plaza 2? Such coincidence seemed improbable. To his surprise, Lan raised her right wrist, revealing a golden bracelet, and upon it a small golden star. I came specifically to find you. Recognize it. This is the star you cast into the well. It appeared on my wrist, transformed into a homing beacon. The golden star pulsed softly, its surface faintly tracing an arrow. The arrow pointed directly toward Shirin. I followed it all the way, and found you both right here in the plaza. He hadn't thrown that star in vain after all. The three chatted amiably as they entered 1st Street, whose architecture exuded ancient grandeur. Buildings were predominantly timber and stone, unevenly stacked and staggered in height. Signs hung askew, and cobblestone paths wound unevenly, rough and uneven beneath the feet. The first shop on the left was a wooden structure adorned with feathers and branches, its counter occupied by a harpy, half woman, half eagle. The first shop on the right was built of stone, its facade hung with multicolored discs, and behind its counter stood 2 bald, diminutive figures, barely taller than the counter itself. Shirin gravitated toward the stony establishment, stepping closer to inspect it. Its interior was Spartan, two massive forges, two stools, tools arranged with meticulous order. He noticed traces of soil and or scattered across the workbench, evidence of recent crafting. Do you stock rare clays and stones? He asked, leaning casually on the counter. The two bald dwarves appeared roughly the same age, and both sported luxuriant bushy beards. But their first words nearly dropped Shirin's jaw. Wife, do we have plenty in stock? Asked the right-hand dwarf. Of course, retorted the left-hand dwarf, puffing her beard indignantly. You think I haven't been working all day? It was a husband and wife shop. Shirin's mouth fell wide open. He'd assumed they were brothers. Kid, what do you want? The female dwarf asked. What do you have? Quite bold to ask that. She sized up Shirin without getting angry. Turning back, she yelled to her man. Tai-Tu, bring out one of everything. Ow. Tai-Tu moved quickly and soon came out carrying items from a small compartment. Each item was individually packaged in small bags. He threw the items onto the table only to be slapped hard by his wife. Are you crazy? With such force? If you have nowhere to use your strength, go make shields. Tai-Tu scratched his head, said nothing, and walked away. He sat down in front of the furnace at the back and began to hammer. It was then that Shirin realized that the round discs hanging at the door were shields. The shields were the store's signature item. Shaking her head, the female dwarf, Tai Mian, organized the items on the table, introducing them to Shirin one by one. This is Niloite soil. It is sticky and suitable for molding items. Gray fungus mud. It contains a large amount of fungal matter and has many uses. And, after introducing 5 types of mud, she went on to describe 5 types of ores. Moonstone. It can be used to create special items or for decoration. 5 essence stones formed by the infusion of essence from 5 different creatures. That's it. Take a look for yourself. She concluded her introduction. She huffed, the little cricket. You haven't even gathered all these, and you don't have even a level 3 island this time. She thought she spoke softly enough, yet Shirin still heard her. Probably convinced that they wouldn't have much money, she yawned, lacking enthusiasm. Shirin turned to Luo Luo and asked, Are you buying? Luo Luo thought for a moment. I actually don't lack soil, but I do want to buy some stones. He turned back only to see Tai Mian's eyes nearly closed. Seeing her like that, Shirin directly knocked on the table. How much in total? What? Tai Mian was startled, awake, yawning again. Do you want everything? A total of 3,000 island coins. She looked at Shirin suspiciously. 3,000 was indeed not cheap, and for most challengers, spending that much on these was essentially throwing money away. Let alone the fact that they were undergoing evaluation, it was uncertain how much money they had on hand. The trading hall could indeed exchange for island coins, but the Dream Beast wasn't charitable. Not all resources could be exchanged for money in bulk. Unfortunately, she misjudged him. 3,000 was really not much for Shirin. He directly took out 3,000 island coins from the system and threw them onto the table. The jingling coins scattered, each worth 100, totaling 30 coins. Seeing Shirin pull out 3,000 island coins without batting an eye, Tai Mian's big beard nearly covered her eyes from laughter. Really straightforward. She quickly collected the island coins, her attitude improving significantly. Little girl, what about you? She turned to Luo Luo. Lon Lon had no island coins and didn't need to buy anything, so she stood quietly behind Shirin. Naturally, she wasn't regarded as a potential customer. Luo Luo's expression looked quite pained. She didn't have many island coins either, and spending 1,500 to buy stones was indeed too extravagant. She bit her cheek, her mind still struggling. Noticing Luo Luo's embarrassment, Shirin glanced back at Lon Lon. After thinking for a moment, Lon Lon nodded at him. Get one more of these 4 types of stones. Shirin placed 1,200 island coins on the table. He leaned down to confirm with Luo Luo. You need 4 types for your level 3 upgrade, right? Luo Luo seemed a bit dazed and didn't respond immediately. Then it's no problem. Shirin said, boss, bring them over. Alright. This time Tai Mian didn't call Tai-Tu. She went to the small compartment herself to get the items. Soon she handed those 4 types of stones to Luo. Here, this is yours. She smiled. Is this your brother? He's really nice to you. Luo Luo's face turned red. This is my brother-in-law. The one behind is my sister. Shirin. No, didn't she just call me brother before? Now she turns it into brother-in-law. No, wait. What brother-in-law? He and Lon Lon are not what you think. Cough, cough, cough. Shirin quickly pulled her aside and smiled at the boss. The little girl is talking nonsense. We are all friends. Understood. Tai Mian still smiled, seeming quite familiar with such situations. She pulled out a gray Iron Shield badge from her pocket, and this is our trading proof. Little brother, come visit us at Iron Shield Island when you have time. Iron Shield Island. Shirin noted it down and put the badge into his backpack. After bidding farewell to the shopkeeper, the 3 of them walked back onto the street. Luo Luo still felt quite shy and proactively suggested using items to offset the 1,200 island coins. Shirin wasn't originally a charitable person. He had planned to negotiate with Luo Luo later about offsetting the payment. Now that Luo Luo brought it up herself, he was naturally pleased. At least it showed that this friendship wasn't misplaced. However, just as Luo Luo pulled out something from her backpack, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Detected that the challenger is initiating a trade. Please, challenger, pledge a part of your body. The size must not be less than a finger. This voice startled Luo Luo. Huh, pledge a part of my body. After her surprise, she quickly shouted, cancel the trade. If she had known, it would have been better to go back to reality to trade. Why does the dream realm have such a mechanism? First warning. Challengers are strictly prohibited from canceling a trade that has been initiated in the dream realm. Please, challenger, quickly choose a body part to pledge. Countdown 30s. 29, 28, 27. Watching as the system truly started the countdown, Luo Luo's face turned pale. She anxiously looked at Shuren, feeling quite helpless. I don't know. Just pick. Hurry. Lon Lon interrupted her and advised, just a finger, pick one. Without caring whether Luo Luo could process it, Shuren was the first to say, system, I pledge my left hand. Received. Challenger Ma Guo has pledged his left hand. With 10 seconds left on the countdown. Seeing that Shuren had directly pledged a hand, Luo Luo gritted her teeth and chose to follow suit. System, I also pledge my left hand. Shuren was slightly surprised, unable to help but reevaluate Luo Luo's courage. This girl definitely wasn't living for nothing. Received. Challenger Ji Nu has pledged her left hand. Pledge completed. Trade formally initiated. The trade details are as follows. Ma Gu, 1200 island coins already used. Ji Nu, universal cleaning ball, analyzing value. Analysis complete. The universal cleaning ball is worth 1000 island coins, which is less than 1200 island coins. The trade value is not equal. Fate roulette has been activated. Suddenly, a huge spinning wheel appeared above Luo Luo's head. The wheel, adorned with golden patterns, was filled with numerous items. The white squares contained 500 island coins, white items with stones and other basic resources. The green squares held 1000 island coins, green items and rare resources. In addition, there were blue, purple, and even golden and red squares. There were 2 golden squares while the red had only 1. The white squares were the most, totaling 200, while there were 100 green squares, 50 blue squares, and 10 purple squares. These should be the reward squares. With reward squares, there were naturally also penalty squares. A total of 363 black squares, equally distributed among the reward squares, were randomly placed. A quick glance revealed various punishments. Randomly losing a hand, strength curses reducing all attributes by 3, randomly losing 2 items from the backpack. Among them, the most severe punishment was offer up everything. This was truly gambling with one's life. After seeing all this, Shuren's expression turned serious. Not to mention Luo Luo, who was facing the wheel directly. The reward squares indeed seemed good, but did she really have the luck to get them? If she guessed wrong, the worst outcome is death. Indeed, the peace and prosperity of the dream realm before were merely the traps set by the system for challengers were only just beginning to surface. Who would have thought that exchanging items here would lead to such events? Especially those multi-person islands coming together or acquaintances with good relationships, it was quite normal to pool money for shopping and then share the spoils here. As a result, they would face the fate roulette. It was too difficult to achieve complete equivalence in the trade. One party's value was certainly at a low point under the official appraisal. So is this truly a reward for giving low-value items? Or is it a punishment? There was no time to think, the wheel had already started. The pointer spun rapidly, moving so fast that it was nearly indistinguishable. It was as if it were whirling like a whirlwind. Passers-by had long since noticed this spectacle, and many stopped to watch. Some people whispered among themselves, inquiring about the situation. 2 witnesses began sharing news, which quickly spread. All were challengers, and this sudden occurrence naturally attracted more and more onlookers. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded on other streets. There were even multiple occurrences on some streets. The pointer spun for a full minute before finally slowing down. Luo Luo's fingers were tightly clenched. She was incredibly tense, her gaze fixed on the slowing pointer. Suddenly, a series of gasps erupted from the left. Following that, a shriek pierced the air. The scream struck Luo Luo's mind like a tolling bell. She couldn't help but shiver, cold sweat streaming down her forehead. What had happened over there? Could it be? She dared not think further, her focus solely on the increasingly slow pointer. With each black square the pointer crossed, her heart would leap. However, when it passed over a golden square, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This was truly tormenting. Shuren stared at the spinning wheel, convinced that there was something amiss. For instance, why was there a need to mortgage one's body? Since both parties were forced to continue trading, what was the significance of mortgaging body parts? After all, the transaction would surely be completed smoothly. What was the purpose of the mortgage? While he contemplated this, Lon Lon suddenly asked Luo Luo, what is your luck value? What? Luo Luo's nerves were taut, and she completely missed it the first time. It wasn't until Lon Lon repeated the question that she came to her senses and replied. 20. What's wrong? Shuren nearly widened his eyes. Her luck was almost 13 times his. Lon Lon nodded after hearing this, saying, then it should be fine, you have good luck. Really? Upon hearing her words, the pressure within Luo Luo eased significantly. Even if it was just comforting words, they brought her much relief. As if to validate Lon Lan's words, the pointer suddenly came to a stop. It's blue. Blue square. The crowd of onlookers erupted in cheers. Luo Luo's mind went blank for a moment before she realized what had happened. Tears streamed down her face as she turned to hug Lon Lon, crying out in joy. Oh, it's blue, the blue square. My luck is truly amazing. Sister Lon, I absolutely love you. All right, let's see what your reward is. Lon Lon said as she held her forehead. Right. Finally releasing her, Luo Luo looked at the description on the blue square. It was a random blue item. Fate Roulette, completed. Congratulations to the Challenger Weaver girl for obtaining a random blue item sniping slingshot. This transaction has ended. The Challenger Brother Ma has returned the mortgaged item and is about to receive the mortgaged item from Challenger Weaver girl. Still in a daze from the excitement of the blue item, Luo Luo suddenly felt a sharp, tearing pain radiating from her left hand up to her brain. This pain was not physical, it was difficult to describe the sensation of something being forcibly pulled from her. She looked down at her left hand, which appeared perfectly fine. Yet the pain intensified. With a tearing sound, she felt a lightness in her left hand. A gray substance was drawn from her left hand, slowly rising into the sky. A gigantic mouth opened in the false sky. Several strands of gray substance flew up from different streets, all sucked into its maw. It seemed dissatisfied with the quality of its meal. It curled its lip and vanished back into the sky, leaving all present in the dream realm dumbfounded. What is that? Are we all in its mouth? I'm going crazy. What on earth is this place? Isn't this supposed to be a market? I want to exit. Exit. What were they pulled away from? That was not their bodies. This is a dream. A dream? How could there be a physical body in a dream? The crowd was in an uproar. The previously relaxed atmosphere shattered, and everyone fell into panic. Unlike the channel, the density of noise in reality was even louder than a market. Lon Lon stepped forward to support Luo Luo. Her eyes were dazed, her body felt as if it had lost all strength, leaning against Lon Lon without making a sound. This was not normal. Lon Lan's expression was grave as she looked at Shuren softly, saying, a part of her soul has been extracted. Soul. Shuren clenched his fists. He should have realized it. In this dream, they had no physical form. What could correspond to their bodies? It could only be the soul. What a dream realm. What a myriad island market. It intended to consume them entirely. Using a part of the soul as collateral should increase the corresponding luck value. I suspect the more one mortgages, the higher the luck value, making it less likely to hit a black square. So when she chose to press one hand, it actually helped her. Then to hit a golden or red square, wouldn't one have to offer up the entire soul? Not necessarily. That would be too much, and the black squares would lose their significance. Lon Lon explained, I guess half a soul plus one's own luck value would be the limit. More than that might turn negative. Is it because of greed? Exactly. Half a soul is a limit a person can bear. They want completely collapse from losing half their soul, yet can still gain substantial rewards. Exceeding this limit, the soul could shatter at any moment. The system wouldn't be so obvious. But greed, that's a choice made by humanity. They think that by giving more they can get more, only to invite punishment. Her conjecture was likely correct. This aligned perfectly with the system style. Shuren had lost points due to his greed. The function of the collateral also made sense. Appropriately offering a part of the soul could indeed earn you luck. But excessive self-sacrifice would only lead to being devoured. That giant mouth was the best representation of this. With this thought, cold sweat suddenly poured down Shuren's face. Damn, he only had a luck value of 1.6. What if Luo Luo's trading item had a higher value? With his luck, hitting a black square was inevitable. He nearly got tricked by the system again. After cursing the system once more, Shuren calmed down and asked, is there any way to repair the soul? He remembered that the Crazy Forge had the ability to nourish and repair souls, but only those within forged weapons. However, if the forge had this ability, surely there were other methods of repair. Unexpectedly, Lon Lon shook her head. I don't know much about this. Maybe we can look for something here. These shopkeepers must have seen this kind of thing many times and will definitely take the opportunity to sell items for soul repair. This was true. After all, no business could thrive without women. They shouldn't miss the chance to sell big. Luo Luo had lost a small part of her soul and was still struggling to regain her senses. Lon Lon and Shuren each supported one of her arms as they moved forward. Just as Lon Lon suspected, they didn't need to look hard. Not far ahead, they saw a store surrounded by a crowd. Hey, don't fight. Get lost. I was here first. Who do you think you are? Didn't you see I want to buy it? Get out of my way. Oh, don't fight, I still have some here. Oh, oops, it seems there's only one left. The voice from within carried a hint of schadenfreude. Shuren listened to the commotion inside, speechless at the group. They were actually fighting over it. But the system hadn't prohibited fighting. Though this was a dream, it should still hurt quite a bit to fight. He remembered how he had smashed his head on a star, how absurd it was that there was still a sense of pain in a dream. Detected a fight event. The countdown for the duel arena begins and both sides have been forced to calm down before its opening. All challengers in the dream realm can participate in the voting, where one vote equals 100 island coins. Please select your favorite challenger for voting, and the system will update the vote counts for Challenger Master Chincho and Challenger Giant Bull in real time. When the duel arena opens, the voting channel will close immediately. If the winner's vote count exceeds that of the loser, the votes cast for the winner will be returned to the voters in their original amount. Votes cast for the loser will not be refunded. If the winner's vote count is lower than the loser's, the votes for the winner will be returned at a multiple based on the difference in. This means that for every 100 votes difference, the number of votes will be multiplied by 1 and returned to the voter in addition to the original votes. Voting has now commenced. Please select your favorite challenger. A massive light screen appeared above. It clearly displayed the two fighters still in a live broadcast format, with their names below. On the left, Master Chincho is an ordinary-looking middle-aged man around 40 with a blood mark on his head. On the right, Giant Bull looks very much like his name suggests, with a sturdy build and a fierce appearance, clearly not one to be trifled with. It was evident that during the earlier altercation, Master Chincho was the one who was struck first. Beneath their names were the vote counts. Currently, both sides had 0. Just as everyone looked up at the light screen, countless balloons suddenly floated down from the sky. The colorful balloons seemed to have a consciousness of their own, scattering around precisely to each person. A purple balloon slowly floated to Shuren with 2 small coin slots attached. The smooth surface of the balloon had the names of the 2 duelists scribbled in a crooked manner with vote count written below. The red voting slot corresponds to Master Chincho, while the green voting slot corresponds to Giant Bull. Depositing the corresponding island coins can convert them. He glanced beside him. In front of Lon Lon was a white balloon, and in front of Lulu was a green one. It felt like there was some connection to their individual characteristics. Lualu was still not fully conscious and should not be able to vote. Shuren's only concern was whether there would be a penalty for not voting. After all, this wretched system has played such dirty tricks more than once or twice. Just because it is not written in the rules does not mean it does not exist. Do you want to vote? Lon Lon noticed his gaze. Let's wait and see. Shuren stroked his chin, looking at the light screen in the sky. I'm curious about what others think about this rule. 10 minutes of countdown is not a short time. Most people are still observing, and occasionally some pairs are whispering to each other. However, this does not stop some people's desire to vote. They were like hyenas that sensed blood, excited by the scent. Politely speaking, this is called voting. Less politely, everyone understands. The duel arena loves to play these tricks. This strikes a nerve with some people. Soon, in less than 2 minutes, numbers began to change on the light screen. Giant Bull's vote count changed from 0 to 6. Once this number started to jump, it soared like a train. 30, 100, 500. Then Master Chincho's vote count suddenly started to rise, as well, even jumping faster than Giant Bull's. It went from 0 to 600 in just 1 second. Not only did it catch up, but it also surpassed the opponent. The people around gasped, and the whispers turned into boisterous shouts. Clearly that Giant Bull looks like he has a greater chance of winning. Who is voting for Master Chincho? These votes aren't cheap, or shouldn't they be given to someone with a higher winning rate? I think you're the foolish ones. Did you listen to the rules carefully? Voting for Giant Bull offers no benefits. No matter how much he wins, it will be like not voting at all. But voting for Master Chincho means he won't win either. Isn't that just wasting votes? Hey, don't use normal logic to reason here. This is a survival game. How do you know he doesn't have some winning tactic? Alright, that makes sense. Damn it, I already voted for Giant Bull once. Then you can just vote for Master Chincho twice more. Right. The system hasn't limited us to voting for just one person. Thanks, brother. It turns out there are still quite a few people willing to spend this money. The discussions around became increasingly bold, with some calculating how to win to profit. To profit, one must ensure that the winner's odds are as high as possible. Once the odds drop, there would be nothing to gain. But how does this duel arena work? Who is stronger between the two? In fact, it is all unknown. In this first triggered situation, there are many rules to explore. No one can guarantee they will profit. Naturally, they dare not vote heavily. Most people are casting a small vote to test the waters or simply to join in the fun. However, the extreme speculators are always present, and some quietly cast many votes, nearly emptying their pockets. Just 5 minutes have passed. The vote ratio has become 2,532, 2012, with Master Chincho still in the lead. Seeing Master Chincho's vote count so high, some people became anxious. They started to brainwash those around them. Vote for Giant Bull. Giant Bull will definitely win. Oh, why vote for that old man with a depressed look? But if I vote for Giant Bull and he wins, isn't that a waste of my vote? That must be decided after he wins. If he loses, then you've lost everything. Are you stupid? Many people were encouraging others to vote. Some who originally did not want to vote were swayed, and some who were already undecided ended up casting a vote in confusion due to persistent persuasion. So when only 1 minute remained, the situation reversed again. 46-33, 48-72, Giant Bull surpassed by 200 votes. Shuren carefully observed the expressions of the people nearby. He noticed that several were secretly pleased. He understood what they were thinking. On the surface it seemed that Giant Bull had surpassed by 200 votes, but in reality Master Kyanchi's odds had increased. It sounds like a tautology. But these people are betting on Master Qianzhou to win. As long as he can win, those 200 extra votes will turn into double the vote count, plus the original votes returned to them. For example, if someone votes for Master Qianzhou with 2 votes, they will receive 2 by 22 votes, which is 6 votes. That means 200 island coins would turn into 600 island coins back. As long as Master Qianzhou can truly win, it would naturally be best for Giant Bull's votes to be as high as possible. With 1 minute left, if they can rally more votes, they might exceed 300. At this point, some people noticed that Shuren and his companions had not voted yet. They immediately set their sights on them. "Hey man, haven't voted yet." A cheerful boy approached to greet them. "Don't hesitate. That Giant Bull looks like he can definitely fight. Just vote for him, no problem." "Really?" Shuren feigned surprise. "Of course." The boy looked as if he was saying, "Bro, you must believe me," confidently patting his chest. "I bet that Giant Bull will definitely win. If he doesn't win, you can find me." Seeing his confident demeanor, Shuren replied with a smile, "Oh, did you vote for him?" The boy seemed experienced with this question. Taking advantage of the person on his right being distracted, he directly pulled over his balloon to show Shuren. "See, I also voted for Giant Bull. Can I lie to you, bro?" But Shuren could clearly see that the boy's own balloon was hidden behind someone not far to the left. Did he underestimate his magical eyes, didn't he? Is it okay not to vote? Shuren still looked quite hesitant. "Can't you understand this broken system yet? Maybe not voting will bring punishment. Anyway, 100 island coins equal 1 vote. You can vote at least once. Just vote for Giant Bull. His acting is really terrible." Shuren silently complained in his heart. With such a hurried appearance, how could anyone believe he was betting on Giant Bull to win? Didn't you see Giant Bull has already surpassed 200 votes? Is there still a need to be so anxious at this point? This guy's mindset is really unstable. Too lazy to continue acting with him. Shuren's expression turned cold. He waved his hand directly. "Get lost. Whether I vote or not is none of your business." "What? You?" The boy was suddenly taken aback by his words, his face losing composure. His chest heaved quickly, holding back the urge to hit him. "Dumbass. You just wait for the punishment." He cursed and quickly walked towards the nearby woman. This woman is really beautiful. She also looks gentle with blue eyes, as she might be a mixed race. He couldn't help but touch his hairstyle, putting a smile back on his face. Beauty. To his surprise, this woman was even less polite than the previous guy, greeting him with a curt remark. Her beautiful eyes didn't even glance in his direction. The boy felt somewhat choked with anger. Damn, who is she looking down on? Ugh. He glared fiercely at the woman and then couldn't help but look a few more times. Reluctantly leaving when he saw her walk away, Lon Lon finally released her hold on Luo Luo's arm, looking down to observe her condition. Luo Luo's gaze was a bit better than before, but she still looked dazed. She smiled foolishly at Lon Lon. Completely oblivious, a hand beside her tried to reach over to steal her green balloon. Lon Lon swiftly snatched it away and glared at the owner of the hand. The thief didn't dare retaliate. He certainly didn't want to be dragged into a fight. He could only sneak away into the crowd. "Looks like I have to keep an eye on my things." Shuren walked over. "But if others vote their island coins into your balloon, who will receive? Then you are thinking too highly of them." Lon Lon chuckled ambiguously. "I see they aren't thinking of voting for the balloon, but rather destroying it." "True, after all, the coins they vote with are still their own money." Shuren laughed heartily. "Let's not worry about the mice, let's vote." He took out 100 island coins and stuffed them into the red coin slot. On the balloon under the name Master of Thousand Hands, a number 1 instantly appeared. Next, he took out 200 island coins and stuffed them into the red coin slots on Lon Lon and Luo Luo's balloons. Both of their balloons also gained 1 vote. Lon Lon had no objections. Meanwhile, Luo Luo still wore a silly grin. "Looks like you're sure Master of Thousand Hands will win," she said. Shuren shrugged. "Even if he can't win, they will definitely find a way to help him win. But if he really loses, it doesn't matter, I have money anyway." He put on the airs of a wealthy man. Lon Lon rolled her eyes. She didn't know how much effort those people had put in. Voting channel is closed. Final vote counts are as follows: Master of Thousand Hands 76-78 votes, Giant Bull. Voting channel is closed. Final vote counts are as follows: Master of Thousand Hands 76-78 votes, Giant Bull 10990 votes. The duel arena is about to begin, and the rules within the duel arena will now be announced. 1. The duel arena is a fight to the death, ending only when one challenger dies. 2. There are no restrictions on props and skills in the duel arena, and both parties' health will be displayed in real time. When health reaches 0, death occurs immediately. 3. No restrictions on outside assistance, no limitations on any speech, and no restrictions on any means. All challengers, please pay attention to the big screen. The duel arena now begins. They're actually down by over 3,000 votes. It's 3,312 votes. Damn, that's a difference of 33 times. How could so many votes suddenly appear? Wait, death. Someone in the crowd shouted in panic, "Can you die in a dream too?" No one could answer him. They all looked up in the direction of the light screen. The scene there had disappeared, replaced by a circular big screen. On the big screen, the two brawlers who had been forcibly calmed down in the crowd suddenly appeared in a red space. Both of their reactions were quite decent at the moment they were thrown, and they managed to stabilize their bodies without embarrassing themselves. But the middle-aged man, Master of Thousand Hands, clearly had a bit of a shaky mindset. Once he steadied himself, he immediately raised both hands and shouted, "Wait. Hold on." Giant Bull twisted his neck, but didn't care about that. He took a step forward and charged. His legs were extremely thick, and each step he took on the ground produced a terrifying sound, as expected of a bull. His explosive power and momentum were like a cannonball. Master of Thousand Hands was startled. This guy really intended to kill him. Without time to speak, he stretched out his hands. In the blink of an eye, countless hands appeared in the air waving. Each hand held a bead, and as they waved, they formed a large net made of beads. Just as Giant Bull charged in front, those hands instantly locked his head with the bead net. His speed was too fast, a Giant Bull didn't have time to react. Oh. Giant Bull let out a pained howl. His entire head was branded with numerous imprints from the bead net. His health dropped by 10 points instantly. The watching crowd couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, no wonder he's called Master of Thousand Hands. He truly has 1,000 hands. No way. Giant Bull isn't going to fall just like that, right?" "Oh." Giant Bull counterattacked quickly. "Hit him. Come on, Giant Bull, be a bull." The voters were shouting wildly. Others might not see clearly, but Shuren's eyes were sharp. That Master of Thousand Hands' multitude of hands was not real, it was just an afterimage created by his incredible speed. This guy's hands are so fast, he must have been quite formidable in his youth. Perhaps at this age he still relies on his hands for happiness. The people below were anxious. However, the battle above wouldn't pause. Though Giant Bull was in excruciating pain, his hands were still free. He flexed his arms, wrapped both hands tightly around his opponent's waist, and fiercely lifted him up before smashing him down. Master of Thousand Hands may be fast, but his strength was far inferior. Just as he was about to have his spine crushed, he threw out a huge pillow from his bag, cushioning the fall. The impact was immediately softened. Giant Bull, how did this uncle come up with such a bizarre move? Not just him, everyone below was stunned by this maneuver. Taking advantage of Giant Bull, still being dazed, Master of Thousand Hands immediately pressed the bead against his hand and heated it fiercely. But he underestimated the man's endurance. Being called a bull, he indeed had some endurance. Not only did the heat not make him loosen his grip, it surprisingly made him react. Damn, just some cheap tricks. He cursed, lifted Master of Thousand Hands, and threw him away like a basketball. This space has walls. The middle-aged man was slammed against the wall and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His health dropped by 20. Giant Bull immediately burst into laughter, charged forward, and leaped high. Clenching his fists, he smashed down towards him. Unexpectedly, Master of Thousand Hands suddenly shouted, "Eat my frog arrow." He clapped his hands, and two gray-green frogs appeared, sticking together to form an arrow shape. He raised his hand and threw it. The frog arrow immediately shot out. Giant Bull couldn't dodge while jumping midair. The gray-green frog at the tip of the arrow flicked its tongue and made a hole in his shoulder. Then the entire frog arrow passed through. A bloody hole appeared. But that wasn't the end. After landing, the frog arrow bounced back and actually leaped back. Giant Bull took this hit. His arms suddenly lost strength, and he crashed to the ground. His health dropped by another 21. Master of Thousand Hands had saved his life. He sighed in relief, raised his hand to show the frog arrow, and prepared to pursue the attack. But he was also careless. Just because you have equipment doesn't mean others don't have equipment. The Giant Bull on the ground rolled away, and when he jumped back up, a harp appeared in his hands. This doesn't seem right. Everyone's minds were filled with a question mark. You're so big, and you bring a harp to a fight. What happened to the Berserker? As the harp was set up, a wave of blue ripples immediately spread out. Blue Lawn recognized it at a glance. This is the shell harp from Pearl Island. He must have been to Pearl Island. What use does the shell harp have? At that moment, the Giant Bull on the screen had already started moving before Blue Lawn could answer. He supported the harp with one hand, while quickly plucking the strings with the other. However, the Master of 1,000 Hands would not let him off so easily. Seeing the Giant Bull actually starting to play the harp, he immediately shot out the frog arrow in his hand. To his surprise, as soon as the frog arrow was shot, a series of ripples surged forth, directly knocking it to the ground and completely immobilizing it. The Giant Bull playing the harp put on an increasingly passionate performance. The blue ripples spread out in circles, and the sound of the harp shifted from gentle to aggressive. The Master of 1,000 Hands felt dizzy. Every time the ripples penetrated his body, he was pushed back a step. Damn it! He held his forehead, trying hard to steady himself. But the dizziness was overwhelming, and he found himself moving further away from the Giant Bull. Moreover, observant individuals noticed that the Giant Bull's health was slowly rising. 1.2 points. As the ripples passing through the Master of 1,000 Hands increased, the health that the giant bull had lost was being steadily restored. Meanwhile, the health of the Master of 1,000 Hands began to decline. Oh no, the Master of 1,000 Hands has been controlled. This control skill can even leech health. Counterattack, hurry, and counterattack. The giant bull is playing wonderfully. Rough man's elegance, rough man's elegance. Now's the time, let's take him down directly. Go. The audience was highly enthusiastic. The person betting on the Master of 1,000 Hands shouted, "Hey, how do we use outside help?" The system did not respond. Watching the screen, the Master of 1,000 Hands lost another 10 health points, and many people grew anxious. This cheating system, is it playing us? Damn, could the high multiplier for winners be a trap? The system never intended for us to profit. They began to curse loudly. The shopkeeper, who had been resting his chin and watching for a long time, suddenly laughed at their complaints. Hey, the young man over there," the shopkeeper called out. "I can help you use outside assistance." The impatient few turned around, looking at him with suspicion. They all recognized the shopkeeper. The two people currently fighting had started because they bought props from him. Did this mean only shopkeepers could provide outside help? One person walked over, eyeing the flamboyantly dressed male shopkeeper. He looked male, but with a head full of blue butterflies and dressed in a pink flowing robe, he appeared rather effeminate. What are the conditions? He did not believe the shopkeeper could be so kind. Sure enough, the shopkeeper revealed a smile. "It's simple. As long as you buy something from me, I'll provide an item for the Master of 1,000 Hands. How about that? Fair, right?" The person frowned. "We still have to pay to help him." The shopkeeper laughed. "I see that you've all bet quite a bit, right? If he wins, that's a 33-fold profit. This little additional investment isn't too much." He pointed at the person on the screen, reminding, "If his health keeps dropping, it will be dangerous." The health of the Master of 1,000 Hands had already decreased, significantly, dropping at least 25 points. On the other side, the giant bull was almost fully restored. The few people knew the shopkeeper was right. As long as they could ensure the Master of 1,000 Hands won, this amount of investment was nothing compared to the potential gains. They discussed among themselves and decided to pool their money to cover this health loss. The person who had initiated the conversation continued with the shopkeeper. "What do you want us?" The shopkeeper, seeing they had made a decision, immediately smiled broadly. "Don't worry, I won't cheat you." He pulled out a metal jar from beneath the counter, looking as if it had been prepared long before. Inside the jar was a block of gray earth-like substance that appeared mundane, just like a clump of dirt dug up from the roadside. The expressions of the few people were not very good. He claimed not to cheat them, but this was clearly not a precious item. The leader suppressed his anger and asked, "How much?" "Just 3,000. The shopkeeper blinked. "There are 5 of you, so each only needs to contribute 600. Quite a bargain, right?" Damn, he calculated the price perfectly. The faces of the 5 were quite strained. But this money had to be spent. They had wagered quite a bit, and now they could just barely gather 3,000. Suppressing their anger, they pooled their money together. When handing over the cash, they did not forget to ask, "Are you sure the item you provide can help him win?" "I promise no cheating." The shopkeeper patted his hand and took the money. Confirming that the amount was correct, he smiled as he stored the cash and pulled out another item. It was a worm helmet that fit snugly on the head, its gray-white body covered in spines. He opened the red cover on the left side of the counter and tossed the worm helmet inside. "All right, now just wait for the results." The shopkeeper smiled with satisfaction. Was that all it took? The 5 exchanged glances, unable to fully believe it. Could such a worm helmet really turn the tide of battle? But they didn't dare question the shopkeeper directly. Since the money was spent, they could only look up at the big screen. On the screen, a hole suddenly opened in the ceiling. A worm helmet fell down, landing directly on the head of the Master of 1,000 Hands. Someone used outside help. The crowd exclaimed, "How did he use it? What was that?" The giant bull, who had been focused on playing, missed a note due to this interruption. That missed note momentarily shocked the Master of 1,000 Hands awake. Just as he regained consciousness, he found an inexplicable hat on his head and reached up to grab it. But the worm helmet clamped onto the head of the Master of 1,000 Hands, and several legs extended from the side, each with a long spine that stabbed harshly into his head. The Master of 1,000 Hands was about to cry out in pain, when suddenly his expression froze. He slumped down like a puppet. In the distance, the giant bull was staring at him, seemingly trying to understand what was happening. The music from the harp resumed. Blue ripples surged, but this time the opponent did not continue to clutch his head. Even hit by the ripples, the Master of 1,000 Hands, slumped on the ground, could only weakly raise his head. The worm helmet on his head suddenly let out a shrill scream. This scream seemed like some kind of signal. Immediately, the Master of 1,000 Hands mechanically, countless red flying insects burst forth from his mouth, swarming toward the giant bull. The giant bull's expression changed, and he hurriedly adjusted the speed at which he plucked the harp. The blue ripples flew out faster and in greater numbers. However, these insects were out of control, and not a single one was shot down. Watching the big screen, Blue Lawn sighed. Flying insects are the bane of the shell harp. This prop was clearly chosen specifically to counter it. It's a death sentence for the giant bull. Just as she said, as the flying insects approached, the strings of the shell harp began to tremble violently. The sound became discordant, and the blue ripples began to slowly fade away. The giant bull had no choice but to put away the now completely useless shell harp. He let out a furious roar, his muscles bulging, intending to withstand the swarm of flying insects. Come on, bring as many as you want. They'll take them all on. They're just a bunch of stinky bugs. As the red flying insects drew near, he immediately unleashed a powerful punch. The fierce wind from his punch did indeed push back a small portion of the flying insects. However, more flying insects swarmed in from all directions. No matter how hard the giant bull punched, he could not fend off the dense mass of flying insects, until the first flying insect landed on him, sinking its sharp fangs deep into his flesh. Arg! Though merely bitten by a tiny insect, the excruciating pain was enough to reduce even Giant Ox, a hulking brute, to utter agony. A massive swollen blister rose where he had been bitten, vividly green in hue. His assault faltered, weakened by the searing torment. The swarming insects seized their moment, sinking countless more fangs into his flesh. One emerald blister after another erupted across his body, driving Giant Ox into frantic, uncoordinated flailing, only inviting further assault. His health bar plummeted violently. Viridian blisters soon blanketed his entire frame, transforming the once powerful warrior into little more than a shambling, bubble-ridden corpse. We can win. We can win. 5 figures beside the shopkeeper shouted in elation. One younger among them hesitated. What if someone else aids Giant Ox? Fool, chuckled another. Who would waste coin on Giant Ox? Even if he wins, he gains nothing. Spending on him is pure loss. They all beamed with delight. Those who had voted for Master Chincho secretly gloated, while supporters of Giant Ox raged and cursed. Who the hell aided Master Chincho? I'll kill them. Are you mad? Do you want to step into that arena yourself? Damn it. Damn it. I wagered 1,000. Just gone. Pull yourself together, you oversized oaf. No outcry could alter fate. Giant Ox, now entirely encased in viridian blisters, collapsed with a thunderous thud. His back burst open. Oozing thick green pus mingled with crimson blood. Wriggling larvae littered the ground, proof that the flying insects had not merely attacked, but implanted eggs deep within his flesh. The larvae lapped greedily at the blood-soaked earth, swiftly spinning cocoons. But Giant Ox would never live to witness their metamorphosis into adults. Challenger Giant Ox has reached 0 vitality, declared deceased. Congratulations to Challenger Master Chincho, Victor declared. Final vote tally reveals Victor Master Chincho trailed loser Giant Ox by 3312 votes. Congratulations to all voters, receive a 33-fold vote multiplier reward. Victor awarded 3300 island coins, a 1 random purple tire item. This arena combat event has concluded. The colossal floating screen vanished with a sharp shush. A gray silhouette drifted upward into the sky. That enormous maw reappeared, licked its lips, and swallowed whole. This time it seemed faintly satisfied, allowing itself the barest hint of a smile, before vanishing once more. As the screen dissolved, the balloons hovering beside each spectator spun once and plunged directly into their bodies. Shirin checked his island coin balance the instant the violet balloon entered him. Sure enough, the figure leapt, by precisely 3300. He turned to Lon Lon, who nodded in quiet affirmation. Her backpack too now held an additional 3300 island coins. 100 seconds, transformed into sudden wealth for many, and those who had secretly wagered even more stood to gain far greater riches. The victor himself received a 100-fold return. Master Chincho even claimed a purple tire artifact. Shirin surmised the quality of the reward item correlated directly with the victor's multiplier. The higher the multiple, the rarer, and more potent, the prize. Meanwhile, Giant Ox was truly dead, his soul devoured by the great maw, erased beyond resurrection. Lon Lon, however, felt a flicker of regret. He died far too easily. She sneered coldly. I wonder, did he steal that Beichin or seize it by force? If stolen, perhaps it's forgivable. But if taken by violence, I only wish I'd been the one fighting him on that stage. Shirin sensed the fury simmering beneath her restraint. The Beichin must be intrinsically tied to the Pearl People, a sacred inseparable relic. Yet seeing Lon Lan's expression, so fierce she seemed ready to tear someone limb from limb, he dared not press further. Once the arena dissolved, Master Chincho was almost certainly returned to the exact spot he'd entered from. Shirin urged Lon Lon to take Luo Luo and slip quickly through the crowd toward the shop's entrance, before chaos fully settled. Inside, just as expected, Master Chincho stood rigid before the counter, still wearing his writhing worm helmet. The opulently clad shopkeeper reached up and grasped the helmet's crown. Its thoracic limbs retracted instantly, submitting meekly to removal. Once freed, Master Chincho's dull, clouded eyes twitched faintly. He jerked his neck stiffly, his gaze remaining vacant, uncomprehending. Customer, the shopkeeper chirped, weren't you about to make a purchase earlier, before the arena began? Master Chincho turned his head halfway, tilting it crookedly toward the merchant. Yes. As if recalling, he began fumbling for coins. 1, 2, 3. He produced no fewer than 60 island coins. 6,000 island coins. Every last coin he'd just earned emptied without hesitation. The shopkeeper beamed, pocketing them all, and produced a metal canister identical to those sold to the 5 bystanders. Here, you've earned it, he declared, feigning magnanimity. The 5 hadn't wandered far. Witnessing this, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. That crooked merchant. He charged 6,000 for this wretched fool. One suddenly remembered something and whispered, wait, I think earlier he and Giant Ox were actually vying over. Shoo, do you want to die? The leader cut him off sharply. Silence. Let's go. Now, find another street. They glanced left and right, then darted swiftly out of the throng. Their master Chincho accepted the canister, stowed it into his spatial storage, and gave a stiff nod to the shopkeeper, then turned and lumbered away. Sure Ren and Lon Lon exchanged a glance, both instantly understanding. Master Chincho remained unmistakably under the worm's control. Perhaps larvae, or dormant eggs, still nestled within his skull. Had he not just surrendered his entire fortune? The shopkeeper grinned so widely his eyes nearly vanished. In high spirits, he turned to Sure Ren and his companions standing nearby and beckoned customers, interested in a soul-repairing elixir. He had immediately discerned the young woman's missing soul. He'd already deduced their purpose. For some inexplicable reason, Lon Lon felt a visceral wave of revulsion at the sight of his face. Oh, you. He appeared to notice her for the first time, studying her features intently, then smiled grotesquely. Why, you bear a striking resemblance to an old friend. Are you certain she's a friend? Sure Ren stepped sideways, deliberately blocking the merchant's line of sight. The shopkeeper lifted his gaze and found Sure Ren towered over him by a fraction. With Lon Lon standing firmly at his side, the shopkeeper's expression soured slightly. Sure Ren paid no mind, leaning over the counter to scan its surface. There, on the left, the red lid bore faint traces of recent opening. Stoking conflict, profiting from wagers, selling and reclaiming artifacts, siphoning victors' rewards. This man was despicably, utterly. Having confirmed what he needed, Sure Ren flashed a knowing smile. You've made quite a haul tonight. Tens of thousands at least. Or perhaps hundreds of thousands. Or did you reinvest every coin you earned? At such baseless speculation, the shopkeeper chuckled dryly. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm simply a modest shopkeeper. How modest indeed. Yet during the final minute of voting, total ballots surged by 8 or 9,000. Surely some of that flood came from modest merchants like you. How many did you cast? 200, 500, 1,000. Faced with Sure Ren's direct interrogation, the shopkeeper regained composure, his smile flawless and impenetrable. Commerce always flows both ways. Oh, we haven't seen much flowing out yet. Sure Ren tapped the counter, teeth gleaming. Then let's see this soul-healing elixir you mentioned. Haha. The shopkeeper said nothing, instead gesturing behind him. Patience. The real spectacle hasn't even begun. Shall we watch a bit longer? As if to validate his words, the street, scarcely calmed, erupted anew in clamor. Having witnessed the arena firsthand, most sought to avoid confrontation. Yet others saw opportunity, not in strength, but in weakness. Yes, in this voting game, where only high multiplier victors profited, the weak held unexpected leverage. Watching Master Chincho depart laden with riches, many of modest cultivation stirred with quiet ambition. If they staged another match, might they too strike gold? Among them was a bespectacled youth who appeared rather vulnerable. His physique was not particularly weak, and he was not unattractive, yet he seemed somewhat timid. His companions were urging him on. What are you afraid of? Didn't you see that Master of 1,000 Hands received help? The red-haired woman gently patted his shoulder, whispering, just think if you win how much we can earn. The artist uncle with braids on his head also chimed in 33 times. Surely many people must have made a fortune quietly just now. We only voted once for the giant bull, so our loss isn't great. As long as you win now, we'll be set for life. The youth's eyes flickered. Then why me? The woman and the artist were momentarily taken aback. It was the artist who reacted faster. He placed his arm around the youth's shoulder to comfort him. That's because you look more pitiful, he sighed. You know she has a bad temper. Look at me, and my daily workouts weren't in vain. You have a good appearance and your face is attractive. If we find someone who looks fierce, no one will vote for you to win, the woman agreed. Exactly. So many fools don't even know what's going on. They think the props were given by that shopkeeper, not realizing it was the Master of 1,000 Hands who triggered some mechanism. After all, many have tried to send props, but the system completely ignored them. She spoke in a hushed tone, wary of being overheard. The youth pressed his lips together, still pondering. The woman, clearly growing impatient, slapped him lightly. If you don't act now, someone else will. If a few rounds go by, everyone will know what's happening. Think about it. If you hesitate until the end, we'll have nothing. Seeing the woman getting angry, the youth felt a bit flustered. The artist noticed the change in his expression, nudged his shoulder, and pointed towards the opposite shop. Look, that man is well-built, not as good-looking as you, and he has 2 women with him. He lowered his voice. If he were to go down, I think everyone would be very pleased to see that. The artist had a point. Many onlookers were eyeing the man who had 2 beautiful girls beside him. At first, no one provoked him due to their unfamiliarity with the rules of the dream realm. Now they hesitated to approach because of the rules of the battle arena. The youth realized the artist was right. Compared to that man, he appeared weaker. It seemed he had finally made up his mind. He clenched his fist, intending to confront the issue. However, after taking just a few steps, he saw a small figure stumbling towards him. The child crashed into the man. Someone really came to snatch business. The youth felt a pang of annoyance, but saw the man quickly dodge the oncoming child. The child couldn't stop in time and slammed into the wall. The child clutched his head as he got up, glaring angrily at the man standing nearby. As long as he was not in the battle arena, he wouldn't get hurt, but his head still throbbed. The man stared at him, somewhat speechless. How old could this brat be? He might not even be 15, yet he dared to play tricks. The shopkeeper, watching the commotion, couldn't resist taunting the fallen child. Oh dear, you didn't even crash properly. Oh, what a shame. The child, who had already been sent out due to knowing his own weakness, felt even more humiliated. He got up and charged at the man with a fist. The man couldn't be bothered to deal with such a brat. He dodged again and retreated to the edge of the street. The shopkeeper laughed, mocking. Oh, where are you going? Not buying anything anymore. Damn, you're just fanning the flames. The man felt he shouldn't have come here, and now the trouble had come back to him. What bad luck. He strongly suspected this shopkeeper was the one running the battle arena, or else, why would there always be someone looking for trouble here? Lon Lon had been keeping an eye on him, and immediately warned, behind you. There was no sense of danger behind him. However, the man chose to trust her and quickly jumped to the side. Just then a youth suddenly appeared in his original spot. The youth's hand was still in a choking motion. Yet the target vanished suddenly. The youth's face showed surprise and a hint of embarrassment. But he didn't dare to turn his head to see his companion's reactions. Instead, he looked in the direction of the man and vanished again. This time the man reacted faster. He took a quick step to dodge, moving almost in sync with the youth. When the youth reappeared, he found that the man had evaded him again. Although his ability was not a complete teleportation, it was odd that he failed to catch the man twice. Doubts began to stir in his heart. This man was clearly much stronger than he could imagine. What if? Oh dear. I'm so sorry. The woman and the artist, who had only intended to observe from a distance, approached with gritted teeth. She clasped her hands together, apologizing to the man, while giving a sharp glare at the youth. Our companion didn't mean any harm. He has some issues here. She pointed at her head. Sometimes we don't know what gets into him. He just jumps in without caution. The youth's face reddened, wanting to retort, but he saw the woman secretly signaling him behind her back. Was this urging him to sneak attack again? He hesitated once more. It was this hesitation that allowed him to survive. Because the man before him didn't wait to finish listening to the woman, he swung his hand, delivering a punch right to her face. How to describe that punch? It was like a small cannon exploding on his face. Without even blinking, the woman disappeared from his sight. Immediately after, a loud crashing sound echoed from a distance. He turned back in a daze. There was a large pit on the ground behind him, and the woman lay twisted in the pit, screaming in agony. But the healing power of this dream was formidable. In less than a few seconds, the pit had already repaired itself, pushing the woman back to the ground. Her limbs were also instantly restored, as good as new. But the pain, it hurt too much. She felt her head buzzing, and apart from the pain, she couldn't think of anything else. Seeing the woman's plight, the artist let out a horrified scream. You freak. How could you just? We came here out of goodwill. Before he could finish, another punch came flying. It sent him and the woman sitting side by side. The man blew on his fist. Damn, you talk too much nonsense. He glanced at the frightened child in front of the shop, grinning as he walked over. Little friend brother will treat you to big buns. I was wrong. The child screamed as if he had seen a ghost. He dared not take the man's punch and quickly slipped back onto the street. Tisk, children can't handle fright. The man scoffed. With that, you dared to brawl with me, wanting to earn money? You need some guts. Not many can take your punch among this crowd, right? Lon Lon couldn't help but comment. He rubbed his nose and chuckled. Clap, clap. The crisp sound of applause came from behind. The shopkeeper clapped his hands, congratulating him. Impressive strength, but don't underestimate people's greed. I see the most greedy person here is you. The man walked over and slapped the counter. You wouldn't happen to be selling soul healing potions at all, would you? Just pure deception here. Oh, where did that come from? The shopkeeper feigned a hurt expression. An honest merchant would never deceive you. Keep making up your story. The man crossed his arms, watching him. Seeing that the man was not falling for his tricks, the shopkeeper gave up. He placed his hands on his hips, beckoning the man to come closer and listen. I know which shop on this street sells it, he whispered. But as a merchant, I can't just give you this information for free. The man raised an eyebrow, but did not respond. The shopkeeper didn't mind. He rolled his eyes, laughing. My terms are simple, you'll have to pawn her here with me. He pointed at Lon Lon. What the heck? The man could no longer hold back and slapped him hard. Seeing the slap coming, the shopkeeper actually leaned in to meet it. After waiting a moment, the expected pain did not come. He opened his eyes to find that the slap had come to a stop less than a millimeter from his face. Shirin retracted his hand. You and this damn system are cut from the same cloth. No wonder you're so eager to stir up trouble. Stepping away from the counter, he didn't even glance at the shopkeeper, helping Lon Lon support Luo Luo's other arm. Let's go. Before they could take a single step, a sudden itch erupted in his chest, and a balloon unexpectedly popped out from within. It was his purple balloon. As the balloon appeared, the system's voice echoed once more. This time the challengers stepping onto the battlefield were named Gun God and Little Bread. The red voting slot belonged to Gun God, while the green one was for Little Bread. The voting time remained at 10 minutes. He had no idea who Gun God was, but Little Bread was a familiar face. It was the little ghost who had just attempted to ambush him, but ended up fleeing. The name above his head read Little Bread. Ha! The shopkeeper behind him burst out laughing. Look, this is how human greed works. You dodged it, but someone else will step in. So what do you say? Want to make a wager together? He leisurely watched the backs of Shirin and his companions, extending an invitation. Many challengers often believed this was a trap set by the system, a deliberate challenge. Little did they know how many benefits were hidden here. The Dream Realm was the only place where challengers could earn countless rewards without restrictions. Although this reward indeed required a bit of luck and courage. As for the shopkeepers, it was the same. Vision and means both were indispensable. Especially when challengers first entered the Dream Realm, it was an excellent opportunity to make a fortune. Not all shopkeepers were as shameless as him, but fundamentally everyone came here to make money. If there weren't people like him controlling it, would it still be so easy to earn money? With this thought, the shopkeeper snorted lightly, seemingly disdainful of certain individuals. Noticing Shirin turning around, he became even more spirited. Have you thought it over? Oui. Do you know my name? The shopkeeper looked at the name above his head. Isn't it Brother Ma? What do you want me to? No. Shirin shook a finger in front of his eyes. Then he twisted his mouth into a smirk. Lon Lon, you tell him. Lon Lon blinked. I don't want to. Nah. Shirin turned around and whispered, Sis, can I call you sis? Can't you help me say something? Lon Lon shot him a glance, unable to hide her disdain. Absolutely not. Shirin covered his face. The shopkeeper looked at the two in confusion, bewildered by what they were up to. He slapped the table. Hey Brother Ma, are we cooperating or not? Shirin, already awkward, instantly became furious. He slapped down hard. Call. Alright, then I'll let you enjoy it. One slap wasn't enough, he swung back for another. Feeling good now? Huh, speak. The shopkeeper was hit by this sudden slap, his vision filled with stars. Just as he was about to speak, the next slap landed hard on his mouth. Why won't you let me speak? Detected that the first street shopkeeper Hua Dai is under violent attack. Do you want to intervene? Need. Smack. Shirin swung another big slap, cutting him off. Just as he prepared to follow up with another slap, Hua Dai angrily grabbed his arm. Are you done yet? Oh wow, you're fighting back. Shirin appeared surprised. I thought you enjoyed being hit. Hua Dai's expression changed. Detected a fight between a challenger and a shopkeeper. Challenger Brother Ma and shopkeeper Hua Dai are about to enter the battle. The moment the system's voice rang out, the two were forcibly separated by a meter. This was forced calm. You are a madman. The originally dazed young man saw this scene and suddenly shouted, How dare you hit them? Do you think you're strong? At least stronger than you. Shirin couldn't be bothered to look at him, and braver too. What he didn't notice was that as he turned back, his mental state began to fluctuate violently again. After swaying for a while, he barely stabilized himself. Looking at the flustered shopkeeper behind the counter, Lon Lon turned to Shirin, wanting to say something. However, Shirin smiled at her reassuringly and tossed her 100 island coins. Lon Lon cradled the coins, pursing her lips and remaining silent. In midair above the big screen belonging to Gun God and Little Bread, a larger golden circular screen suddenly popped up. The dazzling new screen instantly captured everyone's attention. What is that? Did I hear wrong? Someone's fighting with the shopkeeper. What the hell? How do I vote now? What about Gun God? Are you still voting for him? Vote my ass. That one up there is definitely more interesting. The screen had already displayed the images of the two men. The man on the left had a provocative demeanor, looking anything but decent. His name was Brother Ma. He was that audacious challenger. The man on the right should also be a man. He was dressed flamboyantly, but his expression was a bit dark, looking rather displeased. It was the shopkeeper Hua Dai. It hadn't been long since the first battlefield ended and many recognized him. Isn't this the shopkeeper who caused Master Thousand Hands and Giant Bull to fight? I'm just saying, with that tone of voice, it's normal to get beaten. Why do their screens have golden edges? Or do shopkeepers have privileges? Maybe they get more rewards. That screen looks damn expensive. Meanwhile, on the road of 4th Street, a man who was fiercely haggling with a shopkeeper suddenly perked up, immediately stopping the argument. He looked up at the large golden screen, staring intently at the people inside. Is that Brother Ma. The shopkeeper beside him noticed his gaze, looked up, and whistled. Wow. Huadai finally got a taste of defeat. Huh. I knew this day would come. The shopkeeper next door even climbed out from behind the counter, pointing and laughing at Huadai. That guy really asks for a beating. I have high hopes for Brother Ma. He has guts. Are you going to vote for him? Ha, voting is a whole different thing. The two exchanged knowing glances, tacitly deciding not to continue the conversation. The man watching the screen glanced at them and snorted. He directly took out a handful of island coins and threw them into Brother Ma's red voting slot. He actually voted for Brother Ma with 10 votes. That was 1,000 island coins. The person standing behind him watched for a long time and finally couldn't help but speak up. You? Are you that decisive? The man heard the voice and turned to look at the name above this person. Believer of flesh. I don't think I know you. Huh. It doesn't matter that you don't know me, I know you. The other laughed. Diamond Body. Skeleton Island. Jean, he was somewhat baffled. Of course I was still speaking in the channel during the day. Did you look for me? For something? No, not at all. Zhang Biao chuckled and pointed at Brother Ma's name. I really want to know, why did you vote for him? Do you think he's Brother Ma? Jean, he immediately understood his meaning. He was asking if this Brother Ma was the same as the other Brother Ma. Rubbing his head, Jean, he felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, you voted 1,000 and you're not sure. Zhang Biao, he was astonished. How to put it? I just feel there's a high chance it's him. I think Brother Ma must be a well-known expert. His information is abundant, which means he dares to take risks, and it also indicates he is strong. Plus, he seems quite helpful. That Huadai seems to have a bad reputation. I see Brother Ma must have been brought in by the system to teach him a lesson. Listening to him speak so eloquently, Zhang Biao, he couldn't help but look at him curiously. You've got a pretty good brain, kid. Just saying. Don't let those bacteria kill you for real. He actually felt it was quite a pity. Bringing up this topic, Jean, he instead smiled. He pointed discreetly at the shop behind him. I've already found it. But the price is a bit high. High? How much? Ahem. 1,000. That's not too high. Jean, he covered his mouth, coughed a few times. Cough, it's 1,000. What the hell? 1. Zhang Biao, he was just about to shout, but was immediately covered by Jean. Keep your voice down. Seeing Jean, he's so anxious he couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. What are you so afraid of, buddy? Who would want to snatch something worth 1,000 from you? Jean, he was quite nervous. What if someone really wants to mess with me? That wouldn't be good. I should have thought of a different name to enter with. I was just too impatient. He started to feel regret. Wait, let's not talk about that for now. That thing costs 1,000, and you still gave Brother Ma 1,000. Zhang Biao exclaimed, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Rich, my foot. He sighed, that's because I can't afford it. That stingy boss refuses to give any discounts. Betting on this round might still give me a chance, but if things go wrong, I'm already a dead man, so I might as well consider this money a loss. Then why not just give it to me instead? Zhang Biao, he looked at him expectantly. Oh, come on. Why didn't you say you'd lend me money to buy props instead? Jean, he feigned a punch at him. Hey, don't mess around. He quickly dodged, fearing he might actually get hit. Then do you think I should also give it to Brother Ma? He pointed at his balloon. I've already known Brother Ma for a long time, so I'm afraid that this Brother Ma is not who he seems, and I'm also afraid that he is. Seeing his conflicted expression, Jean, he could understand. It seemed he indeed had a good relationship with that Brother Ma. With a good relationship, naturally one would fear that this Brother Ma is the real deal. Losing this duel could mean death. He hadn't even had a chance to speak to Brother Ma face to face. After thinking for a moment, Jean, he comforted him. Don't think too much. How about we check the vote count first? Both of them looked up. To their surprise, the big screen showed that the vote counts for the two were widening the gap at an alarming speed. 360, 8,991. 361, 9,570. 362, 10,018. In just 3 seconds, over 1,000 votes had jumped. And only 5 minutes had passed. The difference had reached 96 times. The problem was the number on the left was exactly Brother Ma's vote count. In the last round, the votes for Thousand Hand Master and Giant Bull had at least been somewhat contentious. But this time the shopkeeper Huadai's vote count was absolutely overwhelming. What does this mean? It means that hardly anyone is optimistic about Brother Ma. Most people believe that Huadai was bound to win. Jean, he immediately turned to look at the shopkeeper behind him, who was still chatting with the shopkeeper next door, seemingly not paying attention to the duel. He had already been suspicious during the last round, because not many people like him were in a hurry to find props and didn't pay serious attention to the duel. So he happened to see that during the last few seconds of voting, the passing shopkeeper made a gesture of tossing coins against the wall. At that time, he hadn't thought much of it. Fearing a punishment, he had casually thrown out one vote without caring about the result. But now things were different. Reflecting on it, these shopkeepers could clearly participate in the voting. But they hadn't mentioned anything, and they were even voting secretly. What's wrong? Seeing the heavy look on his face, Zhang Biao, he thought he was lamenting his 1,000 bucks. Think. What's wrong? Seeing the heavy look on his face, Zhang Biao, he thought he was lamenting his 1000 bucks. He quickly reassured him, don't look at the huge voting gap, but didn't you analyze it? Brother Ma is definitely strong. If this is really Brother Ma. He shook his head. I'm not worried about that. I'm afraid of those shopkeepers. He hesitated for a moment, then voiced his thoughts. I think they might have the ability to sway the duel. Zhang Biao's mouth dropped open. What? No way. Think about it. Where did those extra 3,000 votes in the last round come from? And where did the props sent to Thousand Hand Master come from? He leaned closer to him and whispered, the system clearly stated that outside help is allowed, so why can't challengers send props? Because those who can send props to influence the match are these native shopkeepers. They can make whoever they want win. He said this as a guess, but by the end it was in a completely certain tone. Zhang Biao, he was taken aback. Then, what should we do? He scratched his head. Should we bribe them? Get them to vote props for Brother Ma? He shook his head again. This left Zhang Biao, he utterly confused. No matter what he said, he just shook his head. What am I shaking maraca? In other situations it might work, but Brother Ma's opponent is another shopkeeper. He explained, think about it, you already know that they want Brother Ma to win, and do you think they don't want the other shopkeeper to win? They're all shopkeepers. Today if you don't help me, can I help you tomorrow? No one can guarantee that they won't be the next unexpected one to enter the dueling arena. Damn, so they're all in cahoots. Zhang Biao, he understood. No shopkeeper would help Brother Ma, he would be fighting entirely on his own. However, the situation might not be the worst. The shopkeepers should have some limitations, right? After all, they're different from us. They're probably just cooperating with the system. He thought for a moment. How about we find out which street the Huadai shopkeeper is from, and check it out? Sure, let's do it. Zhang Biao, he said, pulling out 100 island coins and dropping them into the coin slot designated for Brother Ma. You? He was a bit surprised. Why did he also put in so much? Zhang Biao, he chuckled. This 100 bucks is just to make a friend in betting on your win. He was stunned. After a while he slapped Zhang Biao's shoulder hard. No need to say anything, let's be friends. Damn, don't slap me. The last minute. Watching the vote gap widen, many people gave up on voting for Brother Ma. This guy didn't even get 400 votes. Voting for him was no different than voting for some small African country in a match. But correspondingly, not many people voted for Huadai either. After all, winning meant no profit. Voting was purely to avoid trouble with the system for not voting. Even among those who hadn't voted in the first round of the dueling arena for various reasons, some gradually started to cast their votes. Not to mention the shopkeepers nearby. Even if they didn't like Huadai, they would still throw in a vote for him. When the system's deadline announcement rang out, the vote count had turned into an extremely exaggerated number. Voting has closed. Final vote count: Brother Ma 382 votes, Huadai 26881 votes. The difference was 26499 votes. That means the difference was a full 264 times. Even if it was just one vote short, it would be 265 times. This outrageous vote gap made everyone gasp, and even if it was anticipated, one couldn't help but feel chills for Brother Ma. How tragic for this guy. Why did he have to provoke these shop owners? Ultimately, we are just too weak. Sigh. From what I've heard from those shopkeepers, we seem to be the worst batch. I'm not saying this, but I can hardly bear to watch. If he is that Brother Ma, then doesn't that mean our Brother Ma is going to die? What you said seems to make sense. As the duel was about to start, the discussions gradually quieted down. In the crowd, a group of people was intently watching the match. This is invaluable intelligence, thanks to this compatriot. Too many have died in this game, we can only do what we can. I wonder what island's race this Huadai belongs to. Those shopkeepers wouldn't voluntarily reveal others' information. Shoo, it's starting. As soon as he finished speaking, the image on the big screen changed. Unlike the ordinary dueling arena below, this golden screen's arena was clearly meticulously designed. With a reddish-brown earthen floor surrounded by circles of gray-blue stone pillars, many holes dotted the pillars with traces of something crawling all over them. The ceiling was also made of gray-blue stone like those pillars, filled with pits of various sizes. Rather than an arena, it resembled a cave that had been dug from somewhere. Even the size has expanded several times. Fortunately, this circular screen has already divided into several different angles, featuring both wide shots and close-ups focused on each of them. One could say this system excels at creating a live broadcast effect with the cameras fully engaging the audience. In the moment that Shirin was pulled in, before he could steady himself, he had already turned to look at Huadai. Surprisingly, he did not initiate a surprise attack. Even the initial anger had vanished, replaced by a much calmer expression. When he noticed Shirin looking over, he even had the mood to chat. I say, Brother Ma, why do you have to do this? Huadai flicked his long sleeve and leaned against the stone pillar. It was supposed to be a mutually agreeable deal. If the deal falls through, so be it. Why make such a big fuss? Now look, I gain nothing, and you have to pay with your life. What's the point? As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful gust of wind rushed towards him. Hua Dai quickly turned around, and with a flick of his sleeve a giant golden armored beetle suddenly flew out. However, the harpoon does not care what its prey is. The purple line worm swiftly changed direction and pierced right through the body of the golden beetle. The golden beetle let out a wretched scream and fell to the ground. Hua Dai's face darkened, his gaze turning sharp like a knife as it swept towards the man opposite him. The harpoon was swiftly retracted, and Shi Ren raised his fish gun whistling. Honestly, you remind me of the brain crab back home. Equally disgusting. Shi Ren chuckled, though his gaze was no different from Hua Dai's. Only he is left with just a head while you are still very much alive. You're truly asking for death. Hua Dai's expression had completely changed. He spread his arms, bit into one of his fingers, and smeared the blood on the dead golden beetle. Immediately after, he blew out a series of urgent, strange tones. Countless green worms surged out from his sleeves and the hem of his robe, rapidly crawling towards the golden beetle. In less than a second, the giant golden beetle vanished under their siege. Some of the satisfied worms crawled into the stone pillar behind Hua Dai, while others quickly headed towards Shi. Their evolutionary speed was astonishing, spinning cocoons as they crawled. As soon as the complete cocoons appeared, they immediately broke from their shells, revealing iron gray, flying insects the size of a fist. The wings of these flying insects flapped at a speed akin to that of a small motor, with 6 long legs swiftly waving, charging towards Shi Ren. They're bugs. Just like those that flew out of that helmet. Someone in the audience shouted out immediately. Wait, is that prop related to this Hua Dai? Is Hua Dai behind this? Hard to say. Let's see how he responds. These creatures indeed originated from the same source as the worm helmet. It seems that the worm helmet might have been a prop created by Hua Dai. Without any hesitation, he directly chose to activate a skill. Roaring Iron Teeth. 20 energy points consumed. He opened his mouth and let out a terrifying roar. Roar. The massive sound echoed continuously in the space. The flying insects were shocked, their wings ceasing to move in their daze as they fell to the ground, beginning to convulse. Hua Dai's life level was likely not low, and fortunately, he wasn't affected. The audience outside also heard the sound, and fortunately the system had processed the sounds outside the screen, preventing them from being affected. Taking advantage of the moment the swarm of flying insects was controlled, Shi Ren directly rushed out, holding a dagger. His speed was swift, and in just a few steps he reached Hua Dai. However, Hua Dai was completely unperturbed. He immediately opened his mouth and sprayed a puff of pink smoke. This smoke quickly spread out. Shi Ren, unsure of the smoke's effects, frowned and chose to jump out of its range. But he quickly thought of a plan. He thrust the dagger into his arm to charge it, instantly turning into a fire figure amidst the sparks flying around. The fire figure charged into the smoke. The smoke, ignited by the flames, caused his fiery form to blaze even brighter. Seeing Shi Ren charge at him like a ball of fire, Hua Dai finally revealed a moment of panic. Fire! It's the damn fire! Hua Dai gritted his teeth, smacked his head, and the countless blue butterflies resting on him instantly flapped their wings and took flight. They all gently flapped their wings towards Shi Ren's direction. Countless light blue dots flew from their wings, carried by the wind, towards him. As soon as those light dots touched the flames burning on him, they immediately enveloped the fire. Under the assault of a large number of light dots, the towering flames were extinguished within 2 seconds. But Shi Ren did not mind. The flames wouldn't last long anyway. His goal was merely to burn away the smoke. He had already reached in front of Hua Dai. With his dagger poised, he thrust it diagonally towards Hua Dai's waist. Unexpectedly, Hua Dai displayed remarkable flexibility, instantly bending backward to evade the strike, and raised his leg to kick upwards. Shi Ren instantly crossed his hands to block the kick. However, Hua Dai's strength was greater than he had anticipated. He was far from the weakling he pretended to be. Failing to land the kick, Hua Dai quickly retracted his leg, knelt on one knee, spun around, and blew a whistle. The worms that had originally drilled into the stone pillar had already transformed into flying insects, rapidly emerging. Meanwhile, the swarm of flying insects that had been stunned began to shakily ascend again. Shi Ren sighed, taking a few steps back and sheathing his dagger. The space here was still too small. He hadn't originally wanted to use the jet injector. After all, the jet mode couldn't be activated. The spatial limitations were too great. Moreover, if it weren't for the Dragon Bone Blade being reported across the entire server, he would have long since pulled it out for a big slash. Why bother using a small dagger to engage in close combat with a summoner? He took out the jet injector and quickly switched to the shotgun mode. Alright, this is your own doing. Shi Ren also showed no courtesy. He directly pulled the trigger, aiming at the flying insects before him. Bang! The ice spike bullet shot out. The density of the flying insects was even inferior to that of the ice bullets. They turned into ice balls with just one encounter. Not only the flying insects, but even the surrounding stone pillars were shattered into ice debris. Several stone pillars were smashed and knocked down other pillars in the process. It was this moment that made Shi Ren notice something unusual. It seemed that something was wriggling beneath the shattered stone pillars. He He looked at Hua Dai, who had already retreated far away. Are you stalling for time? Hua Dai touched the butterflies that had regathered on his head. Covering his mouth, he smiled. Oh, you caught me. He did not hide it anymore, and opened his robe. Countless worms surged out from between his legs, quickly burrowing into the ground. Far from just these, those little treasures from earlier have already left ample nutrients for them. He smiled widely, as if he already envisioned how Shi Ren would be tortured to death. In close combat, ultimately, it was not his strong suit. But as long as he was given time, this place would soon become his domain. Seeing countless worms burrowing into the soil, Shi Ren glanced at the ground, astonished that it was indeed real dirt. Who knows how many bugs were hiding beneath it now? This is not good. He had thought of firing a shot to freeze the ground. However, seeing Hua Dai's confident demeanor, it was highly likely that those bugs could directly bite through the ice layer. He could not allow these bugs to continue developing. Shi Ren made up his mind. Fiery body. Tentacle body. Activate. Not knowing if it was due to dreaming this time, the god of the turn did not control his mouth. His body began to rapidly heat up. His head split open directly, quickly wriggling upwards, transforming into 6 terrifying red tentacles. Under high temperature, the melting effect was immediately triggered. Although it could not compare to the frenzied tentacle form triggered by consuming 100 energy points, it was still a low-tier version. Moreover, these two skills combined only consumed 30 energy points, and the remaining energy was enough to sustain the duration of the fiery state. Shi Ren did not want to waste 20 energy points to activate a perception skill. He directly extended all the tentacles into the soil and began to search. Wherever his tentacles swept, the soil was instantly dissolved and collapsed, revealing a large space underneath. What is this? Hua Dai could not believe what he was seeing. How could it be? This form was clearly the assimilation form that only those above the rank of a priest could possess. A challenger had actually been assimilated by it, and was still alive. Not just him, even the audience outside was utterly shocked. But they were shocked by. Is there a bug in the system? Why is it all pixelated? I can't see anything. All I can see is that flower-clothed guy staring blankly at the system. Holy crap. I get it now, this guy is the real deal. It's the real Brother Ma. Brother Ma has shown his might again. Why didn't you say it earlier? If I had known it was the real Brother Ma, I would have voted for him. Amidst the reddish-brown soil, several enormous, remarkably plump worms quickly revealed themselves. They were devouring one another, some biting the tails of others, while their own tails were being gnawed by yet another worm. As soon as it came into contact with the tentacles of the current entity, a sizzling, boiling sound erupted. A large hole instantly formed in the white worm flesh, and countless transparent liquids began to flow out. 6 tentacles swept across, causing many worms that had been feeding to hastily burrow deeper into the ground, attempting to escape this terrifying monster. Fortunately, their master finally regained his senses. If a few more worms perished, the nutrients of his treasures would have been wasted. However, the high temperature combined with the corrosive properties made it difficult for any object to approach him. This detestable challenger, if aware of this trait, would never dare to counterattack. At worst, he might just get hit a few more times. But once entering the arena, there would be no turning back. After much hesitation, Hua Dai finally steeled his resolve when the current entity swept over another patch of worms. He extended his right hand, curling his wrist, which transformed into a pink worm's leg. The tip of the leg bore sharp barbs, far sharper than a sickle. Raising this worm's leg, he forcefully cut off his own left hand. The severed hand fell to the ground with a thud. Dark green blood flowed everywhere. Using the liquid on the ground, he grabbed his severed hand and began to draw a formation on the ground with the stump. His movements were swift, and with just a few strokes, he tossed the severed hand into the circle. Hua Dai opened his mouth and blew some powder onto his right hand, which had reverted to human form, then applied it to the stump of his left wrist. The blood at the stump was sealed by the thin membrane formed by the powder, ceasing its incessant dripping. Meanwhile, the current entity, hearing a sound akin to flowing blood, realized Hua Dai was up to something. He immediately stood up, searching for Hua Dai's location through the swirling view of his tentacles. But it was too late. A green light shot up from the circle. The ground of the entire space trembled violently. It was as if a giant pump had been installed below, accompanied by a series of booming sounds as numerous plump worms were sucked from the ground, flying towards the green light. Seeing that the current entity's tentacles seemed to be watching him, Hua Dai revealed a provocative smile and stepped into the green light. The shopkeepers, who had been quietly watching the large screen, suddenly began. They leaned forward to look at each other, seeing the same shock reflected in one another's eyes. Has that guy lost his mind? Using such a tactic against a challenger who doesn't even have a level? What on earth is happening in that pile of goo? I can't see anything. He has definitely lost a lot of blood this time. The cost is not small. There's no way he can lose now. It's good to let that group of challengers know whose rules they should follow here. These challengers are incredibly weak, and yet they all act so arrogantly. They should have been taught a lesson long ago. What's the rush? They'll have their turn on the island sooner or later. The shopkeepers' conversations did not avoid the challengers on the road. Listening to their mockery, a surge of anger gradually rose within the challengers. Who isn't here after going through countless hardships? Why do they mock our weakness? Among these shopkeepers, quite a few inflate their prices the moment they see our urgent needs. What kind of people are they? However, there were some shopkeepers who couldn't bear it and tried to speak up, but they couldn't compete with these people. After all, many shopkeepers on First Street came out around the same time as Huadai and shared a similar reputation. The shopkeepers who were doing business peacefully usually did not interact with them, and at this moment, they felt the outside noise was particularly disruptive. Standing at the street corner, Tai Mian sighed and exchanged a glance with the Birdman opposite him. In each other's eyes was helplessness. The Dream Realm wasn't originally like this, but since the last 3 sessions, the restrictions on shopkeepers had begun to loosen. It felt as though the system was in a hurry, and each subsequent session became increasingly harsh on challengers. This further fueled the arrogance of certain shopkeepers. Sigh, this kid is actually quite good. Oh, what a pity. Tai Mian glanced at the large screen, muttering, "Honey, why has my stove gone out?" A shout came from the counter. Tai Mian's forehead instantly turned blue with anger. "Get out of my way. You can't do anything right." On the screen, half of the image was obscured by a mosaic. The other half was filled with green light and swarms of flying worms. To those who didn't know, it would seem like the screen was broken. As the mosaic drew closer to the green light, an extremely shrill, piercing scream echoed throughout the sky. Countless people covered their ears. But it was useless. The shrill sound seemed to drill into their brains, wreaking havoc along their nerves. Oh no, it's a group psychic attack. Wait, why didn't the system block this time? The group in the crowd was preparing to use their items. Yet the system seemed to have hurriedly come online. The large screen flickered once, finally filtering out the screech. The piercing sound was blocked outside of the screen. However, inside the screen it continued. The current entity was completely unaware. He was still puzzled as to why there was no movement within the green light. Detected that your mental state is too low, a psychic attack was not perceived. Detected that your mental state is too low, a psychic attack was not perceived. Detected that your mental state is too low, a psychic attack was not perceived. 3 consecutive prompts popped up in front of him. Only then did the current entity realize that the thing in the green light had long since acted. He understood that the psychic attack had not. The creature in the green light slammed down onto the ground, scattering the green haze that enveloped it. The light pollution finally dissipated. The surrounding stone pillars had collapsed, and a gigantic elephant trunk worm was slowly rising. Its soft wings unfurled behind it, revealing a pair of enormous pink butterfly wings that were several times larger than its body. The patterns on the pink wings resembled 2 pitch-black eyes fixated intently on the current entity. As the elephant trunk worm's long snout twitched, it began to extend outward, rapidly probing towards the current entity. He immediately flung out his tentacles to hold back this long snout, which was nearly as wide as himself. But this time the corrosive effect was not very effective. A hissing smoke rose, yet the outer layer of the long snout only had its hard shell burned off. The soft flesh inside quickly regrew a new hard shell to. Thus the continuous cycle of dissolving and regrowing allowed the long snout to gradually break free from the tentacle's control and continue reaching for the current entity's body. His vision was completely distracted by the tentacles, preventing him from seeing how close the advancing long snout had come. Cursing under his breath, he had no choice but to retract his tentacles. When the tentacles shrank back to his neck, the current entity finally realized the long snout was already right before him. Butterfly Armored Worm King species, biological level, first order, elite description. One of the 10 offspring of the insect mother from Insect Island, can be summoned by the blood of the Triad beings. A worm-like elephant trunk worm covered with a hard outer shell formed from life essence, resistant to high and low temperatures, with extremely strong survival capabilities. It has dual wings, and its pink butterfly wings possess a group psychic attack skill and a separate self-awareness. It will obey the will of the insect mother to spread the worm offspring. This is an elite worm king. What kind of summoner is this? To start off with an elite summon. The current entity was still in shock. The long snout before him was wriggling with something moving rapidly inside. Just as he was about to dodge, a gigantic worm egg burst forth, colliding directly with his chest. Following that were 3. A total of 6 worm eggs leapt out, each firmly sticking to the current entity. The worm eggs melted instantly upon encountering the high temperature, revealing the plump, half-human-sized worm that had been wrapped inside. It extended its chest, limbs fiercely wrapping around the current entity's body, disregarding its limbs that were instantly cooked by the high temperature, and opened its mouth covered in mucus towards him. At this critical moment, a voice that was completely unexpected suddenly rang out. Under attack by an elite-level creature, the title Hostile Power has been activated. This upgraded title had been unobtainable for view, and the current entity had once thought the system was malfunctioning. He had never expected it to be triggered like this. Precious title Hostility Power equipped. Acquisition method: kill elite creatures within 24 hours after obtaining elite enemy. Description: triggered when attacked by elite creatures. Your life tier will temporarily elevate to the corresponding level and will greatly consume health. Damage to elite creatures 40, A energy 30. When you gaze at me, it only makes me stronger. That was a temporary boost gained by burning his blood. Just as he was about to bite into the neck of the creature, the explosive energy impact turned the worm into a puddle of pus in the blink of an eye. The worms that had nearly wrapped him into a white spherical shape burst one after another. The pus covered his body. The amount of blood absorbed by this energy was exaggerated. He only felt a chilling sensation engulf him, and his health rapidly dwindled. He hurriedly downed a bowl of fire banana sulfur soup, yet it couldn't stop the speed at which his blood was being absorbed. He drank 3 bowls in a row and nearly choked. However, the rapid blood flow in his stomach helped him quickly digest the heat from the 3 bowls of soup. Not only did he successfully replenish his blood, but even his energy returned. The butterfly beetle king seemed to sense the energy fluctuation that could threaten it. It swung its long beak fiercely at him. Feeling the vigorous power within him, he directly reached out to catch the blow. Bang! He staggered back 2 steps before firmly planting his feet into the mud, successfully taking the hit. He firmly grasped the long beak, and his mind stirred. Now was the perfect time to unleash that skill. Realizing something was amiss, the butterfly beetle king quickly flapped its wings, releasing a wave of pink smoke that rapidly engulfed the entire space. Due to his body still radiating heat, he couldn't immediately draw out his dagger to set it ablaze. The smoke blew in too quickly. Even though he tried to hold his breath as fast as possible, he still accidentally inhaled a small mouthful. Damn, how can tentacles breathe too? He didn't even have time to complain. Just that one mouthful. A strange warmth surged from below, rapidly enveloping his entire body. His limbs felt somewhat weak and his skin gradually reddened. His gaze became somewhat vacant. There was a moment of blankness in his mind. Could it be? He didn't dare to think, fearing embarrassment in front of everyone. But under the scorching heat of his body, this warmth spread even faster. Some parts of him no longer listened to his commands. Like flowers awakening in the morning, it was stretching its body. Knowing that his little brother was no longer under his control, he decisively gave up. One tentacle wrapped around his waist. Although he couldn't stop the surging heat, at least he could cover up. However, he thought too much. After all, until now the audience could only see half the screen covered in mosaic. They had no idea what was happening. Why is this pink smoke out again, and why isn't it catching fire this time? Some were still confused. Among the challengers, only Lanlan's expression changed when she saw the pink smoke. If she remembered correctly, this thing. Realizing the awkward situation he was in, she couldn't help but chuckle softly. The others nearby looked at her strangely. Why was she laughing? The young man who saw her laugh was even more startled. He is laughing. That man, is he really that strong? Why is his companion not only not worried about such a terrifying monster, but also laughing? The more he saw Lanlan's ease, the deeper his regret and hatred became. Regret for attacking him, hatred for those 2 companions of his. The woman and the artist had run off long ago when he was fighting the shopkeeper. They completely forgot they would return to the same island. He looked at the mosaic on the big screen, not knowing what kind of mood he was in while watching. Brother Ma can't be dying, right? His health is fluctuating so much. What kind of healing potion is he taking? It's like riding a roller coaster. No, with such good healing effect, I should have acted when Brother Ma called out in the channel. What a loss of billions of lives. How do you fight such a big worm king? Compared to it, even the elite wing knight demon seems like a younger brother. Damn. Look, the mosaic attacked. The mosaic on the screen began to move rapidly. It gradually covered part of the worm king. He had already dispelled the effect of the scorching body. The high temperature within him would only accelerate the absorption of the pink smoke, which was detrimental to him. He gritted his teeth and climbed onto the long beak of the butterfly beetle king, running towards the worm king's head. His Bodis weakness did affect his performance, but fortunately his physique had also received a temporary boost, allowing him to endure. But the butterfly beetle king wouldn't let him charge over. It quickly rubbed its 6 insect legs, quickly secreting a crystalline yellow liquid, and then rolled it into 6 ball-shaped projectiles. Aiming at him, the 6 insect legs immediately launched the projectiles. The yellow liquid projectiles charged at him, and he instinctively opened his tentacles. The liquid exploded instantly, splattering all over him. Damn, it stinks. He completely forgot that his current senses and tentacles were intertwined. Now his entire tentacle was covered in the liquid. He nearly passed out. He didn't dare to hit the remaining 5 projectiles and instinctively tried to dodge. However, he didn't expect the liquid to quickly become viscous upon contact with air, firmly sticking his feet to the long beak. Not just his feet, several tentacles were stuck together, rendering him nearly immobile. Thus the remaining projectiles landed solidly on him. The yellow liquid completely submerged him. In just a few seconds, a humanoid Amber was born. Why is the mosaic not moving again? Wait, why is there still yellow liquid dripping down all this? Report. I want to report that Brother Ma is doing beep beep. Can it mute, even in a dream? This duel is getting weirder. What exactly am I watching? They were completely confused about the current situation. At this moment, the mosaic kept covering the face, and the audience was speechless. Shall we take a look at that one below? They seem to still be fighting. Oh, right. I almost forgot there's still one match. Did anyone vote for that gunslinger and Little Bread? I didn't. Me neither. Then let's watch her. The butterfly beetle king lightly nudged with a bug leg, rolling the amber covered him onto the ground. It was quite satisfied with its masterpiece. Although it didn't understand why this human became more delicious later, it couldn't help but want to swallow him. But it always remembered its mission to spread and proliferate. That was its responsibility as a child of the bug. Extending its long beak, it aimed at the human trapped in amber. Several thin tentacles emerged from the beak, piercing into the amber. It slowly advanced within the amber until it touched the human's skin. The tentacles gently pierced beneath the skin, injecting a row of transparent bug eggs. The butterfly beetle king rubbed its insect legs, producing a pleasant hissing sound. The egg injection was complete. Just as it was about to retract the tentacles, an unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly lit up in its rudimentary brain. A shadow far larger than it suddenly loomed over from behind. Run, run, run. The commands in its mind were so urgent. But it was terrifyingly discovered. It couldn't move at all. It was actually bound by a skill. That damned human was clearly trapped in amber. How could he not be dead? At the critical moment, that pair of pink wings suddenly emitted countless flashes. From the eye-like patterns on the wings, 2 huge pink bug eggs were popped out and fell to the ground. In the next second, the enormous shadow suddenly engulfed the Worm King. It was an incredibly ferocious, giant mouth, its crimson muscle tissue turned inside out, revealing 2 rows of glistening, iron-like sharp teeth. It just rolled the butterfly beetle king into its mouth effortlessly with its crimson tongue. However, when the iron teeth clashed, they merely bit the Worm King into 2 pieces without chewing it to bits. The giant mouth licked its teeth in dissatisfaction. But its duty was fulfilled. The severed Worm King was too large for it to swallow. Reluctantly, it could only spit out the food it had almost consumed. It slowly vanished into the air. The severed butterfly beetle king weakly collapsed to the ground, its wings completely severed, and deep green liquid flowed from within. The deep green liquid spread out slowly, soaking the bottoms of the 2 bug eggs it had previously spat out. They trembled slightly, and then the pink shells began. As the green blood was absorbed from the bottom, the pink shells gradually turned into a light green. Crack! The shells were bitten open from the inside. 2 larvae of the elephant trunk bug with red heads emerged from the eggs. Their sturdy and powerful bodies crawled toward the body of the butterfly beetle king, following the direction of the green liquid as soon as they landed. Then each of them bit into the beetle king's flesh, creating a hole, and began to feast heartily. They were so focused on eating that they completely overlooked the amber in the corners slowly melting away. 5 minutes ago, Shirun had nearly been trapped to death due to his own care. Fortunately, in its tentacle form, it could still retain some oxygen for him to breathe. He originally planned to unleash the scorching body again to escape immediately. However, he didn't expect the beetle king to release its tentacles and lay eggs inside him. It was this opportunity that finally allowed him to unleash the roaring iron teeth's ultimate move. Only during the attempt did he realize that the closer he was to the target, the better the effect would be. The opponent was an elite-level enemy, while this was just a skill dropped by an elite. Shirin was afraid that the beetle king wouldn't die, so he had to take the risk of approaching its head, but inadvertently fell into a trap. Although he was a bit far away, he decided to use the skill. Otherwise, when he finally got out of the amber, he might not be able to dodge those liquid projectiles again. His senses were almost completely shut down because of the tentacles. He couldn't see the situation outside, nor did he know how much damage the 100 energy abyssal giant mouth had inflicted on the butterfly beetle king. With a 40 damage boost, the effect on the beetle king should not be too bad. However, after using the skill, the drastic decrease in energy made a certain negative effect more pronounced. Especially since he couldn't move now, it was pure torment. Fortunately, he had a 30 energy boost from his title. He could still unleash the scorching body again. As his body temperature rose, the surrounding hard amber slowly began to soften. Just in time, he would burn the eggs inside him to ashes. After a few more minutes, Shirin tried to move. The inner layer of amber had completely melted, and with a slight exertion, he broke free from his restraints. With his senses regained, he immediately checked his health, which was nearly depleted. He hurriedly gulped down a bowl of soup, but his health did not rise significantly. The effect of the title was still draining his health, indicating that the butterfly beetle king was not dead yet. Shirin extended 6 tentacles and scanned the surroundings. There was no trace of the butterfly beetle king. No sign of the beetle king. However, there was a large pool of green liquid on the ground. Looking toward the center of the liquid, there were 2 As Shirin walked over to take a look, he found 2 glowing deep pink chrysalises inside. What are these? Its offspring. He crouched down and poked the shell of the chrysalis, which was quite hard. He tried to put one in his backpack, but it was indeed impossible. If these cocoons were considered living beings, the larvae inside were melting and reorganizing. Could it be that the system judged living and non-living things based on consciousness? Even during the reorganization, if they still had some consciousness, could that be considered a soul? What a pity, otherwise he could have brought it back for Lan Lan to study. To create an army of butterfly insects or something. But if it were truly handed over to her, it was hard to say what would come of it. Shaking off this terrifying thought, Shirin could only continue to explore other methods. Looking at its hardness, even a dagger might not be able to break it. Should he simply use freezing spikes to freeze it? After some thought, Shirin decided against it. However, the frozen contents might not directly die, and they would still break free from the shell later. If he were to use it, he would have to wait until they came out. Moreover, freezing spikes might not be very effective against elite-level creatures. If these two eggs really were the Beetle King's offspring, they would surely be elite level once they hatch. How should he deal with them? He couldn't just wait around for them to mature, could he? Shirin propped up his chin and flipped through his inventory. Suddenly an idea struck him. Oh wow, he truly was a little genius. Without hesitation, he began to clean up the liquid and rubble on the ground nearby. He just happened to have a useful tool on him. Universal cleaning ball type, tool quality, green description, an extremely handy, soft, and versatile cleaning ball. Brought to you by the cleaning wisdom of the people from Hohu Island. Just a light wipe will clean up all types of stains, including blood, slime, oil, skin flakes, tiny fragments, and excrement. The cleaning ball will take care of all your cleaning troubles. This thing is basically a super tech version of a vacuum cleaner. It's great, but the downside is that it requires manual operation. But that's fine. Hey, there were two kids at home who were just free and could take on the cleaning tasks in the future. After clearing the area, Shirin took out the big fellow from his backpack. The space here was wide and the soil was solid, making it a perfect place. After selecting a location, he immediately chose to place it. A deep purple rectangular furnace suddenly appeared on the ground. White flames burned fiercely, bringing a chilling sensation that penetrated to the bone. As soon as the flames came into contact with the air, countless ghosts that had been forced to hide within were finally released. Freedom. Who? Don't think you can control us. This kid, looks quite tasty. Woo, woo. Countless ghosts swirled chaotically. Their voices were vague, comprised of humanoid and animal spirits. It was a chaotic dance of demons. As a result, the system had no choice but to pixelate all the screens. Hey, this is too much. I can't see anything. What is this? I'm not watching anymore. Refund. Why is the screen below gone? When did it end? I don't know, I was halfway through when I started shopping. I think Gun God won right. Shirin's duel had worn out everyone's patience. Many lost interest in watching the big screen and instead began to focus on exploring the Dream Realm shops. With a significant drop in attention, naturally no one would interfere with the battle situation. Gun God's victory seemed to be expected. However, not many had voted for their duel in the first place. Gun God also didn't receive anything and inexplicably bore the burden of a life. His frustration and despondency had nowhere to be released. Don't feel too bad, everyone here wants to live. It's not your fault. Someone stepped forward and patted his shoulder. The dazed Gun God glanced at the names above their heads, completely unrecognizing them. Who are you? We are. One of them whispered a name in his ear. Gun God widened his eyes, almost calling out loud. Shoo. The person blinked. Are you on a single island or a multiple island? Multiple. But there are only 4 of us on our island. Gun God hesitated, saying, they're not bad people, we get along fine. Then it depends on your choice. The person showed him a tool. This is a tool we acquired. If you're willing, you can come with us. Just with a glance, Gun God showed no hesitation. I agree. I definitely agree. Isn't it not windy? Why do I feel so cold all over? Shirin scratched his neck, feeling as if something was blowing on it. He had completely forgotten about the ghosts and was entirely focused on the crazy furnace. This furnace was quite thoughtful, as it came with a forging platform and was equipped with 2 hammers and various molds. The big hammer was almost the size of his fish gun, while the small hammer was even smaller than an ordinary hammer. He didn't know what material it was made of. It looked unremarkable, but it felt extremely cold and hard. After examining these treasures, Shirin was very satisfied. He picked up a cocoon and attempted to throw it into the furnace's opening below. The square furnace mouth was not too large, and he was worried about how to fit it in. Suddenly the cocoon was shrunk and easily placed inside. What is this? Bug. Ugh. I hate bugs. Woof. Woof. Add fire. Add fire. Idiot. The ghosts all crowded around to watch. Unfortunately, Shirin couldn't hear a word. He also noticed that the firepower seemed insufficient, as the cocoon showed no changes after being placed inside. Perhaps the old furnace had burned for too many years, lacking firepower. Speaking of fuel and power, Shirin actually had a way. He took out a pile of flowing fire stones and began to charge them one by one with his dagger. As soon as a spark ignited, he quickly tossed it into the furnace. After throwing in about 7 or 8 pieces, the fire in the furnace suddenly flared up. The The cocoon that had been lying steadily inside began to melt instantly. Seeing that it was feasible, Shirun didn't wait any longer and directly tossed in another cocoon. So fragrant. Where is this? Fire. Delicious. This kid is sensible. With new fire fuel added, the ghosts immediately lined up to return to the old house and start enjoying a feast. 2 pink cocoons had already melted halfway, revealing the murky green liquid inside. That was the completely self-dissolved larva. It should have been steadily reshaping its body into a winged adult. However, before the body could be fully formed, it was thrown into the furnace. At that moment, more firewood was added. A white flame erupted with a loud bang. The green liquid also began to melt. It was indeed burning. Suddenly, a sharp voice emerged from the furnace. Damn bastard. You foreigner, beep beep. Wait until you reach Insect Island. You I won't let you The liquid had already fused with the shell. The voice grew quieter, gradually fading into the crackling sound of the flames. That voice sounds a bit familiar. Shirun dug at his ears. He added 2 more pieces of firewood and suddenly remembered. It's him. What was his name again, that bastard? He thought for a moment, but couldn't recall the name of the man in the floral outfit. He gave up. However, from what this guy was saying, he was still alive. Forget it, whether he lives or dies is secondary. A winning is what matters. Shirun smacked himself on the face. This impulsiveness. This bad habit. The tentacle flicked, though he didn't know exactly where it hit on his head. Soon only 2 pieces of an unknown mixture remained in the furnace. Shirun pulled them out with tongs, almost resembling 2 pale green pancakes. Insect King placenta type, biological description refined from the pupae of the butterfly beetle king, containing powerful essence of the insect king. It can be used for the nutritional supply of parasitic or ovoviviparous creatures, and even serves as a decent crafting material. Oh ho, the placenta has been extracted. Shirun chuckled twice, putting away the 2 pancakes. Just as he was preparing to continue and forge a weapon, the system's voice rang out. Damn, I forgot this was the duel arena. Shopkeeper Huadai has 0 health, declared dead. Congratulations to challenger Ma Gu for becoming the winner. In the final vote count, winner Ma Gu received 26499 votes, less than loser Huadai. Congratulations to all voters for receiving a 264-fold vote return. At the same time, rewards for the winner 26400 island currency, special purple item 1, this duel arena has concluded. 1. I can't believe he won. Don't haggle with him. Look above. Ma Gu won. Ma Gu is amazing. Ma Gu is amazing. Ma Gu, look at me. Ma Gu, I'm your dog. Woof woof woof. Aren't you the bad dog? You're double dipping. Cheers erupted on the streets that had originally scattered. Although most of them had voted for Wadi, it didn't stop them from celebrating Ma Gu's victory. After all, they hadn't bet much, so losing was just losing. This was a challenger defeating the shopkeeper. Ma Gu had beaten the indigenous. Who wouldn't shout out in admiration for him? The initial fear and complaints about the dream realm had long been cast aside. The atmosphere now was hardly different from countless people began to celebrate right there on the street. As for how they celebrated, well, it might not be suitable for viewing. It's no wonder they were so excited. Upon hearing the system's voice, even the nearby shopkeepers were stunned. They looked towards the original location of Huadai's shop and stared for a while without seeing Huadai's annoying. What the hell? Huadai really lost. It's over, it's over. He was sent back to Insect Island. He still owes me 200. Do I have to go to Insect Island to collect? If you go, can you even come back? With his personality, he'd probably turn you into insect paste. Unlike the challengers, these shopkeepers had signed agreements with the system. When challengers caused trouble, they could request the system's intervention, which would personally punish the offenders. However, if they retaliated, they would enter the duel arena just like the challengers. They simply had one extra chance. If they lost, the Dream Master would not forcibly take. Instead, they would be sent back to their own islands and lose their shopkeeper status. Such situations had not been unheard of. The problem was this batch of challengers was clearly not yet at Tier 3 islands. Sigh. It's not that they didn't want to use items to help Huadai. It was just that there was nothing to gain from helping him. Would that item even return to him? It was like throwing meat buns to a dog. Once thrown, there was no return. After all, he wouldn't really die. Moreover, who would have thought he could still lose after summoning the Insect King? The shopkeepers exchanged glances, their expressions not looking too good. They originally thought that as the system's difficulty increased, these challengers would die off more quickly. Who would have thought this round still had experts? It seemed that the plan of reaping benefits at any cost was unfeasible. Who knows how many times they would see this group again? The scene before them changed. Shirun had appeared at the familiar counter. The tentacles had vanished, and his vision had finally returned to that of a normal person. The system must have cleared his status there, as everything had returned to normal. Fortunately, he had not forgotten to put away the crazy furnace at the last moment, otherwise he would have gone to confront the system. Aside from the duel arena notification, he also received 2 kill messages. You have killed Wadi Dream. You have killed Butterfly Beetle King Dream. Considering that the killed targets were dream embodiments, no kill rewards will be distributed. Challenger, please continue to work hard. Effort. Screw you. Give me back my rewards. Shuren was so angry, he nearly ground his teeth. The system didn't care what he was going through, directly going mute. After cursing for 3 minutes, Shuren's mouth was dry from cursing, and the system still didn't look his way. Just as he was about to rest against the counter to continue his tirade, the system returned. Detected that shopkeeper Huadai has lost shopkeeper qualification. Store number 069 on First Street is now vacant. Challenger Ma Gu will have priority selection rights. Rent for store number 069 is 500 island currency term. Would you like to lease? Shop. Shuren was momentarily stunned, then immediately overjoyed. This shop is mine. This is such good fortune. Without waiting for a response, the system reminded, rent for store number 069 is 500 island currency term. Would you like to lease? Countdown begins in 5 minutes. If no decision is made by the end of the countdown, the store will be publicly auctioned. 459458 Lon Lon. Lon Lon. Seeing the system starting the countdown, Shuren hurriedly shouted. Lon Lon seemingly didn't know where to take Luo Luo and was not seen at the counter. He walked out onto the street. After looking around, he discovered the two were actually speaking with two unfamiliar men next door. What the? Who are these two? He took a closer look at the names floating above their heads. Follower of Flesh Diamond Body. How did you two get together? Wait, how did the four of you get together? Huh, Ma Gu. The man with the follower of Flesh name quickly spotted him. This kid was pretty much as he had imagined. Tall and strong with a somewhat rough appearance, he looked like he could eat a lot. Beside him, Jean, he was even more refined in contrast, his face youthful and tender, resembling a pure and innocent young man. Although he didn't know how they had come together, Shuren was now in a hurry, extremely anxious. He had no time to listen to their stories. Lon Lon, come with me for a moment. Hurry, hurry. He rushed over, grabbing Lon Lan's arm and pulling her back. Luo Luo nearby hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Why are you in such a rush? Hey, is your brain back to normal? Hearing her speak, Shuren realized Luo Luo's demeanor had returned to normal. However, it was a matter of utmost urgency. The system wouldn't wait for anyone. There's no time to talk. You both come here, hurry up, there's no time. Leaving that line, he hurriedly brought Lon Lon back to store number 069. There was only a minute and a half left on the countdown. Come, touch the counter and see if you can bind it to you. Shuren pulled Lon Lon to the counter. Seeing his urgency, Lon Lon didn't ask, placing her hand on it. Detected that Lon Lon belongs to Challenger Ma Guess Island, qualifying for selection. Rent for store number 069 is 500 island currency term. Would you like to lease? Lease. This shop belongs to you. Lon Lon exclaimed in surprise. Shuren swept his hair off his forehead, laughing heartily. Let's call it a trophy. You should have some money on you, right? Let's rent it right away. Lon Lon nodded. Thanks to Shuren, she could now be considered a wealthy woman. With the 3300 from the previous round, plus the 100 given by Shuren, and after deducting the 100 she gave to Luo Luo, she had invested a total of 13200. With the 264-fold return plus her initial investment, she now had over 3 million island currency. I'll rent. Received confirmation reply, 500 island currency has been automatically deducted. The ownership of store number 069 on First Street has been transferred to Lon Lon. Welcome, shopkeeper Lon Lon. As the voice faded away, the exterior of the store suddenly transformed. The colorful decorations on the walls twirled into a mass and transformed into butterflies that took flight. The earthen walls began to flip layer by layer, with each clay brick revealing a lustrous shell-like sheen. Pearls hung from the eaves, creating a cascading curtain of shimmering. The roof began to rise, piled high with countless shells supporting an enormous colorful pearl shell. It even opened and closed slowly, exhaling a stream of colorful bubbles with each breath. In just a few breaths, the originally quaint woodland cottage transformed into a pearl shell dwelling radiating vibrant light. The only strange thing was that two heads had inexplicably popped up on the counter. One large and one small, swaying their heads on the counter, they resembled the popular bobblehead dolls from the past. Those two faces were none other than Lu Jiarong and Xiao Jia. However, these two were probably not the real deal. They neither spoke nor blinked, simply resembling two decorative pieces. It seemed that this was how they were envisioned in Lon Lan's mind, hence the system replicated them. Shuren's eyes lit up, eager to sneak into the counter for a look. Warning: you are engaging in prohibited behavior. Entering the store requires the owner's consent. Wait, aren't we from the same place? Does this really require consent? This broken system really lacks flexibility. Shuren helplessly dropped his legs and turned to look at Lon Lon. Lon Lon was quite satisfied with the system's rules, lifting her chin. All right, you can go in. With the owner's approval, Shuren successfully crawled into the counter. Luo Luo and the others at the door were also stunned by this transformation. Wow, this is so beautiful. She immediately started chattering upon entering. Sister Lon, is this yours? So amazing. Upon hearing her voice, Shuren's head popped out from the counter again. By the way, I didn't get to ask earlier, how did you recover? I'm not quite sure, it seems like. Luo Luo replied in a daze, pointing at Zhang Biaoi and Jin He. Jin He quickly waved his hands. It wasn't my effort, it was all thanks to brother He. Oh, it was just a casual thing. Zhang Biaoi scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. I happened to encounter someone just like her before. Seeing them in that state, I thought it would be wise to buy 2 soul-repairing items nearby, just in case. And look, it came in handy, ha. He said it lightly, but those 2 items must have cost a pretty penny. Luo Luo knew he was probably too shy to ask her for money, so she immediately said, "Thank you, brother. When we get out, I'll transfer it to you." Although she had no idea how much the soul-repairing items cost, she knew they couldn't be cheap. She subconsciously glanced at her account and was taken aback. Why do I have so much money? Over 20,000. Did money fall from the sky? Lon Lon exclaimed. Oh, I forgot to tell you, this is from the votes for Brother Ma. 100. 100. 26400. Yes, 26400. Wow. Brother Ma, you are amazing. Luo Luo shouted excitedly, rushing to hug Shuren. Fortunately, Lon Lon was quick to grab her. Be careful, there's a table in between. Oh heh. Luo Luo stuck out her tongue, unable to resist counting her money again. Jin He quietly leaned over to Zhang Biaoi and said, we earned over 200,000. Should we still ask her for this small amount? I didn't think she would pay it back. Since they are all friends of Brother Ma, I feel bad making a profit from her like this. While they were talking, they were unaware that the store's dazzling transformation had attracted many people's attention. Some uninformed individuals thought that it was the shopkeeper who had just gone online. They had no idea that this was actually the store of Huadai. Those in the know immediately lit up with excitement and gathered around. The original shopkeeper is Ghana, who has opened a new shop. Could it be Brother Ma? Wow. I didn't expect Brother Ma to be so romantic. Is he trying to create an oceanic wonder? If that's the case, does that mean defeating the former shopkeeper would allow one to own the store? Oh, brother, you should wake up. Among those present, which one can you defeat? Let's go take a look. This store is beautiful. It's on a whole different dimension from this street. As a crowd surged forward, Shuren quickly retreated into the counter. As the store owner, Lon Lon was naturally supposed to stand behind the counter. She deftly flipped inside and casually patted the large head on the table. The large head suddenly opened its mouth and called out, "Welcome, wow. It can talk." Before Luo Luo could reach out, she was suddenly shoved aside by others. Where is Brother Ma? Where is he? Huh, isn't this Brother Ma's store? Wow. Gorgeous lady, the store owner is simply my dream girl. Ahem, step aside, let me through because I'm handsome. You shameless one, come out and duel with me. The crowd, initially disappointed by Brother Ma's absence, was quickly captivated by the beautiful owner. Even without any merchandise, they still wanted to chat for a bit. Lon Lon felt helpless. The system reminded her that she had to stay in the store, which was probably the only constraint on the shop owner. She gestured for Shuren to go first. Shuren looked around and discovered that there was a back door in the partition. He sent messages to the 3 outside and then slipped out through the back door. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find that it connected like a magic door to the plaza. He didn't know if it was random, but he ended up at the entrance of the East Plaza. Strange. The shop owner clearly couldn't leave the store. Oh, what was this door for? Shuren recalled that the Iron-Head couple had entered through the partition to retrieve their items. Surely they couldn't be getting everything from this door. It really was a magic door. He stepped out only to look back and find the door had vanished. Behind him was the bustling street. After waiting for a while, Zhang Biaoi and Jin He quickly arrived. Luo Luo said she had to watch over Sister Lon to ensure she wasn't bullied and did not follow. After the 3 regrouped, they discussed and decided to head to the store where Jin He wanted to buy items. Zhang Biaoi mentioned that the store where he bought the repair items was on the 3rd street. According to him, that store was the only one in the dream realm selling soul-repairing items. The source was confidential. Hearing this made Shuren both angry and amused. That flamboyant man was indeed not honest in his words, even deceiving him into thinking that there was a store selling such items on the 1st street. He must go to Insect Island and teach him a lesson. Following Jin He, they entered the 4th street. The style here was relatively uniform, overall light-colored, which suited the colors of the dream realm. The item he had his eye on was in a metal shop filled with blueprints. The shopkeeper was a machine who seemed quite approachable, but actually had a terrible personality. Not only was he unwilling to bargain, but he also ridiculed Jin He as a lowly being from a poor countryside. Indeed, in the eyes of these mechanical beings, everyone present was garbage. Only the shopkeeper of the elemental life next door could hold a decent conversation with him. Upon arriving at the entrance, they indeed saw the 2 chatting. The elemental shopkeeper was a native of Cloud Island known as a Nebulan. The metallic shopkeeper, on the other hand, was from Matrix Island. It was entirely unlike a human, constructed from precise metallic parts, slender and intricate, with hands made of multiple movable sharp hooks for detailed operations. Upon seeing Jin He, the light strip in the center of its head lit up. It let out a laugh reminiscent of metal rubbing against metal. You again? What does it came to pull your money together? Looking at the 2 people beside Jin He, it laughed again. Now that Jean he had money in his pocket, seeing its smug face made him want to take out a pile of island currency to Fortunately, he held back and simply huffed. Bring out the random jump knob and designated island map I saw before. He slammed his hand on the table confidently. I want them all. The mechanical shopkeeper scanned him up and down. It then glanced at Zhang Biaoyi and Shirin. It surprisingly came to a conclusion. Humans really have no bottom line. They can even sell their bodies. What the heck? Humiliation. The mechanical shopkeeper's visage flickered with a jaundiced glow. A cold voice intoned that a new accusation had been logged. Humiliation, accuser Jingangshan. The record was complete. The mechanical shopkeeper nodded, remarking that this was novel. Ignoring Jean He's furious expression entirely, it produced 2 devices and resumed its work. It was an exquisitely crafted mechanical component, faintly revealing a kinetic mechanism. It appeared broken, and the shopkeeper was in the midst of repairing it. Shirin watched for a while and gleaned a hint of technique from its practiced motions. The system notified him that he had grasped the craft of mechanical constructs and learned mechanical repair. Is this possible? Shirin suppressed his excitement, pinching the corners of his mouth closed. He cleared his throat and kept his gaze fixed on the shopkeeper's hands. Unfortunately, the system offered no further prompts. Still, he had understood the finesse of those movements. Human fingers were too coarse and too few-jointed. Many of those maneuvers might be beyond his own capabilities. Mage, what are you staring at? Zhang Biaoyi tugged him and urged him to look at the devices. Shirin's observation was interrupted, but he bore no ill temper. After all, he had already learned what he needed. Both devices were strange in form, perfectly aligned with a mechanical aesthetic. Random leap knob. Type construct. Quality purple. Description breaks the fetters of distance, enabling island jumps in a random forward direction. Its maximum reach could not surpass the mist belt. Turn the knob to activate. Each use requires recharging with a minimum recharge time of 15 days. Wishing you a pleasant journey. The trinket gleamed silver-black, triangular in shape with a golden knob at its center. Jean he had intended to buy this since the other device carried stricter conditions. Designated island map. Type construct. Quality purple. Description records innumerable island positions and offers real-time positioning. Once the correct island is selected, it enables fixed tracking. Selected islands must meet the following conditions. 1. You must know the correct island name. 2. The island must lie above the island you currently occupy. 3. You must have had some contact with any person or object on that island. After use, your island will automatically travel to the target island and will not stop at islands encountered en route. Each use requires the payment of the corresponding island coins. The destination of those coins is undisclosed. This device is less a map than a display screen. About the size of 2 palms, with a voice input panel on the left, a silhouette map of countless islands in the center, and a coin slot on the right. Nearly the entire casing was woven of some special golden thread. Its hardness was formidable. Shirin pressed with 80% of his strength and could not dent it. Tempted, he asked what metal it was made from. The mechanical shopkeeper glanced at him and softened its tone slightly. The metal is not for sale, the shopkeeper stated. You may only purchase the device. It was clear this was a monopolized alloy not supplied to outsiders. Even if Shirin desired it, he would not be sold the metal itself. He felt a twinge of disappointment, yet even without the metal, Shirin remained intrigued by the device. Before he could speak, Jean, he generously tossed down 25,000 island coins and bought the 2 devices. The random leap knob cost 1,000. The designated island map cost 15,000. The mechanical shopkeeper pocketed the coins and hummed twice. So you raked in some money. Useless Wadi, the shopkeeper grumbled. You knew all along, didn't you? Jean he furious accused that the shopkeeper had deliberately humiliated him earlier. This time the shopkeeper paid him no mind and concentrated on its repairs. Jean he thumped the table twice in anger. Seeing the shopkeeper activate shielding mode, he sullenly scooped up his devices and turned away. He waved the designated island map at Shirin. Mage, take this when we get out. Don't be too polite about it, he said. Who would be polite? Well, settle it once we're out. Shirin cut him off. If the system recognized it as a transaction, it would be troublesome. His luck was too poor to gamble with fate's wheel. At the side, Zhang Biaoyi grew anxious at the scene, thinking that since had known Mage longer and had also earned some money, he could not leave without, but all he had left was a single vial of soul-mending elixir. After a moment's thought, he offered, now that Xiao Jin's matter is settled, come with me. Shirin and Jean he had no objections. He wanted to visit the stall that sold soul-mending goods as well. Just as they stepped out, the system's voice returned. The Dream Realm is about to end. Oh, challengers and shopkeepers, please conclude your transactions immediately. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. 1, 0. Today's Dream Realm has ended. Next Dream Realm opening in 5 days. The Dream Realm runs on a 5-day cycle. Challengers continue to strive. Hey, no way, wait. Zhang Biaoyi couldn't even finish his shout. The moment the system's message fell silent, the entire space began to tremble violently. Everything melted as if made of wax. From the sky descended countless blue waxy droplets revealing pinkish-purple clouds within. Huge mouths clung to the clouds and opened wide. From the melting crowd, patches of gray matter began to rise from some bodies. Those gray substances coalesced into a gray river and surged into the enormous mouths. The fragments were likely the price paid by those who had not cast. They were collected only at the very moment of departure. The giant mouths chewed the soul fragments with evident satisfaction, wearing smiles of pleasure. None of this escaped Shi Ren's demonic eye. He watched the devouring mouths with an icy gaze until his vision finally blurred. After a brief darkness, he opened his eyes to a familiar sky. Checking the time, he found only 15 minutes had passed. It had indeed been a dream. In those 15 minutes, Lu Jiarong, who should have been watching the boat, had fallen into a heavy sleep. Only Xiao Jia darted about, circling the two of them in set. When she saw Lan Lan awake, she clung to her joyfully. Finally, it's over, Lan Lan murmured as she rubbed her forehead and let out a long, relieved breath. Heaven knew how vexing those people had been. Still, next time, they might manage to procure things to sell. The shopkeepers themselves seemed able to trade. Oh, she had found a contact list behind the counter. But she had no time to study it before the dream realm ejected them. It seemed the time one could spend there was limited. Are you all right? Shi Ren noticed the fatigue in her eyes and said it's a pity Xiao Jia and the others couldn't get in. They could have watched the stall. I'm fine, she replied. It was just too crowded. She shook her head to indicate she was unharmed. Satisfied that she was all right, Shi Ren checked his messages. Jean, he had already transferred the purchase devices. Jean, he messaged that the dead fungus was arriving and that he would use the device to teleport shortly. He promised to update Shi Ren once he reached the new location. Shi Ren replied that he should report back once safe and that they would meet again in the dream realm in 5 days. Having sent the message, he produced the designated island map and showed it to Lan. This is from Jean. It will come in handy, he said. But first I have to go see the fish folk. Once their problem is resolved, well, proceed. Lan Lan read the item's description and immediately grasped where he intended to use it. You really intend to go to Kunchong Island? She was not especially surprised, only uneasy. During their time together, she had learned that this fellow could not tolerate the slightest provocation. If someone provoked him, he would not rest until they were either killed or thoroughly humiliated. But Kunchong Island? Little information had leaked about it, and that secrecy invited worry. I also want to check Taidun Island and the Juzhen Archipelago. Both should satisfy the conditions, he said. Shi Ren nodded and added that they would visit Kunchong Island first. He had made up his mind, and Lan Lan would not stop him. Besides, they were not leaving immediately. By the way, he said this came from melting the pupa of that huge insect. Take it and use it. Mentioning Kunchong Island reminded Shi Ren to hand over the insect king's placenta to her. It's a pity the freshwater issue isn't solved. Oh, we'll have to hope for the next dream realm and conserve the rest. Lan Lan accepted it and flinched at the energy fluctuations emanating from the placenta. Is this the power contained in a single insect king pupa? It could easily sustain several capmantle jellyfish, she marveled. While Lan Lan continued to study the placenta, Shi Ren's watch suddenly pinged with a private message. It was Zhang Biaoyi. Meiji wrote, I don't have time to bring you more. Please accept this. He had actually traded his remaining vial of soul mending elixir to Shi Ren. Soul repair fluid. Type food. Quality purple false. Description: extracted from the sap that drips from the moon tree. It has excellent healing properties for injured souls. Consuming it will slightly enhance sensitivity to moonlight at night. The more you consume, the more you will be attracted to the moonlight. Please control your intake. Attracted to the moonlight. It sounds like one might turn into a werewolf. The false behind the purple quality made him a bit uneasy. There was no way around it. The last time he encountered something marked with false was with the disguised treasure chest. The contents inside would scare even a deity of mischief. Hopefully the side effects of this item won't be too outrageous. After thanking Zhang Biaoyi, Shi Ren put the bottle away. However, the moon tree did remind him of something. Clearly this thing stood tall somewhere in the sky, yet they always overlooked it. He gazed at the distant blurry shadow, the long trunk reaching up to the heavens. Looking up, he couldn't even see where its crown was. He had no idea what this tree fed on to grow. It was essentially a tree that reached the sky. Since it was the lair of the Nightwing demon, there might be other demons and monsters living there. After watching for a while, Shi Ren couldn't help but feel a slight tingling sensation in the petrified area on his shoulder. He took a look and saw no changes. There was still only that part of his shoulder. He quietly exhaled in relief, quickly averting his gaze just in case. His backpack still contained the items won from the dueling arena. They looked quite adorable. It was a pink-purple Dream Beast doll, essentially a miniature version of those working Dream Beasts with a soft glow. Dream Beast doll special. Type tool. Quality purple. Description: a small nightmare doll, made by Dream Beasts. It can serve as a key. Consuming a certain amount of complete units of soul can unlock it, leading into the Dream Gap. The Dream Master welcomes you. This is a key to the Dream Gap. Shi Ren immediately recalled the false sky he had seen upon exiting the dream of space, filled with giant mouths of pink and purple. It certainly did not seem like a friendly place. Oh, by the way, is this really considered a reward? And the Dream Master? Shuren frowned. He wasn't fond of that guy either. Putting away the dream doll, he redid his betting. Lon Lon, who was attempting to connect the larva of the Insect King with the brain tumor, glanced at him, raising an eye. Aren't you still planning to sleep? Just admiring the sky, you am exhausted from the day. Shuren looked at her. Can you move your foot? A foot suddenly kicked at him. Having left the dream realm, the five finally returned to their island. They had made a hefty profit from the Master of Thousand Hands, and naturally went on to spend lavishly in other streets. One cannot deny that the Wandao market had plenty of good things. As long as you had money, it wasn't a problem to buy whatever you wanted. Even water. They found a shop selling fresh water. Although the quantity was small and expensive, it was a precious resource, so the owner's pricing was reasonable. With a sense of ease, they opened their eyes and began to tally their gains from the night. Someone pulled out the metal canister sold to them by the flower butterfly, looking quite disdainful. $3,000 for just this lump of dirt, what a scam. The person next to him shook his head. What can we do about it? Anyway, we made a profit, so don't worry about the 3,000. Lugu, have you checked the functionality of this thing? Another person asked. The person called Lugu was the leader who had made the transaction with the flower butterfly. Hearing the question, he scoffed. I did. This thing is just a common lump of dirt from some insect island. Damn, I knew it was a scam. The person in front who had expressed disdain spat out. Just throw it away. How it occupies space in the inventory and is a nuisance. He directly opened the metal canister and sniffed the dirt inside. It smelled just like regular soil. Nothing seemed amiss. Upon taking it out, he could confirm it was just a mixture of dirt and stones. Even throwing it on the ground would be excessive. He tossed the mud chunk into the bushes, but decided to keep the metal canister for storage. The five continued to check their items. They would be distributed among them under Lu Guest's leadership. Loaded with their haul, they discussed happily until midnight before excitedly going to sleep. The campfire gradually extinguished and light began to appear on the horizon. Suddenly the mud chunk in the bushes moved, but it seemed like an illusion. The next morning, before Shuren even opened his eyes, he was awakened by an intense itching sensation. It felt as though something was crawling on him. His chest, arms, neck. Almost the entire upper body was not spared. Damn, is this going to be some new kind of curse? Frightened by his own thoughts, he quickly opened his eyes. To his surprise, he found himself covered in sandworms, especially at the left shoulder and neck area where the most sandworms were gathered, but he felt nothing there. Wait, no feeling. Shuren hurriedly pulled down his collar for a look. The area that had been petrified was crawling with sandworms. He waved his hand to drive some away, only to find the gray area on his shoulder had spread. The entire left shoulder and part of the neck had turned a chalky gray, and it even spread down a bit. The gray area felt very hard to the touch. Shuren tried to move his neck. Turning left was very stiff, and he could only turn about 1/3 of the usual distance. The entire upper part of his left shoulder was nearly immobile, with only the joints of his left hand and arm still able to move. How did it get this serious overnight? Surely it couldn't be because he had looked at it too much last night. A hand touched his neck. Lon Lan's face appeared. Ushi examined the gray markings on Shuren's neck closely and gestured for size. It looks like it suddenly erupted. She tapped the gray area, which was quite hard. It should have been suppressed by your physical growth, and now it's at the level it should be. This area is not good. As long as your heart and brain are petrified, you're essentially dead. Then don't say it so calmly. Shuren swatted the sandworms on him, saying, help me think of a way, or if I go into the water like this, I'll have a useless arm, and the left side feels too heavy. No matter how he tried to shake off the sandworms, they wouldn't budge. If he swatted one away, another would crawl up from somewhere else, determined to stay on him. Lon Lon then noticed the oddity of these worms as she reached out to pinch one to check it out. Shuren hurriedly warned her, don't touch them, they can mentally attack. Then how come you're fine? Lon Lan's hand froze. He scratched his cheek, trying to think of how to explain this. Ahem, you might not know, but my mental state is a bit low. As he spoke, he subtly glanced at Lon Lan's expression. Unfortunately, Lon Lan's expression was too calm. He couldn't discern anything. Having a low mental state. You look quite normal, she said. Sometimes you can be quite impulsive, but that shouldn't be the main reason. Is something affecting you? Lon Lon pondered and asked. If I knew, I wouldn't still be low by now. Shuren flicked away another sandworm that crawled onto his face. The upside is I'm immune to mental attacks, which Lon Lon looked a bit speechless and stepped away from him. What's wrong? Shuren tried to turn his head to look, but his neck was stuck, and he couldn't turn at all. Afraid of getting infected by you, Lon Lon said, finding his situation amusing, deliberately stating. Hey, Shuren complained. If it could be contagious, it would have already spread. Got it, but you really can't go on like this. Lon Lon took out 2 pearls and crushed them, walking over. Give me your dagger, and by the way, ask your friend if he has anything with a holy attribute to give you. Seeing that Lon Lon indeed had a solution, Shuren immediately handed her the dagger, and then called Zhang Biaoi. He didn't know what that guy was up to at night, taking ages to reply. Today. How should I put it? If you need it, just take it. Zhang Biaoi sent over a few pages that were yellowed and old. These are some pages I glanced at just now. Take them, they should have some blessing effect. The blessings of this kid have always been bizarre, so it's not surprising that he took out a piece of paper now. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an ordinary sheet of paper with only a slight blessing from the Holy Master, likely because Zhang Biaoi had just looked at it today. He handed the paper to Lan Lan and asked, can it be used? Lan Lan glanced at it, said nothing, and only asked him to take off his shirt. He couldn't lift his left shoulder, but fortunately the clothes were loose enough that he could manage to take them off by tightening his elbows. All the sandworms on him were removed. This time they didn't crawl up again, but instead all surged into the pockets of his pants, treating it as their nest. With no time to care about these little things, he had just finished taking off his clothes and sat down when he saw Lan Lan brandishing a dagger at his arm. Bear with it, she said. Then with a swift motion, she cut off his left shoulder and arm completely. The pain was delayed. When he realized it had happened, the excruciating pain shot from the severed point to his brain, causing him to scream out. But Lan Lan's work wasn't finished, as she also dug out all the grayish parts from the neck and chest areas. The entire process was painless, almost exhilarating. Once she cleaned out the gray petrified parts, she gathered her strength to ignite the paper, mixing the ashes with pearl powder. The pearls here had been eroded and their properties had become peculiar, but fortunately they were still usable. She evenly spread this powder over the wounds on his body, which made him grimace. It's a miracle that he could still be alive like this. After applying it, Lan Lan inspected once more before allowing him to take out the items. The rapid repair spray became very useful at this moment, and Shirin had plenty of time. Lan Lan just needed to keep pressing the spray button against his severed area, and the pink mist would continuously repair his broken limb. The efficiency was quite good. In about the time it took to have breakfast, Shirin's new arm had nearly grown back. The newly grown part was a lighter gray, but the color still differed from the rest of his skin. The effect is already quite good. It should suppress it for a while, Lan Lan observed, and seemed satisfied. If you need to do something, you should hurry. The next outbreak will be worse. Shirin rolled his shoulder, feeling almost no effects. The only downside was that the side effects were a bit worse. Is there really no other way to deal with the curse? Shirin didn't want to turn into a statue. In fact, this problem wasn't unsolvable, just that the conditions were quite harsh. Curses are either dark powers born from malicious intent or punishments from the gods. If it's dark power, the simplest way is to find a holy relic to nullify the curse, but depending on the degree of the curse, the level of the holy relic required will also differ. At your current level, it would at least need to be a blue-grade holy relic, and it must have anti-pollution and curse-repelling effects. Now, there are very few holy disciples. Your friend is quite rare, but unfortunately, he can't be of much help right now. As for divine punishment, it must be lifted by the deity themselves. The good news is if the deity is willing to lift the curse on you under their purifying power, other curses will also be lifted unless you have other divine curses on you. So if I ask those three sisters to lift my luck curse, will the petrification curse also be lifted? Shirin exclaimed with joy. Lan Lan nodded. That's right, but don't forget you still have that earth demon curse on you. That one doesn't matter. Shirin waved his hand. There aren't any dark creatures nearby. Then it seems you have a clue. Hee hee. Shirin couldn't help but laugh. Do you remember the statue I told you about? I suspect that's the statue of the Gorgon sisters. That fishman keeps calling for the goddess, so it must be true. Seeing him so happy, Lan Lan almost felt guilty for dousing his enthusiasm. Gods can be quite temperamental, so don't get your hopes too high, she hinted. Especially since those fishmen were also cursed and restricted. Now that Shirin was going to help, the deity might not be pleased to see that. Desecrating a statue could also be considered a crime. If Shirin were to steal the statue, he would probably be heavily punished, right? But these thoughts could not dissuade Shirin. If not stealing the statue, he could boldly go and take it. That kid had returned to report, so he should be welcome this time, right? Alright, I'm going down to take a look. Wait for me to come back. Shirin took the oxygen device from the warehouse. He had a bit too much gear on him, and Lan Lan's space was limited, so he could only leave the cleaning ball island map and soul repair liquid on the ship. Since Lan Lan got the Worm King placenta, she seemed to have some ideas and was studying how brain tumors reproduce. When Shirin heard this, he almost spat out what he had just eaten. Isn't that thing dead? How can it still reproduce? He thought Lan Lan should have enough with the fertilized eggs inside. Why did she need to use it for reproduction? Lan Lan explained these brain tumors are individual brains and strictly speaking are not lifeless. Their reproductive functions are still quite healthy. The point is that creatures hatched directly from fertilized eggs may not be obedient. Those born from reproduction will have absolute loyalty to her, making them more suitable at this stage. After hearing her words, Shirin couldn't help but worry about what he would see when he returned. Could you please not use anything too strange for reproduction? He couldn't help but urge her. Lan Lan was silent for a moment before saying, I thought as long as you didn't have to do the reproducing it would be fine. Shirin surrendered. You can use whatever you want to, just spare me. Lan Lan waved her hand at him, urging him to hurry and leave. The recent weather had warmed up quite a bit, and the air temperature had increased. Today's weather, clear time morning, 10 hours, until sunset. Air temperature, 1931 C. Abyss ocean surface temperature, 2027 C. The rising temperature makes creatures more prone to restlessness. When Shuren entered the sea, he could clearly feel the change in water temperature. It was much warmer than when he first arrived. There were also more small creatures in the sea today. He casually grabbed a passing furry creature and curiously took a look. It turned out to be a long-haired sea urchin. Long-haired sea urchin, erosion level 5. Type creature description: a sea urchin with spines that have turned into long soft hairs that can strangle passing small fish and shrimp, stealing their nutrients. Hard on the outside, soft on the inside, and delicious when eaten raw. It's a rare delicacy. This little thing used its long hairs to tightly grip Shuren's fingers, trying to bend them. This little force was nothing, as Shuren simply used his dagger to cut the hairs and then tossed it into his backpack. This would be sweet and perfect for dinner with meat. After catching more than a dozen sea urchins, he continued to dive. Now that he was in the sea, he might as well put in a little of the erosion core he had obtained last time. 15 erosion cores separated into 7, which gave 3,500 energy. Now the island wouldn't lack energy for a while. However, after circling around, he still hadn't seen any signs left by the fishmen. The underwater scenery here was quite monotonous. Logically, something obvious should be marked so it wouldn't be so hard to find. Relying on his vague memory from last time, Shuren slowly swam to the spot where he had emerged from the current. There were no obvious markers nearby. The fishmen clearly said he would know upon seeing it. Could it be that they were deceiving him? But he thought it shouldn't be the case. He was there to help them, and with the one-eyed giant as a witness, there was no need to be wary of him. After circling around again, there was still no yield. Shuren was somewhat annoyed. Was this guy reliable or not? Would he have to figure out a way down by himself? Forget it, let's check beneath the current. He hadn't searched there yet. Suppressing his impatience, Shuren swam downwards. Beneath the current was a forest of stone towers made of countless marine stones growing from the depths like irregularly arranged stone pillars. It was a bit deeper down here, and Shuren had never drilled through such a forest before. In the distance, he seemed to hear a song. Listening carefully for a while, Shuren's doubts grew deeper. He seemed to have heard correctly. It was indeed a song. How could a song come from the depths of the sea? Surely it wasn't some child who had dropped a music box here. Even if he couldn't understand the content, the clear and transparent melody was enough to attract anyone who heard it. This made him think of some legends about sea monsters or mermaids. However, the song seemed to have no enchanting effect, and Shuren received no mental attack alerts. It appeared unrelated to any sea demon. As he groped down a stone pillar, the surrounding seawater became denser, wrapping around Shuren more tightly as he descended. The song grew closer, yet its sound spread over a wide area, making it difficult to pinpoint its exact location near any particular stone pillar. Shuren felt some depressions and severe wear marks on the pillar, indicating it had clearly been struck repeatedly over time. He became alert, as this likely indicated the presence of predators nearby, and they were quite large. Due to the poor visibility on the way down, he put on the fiery stone necklace around. The red glow was like a faint beacon, igniting a torch for the monsters hiding in the darkness. He was essentially a living target. Shuren hesitated, but ultimately did not remove the light source, fully aware he was acting as bait. The song floated gently closer. He had already gripped a dagger tightly, silently building up his strength. After waiting for a moment, the song continued to hover at a distance, seemingly trying to lure him intentionally. He observed his surroundings, finding no strange shadows attempting to approach him. The absence of any threats made him more cautious. His current state was capable of handling many situations. After considering for a few seconds, Shuren decided to use his omnidirectional perspective to take a look. The 20 energy cost was a small price for peace of mind, allowing him to get a clearer understanding of any potential. Once the omnidirectional biological perspective was activated, it lasted only a minute. As his vision turned black and white, he immediately scanned around and below. At a glance, he immediately discovered the source of the so-called song. Just below him, beneath another pillar, a massive stone platform was rooted among these sea stone pillars. On the platform rested a white treasure chest entwined with deep green seaweed. Upon seeing this chest, Shuren felt a moment of excitement, but when he noticed the surrounding white figures adorned with bones, his smile faded. A gigantic sea serpent coiled around the surrounding sea stone pillars, its body extremely long, with its tail hooked beneath the treasure chest, constantly sensing changes on the platform. It held its head high, the slit-like opening in its throat vibrating continuously. That was its vocal cords, the source of the enchanting song. Like a true singer, it would pause after each verse to rest. Yet Shuren could see clearly that during those pauses it merely circled around quickly to ensure it hadn't missed any prey. Though sea serpents typically have poor vision, it was excessive for it not to see the chest from such a distance. Sea serpents are usually venomous, with some possessing venom that is 200 times more potent than that of a king cobra. Not to mention, given the size of this sea serpent, it wouldn't even need to waste venom. It could swallow an adult whole in one bite. Shuren was not keen on taking any risks. Without any antidotes, if he were to be poisoned, he would likely have to rely on continually consuming medicine to maintain his health until the venom was expelled. But how could he excrete venom that entered through his muscles? Would he have to self-destruct again? Thinking back to that time he had to self-destruct against the box jellyfish, Shirin honestly did not want to experience that again. Yet upon seeing the treasure chest, his brain began to wrestle again. It was a treasure chest, the second one he had encountered. The first chest was clearly nothing good, but this one was different. It had a monster guarding it. Could a treasure chest guarded by a monster contain anything inferior? That sea serpent was a certified guarantee of a treasure chest. With a chest like that in front of him, he found it hard to refuse. At worst, he could take it back and let Lon Lon open it. Her luck was definitely better than his. But how to take it? The sea serpent looked very cautious, almost completely guarding the area around the chest. In the water, Shirin had no confidence that he could outswim it. If a fight broke out, it was hard to say. It looked at least like an elite monster, probably on par with the box jellyfish. Wait. He suddenly remembered the group of sandworms hiding in his pants pocket. Could they be of use again? He reached into his pocket, but felt nothing. Looking down, he was astonished to see the sandworms escaping through the seams of his pants. No, how did they know what I wanted to do? Shirin watched helplessly as they quickly flew away, seemingly afraid he would really throw them at the sea serpent. They had been quite brave against the jellyfish, so why did they all run from the sea serpent? This left Shirin somewhat puzzled. Considering these sandworms were brought from the bone graveyard, could they have some connection to the fishmen? This cluster of sea stone pillars was right below where the fishmen emerged from the undercurrent. They shouldn't be unaware of such a thing below. Yet that one-armed fishman hadn't mentioned it. It didn't seem like they had forgotten to mention it. Rather, it appeared they instinctively chose to ignore it out of fear. In any case, Shirin couldn't rely on the sandworms now. He would have to rely on himself. The minute for the magical eye skill quickly elapsed. Without vision, Shirin could only rely on his memory to think. Surprisingly, he actually came up with a plan. He did not recklessly dive down, but instead turned around to swim upwards. By the time he returned to the pillar, he was already riding on the back of a giant bone fish, firmly gripping it. The dagger was embedded in its skull. Oh, like its predecessors, it had not escaped the fate of being controlled by the dagger. The dazed giant bone fish allowed Shirin to manipulate it obediently, swimming downwards. As they approached the stone pillar platform, Shirin could feel a gaze locking onto him. Or rather, it was locking onto the giant bone fish beneath him. The water pressure here was a bit much for the giant bone fish. Its body trembled continuously and blood seeped from its bones. This undoubtedly provoked the sea serpent lurking in the shadows. As they neared the treasure chest, Shirin keenly sensed a change in the water flow. He immediately drew his dagger, awakening the giant bone fish from its stupor with excruciating pain. In unfamiliar waters combined with the pain, the giant bone fish plunged into a state of panic. It almost immediately tried to flee upwards, but it was already too late. The sea serpent, having surrounded this area long ago, suddenly shot out from behind the pillar, its large mouth lunging at it. Seizing this opportunity, Shirin immediately swam to the treasure chest and tossed it into his backpack. It was unclear whether the mechanism was beneath the chest or if the sea serpent's tail had never left the platform. The sea serpent, which had originally been tightly gripping the giant bone fish, suddenly stiffened all over. It immediately released its prey and turned to look at the platform. Upon seeing the empty platform and the fleeing thief, the sea serpent went mad. It let out an angry hiss, violently striking its tail and crashing into all the surrounding stone pillars. Shirin dared not continue watching. He switched to the fish spear and thrust it directly into the pillar. He quickly pulled the line, trying to leave the platform's area as fast as possible. The lunging sea serpent snapped at air, directly crushing the platform before turning to chase after Shirin without looking back. The giant bone fish that had been bitten was already dead, but Shirin still collected it into his backpack as he passed. Continuing to use the fish spear to accelerate, the sea serpent behind was rapidly closing and making him wish he had two more hands. At that moment, the itch in his shoulder blades suddenly returned. Shirin almost cursed. Just when things were going wrong, this insatiable itch made it nearly impossible for him to resist scratching. Yet he couldn't afford to pause his movements. If he slowed down even for a second, the sea serpent behind would undoubtedly swallow him whole. At that moment, Shirin felt as though he had been split in two. One half was tormented by an overwhelming itch, yearning to scratch his shoulders fiercely. The other half was controlled by adrenaline, with the harpoon in his hand being fired and retrieved in a mechanical motion, almost as if there was no interval. Once he left the range of the stone pillars, a new problem arose. Within the range of the harpoon, where could he possibly escape quickly? There were unlikely to be any fish swimming nearby, leaving him with no opportunity to strike. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, Shirin made his move. He pulled out the sprayer and instinctively fired a shot backward. It was an entirely subconscious act, so fast that even he could not react in time. The focused sea serpent nearly failed to react as well. But it was only nearly. In the instant the ice spike shot towards it, it opened its mouth, its entire body suddenly jolting. A jet of thick green venom erupted instantly. This noxious mist rapidly spread through the water, completely enveloping the sea serpent's front. The ice spike merely touched the venom and was immediately corroded to nothing. The potency of this venom far exceeded Shi Ren's expectations. He should not have used normal reasoning to consider the creatures here. What kind of venom was this? This was pure concentrated sulfuric acid. Its effect rivaled high-temperature dissolution. If it came down to a real fight, Shi Ren's small physique would surely dissolve before it did. He had to escape for his life now. He turned back and fired another shot, starting to swim frantically upstream. With the water pressure above suddenly lessened, his speed increased, but the sea serpent would only be faster. In this critical moment, Shi Ren had to take a risky gamble. He gritted his teeth and charged directly into the undertow. As the water rushed violently past, he only caught a glimpse of the sea serpent frantically hissing outside the current. Shi Ren wanted to raise his hand and give a middle finger, but in the blink of an eye, even the serpent's shadow was gone. He crashed through the undertow, helplessly forced downward by the water. He had no idea how many bends he had passed, but after being tossed around, he finally realized that continuing like this was futile. Who knows where this undertow would lead? By himself, it would be extremely difficult to escape. He had to find a way to slow down his speed. What was in his backpack that could block the water flow? He was just about to contemplate when he suddenly remembered he had prepared something. When he reached the next bend, Shi Ren quickly pulled out the corpse of the giant bone fish from his backpack. The suddenly appeared massive fish corpse momentarily blocked the flow of water. In that instant, Shi Ren kicked the giant bone fish, successfully freeing himself from the undertow. Less than 3 seconds after tumbling out of the current, the fish corpse was swept away by the water, vanishing from sight. Yet he could not afford to relax. This was yet another completely unfamiliar environment. He found himself wedged between two massive stone walls, with the undertow slanting through an opening above and flowing out from below was an unfathomable abyss, and he had no idea how far this was from the actual depths. Clinging to the stone wall, Shi Ren began to swim upward. The itch on his back seemed to alleviate slightly. This sensation came and went, occasionally flaring up to a point that it felt life-threatening. The stone wall felt exceptionally smooth, unlike the wild stones outside. It was as if it had been polished by human hands. Moreover, he faintly heard singing. This made his nerves tighten. Could there be sea serpents here as well? He did not doubt that the sea serpent from above had pursued him. The undertow had twisted through several bends. If it could catch up, Shi Ren would have to concede defeat. If this singing came from the sea serpent, it would definitely be a new friend. That also meant there could be a new treasure chest here. Shi Ren this time did not struggle, succumbing to the greed within him as he swam toward the source of the song. At worst, he could just dive back into the undertow. If there were no fish corpses, he would think of another way. As he felt his way along the stone wall, he suddenly discovered a crack. The singing drifted faintly from the crack. It must be coming from inside. But this crack was too narrow. It was not even half the width of Shi Ren's head. He stretched his neck to look inside, but it was too dark to see anything. Just as he was about to shift his gaze to search for another opening, a faint glow suddenly appeared from the narrow crack. Gradually, more glowing forms swam over. They illuminated both sides of the crack, resembling blooming flowers. This was a group of glowing small jellyfish, somewhat resembling peach blossom jellyfish, but lacking any distinctive features. They slowly floated in front of Shi Ren, but did not drift out of the crack's range. It was as if they were drawn to him. He reached out and gently touched the jellyfish's bell, and it did not shy away, allowing him to touch it. Neighboring jellyfish corrosion, level 1, type creature description: jellyfish that like to circle around other intelligent beings, known as the good neighbors of mermaids. They had lived in the territory of mermaids for years, and when the mermaids perished, they too fell into slumber, waiting to be awakened once more. Compared to the mermaids described in the introduction, what truly attracted Shi Ren was the low corrosion level. Only one. In this vast ocean, a creature with such low corrosion value actually existed. Even in slumber, it should not be this low. Shi Ren stretched out his hand, trying to entice them out. But as soon as his hand left the crack's range, these jellyfish would not drift out no matter what. He also tried to grab one directly to pull it out, but the moment he showed such intent, the jellyfish would instantly raise their tentacles to sting him. If he really forced to capture his hand, would probably end up stinging and rotting. This only deepened Shi Ren's curiosity about the crack. Since they only lived in the territory of mermaids, did that mean this was indeed the domain of the mermaids? If they had perished, it meant there should be no one guarding here, and perhaps many good things remained. The only thing puzzling him was, where did that singing come from? The delicate singing continued to drift from within, differing slightly from the sea serpents. It sounded somewhat hoarse. Unfortunately, it was impossible to see inside clearly, and it was too narrow for Shi Ren to even stick his head through. He felt along the stone wall for a while, but found no handle or anything, let alone a keyhole or various openings described in adventures where one could put things in. The stone wall was remarkably smooth, practically seamless. Aside from this small narrow crack, it was otherwise flawless. As if realizing that Shirin could not enter, the jellyfish no longer lingered, but began to dance up and down with the song. Their glow changed as well, the colorful lights shifting surprisingly in harmony with the song. Watching this, Shirin finally realized something. Could it be that the trick was in this song? It was as if they were performing specifically for him. Based on this guess, Shirin finally began to listen closely to the content of the song. He could not grasp the meaning, but he could at least discern the phonetics. It did not resemble any human language, at least none that he recognized. The pronunciation resembled vibrations from the throat and chest with sounds popping from the tongue. He tried to imitate it, but it was quite difficult. Not because of similarity, but because he was easily choked by the seawater. This was different from merely mimicking mouth shapes in the water that could be trained. But singing. This challenging method was a bit much for him, as a purebred human. After attempting for a long time, he realized he had to take out the oxygen tube. At least he could produce one sound. Just as he emitted his first sound, the jellyfish swarmed, erupting with an intensely dazzling light. Unfortunately, it was only that one sound. The jellyfish gathered at the crack's mouth, eagerly awaiting Shirin's next syllable. Though they had no eyes, Shirin felt an undeniable gaze upon him. The bright glow was filled with anticipation. This made him feel immense pressure. He could only strive to imitate the second sound, occasionally gasping for oxygen, resting against the crack whenever he got tired. When he was finally able to produce the second sound, the jellyfish became even more animated. Not only them, but the original song grew nearer, seemingly eager for him to join in. Shirin took a deep breath of oxygen and produced the third sound. His singing voice wasn't particularly melodious, but it possessed a certain magnetism and his pitch was on point. The singing from within grew louder as an unknown creature did its utmost to showcase its performance, striving to let him discern every detail of each note. With the instructors putting in so much effort, Shirin felt embarrassed not to study diligently. Yet some syllables were exceedingly difficult to pronounce. He struggled for over 10 breaths just to produce the correct sound for the hardest one. It was exhausting. Heaven above, fighting monsters was already tough enough, and now he had to sing with the creatures of the sea. The last time he sang was probably back in college when he was at karaoke. He didn't even sing, it was laughable. He was the one eating the fruit. If one were to trace back, it would go all the way to the festive performances in kindergarten. After struggling and stumbling through 5 or 6 syllables, Shirin was truly at his limit. He made a pause gesture and tore a piece of viper fish meat from his backpack, swallowing it. Of course, he choked again. However, during the process of learning to sing, he gradually learned how to control his throat. This sensation was quite extraordinary. It likely related to the growth of his intelligence, and his academic abilities were elevated on another level. Considering the onlookers, he tore another piece of viper fish meat and tossed it into the narrow crevice. He wasn't sure if jellyfish consumed these, but he fed them anyway. To his surprise, the jellyfish swarmed around the fish meat and swam inside. The light disappeared for a moment, then floated back. That piece was likely taken inside. When the jellyfish returned this time, Shirin continued to feed them the torn fish meat. The one inside should have eaten its fill. This time the jellyfish surrounded the shredded fish meat, capturing it with their tentacles and delivering it to their mouths. The tranquil lunch period quickly came to an end. The dreadful singing lesson was about to begin. This time Shirin was fully alert. After mastering a few tones, he seemed to grasp the essence of this unique vocalization method. By the 10th tone, he was able to swiftly master the techniques of vocalization. He repeated the 10 tones he had already learned several times. Now he could sing through 2 complete lines of lyrics without obstruction, and by the time he reached the 3rd line, Shirin was even able to follow along. A thumping sound echoed from within, possibly caused by the singing creature's overwhelming joy. Heaven only knows how many tones this song contained, but Shirin had already touched upon the key. Some similar syllables kept recurring. He was learning faster and faster. After another 2 hours, he could stutter through most of the song from memory. You have mastered the underwater vocal technique and learned the song of the merfolk. Upon hearing the system's notification, Shirin was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. He had succeeded. He had finally succeeded. After a brief silence, Shirin took a deep breath and began his formal performance. The singing from the crevice halted. This time, he was also an audience member. A clear male voice resonated, transitioning from a deep, slow narrative to an exuberant, soaring crescendo. The ocean currents served as his accompaniment, carrying his voice far and wide. As this nearly forgotten song echoed once more, a multitude of strange-looking giant fish swam up from below. They quietly stared at the singing human before them, as if they could see distant figures reflected in him. Perhaps they had been irrevocably altered by the abyssal sea, but this song representing the ocean of your head never changed. As the song reached its peak, a beam of light gradually slid down the smooth stone wall. At first the light was faint, blinking out of existence in an instant. However, soon a brighter light emerged once more, rising and falling with the melody, leaving traces of song upon the stone wall. The entire stone wall began to tremble, The more intense the song became, the more blinding the light grew, and the wall shook more violently. By the time the song concluded, a deep rumbling sound echoed from the stone wall. The crevice slowly began to open from both sides. It turned out to be an enormous underwater door. No wonder it was polished to such. Nearly the entire stone wall shifted aside, revealing a vast hidden space within. Yet the magnificent scene he had imagined didn't materialize. It was eerily quiet inside, with only the occasional jellyfish drifting by emitting a ghostly glow. Compared to open sesame, this felt more like a slumbering giant beast opening its enormous throat. As the door swung open, the fish drawn by the song scattered in fright. It was only at this moment that they recalled the memories etched in their genes, fleeing frantically from this massive underwater palace. Shirin, who had not seen them the entire time, would never know how swiftly they had escaped. Faced with the unobstructed, unfamiliar space before him, he felt somewhat at a loss. Peering cautiously, he couldn't see where the singing creature had gone. The jellyfish from earlier floated up and down around him, seemingly waiting for him to take the first step. After all the effort exerted to open this door, it seemed improbable for Shirin not to enter. He gripped the oxygen tube tightly again and followed the jellyfish into the space. Once he fully entered, the stone walls on either side immediately began to emit sounds again, slowly closing. The Shirin was suddenly enveloped in darkness. The only light source came from the flowing firestone on his person and the swarm of jellyfish surrounding him. The silence was eerily. In this stillness, Shirin tried to hum the melody he had just learned. A stream of bubbles suddenly floated up from below, each bubble the size of his head. Before he could even express his surprise, two enormous light bulbs lit up from the darkness. Upon closer inspection, it was clear. These were clearly two gigantic eyeballs. Facing such large eyeballs up close, even Shirin couldn't help but feel a twinge, yet the jellyfish surrounded him, not allowing him to retreat. He began to wonder if he had fallen into a trap. Was all this fuss just to lure him in and kill him? A beam of light suddenly illuminated from below. Like a long-neglected lighthouse, the light flickered, then gradually intensified upward. This light was not blinding, it merely appeared dazzling in the darkness. Once all the lights were on, Shirin blinked slowly a few times to finally adapt to the brightness. An unprecedented spectacle unfolded before his eyes. The previously giant eyeballs turned out to be the eyes of a supergiant turtle. It lay upon an enormous platform adorned with corals and colorful shells, surrounded by a circle of vast hollow spaces. Looking down, he saw that the area below was covered with dome-shaped stone pillars decorated with colorful stones and pearls alongside various fish scales and coral fragments. The surrounding stone walls also featured round holes of different sizes. They seemed to lead to different spaces, but since there were no lights inside, he couldn't see clearly. What was truly astonishing was on the back of the giant turtle. There stood an enormous castle crafted from smooth, lustrous aquamarine stones towering twice the height of the giant turtle. Shirin looked up and found it nearly impossible to see the top of the castle. The coral reefs surrounded the giant turtle's back, securely enveloping the castle. The castle's grand entrance was forged from some peculiar golden metal resembling gold, yet the metal's texture was unlike that of gold. Various sizes of pearls adorned the entrance, forming the image of a mermaid, which was even three-dimensional. Two mermaids gazing at each other held a shell lantern, illuminating the entrance even more brilliantly. Such a magnificent and regal palace could undoubtedly be the residence of the merfolk royalty. The giant turtles, I turned, gazing at Shirin. The old tortoise's face, marked with deep crevices, unexpectedly displayed a look of astonishment. As it squinted to take a closer look at Shirin, that expression became even more pronounced. Seemingly in hesitation, it squinted its eyes for quite some time before finally opening its mouth to emit a deep, hoarse sound. This sound was so familiar. Shirin was stunned for several seconds before realizing that the voice he heard was the same as the singing he had just listened to. The one singing. Was this giant tortoise? Realizing that the giant tortoise might be trying to communicate with him, Shirin quickly took out a translation ball and placed it in his ear. But the problem arose: he didn't know how to signal the giant tortoise to sing again. Fortunately, the giant tortoise recognized this translation ball, and it slowly opened its mouth to call out again. Human. Oh, it even remembers humans. This old tortoise has quite a memory. Shirin felt a bit delighted. Being able to converse was wonderful. This translation ball was truly a remarkable invention from the depths of the sea. Luckily, he had already learned to vocalize without choking on water, though it was slightly strange to use it to speak Mandarin. Are you the tortoise chancellor? The instinctive first sentence slipped out uncontrollably. It truly wasn't his fault. The sea-floor dragon palace, giant tortoise. Wasn't this the tortoise chancellor set? Upon hearing this, a clear look of confusion appeared on the giant tortoise's face. Clearly, it did not understand the reference to the tortoise chancellor. But it understood that Shirin was asking about its identity. You can call me old guy. It emitted a long sound, its gaze slightly dazed, as if it had fallen into some kind of memory. This name is quite interesting. Shirin continued to ask, why are you called old guy? Is that your name? As soon as he mentioned name, it fell silent again. This time it remained silent for a longer period before slowly responding. Name. Too long ago. Old guy, that's how the great king called me. It only remembered the merfolk king. Looking at the splendid palace's exterior, Shirin could fully imagine how the merfolk lived here in the past. Just the outside was so rich he could only imagine what scenes awaited inside the palace. After some thought, Shirin asked, Old guy, can I go inside this palace? The words go inside seemed to trigger the giant tortoise. It abruptly stretched its neck, fixating its gaze firmly on Shirin. In a deep, hoarse voice it spoke with utmost seriousness, not merely advising but warning. You must never go inside. Forbidden to enter. Fearing that the human before it might ignore its warning, the giant tortoise raised its head, firmly blocking the entrance to the palace. From its expression, one could actually tell that it was not worried about Shirin robbing the place, but was concerned about the safety of both Shirin and itself. As if something extremely terrifying was locked inside. If that door were to be opened, everything would be doomed. This only piqued Shirin's curiosity even more. However, he still valued his life too much to make such an obvious mistake. What he was curious about now was, since entry into the palace was prohibited, what was the purpose of calling him in? It couldn't possibly be that the lonely old tortoise had no one to talk to for many years and simply wanted Shirin, who happened to pass by, to come in for a chat, right? Unexpectedly, the giant tortoise's words were even more bizarre than his guess. Human, the war. Is it over? It cautiously inquired, its eyes filled with fear and confusion about the future. In this dark, sunless seabed, it had spent far too many years alone, so long that it was close to forgetting what creatures outside looked like. The human before it had become its only channel for information about the outside world, although it originally thought it would be the merfolk. Faced with the giant tortoise's inquiry, Shirin for a moment didn't know how to respond. War? What war? It seemed like it had ended, but looking at the current state of the merfolk, it appeared that this so-called war had been lost terribly. This sea was also quite abnormal. Could it be that the abyssal invasion was a result of the war's failure? He scratched his head, trying hard to think of how to answer without hurting the old guy's feelings. It's been over for a long time, but it seems the merfolk have been controlled by some goddess and cannot come out at all. Goddesses? Why? Upon hearing Shirin's words, the giant tortoise was even more shocked. But how could Shirin know so much? Who knew what the Gorgon sisters were doing? Cursing the merfolk was one thing, but they also included him in the curse. This sea had been in this state for an unknown amount of time. The old tortoise had indeed been out of the loop for too long. It also sensed this from Shirin's silence. That's right, humans have such short lifespans, it's normal for them not to know these things. But how could the war have been lost? Its tortoise brain simply couldn't comprehend. After a long while it asked again then, where is the sea god? Where has the sea god gone? It had not felt any movement from the sea god for far too long. Not just the sea god, but the goddesses also seemed to have disappeared. It was completely unaware of what had happened outside. Unfortunately, Shirin did not know much more than it did. After all, he was still a newcomer to who knows where the damned sea god is hiding. Shirin had never seen any sign of gods in this sea apart from the abyss. He sighed inwardly, feeling that this lonely old tortoise was truly pitiful. Abandoned to live alone at the bottom of this sea, guarding a castle shell that could not be opened for an unknown number of years. Not even a person to talk to, it could only sing a song that no one knew how to sing anymore to comfort itself. Thinking this way, he couldn't help but feel a bit of pity for it may be ugly, but it was truly pitiful and adorable. The sea god. Who knows where he is? Perhaps he lost the battle and ran away, feeling too ashamed to stay here. Shirin chose to tell it the harsh truth. The giant tortoise opened its mouth, but couldn't produce a sound for a long time. It actually understood that this was the truth. It was just that when someone told it, it still found it hard to accept. If the merfolk were annihilated, the mermen were punished, and even the sea god disappeared. What then was the purpose of what it had been guarding? This sea no longer had a master. The palace it guarded so firmly had become a cage trapping it. It could neither choose to leave the palace nor abandon it, otherwise the seabed would face a disaster even more terrifying than the failure of war. But its lifespan was still very long. Perhaps it could only choose to fall into a deep slumber, ultimately ending its remaining days in sleep. Seeing that the giant tortoise's mood was off, Shirin hurriedly patted its face. Hey, this sea is mine now, don't even think about dying. The giant tortoise's pupils shook. It stared blankly at Shirin, almost thinking it had misheard. You are human. Human? Are you joking? How could a human become the master of the sea? It's a long story. Anyway, the system assigned this area to me. What can I do? Shirin scratched his head. Anyway, this territory is now under my management. Although for now, only the system acknowledges it, but given time, I will definitely be able to manage it. Territory. System. The giant tortoise clearly understood what this human was saying, yet completely couldn't comprehend what he meant. However, he seemed quite confident this sea really became his territory. The giant tortoise hesitated and asked, are you? No, you are the new sea god. It could only make such a guess. The original sea god had disappeared, so he might be the new sea god. Otherwise, how could this sea acknowledge a new master? But it could not see that this human possessed power comparable to that of a deity. It could only tell itself that perhaps the newly born deity was still too weak. After all, he might not have inherited the original sea god's authority. It completely did not expect that its words had also left Shirin puzzled. Goodness, this works too. Am I a sea god now? Shirin thought carefully. It seemed there was nothing wrong with him calling himself a sea god. If the entire sea was assigned to him by the system, then wasn't he the god of this sea? Even the god of the land is a minor deity after all. The logic was self-consistent. Shirin's confidence surged instantly as he nodded, saying, "That's right, I am the new sea god." The new sea god experienced this novel sensation for 2 seconds before immediately issuing the first command. "Ahem, old turtle, could you kindly offer me some of the treasures around?" At this, Shirin smiled and said, "Since no one is using them, managing the ocean is quite taxing for me as well. I should at least collect a tax, right?" The term tax was incomprehensible to the giant turtle, but it understood the notion of offering respect. Feeling ashamed, the giant turtle pondered what could possibly be worthy enough for the sea god. After much contemplation, it managed to unearth 2 eggs from beneath itself. Indeed, 2 turtle eggs. Upon seeing these enormous turtle eggs, Shirin was taken aback. "Why are you still just a female turtle? Isn't this going to be problematic? They still lack a house at home, yet the number of offspring keeps increasing." Just as Shirin was about to refuse, the giant turtle unexpectedly pushed the eggs back. After some more digging, it revealed a peculiar red egg. The outer membrane of the red egg was very thin, completely exposing the form of the creature slumbering within. The curled shadow needed no identification. Shirin recognized the identity of this creature at a glance. This was surprisingly a seahorse egg. Aren't seahorses supposed to reproduce in their brood pouch? How could this? Facing Shirin's question, the giant turtle appeared quite melancholic. "At that time, I had to follow the king to the battlefield, leaving behind this underdeveloped child. After so many years, forcing it into a deep slumber, it had unknowingly grown so big." It nudged the red egg and pushed it in front of Shirin. Without those 2 eggs, Shirin found himself concerned about. "What about those 2 eggs?" "Those are my children," the giant turtle explained. "Once I pass away, they will hatch. One will inherit my responsibilities. The other can be free." "How can you manage this with a 2-child family?" Shirin feared that the one inheriting the house would be enraged while the other could live freely. This house is a lifelong burden. Yet this was ultimately the turtle's family matter, and as a mere representative of the sea, he had no authority over it. The giant turtle clearly did not understand why Shirin displayed such a complex expression and thought he was unsure how to handle the red egg. It simply lifted the red egg before Shirin. "If you open it, it will see you and recognize you as its master." Why does this approach sound so familiar? Shirin poked the surface of the red egg, and as expected, information appeared. Red-crowned seahorse egg, corruption level 1, type biological. Description: a massive red-crowned seahorse egg in slumber within which the seahorse has matured. Before he could take further action, the giant turtle dug out another object from the coral. This item looked familiar, but was slightly different from what he remembered. Shirin picked up a string of golden straps and an unknown leather pad, falling into a brief silence. "Is this a saddle?" To his astonishment, the giant turtle actually nodded. It even corrected him. "This is a seahorse saddle specifically for the king, an entire set." Shirin's face contorted in disbelief. How infuriating. The merfolk are incredibly wealthy. Not only do they ride seahorses, but they also equip them with such luxurious saddles. Damn rich fish. With a blank expression, Shirin picked up the seahorse saddle and tore the outer membrane of the red egg. A surge of liquid instantaneously mixed into the seawater, and the long sleeping red seahorse floated out, opening its round eyes. It tilted its head, stared at Shirin for a moment, and suddenly called out, "Daddy." "Huh? What?" Shirin abruptly turned to the giant turtle. "Isn't this supposed to be about recognizing a master? Why is it calling me Dad?" The giant turtle responded with confusion. "What is the difference?" "What a huge difference. Do marine creatures just call anyone Dad?" Just when Shirin was about to speak, he was suddenly pounced upon by a red shadow. The jellyfish surrounding him scattered in a rush, unsure if they feared being stung or being crashed into. This seahorse was no small creature. Its head alone was half the size of Shirin, and it kept rubbing its head against him, nearly scraping his skin off. To his astonishment, it had 4 red protrusions on its head covered in golden spots, feeling quite rough to the touch. As it brushed against Shirin's face, he felt a sharp sting. Golden spotted red-crowned seahorse, corruption level 1, type biological, level tier 1 elite pseudo. Description: a newborn red-spotted seahorse that has been asleep for too long, possessing tier 1 abilities from birth, but still needing time to adapt to its physical changes. The royal family of the merfolk cherished this battle steed deeply, becoming the mount of a merfolk king, was the dream of every red-spotted seahorse. Yet this little seahorse newly awakened had its own dream to become its daddy's steed. After reading its description, Shirin felt a mix of excitement and speechlessness. With such an elite mount, who would dare question his identity as the sea god? He could directly ride into the fray. However, unexpectedly becoming a father was a bit too much. It made him seem like he had some peculiar preferences. Considering its young age, Shirin decided to correct it. You mustn't call me daddy, or call me master. Or you can call me big boss or leader, that works too. The seahorse poked Shirin's head with its long snout, quite pleased. Daddy, this little rascal. Do you know how painful it is when that snout pokes you? Shirin used all his strength to push it away. However, it appeared this little one had been suppressed for too many years. It seemed to have endless energy. Once Shirin strapped the saddle onto it, it began darting around, even swimming atop the giant turtle's head and butting it with its horn. The giant turtle, with its thick skin and sturdy flesh, assumed the child was merely playing with it. Its old face wore a gentle smile. Shirin clearly saw the seahorse trying to suck on it with its snout, but it was unsuccessful. The giant turtle probably thought it was just a tickle. One was hunting while the other acted as a kind elder figure. They truly couldn't find common ground to converse. The once quiet place was now bustling, and the giant turtle found itself lost. It watched Shirin being chased around by the seahorse and couldn't help but reminisce about the past. Even if memories faded, time always leaves traces. Yet it knew that yearning for this moment was wrong. After all these years, how could it not understand how a human could end up in such a deep place? There must be some difficulties involved. It was unclear what the outside world had become, but there was one thing it could help with. Sea God, do you have a place you need to go? As Shirin was busy dodging the seahorse, he heard its question and paused. As a result, he was knocked over by the pouncing seahorse. He rolled over several times before coming to a stop. He quickly embraced the rushing seahorse's head and spun onto its back. The instant he grasped the reins, the memories embedded in its genes instantly awakened. It abruptly halted, quietly ceasing all movement in response to the pull of the reins. Shirin was quite pleasantly surprised to stroke its head. It obediently allowed him to pat it twice, without causing any more trouble. Finally, he managed to calm this late-blooming adolescent seahorse. Shirin rode it back to the giant turtle's side. I need to find the fishmen, but there are too many undercurrents and they are difficult to control. Old turtle, do you have a solution? The giant turtle nodded. Please, come closer. It gestured for Shirin to lean against its forehead. Fearing the seahorse would run amok, Shirin could only ride it over and carefully approach the giant turtle's wrinkled head. Come a bit closer. Your head, lean in. Shirin had no choice but to tilt the seahorse, resting his head against the giant turtle. At the moment of contact, he surprisingly saw the reflections of his memories before him. This was the giant turtle's ability. It seemed to take Shirin's privacy into account, not peeking at random, but rather halting at the moment Shirin appeared outside the stone wall. Please, recall the location of the fishmen. The giant turtle's voice echoed softly. Listening to its voice, Shirin instinctively began to remember what the white bone graveyard looked like. Giant whale bones and black sand strewn, with white bones, fishmen covered in flesh tumors, and that intertwined goddess statue. In a daze, the scene before him drew ever closer, and everything around gradually shifted from blur to clarity. It was as if he could truly smell the unique scent belonging to this place, the fishman's pungent secretion. The seawater began to flow, the force brushing against his face also changed. When he came to his senses, he suddenly realized he was actually amidst the white bones. The seahorse beneath him was restlessly squirming, or it had never been to such a place, and the strange smell made it very alert. The giant turtle stone walls and palace had all vanished. If it weren't for the seahorse still being there, Shirin would almost think that everything before was a dream. This skill is truly incredible. Memory transmission, or scene manifestation. Before he could ponder further, a sharp bone spike suddenly flew into his peripheral vision. He dodged swiftly, and the bone spike flew into the white bones, producing a loud explosion. It was just an ordinary bone spike, yet it directly blew a hole in the ground. While the anticipated welcoming committee did not materialize, why was there an assassination instead? Following the direction from which the bone spike came, Shirin saw the massive Fishman King charging over with a trident. Wait, this doesn't feel right. The speed of the Fishman King was too fast. Shirin barely had time to speak before it was right in front of him. Fortunately, he still remembered that he was riding on the seahorse. He flicked the reins, and the seahorse immediately jumped quickly out of the Fishman King's attack range. The white bone trident swept past. This strike nearly pulverized the white bones within a 20-meter. Black sand flew everywhere, and countless sandworms were scattering in terror. The flesh tumors on the Fishman King's head flickered as it forcibly suppressed its urge to vomit, glaring viciously at Shirin. Devil, don't think you can deceive my kin again. Shirin tightly gripped the reins, soothingly patting the seahorse's head. He then raised his head and shouted, Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Bro, what about that fellow with the severed arm? I remember he went back to report right. Why is the Fishman King coming straight for me? Upon hearing him mention the fishman with the severed arm, the Fishman King became even more enraged. It raised the trident, pointing it at him. The white bone tip of the trident began to emit a blinding blue light, and the surrounding water flowed toward it. Seeing that this was getting serious, Shirin promptly patted the seahorse. The seahorse immediately darted off far away. The massive wave of water rushed past him, and the sharp remnants of the water wave even cut his arm. Fortunately, the seahorse's body was much stronger and was not injured by the water flow. Yet this shockwave turned out to be just an appetizer. Before Shirin's body could stabilize, 2 more shockwaves shot toward him. The seahorse neighed, and instead of retreating, it directly teleported behind the Fishman King. Good boy. I've got you now. At such a close distance, he drew out his dagger for a powerful strike. But the Fishman King had far more skills than he anticipated. Golden light suddenly emerged from it, forcefully absorbing the dagger that sparkled with sparks. With a loud clang, the dagger was almost knocked away. If Shirin hadn't held on tightly, it would have flown who knows where. The cost was that his palm was completely shattered. Blood was washed away by the water flow, nearly getting sucked into Shirin's nose. Gritting his teeth, Shirin shouted, "Fishman King, don't you remember the old turtle in the palace from years ago?" Unexpectedly, the Fishman King turned and thrust again with its trident. This time the speed was too quick, and the distance, it directly pierced through Shirin's shoulder. The bone was shattered, and seeing the Fishman King about to smash him along with the trident, Shirin immediately severed his arm to survive. After all, this shoulder had just been broken that morning, another break wouldn't matter. After severing his arm, he immediately had the seahorse take him away again, then quickly downed a bowl of soup. Realizing that Shirin had escaped, the Fishman King abruptly halted its attack, retracting the trident. It took off the severed arm from the trident and sniffed it. The corrosive scent on it was even less than the heaviness on their bodies. This left it somewhat puzzled. Yet that little doubt quickly dissipated, as it always remembered Auna's report. This human had come from the abyss. The abyss, a terrifying place that even the sea god could not prevent. Once a fishman who had preyed on its kin was thrown into the abyss by it, that scene it never wanted to see again. God knows how wrong Shirin would feel if he knew its thoughts. What do you mean he came from the abyss? He merely glanced at it from afar, okay. He almost got controlled by an illusion. But Shirin was unaware of the Fishman King's inner thoughts. Who knows how that fishman with the severed arm reported it? In any case, the Fishman King's hatred for him had exploded. Even so, Shirin still wanted to make an effort. He came to solve problems, not to duel. The old turtle in the Merfolk Palace is still waiting for the result of that war. Look at what I'm riding. This is a Merfolk mount. Are you blind? This time his shout seemed to have some effect. The Fishman King's gaze clearly flickered for an instant. Just a moment. The expression on the Fishman King's face changed from confusion to astonishment, then from astonishment to rage. Its fury was even more intense than when it first saw Shirin. It was a hatred that spanned hundreds of years. Merfolk. It nearly bit its own teeth to pieces. Each word it spat out was laden with bone-crushing, murderous intent. Where are my sister and the Merfolk during that war? If it weren't for their disappearance, if it weren't for worrying about my sister's whereabouts, how could my father have been deceived by that evil spirit? If the Fishman King could no longer continue, it came with overwhelming rage, and the blue light on the trident flickered. And what about Shirin? Shirin had already escaped. Who had time to listen to it slowly recount those old stories? Seeing the boss triggered a state, he had to hurry and flee. Moreover, this guy's roar was so loud that he could hear it clearly from a distance. This wouldn't do it all. God knows what actually happened back then. There seemed to be a huge misunderstanding within. But first he had to survive the Fishman King's attack. The seahorse lived up to its reputation as the former Merfolk royal steed, matching the Fishman King's speed. Moreover, this little guy seemed to possess a teleportation skill, allowing it to take Shirin with it every time it swam a certain distance. They had already left the Fishman King far behind, but he underestimated the Fishman King's determination. Suddenly the water began to flow backward, pulling and hindering the seahorse's speed with tremendous suction. Shirin looked back and thought, good heavens, the boss was about to unleash its ultimate move. Countless water flows were condensing on the trident. This blue orb appeared much smaller than the previous waterwave shockwave, yet the power contained within was terrifying. If this concentrated essence were released, Shirin would be blown away without even a trace left. At this point, he had no place to escape. Even at this juncture, Shirin still did not wish to perish together. He had promised to achieve his goal. He was not here to destroy the fishmen. Abandoning the idea of using the jet, he drew out the dragon bone blade. This blade had yet to be used. It was truly due to various restrictions. But now that the Fishman King was unleashing its ultimate move, he had ample time to use it. The resistance of the seawater would affect his speed in wielding the blade, but that no longer mattered. This blade had only one skill, the destruction slash, that required 30 energy. Shirin stood up on the seahorse and raised the long blade high. A dark black light began to emerge from the blade. He focused and held his breath. 1 second. 2 seconds. The distant Fishman King also noticed Shiren's movement. It wore a solemn expression, deciding to release its skill in advance. But Shiren was also ready. The long blade swept through the water, crashing down ferociously. The pitch-black blade light surged like a massive wind blade through the water. It met the blue shockwave, sweeping with countless currents, stopping it for just a second before the blade light was dispersed by the shockwave. But the darkness attached to the blade light took the opportunity to absorb some of the light wave and water currents. Immediately afterward, another blade light surged forward. Following behind was a third. 3 streaks of dark blade light successfully shattered the shockwave. However, the ocean waves that rushed in together showed no signs of abating. The white bones engulfed by it surged forward. With no way to evade, Shiren could only bend down to hold onto the seahorse, tightly preventing them from being swept apart. The massive current instantly swallowed everything nearby. The giant waves scattered the surrounding piles of bones, uprooting the black sand beneath. Shiren was knocked dizzy, but fortunately the seahorse shielded him from much of the impact. Its sturdy protrusion nearly deflected all the incoming bones. As the wave of bones passed, the black sand followed closely behind. It was at the moment the black sand was swept up that Shiren saw an opening beneath. It must have been buried too deep under the black sand and bones for a long time, as the entrance showed hardly any traces. It was truly a case of fortune arriving at the right moment. Without any hesitation, Shiren urged the seahorse to push aside the rushing black sand and swim towards the entrance. Although the black sand obscured his vision, Shiren still vaguely remembered the location of the opening, albeit making progress was difficult. Fortunately, the Fishman King could not see his position either. It probably thought Shiren had been swept far away, never imagining he was still nearby. Navigating through the black sand was indeed challenging, but the seahorse used its mouth to forcefully blow a gust of air, clearing a small path. This small path was already very close to the entrance. Taking advantage of the ongoing chaos of black sand, Shiren finally managed to ride the seahorse into the cave. The space inside was much larger than he had imagined, with a high ceiling and remnants of black sand on the ground. It was indeed quite dark here, but some bioluminescent aquatic plants growing on the cave walls provided scant illumination. There were 5 smaller openings inside, but it was unclear where they led. As the entrance was blocked for years, seawater rushed in, causing everything that had accumulated inside to float and swirl in midair. Some looked like remnants of eaten bones, while others resembled decayed fabric. Among them, one particularly large skeleton was estimated to be even bigger than the Fishman King outside. Its skeleton was enormous, with many protruding structures on its back, and its fingers and toes had 3 segments of phalanges. Shiren kicked the seahorse, signaling it to swim closer. The seahorse did not move. It nudged Shiren's hand with its head, its big eyes looking pitiful. It seemed that since its father didn't care for it, having just been born, this experience was indeed a bit exhausting. Shiren had no choice but to loosen the reins, allowing it to swim aside to rest. The entrance behind them was once again buried under a large amount of black sand, completely sealing this place off. The water flow inside the cave gradually calmed down, with the heavier bones sinking first to the cave floor. Shiren swam towards the large white skeleton. As he expected, this was indeed the corpse of the former Fishman King. But how could its remains be in such a deeply buried cave? The corpse of Fishman King Horga's degree of erosion. Type: biological level 2nd tier leader. Description: the intact skeleton left behind by the Fishman King, who died hundreds of years ago. Its flesh has been completely devoured. The bones were covered with scars and bite marks, a testament to the humiliation in its last moments. The fate of betraying the sea god was not a pleasant one, but may have avoided a more horrific fate, but the cost was even more brutal. It's best not to touch it recklessly. Shiren's eyes widened at the last line. No way. System, you sly fox. I must touch it to know this message. Why didn't you just engrave such an important thing on its bones? But instinctively, Shiren directly stored the skeleton into his backpack. Come on, this is a 2nd tier skeleton. Can I blame myself for not being able to resist the temptation? Tossing this thing into the totem pillar could directly level me up 3 tiers. Before he could think further, a sound akin to metal clanging echoed from within the cave entrance. The seahorse, which had just been about to doze off, jumped up and swam to Shiren's side. It looked at Shiren with a mournful gaze. Shiren awkwardly scratched his nose and reached out to comfort it a couple of times. The clanging sound quickly approached the entrance. 2 skeletal arms first emerged. Following closely was an extremely bizarre skull. Its skull was flat like a piece of paper covered in all sorts of bone spikes. 2 dark holes resembled windows on the paper, perfectly revealing the scenery behind. The teeth were almost non-existent, with only half the skull connected to the neck bone. When it fully appeared in view, Shiren finally understood the source of the clanging sound. Its spine was actually still attached to the other half of a skeleton. The other half was entangled in metal chains, one end held in its hand while the other end was a massive metal hook spear. The metal chains clashed against the bones, creating that sound. If it were just this one, it would be fine. However, within a minute of its emergence, a series of clanging sounds echoed from the cave. The first one to emerge immediately fixed its dark hollow eye sockets on Shirin, especially when it realized that the corpse of the Fishman King was missing. Small spikes suddenly sprouted from its eye sockets. It was entirely expressing its anger through visual effects. In the next moment, it raised the hook spear. A dull bang. The huge iron hook adorned with sharp barbs suddenly lunged towards Shirin. Shirin was low on energy and had no intention of tangling with these skeletons. He raised the sprayer and fired a shot. The ice spike projectile collided with the iron hook, instantly covering the hook in frost, gradually freezing it. However, the skeleton violently swung the chain connected to the iron hook, smashing it directly against the cave wall. The ice layer did not shatter immediately, nor was that the skeleton's goal. It swung again, and the tremendous inertia sent the ice hook flying swiftly towards Shirin. This time the ice spike projectile could not stop the swinging iron hook. It was already frozen, and adding another layer of ice wouldn't slow it down significantly. Shirin patted the side of the seahorse's head, and it immediately understood the signal. It activated its teleportation to appear behind the skeleton. This move was truly reliable. The ice iron hook smashed against the distant cave wall, creating a tremendous impact that cracked the hook open, scattering fragments of ice and stone in the water. Now so close to the enemy, Shirin would not miss this opportunity. He charged his dagger and thrust it fiercely into the skull of the skeleton behind him. A burst of sparks flashed, yet the dagger only penetrated 2 inches before getting stuck in its bone seams. The information of the skeleton popped up. Active Fishman Guard Corpse, degree of erosion. Type biological level, first tier, elite. Description: the loyal guard corpse that accompanied the Fishman King, affected by the king's skills after death, will continue to protect its remains. Even though the physical body has perished, its skeleton still retains vitality and some strength. The guard will regard any being that touches the Fishman King's corpse as an enemy, and will do anything to eliminate the intruder. Especially certain robbers who directly steal the remains. Its fury towards you has reached its peak. A burst of flames ignited, but the skeleton seemed unafraid of the fire, yanking back the iron hook before immediately smashing it towards Shirin. Damn, my dagger. Shirin had no time to withdraw the dagger, and could only signal the seahorse to jump away to dodge this strike. The hook spear glimmered with a faint red light, which was not a good omen. He must not take it heeded. However, before he could counterattack, a series of splashing sounds reached his ears from behind. Turning around, good heavens, 3 iron hooks were charging directly at him. Now there was no choice but to let the seahorse continue to teleport away. There were already 4 guard skeletons in the area, and Shirin could still hear the distant clanging sounds coming from within the cave. Judging by this, there were probably no fewer than 10 guards here. Staring at the dagger lodged in the first guard skeleton's head for a few seconds, they swung their eyes. Shirin had to temporarily abandon the idea of retrieving the dagger. There were several other entrances to the inner cave, and the farthest 2 had no guard skeletons emerging. It was uncertain if they were connected or not. Currently, there was no good way out, as the number of emerging guard skeletons was increasing, putting Shirin at a disadvantage. Even though they were already skeletons, they had once been elite monsters of the first tier. Could Shirin really take on 10 elite by himself? He might as well just throw himself against the iron hooks. The Fishman King above him might not have left yet. With no other option, Shirin chose the left cave entrance based on instinct. Then he rode the seahorse and dove right in. The cave inside became even darker, with unknown aquatic plants on the walls, emitting a faint blue light. Shirin casually pulled a few down. To his surprise, the end of what looked like the aquatic plant extended into a snake head, flicking its tongue and about to bite his hand. Shirin had no choice but to throw them away. The glowing poisonous snake grass, level of erosion. Type plant creature description: a poisonous snake grass formed from the blood of the goddess residing in the cave and surviving by absorbing the energy that escapes within. Its teeth can secrete toxins strong enough to kill a robust mermaid or merman within a minute. They generally do not actively attack other creatures, so do not treat them as ordinary aquatic plants. The discarded poisonous snake grasses did not continue to trouble Shirin. They swayed their bodies and swam back to the spot from which they were pulled out, burrowing back in. Their tails floated outside while their heads squeezed into the crevices. At this moment, an iron hook shot in. Shirin hurriedly dodged. The iron hook missed and was pulled back by a pursuing skeleton behind. With no time to linger, Shirin rode his seahorse and continued to escape deeper, and soon a fork in the path appeared. Without thinking, Shirin turned into the left cave entrance. The space inside was intricate, and he had barely swum far when the second fork appeared. This time 4 entrances appeared simultaneously. He had no time to ponder, and randomly picked the third cave, diving in to proceed. Unexpectedly, it was so complex inside, resembling a nest of mice or serpents with countless caves interconnected, forming a vast maze underneath. The sound of knocking behind him never ceased, and Shirin had twisted around for so long that he was nearly dizzy. By the time he reached another fork, he was exhausted and instinctively chose the left. To his surprise, the seahorse refused to enter, instead turning towards the right cave entrance. "Where are you going?" Shirin patted it. The seahorse shook its head without answering, only letting out an excited whinny. Seeing that it seemed to have a plan, Shirin did not stop it. After all, moving around in these caves, choosing any entrance would be the same. The intelligence of those skeletons seemed limited. They did not use their geographical advantage to find a shortcut to block him. Moreover, these passages were much narrower than outside, preventing them from attacking Shirin simultaneously. They could only follow closely behind. The seahorse swam vigorously, occasionally pausing for a second, as if sensing something. Then it continued moving in one direction. Slowly, Shirin began to feel something was amiss. The cave walls had turned into a type of yellow stone without him noticing. The original blue light cast a faint green hue on the stone walls. The poisonous snake grasses became increasingly abundant, nearly illuminating the cave's interior. In the seawater there was a vague, peculiar smell, difficult to describe, but not unpleasant. The knocking sounds from behind suddenly ceased. Shirin glanced back and found the guarding skeletons stopped outside the entrance of this passage. They appeared restless, their chains swinging continuously, fixating on Shirin's back. Yet they refused to step closer, stuck firmly outside the passage. Unlike their behavior, the seahorse was quite excited. Its tail was swinging vigorously, and it swam even faster. Arriving at another fork, even Shirin knew it must be the brightest passage. The tails of the poisonous snake grasses floating outside had already covered the inner walls of the new passage, swaying like real seaweed. Shirin tried to avoid touching them to prevent getting bitten. This passage was particularly long, and golden specks of light began to flow in the seawater. When he waved his hand to touch them, those light spots immediately dissipated in the water. There were no hints at all. Speaking of hints, the skeletons of the merfolk actually provided system-generated information. The living beings above displayed no information at all. Not only them, but even the sandworms provided no hints. Thinking back, it seemed the giant turtle also did not trigger any system information. This broken system was indeed unreliable. No wonder everyone mocked it for using second-hand servers. After swimming for a long time, long enough for Shirin to start feeling sleepy, the passage finally revealed an exit. A warm golden light appeared before him. Shirin slightly raised his hand to shield his eyes, and after adapting, he looked around. This cave was even larger than the place where the skeletal remains of the Merman King were stored. For stone pillars connecting the ceiling and the floor supported this space. Countless poisonous snake grasses entwined around the pillars, their tails interlinked completely, illuminating them. The walls of the surrounding cave were embedded with numerous glittering golden ores, becoming even more dazzling under the illumination of the poisonous snake grasses. In the center of the four pillars stood a massive female statue. Her head was sculpted with wild snake hair draped in layers of scales, with wings sprouting from her back, and a large serpentine tail coiled around her, lifting her high. The statue was frozen at the moment. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her hands were clasped in front of her chest. Compared to her, Shirin riding the seahorse looked like a mouse that had mistakenly wandered into a human home. He raised his head, gazing at this familiar yet strange statue. This image was incredibly familiar, the only difference being she had wings. Medusa. Perhaps it was, or perhaps it wasn't. Shirin only knew she was one of the Gorgon sisters, and in another version of the myth, she was punished by Athena and turned into a snake-haired monster after being defiled by Poseidon, the sea god. Yet in the original Gorgon sister myth, Medusa and her two sisters were actually the offspring of the sea god Phorcys. He could not recall the names of the other two goddesses, nor did he know which one stood before him. Perhaps touching it would trigger a hint. Upon seeing the statue, the seahorse's dorsal fin was frantically flapping. It seemed overly joyful, perhaps even it did not know where this excitement came from. However, the familiarity etched into its genes kept it from calming down. Shirin tried to get it to come closer. This time, however, the seahorse stubbornly refused to advance, maintaining its distance. With no other option, Shirin had to dismount and planned to swim over himself. Little did he know the seahorse actually used its mouth to latch onto his clothes, pulling him back. Shirin was nearly choked by the water as he was pulled. He turned back to glare at the seahorse, pinching its mouth tube and forcefully pulling out his clothes. The seahorse shook its head and nudged his back. No, this was probably the second word it had spoken since its birth. Shirin found it quite amusing. Seeing the little seahorse stubbornly looking up, Shirin patted its head and then resolutely pushed it away. There was no choice. As a father, he could not be controlled by his son. Since he was already here, why not take a look? The seahorse was pushed back and watched helplessly as Shirin swam out. It dared not cross the range of the pillar, anxiously circling in place. "Dad," it called out from its spot. "Hey, good boy, wait right there. Daddy will be back after getting an orange." After responding, Shirin swam even faster. When he reached near the statue's tail, he was even more awed by its grandeur. Looking up, he could only see the goddess' clasped hands. The overlapping scales of the stone sculpture were incredibly lifelike. Warning: You are touching her statue. The remaining consciousness of the goddess Euryale is about to awaken. Before Shirin could retract his hand, the statue began to tremble slightly. He quickly swam further away and looked up again, discovering that the statue was actually opening its eyes. The tightly closed stone eyes slowly revealed a narrow golden light burst forth from the gap like the rising sun. At that moment, after being struck by the turbulent sea currents, the Fishman King did not believe he was dead. The three dark menacing slashes startled him. If another were to come, it would likely split the water and strike him directly. Though it might not necessarily harm him, it was enough to indicate that the human possessed considerable strength. However, such power would not guarantee his safe return from the abyss. This devil likely had more tricks up its sleeve. He should have been swept away by the sea, yet the Fishman King searched in circles, still failing to find any trace of him. The urge to vomit surged uncontrollably, rising to his throat. He bent slightly, unable to hold it back any longer, and opened his mouth to expel a bloody tumor. Then came the third, the fourth. This vomiting was entirely beyond his control, forced out from his body. By the end, he was nearly kneeling on the ground. With each tumor he expelled, his face grew paler. The tumors that had once filled his body now hung limply like a deflated balloon. The goddess' punishment came fiercely. It was a retribution for daring to kill living beings, a reminder of the pain he must remember at this moment. After expelling more than 20 tumors, the uncontrollable urge to vomit finally ceased. A sense of emptiness surged in his stomach, far more intense than usual. This made the Fishman King hallucinate, staring at his hands, as if he saw something delicious. But soon he closed his eyes, ceasing any thoughts. 10 minutes later, he weakly opened his eyes and crawled up. Looking at the pile of tumors on the ground, his stomach seemed to be having violent spasms. He had prohibited all fishmen from leaving the area around the whale bones for this. It was a pity he could not kill the devil that had seduced his kin. He carelessly piled the black sand on the ground to cover up the horrific vomit. Even though this was the essence of life expelled from his body at this moment, it was merely evidence of his punishment. The Fishman King stood up, grasping his white bone trident, ready to patrol his territory. That cunning devil would surely not give up easily. He must protect the fishmen from its influence. As long as they were devout enough, one day they would gain the goddess' forgiveness. He could never trust any demons from the outside world again. They would only bring disaster to the sea tribe. He repeatedly reminded himself, almost brainwashing himself. In fact, he had already violated the goddess rules yesterday, because last night the goddess had once again chosen the armless fishman Ona. The Fishman King did not understand why this kin, deeply entangled with the devil, could gain the goddess' favor. Every night there was only one opportunity to go out, and yet it had been granted to him consecutively. For 3,600,000 days and nights, they had 36,000 opportunities, yet not every chance was even realized since the curse 1,000 years ago. Every day they longed to escape this nightmare. However, the Gorgon goddesses did not respond to their requests every time. Once a day there was a choice. As long as a returner was selected, that lucky one would gain 2 hours of time outside. That was the only chance to leave this cage and enjoy the freedom of the sea. Most importantly, leaving here would temporarily free them from the eternal torment of hunger. An insatiable hunger that no amount of food could alleviate. Only the brains of intelligent beings could slightly ease this feeling. Yet not half a day would pass before the hunger returned. They were trapped in this graveyard of white bones, cursed to attack no living beings, with the only permissible harm being inflicted on their kin. Unless injured by their own kind, they would neither age nor die. They would still be harmed, yet no matter how severe the wounds, they would not perish even if reduced to a pile of ash. 800 years ago, a fishman unable to endure hunger attacked his kin and was exiled to the center of the abyss. That was an absolute forbidden zone, and fishmen banished there would not be hindered by the curse. They could travel freely to the central area, a scene anticipated by the goddesses, until the exiled ones faced endless torment there. They would not die, yet could live amidst countless fragments. No one wished to experience the pain of digestion in countless stomachs, only to be expelled, then to be consumed by even smaller creatures, then expelled again. This was the most terrifying punishment in the world. 1,000 years passed, and they had learned to accept their fate. As long as they could move the goddesses and gain that brief freedom, they would be willing to pay any price. However, this did not include trusting a devil once more. The Fishman King returned wearily to the whale bones. He scanned the area. All the fishmen were huddled on the bones, enduring hunger, every single one of them. Ona and her sister were crammed in a corner. She had now been ostracized by the fishmen, both for the goddess' favoritism and the Fishman King's orders. Seeing her covering her eyes with her stump, yet still acting restlessly, the Fishman King felt a surge of anger. This fellow was still thinking about that devil. Ona, he called out heavily, a reminder. The armless fishman was startled. Seeing the Fishman King's weak state, she thought it was bad. Could it be that the marked devil has indeed come? The commotion outside had been so great. She dared not think of the outcome, hurriedly lowering her head. My king, shut up. The Fishman King interrupted her next words. He fixed his gaze on the other fishmen, none dared to meet his eyes. Very good. He was pleased with the silence of his kin. Perhaps it should have been this way. Better than letting them roam outside searching for the rare food that might be washed down risking conflicts. Indeed, it was better to remain quietly here waiting for the goddess' instructions. The Fishman King swam. Near the statue, his ministers had already prepared a fresh fish brain for him. My king, please indulge. The light red fishman respectfully held up the fish brain. It had been taken from a giant bone fish carcass that had suddenly washed down from the dark currents this morning, still fresh, and should alleviate the king's discomfort. Unexpectedly, the Fishman King waved his hand, refusing. You eat it, Faisit, you found it. He had seriously violated the goddess regulations today and was unqualified to consume food. Faisit was taken aback. He could only bow even more respectfully and plead, my king, your body is too weak. This is necessary nourishment. The Fishman King still shook his head. He looked at the black three-goddess statue. The goddess must be there. Therefore he would not eat. He wished to let the goddess know they were devout enough. Faisit was about to persuade him again when suddenly a golden light shone on his face. This light was so warm. Warmth. How long had it been since he felt warmth in this cold sea? He turned his head blankly, seeing the intense golden light erupting from the statue. Goddess. He heard the trembling voice of the Fishman King. It is the goddess. The goddess has awakened. It was neither the black light representing punishment nor the red light representing mercy. It was the warm gold so far away representing divine revelation. The golden light shone upon every fishman. They stared dumbfounded and numbly gazed at the source of the light, completely unable to believe what was happening. Really, had their long-held prayers finally been realized? Goddess. Is it the goddess? Have we been forgiven? Have we succeeded? Hunger. Goddess. Take me away, great goddess. The fishmen wept bitterly, crazily kneeling before the statue. As the warm light shone upon them, even the long-standing hunger in their stomachs eased considerably. Yet the next moment the once mighty light suddenly began to fade. The warmth departed once more with the golden light slowly retracting back into the statue. No. The Fishman King shouted anxiously. No. Goddess, where are you going? But his goddesses would not respond to him. The light had completely vanished. Hiding behind the stone pillar, Shuren quietly peeked outside. The golden light had vanished without a trace, leaving the interior eerily silent. The statue seemed to stand still with nothing indicating that it had come to life. However, just moments ago, that pair of eyes. Shuren recalled the sharp pain that spread from his shoulder when the stone eyes had opened halfway. The petrification that had previously been suppressed suddenly began to loosen. Fortunately, Shuren had timely moved out of the statue's line of sight, alleviating the pain in his shoulder. Now, if that statue fully opened its eyes, would he be directly petrified with just a glance? He only knew that Medusa's gaze had the power to petrify. Could it be that this Euryale had inherited the same trait? Uncertain of the goddess' abilities, he hesitated to venture out. Unfortunately, his dagger was still on the skull outside, otherwise he could have used it to observe by. After some thought, Shuren took out a piece of flowing firestone to give it a try. Its shell was translucent, which should allow for reflection, though it might not be very clear. Finding an angle, Shuren began to adjust the flowing firestone repeatedly. However, the shadows on the stone were fuzzy and too distant. Shuren had no choice but to let the seahorse swim slightly higher. When he reached a position near the statue's head, he observed again with the flowing firestone. In the dim reflection, he saw a pair of pure golden eyes. What sent chills down his spine was that she was staring right at him. You sensed her gaze. Your spirit decreased by 1, and your sanity decreased by 5. The silent statue had already noticed this little ant that intruded the moment it opened its eyes. The goddess' cold gaze followed him. She was observing. Realizing this, Shuren hurriedly put away the flowing firestone. This was bad. Why do all these gods enjoy spying? It made him feel like a clown sneaking around for reconnaissance. He had no idea if this method could even facilitate communication. What had the system said earlier? It seemed to be the residual consciousness of the goddess Euryale. That meant it was not a complete divine manifestation. After all the noise that the previous god made was so loud, this statue probably just emitted some light pollution. However, this residual consciousness should not be underestimated. He calmed the seahorse beneath him, instructing it to stay put. Closing his eyes, Shuren raised his hands and swam out from behind the stone pillar. He could feel the gaze directed at him. The sense of being watched was particularly intense after losing his sight. Ahem. He cleared his throat and said, Esteemed goddess, I mean no harm. No one answered him. Shuren continued. The Fishman King is hunting me down. Oh, could you do something about it? Or if you are willing, could you lift the curse of bad luck that plagues me? Is that so? Then what is that you hold? A vague voice suddenly appeared in his mind. The voice was genderless and emotionless, as if it was merely inquiring. You heard his voice. Your sanity decreased by 10. Shuren awkwardly lowered the dragon bone knife he had raised, chuckling. It's nothing. I was just afraid you couldn't see clearly, so I was preparing to use my little knife to adjust your view. He received no response. However, this goddess seemed easy to get along with. She didn't even punish him for that, so Shuren felt inclined to praise her for her generosity. The sea was silent, and he didn't dare to open his eyes to look, until something suddenly touched his foot. It was warm and gentle, completely beyond his imagination in terms of texture. Shuren lowered his head and cautiously opened a slit in his eyes. He discovered it was a small golden light orb. The orb gently touched his foot before floating upwards. Instinctively, Shuren raised his eyes. When he looked up and saw the enlarged face of the statue, he immediately sensed danger. But soon he realized the pair of golden eyes had vanished. The statue had closed its eyes again at some point. It seemed to have only opened them briefly out of remaining strength before retreating. Shuren, who had touched the statue, was gently overlooked. The goddess had not regarded him as a threat. But what was this light orb? He looked curiously at the golden glimmer floating above the statue's head. The golden orb kept flickering, seemingly urging him. Hey, this little orb was even directing him. Holding the dragon bone knife, Shuren swam upwards. There was nothing extraordinary at the top of the statue, just a mass of serpent-like hair roots. The connections were incredibly tight, leaving nearly no gaps. To his surprise, the light orb suddenly descended, disappearing into the roots. The previously silent statue began to shake vigorously again, this time much more violently than before. Countless serpent-like strands suddenly twisted. They intertwined with each other. The bodies that were originally connected began to separate, and the roots withdrew entirely. A 2 to 3 meter wide concave hole appeared at the connection of the roots. This startled Shuren. Was the goddess statue's hair actually empty underneath? She is bald. So, the serpents on her head are essentially a hat. My goodness, this is big news in the divine realm. Fearing that knowing the secret would lead to his demise at the hands of the goddess, Shuren quickly turned to shout at the stone pillar, "Spots, come here quickly." No response came from behind the pillar. Spots. That's the name I gave you. Hey, golden spotted red-crowned seahorse. Hurry over, little one. He wasn't sure which of his words had worked. In any case, the little seahorse finally peeked its head out from behind the stone pillar. It hesitated, glanced at the statue, shook its head, and refused to come. This timid little horse. Shuren felt somewhat speechless, but he was also uneasy leaving it behind. After thinking for a moment, he took out the corpse of the fisherman King Horgus from his a double assurance regardless of what was inside the statue. Just for this corpse, he would have to rush back at all costs. He placed the Fisherman King's corpse down, instructing Spots to keep a good watch over it. In reality, it was unnecessary. Those guarding skeletons couldn't enter, and he was merely giving the silly little guy something to do. Sure enough, upon hearing Shuren's words, Spots immediately raised its head proudly and nodded earnestly. He had made arrangements for it. After some mental preparation, Shuren slowly swam into the concave hole. Inside it seemed to be nothing but darkness. He had no choice but to take out the flowing firestone for illumination. Given the statue's size, the interior space was naturally vast. He had no idea what the light orb's purpose was in opening this space for him, but the light felt devoid of malice. Shuren swam down with the flowing firestone, and after a while he finally touched the bottom. But there was nothing at the bottom. No treasure chests, nor any monsters or magic formations as he had imagined. It was just an ordinary empty interior of the statue. After feeling around the smooth inner wall for a long time, Shuren didn't even find a protrusion. If it wasn't at the bottom, then could it be on the surrounding stone walls? Raising the flowing firestone to look around, he discovered that there seemed to be something drawn on the distant stone wall. Swimming closer, he realized it was the image of a giant serpent. It was deeply engraved on the wall, its body stretched out, and it was holding a blue orb in its mouth. Moreover, he recognized this giant serpent very well. Goodness, isn't this the sea serpent guarding the treasure chest? If it weren't for the undercurrent, he might have ended his life there. But what was the orb that this creature was holding? It looked like something valuable. Shuren reached out to touch the spot where the orb was located and found that it was actually a concave pit. Recalling the treasure chest guarded by that sea serpent. Could it be? He quickly took out the white treasure chest from his backpack and began to remove the seaweed that was entangled around it. This white texture seemed a bit familiar. He took a closer look. You have suffered mental interference. Judging. Detected low mental state. Mental interference was not perceived. Oh dear, so you're actually an old acquaintance. This is a box made of ghost-faced sea white jade. The high BU treasure chest, unable to display its true strength, remained undeterred. The chime of alerts echoed repeatedly. Detected low mental state, mental interference not perceived. The treasure chest trembled slightly, clearly exerting all its effort. But why was this human before it still unmoved? A ghostly face emerged from the chest, revealing a gaze filled with resentment and distortion. It glared fiercely at the human in front of it, emitting continuous shrieks. What a pity Shuren was just a deaf and blind person. The only sounds he could hear were the system's notifications. Shuren directly muted all alerts and reached out to open the treasure chest. His luck might not be great, but he was certain that what was inside this treasure chest was fixed. Perhaps due to excessive trust in High-Bias abilities, and guarded by the sea serpent, the chest wasn't locked. With a creak, the treasure chest opened. A pale blue light illuminated Chiron's face, just as he thought there was indeed a pearl inside. The pale blue pearl, larger than a fist, rested on a soft red cushion glimmering with specks of fluorescence. Delicate golden patterns flickered on it, vaguely resembling small fish. One of the mermaid pearls. Type: sacred object. Quality: not available for viewing. Description: the ultimate treasure of the mermaid clan, stored in the deepest part of the palace. Now it had a more important mission. The complete mermaid pearl stored that unknown last memory. Please place it in the mouth of the sea serpent, and you will know what to do. This prompt was indeed quite obvious. Chiron took out the pearl and wiped it clean, making it shine even brighter. To be honest, he felt a bit greedy for this treasure. The mermaid clan really didn't know to put some other good things in the treasure chest. How inconsiderate. What if he were a supervillain and just ran off with the treasure? Damn it, if only he were a villain. Struggling to suppress the urge to toss it into his backpack, Chiron reluctantly tucked it into the recess in the wall. It fit perfectly. Just at the moment the mermaid pearl and the mural became one, a blue light immediately shot from the pearl towards the entire mural. It flowed along the sea serpent's mouth, gliding over its back and belly all the way to the tip of its tail. The entire sea serpent was enveloped in blue light, and amidst the flickering glow the stone wall actually began to bulge. The sea serpent depicted in the mural gradually became three-dimensional, resembling a stone sculpture more and more. Soon deep blue scaly skin began to emerge, tightly arranged and vividly lifelike. The sharp teeth gripping the pearl became cold and menacing, and the entire stone wall trembled. This looked very ominous. While it had not fully revealed its true form, Chiron quickly yanked the pearl from the stone wall and turned to flee. If he left this thing behind, it would truly be unretrievable. He should have just swallowed the pearl directly instead of being cautious. Now look what he had summoned. Damn goddess, couldn't she at least greet him? This damn system kept saying to put it in, and he would know what to do. What to do? Could he possibly defeat that sea serpent on his own? There was no choice but to flee. He swam desperately to the top of the goddess statue, not daring to catch his breath, and immediately swam towards the seahorse. Dapple, hurry, we're about to escape again. Chiron shouted, swimming with all his might. Sure enough, he reached near the stone pillars. He heard an angry hiss emanating from within the statue. He quickly stowed away the Fishman King's corpse, grabbed the reins, and mounted Dapple's back. Dapple also sensed the vague scent in the air, realizing something was wrong, and with a powerful kick of its tail began to soar towards the cave's exit. Chiron couldn't remember the path he came in, but Dapple, swimming out along the path of the Yellowstone wall. Unfortunately, they were blocked ahead by patrolling skeletons. Chiron had no choice but to take out the sprayer and urged Dapple to charge headfirst. As soon as he saw the group of skeletons, Chiron immediately opened fire. Boom. The ice spike bullet struck the leading skeleton entirely. The ice quickly froze it, but the skeleton, being already dead, was still slightly writhing in the ice. Dapple slammed into it fiercely, the protrusion on its head crashing hard against the skeleton. The ice skeleton was shattered, breaking free from the ice and reaching for its scattered bones. The skeleton guards behind raised their hook guns, aiming at Chiron. However, the width of the passage was limited, and they couldn't fire simultaneously. Chiron dodged the first incoming iron hook, then directly yanked the chain to pull that skeleton out. Not for any other reason, but to retrieve the dagger stuck in it. He shot it directly in the head, then twisted off the frozen skeleton's head and tucked it under his arm to continue charging forward. The skeleton guard, now missing a head, hurriedly turned to pursue, breaking the ice on its body as it swam. The skeleton guards behind wanted to squeeze forward, and the one that managed to get out pressed the trigger of the hook gun. Chiron could only keep shooting. 3 shots in quick succession, the dense ice spike bullets nearly sealed the entire passage. But it didn't matter, as Chiron had already burst out of the Yellowstone passage. After sealing it behind him, he rode Dapple into another side path without looking back. All roads lead to Rome. It was indeed uncertain which path to take upon entering. However, finding the way out was much easier. Charging forward whenever he encountered a fork, he just chose a path at random and continued to rush. Suddenly, from deep within the passage behind, there came the sound of metal clashing and violent impacts. It must be the sea serpent clashing with the skeleton guards. Thank you, skeletons, for that precious second. Seizing this opportunity, Chiron made a mad dash for escape. After passing through several passages, the exit finally appeared before him. The pit that was initially buried under black sand. It was much more open here, and the black sand blocking the entrance was no problem. Dapple could teleport. Calculating the distance, this depth shouldn't be an issue. Just in case, Dapple swam to the top of the cave before using teleportation. Once the surroundings turned into a boneyard, Chiron rode Dapple and burst out again. This time he wasn't fleeing. He charged directly towards the whalebone ground. Fishman King, didn't you want to fight? Hurry up. My life depends on you. Dapple was also swimming desperately, but had teleported too many times and was already quite exhausted. But the little one's life was more important. that sea serpent below was just too terrifying. Before they had even covered half the distance, a loud explosion was heard. Black sand flew everywhere. The sea serpent actually burst through the cave's top. It still had several fragmented skeleton guards clinging to it. They were fragmented because there were hardly any parts left on their bodies. The sea serpent spat out a pile of broken bones, quickly locking its gaze onto the fleeing figure. New grudges and old grudges intertwined, and its crimson snake eyes were filled with chilling, murderous intent. With a flick of its tail, the sea serpent swayed its body and rapidly pursued Shuren. However, it was also thanks to the commotion it had caused. The Fishman King inside the whalebone heard the noise and immediately appeared in Shuren's line of sight. However, upon seeing Shuren, its face was filled with even more anger and hatred. Devil! Goddess, what have you done to the goddess? Not again, why does everything get blamed on me? Shuren was stunned by its shout. But he didn't have time to argue with this guy. The creature behind him was already closing in. He could only choose to charge towards the Fishman King. Seeing that he dared to approach it, the Fishman King instantly became furious. This was simply a disrespect to its authority. It raised its trident directly, gathering a stream of water to meet him. The distance was too close. The fishmen at the bottom, including Ona, immediately spotted Shuren. The evil lord was still alive. Excitement appeared on its face, but it quickly suppressed it, fearing the other fishmen would see. But what was behind him? The fishmen squinted, straining to see behind Shuren. They could find out so naturally. The Fishman King also saw the massive figure chasing after Shuren. Other fishmen may not recognize this giant sea serpent. As a royal fishman, however, the Fishman King could not possibly be unaware. The water that had just gathered on the trident suddenly dispersed, much like its heartbeat, which had become chaotic due to shock. The giant sea serpent. It is a sea monster born from the blood of Ketu, the abyssal beast. It is one of the manifestations left at the ocean's depths by the goddess mother. Is it not supposed to guard the treasures left by the goddess? How could it appear here? In its panic, it completely failed to notice that the sea serpent's wrath was directed at Shuren. As the sea serpent charged towards this direction, it instinctively believed that they had angered the goddess. After all, the goddess had descended and then vanished. And now the sea demon that was supposed to guard the goddess treasures had reappeared here. If it were not because they had angered the goddess, how could she send the sea serpent to punish them? The Fishman King felt a deep sense of despair. Was it truly wrong? Why? Why could it not put the Fishman clan at ease despite merely wanting to protect them? Its state of mind completely shattered. The appearance of the sea serpent was like a straw that ignited the flame. It reduced its heart to ashes. Seeing the Fishman King standing there in a daze with the trident, Shuren was still somewhat puzzled. This Fishman King was increasingly strange with each encounter. However, his goal had indeed been achieved. Upon reaching the Fishman, he could no longer be considered alone. Riding on the spotted seahorse behind the Fishman King, Shuren finally had a moment to catch his breath. The giant serpent did not care about the Fishman King. In its eyes, there was only Shuren. Upon seeing Shuren stop, it immediately gathered a deep green poison in its mouth and unleashed it all. The tide of poison surged forward, dissolving all bones in its path. The Fishman King was forced to snap back to reality. It could no longer afford to care about Shuren and immediately raised the trident to engage in battle. Once again, a stream of water coalesced on the trident. With a powerful swing, the mighty current surged forth to collide with the tide of poison. The water dispersed the poison, causing it to drift away. The diluted poison still possessed terrifying power, and the surrounding bones were nearly cleared away. But the Fishman King dared not relax, but understood well the difficulty of dealing with this giant serpent. Ahead, the water parted, and the giant serpent swayed as it charged forward. However, it did not charge directly at the Fishman King. Instead, it veered and aimed at Shuren, who was currently resting and regaining energy. Upon catching sight of the giant serpent's head coming towards him, Shuren hurriedly patted the little seahorse. The spotted seahorse had no choice but to focus and continue moving alongside the Fishman King. Seeing that the giant serpent seemed to intend on circling around him, Shuren began to feel anxious. Fishman King, hurry up, he shouted. Are you really going to resign yourself to this? The term resign pierced the Fishman King's heart. Although it did not understand what this devil was scheming, he was not wrong. Was it really going to resign itself like this? Resign to what? That was a fate imposed on it by the goddess. For 1,000 years they had atoned for 1,000 years. Was that not enough? Even if that incident had not occurred, could they have won that war? Did all of this have to be borne by them? The heart of the Fishman King, which had died, began to beat again. It felt a fire igniting in its chest, causing the blood that had lain dormant for years. That giant serpent would be the path of defiance for it. It had had enough, and so had the Fishman. It no longer wished to continue down this path of eternal hunger and punishment. The Fishman King crossed the trident, facing the giant serpent Hedon, and charged fiercely. Though it was not as massive as the sea serpent, the power contained within its body was certainly not weak. The two giant beasts collided, and the surrounding seawater instantly burst apart like a shockwave. The sea serpent let out a roar and bit down hard at the Fishman King. This damned fishman dared to stop it from punishing that wicked human. The Fishman King showed no fear. The flesh lump on its head emitted a glow enveloping its body in a layer of golden light. The golden light blocked the serpent's bite, but it lasted only 2 breaths before the golden light was torn apart by the serpent's violent attacks. The transparent membrane around its gills suddenly opened, emitting a blinding flash. The flickering white light instantly dazzled the Fishman King's eyes. Shuren, who was behind it, immediately realized this was a mental attack. Taking advantage of the Fishman King being dazed, the sea serpent prepared to launch another attack. Shuren gathered his strength, and the dragon bone blade he had prepared struck out a beam of black light towards the sea serpent. The massive blade of light narrowly avoided the Fishman King and struck fiercely at the sea serpent. This strike completely caught the sea serpent at a moment when it was shifting its attack. It did not have time to defend itself and could only desperately swim to the right to escape. But it was too late. The slash collided hard against its tail. The pitch-black blade of light instantly devoured the serpent's tail and corroded its flesh. Hiss! The sea serpent let out a wail. The pain from its tail was excruciating. The dark power continued to gnaw at its flesh, causing it immense suffering. Even though it was just a little bit, this bit of pain was something it had never felt in thousands of years. This intensified its hatred towards Shuren. It had never been so embarrassed. To prevent the dark power from continuing to eat away at it, the sea serpent endured the sharp pain and bit down hard on the injured part. Green serpent blood splattered, and the sea serpent spat out the infected flesh. The gaping wound rapidly formed a layer of skin enveloping the exposed flesh. Without a tail tip, its movements were somewhat affected. However, this was not a significant issue for the sea serpent. The Fishman King had just regained consciousness from the mental attack. It saw the sea serpent, which had lost a segment of its tail, charging towards it once again. It was somewhat strange, but now was not the time to question. It immediately raised the trident, blocking the sea serpent's charge. This strike failed again, and the sea serpent angrily flicked its tail, suddenly turning to withdraw a short distance. This sudden action immediately raised the Fishman King's alertness. Shuren, who was preparing to continue fishing and regain energy, cursed inwardly and immediately urged the spotted seahorse to swim away. There was no choice. The sea serpent clearly seemed ready to unleash a powerful attack. Fishman King, take care of yourself. Nig Luda yo, he quickly swam towards the whale bones on his seahorse. The distancing sea serpent once again exploded its gill membranes, and white lightning appeared on the transparent film. The sea serpent opened its massive mouth with a faint glow gathering deep. Now the Fishman King understood what it was about to do. It hurriedly raised the trident above its head, gathering strength as the trident began to emit flashes of light. This time it was not to gather a massive wave of impact. Rather, it was for defense. A layer of golden light began to manifest in front of it. As the trident continued to flash, the golden light kept accumulating. At that moment, the giant serpent finally moved. It did not aim at the Fishman King, but immediately turned towards the whale bones. With a roar, the white energy sphere in its mouth exploded. The speed of that energy sphere was so fast that it almost instantly detonated in front of the whale bones. Not only the Fishman King, but even Shuren had miscalculated. As the energy sphere erupted, the dispersing energy instantly formed a vast white mist above the whale bones. Flashes of lightning flickered within the mist. The next second, countless bolts of electricity struck down. The booming thunder echoed half a second later, yet the lightning had already fiercely struck the whale bones. No. The Fishman King immediately withdrew its defensive layer and lunged towards the whale bones. That was where all the fishmen were located. They had not even realized they had become the target, unable to react to escape. Only Shuren cursed half-heartedly before being engulfed by the lightning. The Fishman King's eyes widened in horror. No matter how fast it was too late. It could only watch helplessly as its kin were. Suddenly, a whirlwind erupted. The still striking lightning was entirely guided by the icy wind, turning this abruptly appearing whirlwind into a thunderstorm. The lightning that should have struck the ground was diverted by this conduit, rushing upwards with the whirlwind. The storm's pull nearly lifted all the bones from the ground. Fortunately, the fishmen clung tightly to the whale